Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the NRG series where we're bringing you a $10,000 modern tournament today. It's day number 2 because yesterday we had a Team Trios event, but today it's just pure modern. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP, and I'm joined by the coach himself, Mr. Mason Clark. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well. I'm excited to watch our last paper open series event today. It's all modern, my favorite format, and a format that's looking really great right now.
Yeah, it's obviously you just had the RC over in America, and it's really put a bit of vamp in it. A couple of decks stood out, a couple of decks that weren't on people's radars doing extremely well, and a couple of players picking up some trophies. And maybe we'll be seeing some of them in our feature matches a little bit later on. While we've got the players sat down ready to go, I'm going to remind everybody that we've got 162 players in the room battling out today. We've got 8 rounds of Swiss for you before we make it to today's top 8, and again crown ourselves a champion. They're playing for their share of $10,000 and an invite to the end of year championships, which is a 24-player, $35,000 cash prize and a slot to the Pro Tour. So much on the line, not just today, but throughout the year with all the players getting the points to get on that leaderboard. A lot on the line. This is just how I want it. I want exciting modern with lots on the line. I can see our players set down. Mason, do you reckon we should go down to our round 1 feature match?
Let's just head on down as they're ready to go.
Let's do it. Let's get down there. Let's see who we have got in our feature match. Have you heard this Vinny guy? Did he do something recently?
Yeah, Vinny won the first United States RC going on this year. So one playing Just Guy Blink is still rocking up with Just Guy Blink today. And meanwhile, Terry Edwards on Simic Ritual. This is a deck that I think has caught a lot of people's eye. We saw it yesterday.
Yeah.
The team of Dustin Berg that top aided. We saw Kamari qualified for the Pro Tour and NRG regular playing this deck as well. And it's a deck to me that I think, is still very much in people are figuring out exactly what plans are the best, what's exactly ready to go. Speaking of ready to go, let them know. They're fine to fire off whenever they want.
We're giving him the thumbs up down that table. Look at Vinny's. Yeah. Look, I'm already a fan because he's got a Phyrexian tattoo on his hand. I have one on my arm as well. In fact, players, we know each other. We would give each other that little wink when we walk past each other. As you said, we're going to see a lot of him moving forward this year because not only winning that RC, does he now have that title, but at the next Pro Tour, he'll have his own graphic saying that he was the North American champion. He will also be at the World Championships as well because, of course, coming top 2 of the RC, that automatically qualifies you for that. So we're going to see a lot more of this gentleman. But going up against this Simic Ritual deck, you mentioned we saw it yesterday. This is meant to be a combo killer. The Blink deck isn't a combo deck. It's a very good grindy deck. It's got a lot of synergies in there, but also the cards themselves are extremely powerful, so it might not line up great against this Simic Ritual deck. What do you think, though, in the hands of Vinny, really experienced of it, obviously been able to play so many rounds last weekend and take it down? Who are you favoring?
Yeah, it's hard not to go against the champ, right? It's hard not to go with the champ. I misspoke there. I think the Just Guy Blink deck is very, very good. Vinny obviously, won the event, has been talking a lot with his friend as well, Ivan Espinosa, a player that's done really well here in the NRG series and just, in Magic in general. And it seems like those two are really plugged in and really innovating and updating their deck. Seen them talk about that online a lot. And that's the kind of stuff that always I think is so important. And players are locked in playing well, really putting time into something. It's hard for me to, root against them. I don't know Terry the same way. Maybe Terry feels a similar thing about Simic Ritual, but I do think, like you mentioned, I think Simic Ritual, its biggest test in my mind is how do we make this Just Guy Blink matchup a bit better? Right. There are elements of it that are very good. There are elements that are very bad. And that's really what I'm most excited about with this feature match, besides some high-level magic, is just how is the Simic Ritual deck going to, make it against the Just Guy Blink deck? Because it seems to me like its biggest obstacle in the moment.
Well, yeah, it's also going to be like the hot topic, right? We always thought of Blink decks was going to be like, the Esper or the black-white deck, but not in this case. I do want to talk about that, that literally turn 1 play there that we saw. We saw the turn 1 Ragavan, Vinny on the play. Great. Almost the best thing we want is to start off with Ragavan. We start over on Terry's side with a Surveil land. So we know that Ragavan's going to connect. How do you work out your surveys? Are you surveying something you don't want them to have? Are you surveying something that you don't mind? Or if that was, say, a 2 or 3 drop, would you put it in the bin?
Well, it depends a lot. If your deck has graveyard synergies, that might move the needle, right? But assuming you're a typical deck, when there's a Ragavan, you just want to leave a card on top that you think will not be very helpful, right? Theoretically, your opponent could love you and not attack or whatever, but that's not really where you want to be. If you have a bad card on top, that's something that It's like pretty like not good for you to see. Obviously, you want to embed it, but the too long didn't read is you just want to operate under the assumption your opponent's going to hit with Ragavan, right? And they're going to hit and they're going to, get the card. So you should just do whatever makes the most sense in that sense.
Do you ever do that? Like, would you ever crack a fetch in response to get Surveil land before the Ragavan connects?
No, I would much rather adapt my game plan to kind of see what's happening. It doesn't matter the type of deck I am as well, right? Like Terry's deck here is a lot of 2 and 3 drops. So there's a lot of things that Ragavan could play. There's also a lot of counter spells and permission. So it might not be like the end of the world, right? If I was playing maybe the Mirror or another like a deck like Prowess, maybe I'd feel a little different.
You see there's counter magic, but we were able to get a turn 2 Teferi on the board. That's another Oculus. So now 1 Oculus has been put to the hand, 2 have been exiled from this Ragavan, and we're just going to pass the turn back. A big uphill for Terry to get back into this matchup, but not nothing that Buffin Ritual probably couldn't do. The value of that card we know is extremely high.
Yeah, the Eyeball was the card that I was planning to talk to you about. When you asked me, how does Terry win this game? I was going to, talk about the big eye in the sky. And losing 2 to exile is not game over, but it does just mean, essentially Vinny kind of killed, quote unquote, 2 of them, right? And obviously, didn't have to do anything for it, just got some treasures along the way. But the other big thing I was going to mention is we're going to need to fight over this Teferi 3. Teferi 3 is such a powerful card because so much of the Simic deck's value, right, is I get on board and I interact with you and I kind of pull ahead eventually. Well, when Teferi 3 is in play, that is a really, really hard task. And that's the other thing this deck needs to kind of solve with time is how do I beat Teferi 3? Because Teferi 3 is all very good against your abhorrent Oculus.
Why do you think we're seeing so many Teferis coming back into the format now? Why are we sort of steering back towards it? For a long time we stopped playing them.
Yeah, I mean a big part of this is Quantum Riddler, right? Like this, it's a nice answer to Riddler. It's a nice answer to like the Gorios type stuff. Ooh, Harbinger of the Seas. I don't think it's going to get played, but there's the timeline where Terry maybe has double, dual land, and you think about it. Obviously, Terry's deck's built with it in mind, but either way, so here comes Fable. It's just the metagame kind of shifting, right? And like Teferi is pretty good against a couple of the decks right now, but Quantum Riddler unsummoning in the Mirror, it's a great way to get ahead. It weirdly has some text versus Belcher because they use a lot of counter spells and suspend stuff. So it is just sort of a card that is, pretty frustrating for a lot of decks, and we finally have a fair engine to back it up.
It's really good. It's good against the Terry's deck here, this Simic Ritual deck, because obviously we've got things like Flare Denials, Force Negation, Subtleties, Ice Fangs, Nicottles, Endurances, so many cards that we want to be playing instant speed and gaining value from them when we do use them, and that completely got shut down on turn 2. Again, kind of showing this the power of Ragavan that we all know and love and know how good this card could be, but this is really like escalating if you can follow it over turn 2 to Teferi on the play.
Yep. And don't even forget, Shardless Agent doesn't work into it well. You cannot cascade, and that's one of our good ways to find the ritual pretty consistently. And, Terry's trying to do stuff here, and we've had these oracles, but part of this, like, classic Ragavan mixture from Vinny's side is, hey, I've got a lot of removal to back up these things, And so now we're in a really interesting position here where, Terry has the Oculus, but only 3 cards in graveyard.
Well, we can fetch to fit. We got double fetch. We can fit 4 and 5 in there. Would you attack the Teferi here, hoping that the token blocks?
Well,
and then get the 6 or
the Whirling Oracle. So that would be an illegal play. So I would not. Nice try, Will Hall.
So it doesn't have haste. So this card's rubbish. Jeez.
Yeah. Well, if it was designed these days, it would.
If it was an MH3, we would.
Okay, and this play makes. We're bouncing the treasure. I thought we were bouncing Teferi. I mean, we bounced the goblin.
We can counter it on the way back down, right?
Yeah, there's just a flare in Terry's hand. So I thought the idea was bounce Teferi, flare Teferi, obviously get hit by the Ragavan, and then slam Oculus, hopefully with a counterspell back up, and just hope to kind of go the distance. Now, we actually know Vinny has another Teferi in hand, so even if this one got answered, Vinny could play it again as long as there's untapped land. But
Flagian hand.
Yeah, Flagian hand with Fable, a very powerful synergy. Just put it straight in the graveyard and skip that first cast. Sometimes you do want the first cast. Lots of times you're happy just to get it on board and stay on board. And this is the other sort of, the final nail in how will Simic Ritual solve these problems. And that's, resolve Flage. This deck is pretty good at keeping Flage from resolving, but once it does resolve, it is really hard to answer it. It was to the point where I was actually talking to a friend last night about this deck, and I was like, man, maybe we just need to play Path. You know, like maybe we have to like go into other colors if we're gonna like actually beat a Flage. But it's like if this thing sticks, it is so strong. Whoever made this card was not thinking clearly.
Idiot, I would say. Idiot. Like, you know,
Idiot, yeah.
Do they even know Magic? That's what I would have said.
It probably could have been 2 mana though, to be fair. As we are gonna see some cards played here.
We're gonna follow up with a Riddler. Obviously, we're gonna use our treasure token plus this. So just go a card deeper, just for the extra value. Why not?
Yeah, I like that Vinny unsleeves it real quick to make sure I remember on the warp. That's probably a really helpful trick when you're playing standard. So for everyone who's playing VV Mirrors, that's a good one to take away from this feature match as Terry picks up the cards. And yeah, I mean, listen, this is the hard obstacle for a lot of decks. When there is a really popular, like mid-rangey type deck that's also really good, your deck might be good versus a lot of the field. But if you struggle against these kind of decks, these are very popular, even when they're not great. Right? Well, like just think back on your Magic career, right? As we pull up this deck list here, people love to play these Jeskai Blink essential decks. And so when your matchup's hard against them, it becomes a real challenge to register a deck and sort of a thing we need to overcome. And what do we have in the sideboard, Will, to maybe overcome said problems?
I was about to ask you exactly the same thing. I'm looking at it. We've got the Abrazo, we've got some Consigns and Endurance, Force of Vigors, Harbinger of the Sea, Mystical Disputes, and the Stern Scolding. That's like... We've got Harbingers in the main. When they're good, they're good. When they're not good, they're not good. In the face of endings, and the fact that we've seen multiple of them means that we'll be able to Vinny can fetch around and get the basics. So that's good. I don't know if that's going to be the plan we want. Consigns, is that good to stop any triggers? You know, Vinny's doing the same thing. I don't really like that either. It's not, you're stopping a trigger, not the card itself. Endurance, I guess I'll bring that in because I know it's a Flage deck. It's half decent. We saw the Fable, but realistically nothing else. I don't think we want Forces. Mystical Dispute. There are some blue cards on the other side. Is there, you know, it's maybe it would help us stop a Teferi coming down or a Riddler, but I wouldn't mind maybe some of them. Worst case scenario, we can hard cast it for free and potentially try and gain some tempo that way. And then what do you think on Stern Scoldings?
I don't think I'm down for Scolding. I mean, Scolding hits Solitude and Ragavan, so I get the idea for it, especially on the play. Being able to fight over a resolved Ragavan can be really important. The cards I know I really want are Endurance and Brazen Borrower. Those two answer Flage, play well into Teferi, as it's something you can do in response, forcing the Teferi to minus in the case of Endurance or Borrower. But you can also unsummon a Teferi with Brazen Borrower's Petty Theft mode along with the Flage. So I really like those cards. I'm pretty interested in having some Mystical Disputes. And then everything else I could, you know, sort of take it or leave it. I guess like Stern Scolding in my mind is a card more for prowessy stuff, and maybe it's good enough here. Your Dismembers are weirdly either really good or really bad in this matchup, right? And that's sort of the awkwardness, and the same for Stern Scolding. It's like if you Scolding a Solitude or a Ragavan, you know, or a Felia, that kind of stuff, you're very, very happy, you know. But Flage, Quantum Riddler, those cards, it's really awkward with Stern Scolding. And so I'm going to be interested to see how Terry navigates this, because I think this is the big puzzle. Terry, a Fibblethip believer, has two in the deck. Probably the first card's cut. Let's take a look at Vinny's deck.
I was about to say, do we have the other deck list to have a look at? If we do, let's get that up on the list and see what the champ had. Looking at this deck list, we've got some Ashiok's, Force of Vigors, Ghost Vacuums, Mystical Disputes, Charmors, Subtleties, and Surgical Extractions, plus some Wrath of the Skies. What do you like here?
Yeah, Mystical Dispute seems great. I mean, often if my opponent has Mystical Dispute, I want Mystical Dispute, right? That's kind of like a rule of thumb I have. And Subtlety is a pretty good card to have. Once again, the Horned Oculus is one of the few threats you actually care about from the Simic Ritual side, as Vinny here. So having Subtlety in order to stop the eyeball from coming down seems good. And, you know, you've got a couple cards that are kind of medium, like your March with the Red Lights are pretty good. So I could see maybe cutting one of them, you know, but it's not like the end of the world. You could cut on a Fable if you wanted to. You could cut on Ragavans because you're on the draw. A lot of X1s that come down pretty quickly. So a lot of different ways Vinny could go. My guess is it's probably like, you know, down a 2-3 Ragavans, up those cards, maybe down a kill spell to up for a better one and call it a day.
All right, well, let's see if you're right. Let's get down to our match. I think the players are just finishing up sideboarding. I think Vinny's going to be keeping the opening 7. Terry's going to be taking the mulling down to 6, but we'll be on the play in game number 2 here. So it doesn't, well, hopefully doesn't have to worry about another turn 2 of Fairy coming down. Let's have a look what we've got in there. See, there's a Force in there. See some, I think that's an Oculus. I think that's also a Harbinger in there. Might maybe 2 land, 3 land. All right, well, likes it. We're going to keep it. And we're going to be off to the races here in game number 2, round number 1 of 8 that we're bringing you today on the NRG.
Both Terry, with the Harbinger of the season, the deck still. This was something you had mentioned before. When it's good, it's good. When it's bad, it's tough. I was curious to see how many, and we don't know exactly how many Terry has here. I'm trying to get an eyeball as we're looking through the deck. Thank goodness it took forever to find that, so I got a good look at what's in our deck now. But it is a card that, like, I wonder if it even should be in our deck. You know what I mean? Like, our opponent is very, like, well-versed in Modern, right? And also, if you don't know that, right, like maybe you haven't paid attention to the RC, life's been busy. If you're not someone who's like really well known for something, you get the round 1 feature, you got to assume, right? You're just like, something's up here. So you got to assume your opponent knows what's up, and they're just going to fetch around it, right? Or have like a kill spell for it. So this is my issue with this sort of thing when your deck, you know, has the ability to play around it, is you often actually get not a lot from it. Obviously, it can, you know, spike a game, right? If your opponent doesn't respect it, they just lose. But it's a kind of a tall ask here. I'm curious to see kind of, does Vinny, like, you know, fetch or surveil this turn and then get like a basic planes next turn?
Yeah,
right?
that's why I want to be interesting. Like, how is he going to play around it? Can he play around it with his hand? Because obviously your hand decides realistically if you can play around it. And a player at his level, you imagine he will. But we'll find out with this surveil on the stack. Doesn't want another fetch land, so that's going to go into the graveyard. Draws the turn. I think it was a Riddler. And yeah, just going to pass the turn, leave 2 mana up. But that could be numerous different things in this list.
Yeah, this could be a dog. It could be, you know, more interaction.
I think we found a Flare Denial for the turn. There's the
Brazen Borrower.
Brazen Borrower that you spoke about.
No,
I like that as a one of.
Yeah, it's a really nice one of, right? I mean, like, just 3/1 flyer is actually pretty reasonable. Yeah, you see Vinny tanking here. I think part of this is, which basic do I want to fetch? Or do I even want to play around it too? Like you mentioned, you know, Vinny might not be able to. Also, Vinny might think the same thing we're talking about, right? Is Terry going to leave in Harbinger of the Seas? If Terry was going to leave in Harbinger of the Seas, is a 2-lander Harbinger hand something that Terry might find, you know, enticing enough? Do I want to use my mana, or can I even use my mana in a way I'm happy about?
And we are going to go fetch up that basic. Terry did miss the 3rd land drop. I did see in Vinny's hand Wrath of the Skies. So they did come in, or at least some number of them have come in, which I quite like. If you can do it for free, it hits basically everything in the deck. Or if you kind of worry about, doesn't hit the subtlety, but let's have a little look what else we're going to do. End of turn, nothing, just fetching the basic and go. Then we're going to shock in the Steam Vents. That's going to give us free mana. We know about Flare Denials. Here comes a Force, a Fable the Mirror Breaker on the stack. Do you have a Force Negation if you want to use that?
Force Negation, pitch Harbinger of the Seas seems pretty reasonable to me. You don't even have a green land yet, and so your Harbinger might lock you out of the game.
Might be the Brazen Borrower that's getting ditched here, but it looks like it's been brought to the front of the grip.
Looks like Terry said, I'm going to definitely do this. I just got to figure out what's going in. Shardless Agent's the answer.
Okay. Seems like it'd be one of our better cards being able to get us to, you know, almost double spell this turn. Surveil land off the top is at least a land, but it's not the one we wanted. I think that's an Ice Fang I can see. Deciding if we want that on top, we don't. That's going to go into the bin. Go in combat, turn them sideways, dropping down to Vinny down to 13, and just pass the turn.
I like this attack with both. Don't worry about Ragavan. It's probably out on the draw. And, you know, if it is here, then it's probably not the end of the world if Ragavan gets dashed.
Well, we've got Flare Denials if needs be. Here comes a Flage on the stack. Are we happy for that tap? We do. We'll take the free life gain and get out one of these oracles. Mountain Pass. Yeah, this Harbinger is not looking good right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is the awkward part, right? Like, if you get it down and they don't have basics, it's great, but now it doesn't do anything. And, you know, I get maybe if you don't have enough sideboard cards, you want to do something like that, but sometimes you just got to, you know, be willing to take away your free wins or have them in your deck and be willing to pitch them to Force Negation, like once your opponent shows up basic. Because once there's a Plains, that means Teferi can come down, right? Like, Plains plus the Harbinger means you have always Azorius mana. So,
ooh, you see what we hit there? First card on top was a Oculus. Did see the ritual come down this turn, move to end step. It resolved 7. Look at them. We can upgrade this 2-drop to a 3-drop. And we can do. I saw that was an Oculus on top. I saw.
I think that was subtlety.
I say maybe it was a subtlety then.
Yeah, it was Sick into Stupor, actually. Now I'm thinking about it, like the art. But yeah, it was not Oculus. I think the full art nature might have tricked you on the birthing ritual a little too. That was quickly after.
Those old tricky alternate arts. Look, I've had a couple months off, all right?
It's all good.
I'll shake off this dust in a minute. It'll all be good.
So this right here is exactly the awkward part. So Vinny is playing around the card Mystical Dispute right now. That's why Vinny isn't slamming the Teferi. But even if we play around it just for a turn, yeah, and look, we have this Flage that we can still cast.
Okay. We do have Endurance in hand. So we don't actually have to worry about them coming back too much. And we know it's kind of scary, especially with an Arena of Glory in there and it's just missing one card type. We find a land for ourselves.
I think this was actually very good that Vinny killed our Harbinger of the Seas. I think it was going to lock us out of playing this card we need to play in Endurance. And we had no green card, so we had to draw it.
Is there a line where we would just hold this up? Are we doing this now so we've got something for the birthing ritual end of turn?
It's the birthing ritual, I think, is the big tiebreaker. Also, Vinny didn't leave up any blue mana. A little bit of a mistap, I think. Maybe, needed to represent double red for some reason. We're just trying to do something, but
Fearful Fip. Draw 2 cards. Do it.
I'll give it to you here that I like this. Double check, make sure. Don't get got. I've definitely been got before in situations like this. But yeah, 2 cards. I mean, you got Flare Denial. If, Vinny tries to play Teferi, this is going to feel pretty good.
Ooh, we drew a subtlety off that as well.
That's good.
We are going to flare this. Get that doggo out of here. Okay, so at the minute, it's going all right for Terry. We're not being able to apply pressure, but we are kind of being able to stall a lot of what Vinny's trying to do.
Yeah, and this is the big thing, was making sure a card like Riddler didn't come down.
Oh, did we draw that ephemerate off the draw for?
I think it was the draw for turn, but yeah, it was one of our more recent cards, I think. And this is a big yikes moment here. And this is kind of the awkward part of fighting over Dog. Is Dog enables cards like Riddler, but obviously the Riddler is a threat on its own. So a little bit of an awkward situation here, and I don't think we have an answer to this Teferi.
I thought we had a subtlety in hand. We do not have blue.
Oh, we do have the subtlety. Excuse me. Yes, but
we don't have a blue card by the looks of it. Otherwise, I probably would have slammed it on the Riddler.
Well, you have Brazen Borrower in hand from turn 1.
Oh, we do.
But you can Brazen Borrower the Teferi, but this is where it's all starting to turn sideways, right?
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna let it resolve. What's the reasoning behind that? What's the pros and cons?
If you subtlety the Teferi, it's going to go on top. You're down 2 pieces of material, right? And it's just not a good position to be in. The Teferi is almost assuredly going to bounce your ritual, so it's going to be low health, right? So you can fight over it later. But it is just you subtlety it. Vinny puts it on top, draw it again, and just going to play it again. So you're not really getting anywhere, right? Or at least this way, you're okay, it hits the board, and then I'll present creatures to fight over it.
I think that's a really interesting point, a nice talking point. You're valuing resources because the game's going to go up. But we're not. This isn't the dual end of this next turn or two. So we're valuing the extra cards in our hand, the extra resources that we will need to battle out from underneath this, opposed to kind of just stalling the time walking ourselves a bit, but giving us minus cards for it.
Yeah, if you had a card like Abhorrent Oculus in play that was going to get bounced, that's expensive and hard to replay, then I like subtletying a lot more, right? Because even though it's going to come back, you get a turn cycle with the Oculus, right? There's just more commitment to it. This is just, you're kind of forced in here.
Kind of forced off the top of that Oracle. Not exactly what we want right now in the face of this Teferi. No, Teferi stack means that we can only play things at sorcery speed. We're going to go Ritual as well. Get the nod from Vinny. That's going to resolve. We're going to move to our end step. Look at the top 7. There's definitely an Oculus in this.
Yeah, as silly as it sounds, I kind of wish Terry had Brazen Borrower and just cast Brazen Borrower for the turn. You know what I mean? We had 5 mana, Petty Theft, and to just play it. Get this Riddler off the board and don't allow the real thing to happen. So this is active player, non-active player. So Terry goes first. Apnap.
That was an Endurance, I think.
Yep. That's a nice one to have under there.
Did we miss our draw for the turn? Or did we draw 2 and I missed it?
Yeah, I'm not exactly. Okay,
yeah.
They did miss it. I was going to say, sometimes players, they just pick 2 really quick.
Normally you only draw one card in your upkeep, right? And it was obviously because of the Riddler and the Ephemerate triggers, so that's where we're in. But it's fine.
Yeah. We won't lose any sleep over this. The big thing to note, though, is Vinny has Wrath of the Skies in hand. And with a Take Up Teferi, that means we have it at instant speed.
Oh, no. You're right. Oh, I forgot about that. This is painful.
Oh, interesting. Does Vinny have some card that maybe fights over Brazen Borrower?
But it might even just be an Ephemerate, right? We could flicker it out.
I think that might be the case. Yeah. But also from Vinny's point of view, it's like, do I even need to do that here? You know?
I'm going big here. While that's a fairy sticking around, and I can tick it up again. I almost take a turn off. The 2/2 can't attack, right? Oh no, it can, yeah, because we're back.
Yeah, it was last turn. Yep.
That's how that works.
There we go. Vinny's leaving blue mana behind this time.
Tap like this. Wrath of the Skies for free. Free energy. Imagine we're going to use that free energy to completely one-side the board. We do. Absolute backbreaking here for Terry. Now has to try and rebuild again. Of course, had that Force Negation in hand. Couldn't play it because Teferi was on the board.
Yeah, and this is where things get very awkward. If Teferi isn't on board, you can see how this deck runs away with the game, right? You got this Oculus. It's big. I fought through the Flasia a little bit, right? But
play the Blazing Burrow. But we know there's a Riddler in hand, which would be a very good blocker for it. We're going to go Surveilling first. Then we're going to tick up this Teferi. Free mana. Oh, no. We got Flage plus.
No, I think we just have a Quantum Riddler for 5. Paying for the old-fashioned way, it looks like to me.
Draw another card. We've seen this Riddler a few times so far this weekend, in Standard and in Modern. I think it's all right, mate. I think this might stick around for a little while.
It's really, really good. It's actually a thing that, it like calls to in the Simic Ritual deck too, right? Because you can warp it and then sack it to the Ritual as well, and you can technically go up the chain to it as well. And you got a lot of Coatls and things like this, Fibblethip draw cards, so... But yeah, Quantum Riddler is very, very good. I mentioned this yesterday on coverage. This is my go-to talking point on this one. Cards that ask you very little of them in order to be powerful. Just play Magic, spend your spells. Those are ones I'm often really, really interested in, and Quantum Riddler is the new de facto example of that. Hey, man, cast your cards. If you do, I'll give you more cards. What do I want to do every game, Will? Cast my cards. This is great.
So I see a Wrath of the Skies in hand and a Flage. I think we've got enough to play Flage and bring it back with haste if you want to, because of that Arena of Glory. Or do you want to just tick up Teferi here, do another Wrath, and then untap and try and close out the game that way?
Yeah.
5 mana. It is going to be Wrath of the Skies for free. One side, Wrath again. That's 2 now Terry's been on the receiving end of. 3 mana left, which is just enough for a Flage if we want to go that route. First, we're going to get some combat damage in, though. Drop down to 13. And then it's going to be a Fable the Mindbreaker, because then I guess we get to hide the fact that this Flage is in our hand and maybe get that surprise 12 damage next turn.
Yeah, and that's a really powerful line whenever you get to just kind of make your opponent think that, this game is going to keep going for a lot of turns, et cetera, set up a board, then play Flage, and even if it's just killing stuff, right, and attacking for 6, that's such a huge swing if it all resolves that it's really, really devastating. With a card like Teferi, it is going to resolve.
Right, well, if anything gets back into it, we're going to hope it's the namesake card of the deck, Birthing Ritual. Look at the top 7. Don't see anything too fancy here.
I don't think there's anything that can really get us out of here. Abhorrent Oculus, for example, is pretty nice, but Flage just double shoots it. Yeah, you grab this. It's a death. This makes sense. Like, okay, force the Teferi to minus. I can block your Riddler. We know there's a Flage, but
yeah, this is going to be lethal this turn. Completely tapped out. Nothing they can do, especially not in the face of Teferi. We drew a Solitude for the turn, but we don't need that. We can discard 2 cards. One of them is going to be Flage. Draw 2 more, looks at the life total, and then says, cheers, that's enough for me. And we're going to see Vinny, our champion, the North American RC champion, taking this down and starting his NRG 10K off nice and easy round number 1 with that victory, which is really good. He's basically been undefeated for almost 2 weeks now. Is anyone going to be able to knock him off that? We're going to go into our backup feature match, though, by the looks of it.
Yeah, Vinny also won yesterday's event while we're setting up that backup feature. So, like the team event going for the back-to-backs today. Already got the NRG champs invite, as everyone who wins the tournament yesterday and today will get one. And let's head on down because I can't wait to get to see more modern action here.
Well, don't blink because you might miss this. We've got Is It Prowess versus Belcher, two of the fastest decks in Modern right now. And we can see Is It Prowess on the play. Tell me what makes both of these decks, like as in real quick, why are these two of the quickest decks in Modern right now?
Well, yeah, it's funny to call Belcher a quick deck. It can only win on turn 4 at the soonest, but turn 4 is quick. It is just trying to set up a, Goblin Char Belcher plus activate thanks to Lotus Bloom. Is it Prowess? It's a classic Prowess deck. You've got a lot of cheap creatures and then, lots of little spells to trigger Prowess. This deck really, Corey Steelcutter was the thing that came out most recently that helped put it over the line. The next card behind that was sort of Slickshot Show Off, which has been a kind of all-star in the red decks. This matchup can be very challenging for Tameshi Belcher. Not only, is the opponent's deck like a turn or two quicker, they have good interaction for the matchup, right? Like post board, there's some cards that can be pretty frustrating. And all of your lands that enter untapped deal you 3 damage from the Tameshi Belcher side. So getting attacked, very quickly and having left under pressure is something that is pretty challenging in this deck.
I'm looking through the deck list here. There's a step through in this list for the Belcher side. When was the last time you saw that?
The other day when I was talking to a Belcher player and coaching. There's a couple wizards in the deck, right? Like Tameshi, Harbinger of the Seas post board. Some people play the wizard land. So wizard cycling for 2 is actually just like find one of your combo pieces or find a sideboard card or find a land. That's like kind of the idea.
Okay, I mean we are playing the, am I going to pronounce this right? Umra Wizard, which is one of the spell lands that is out there. So I guess we can cycle, try and hit a land drop that way if needs be. I was looking for the main deck interaction that could happen in this match. We've got a Stern Scolding, we've got 2 Spell Snares, and we've got 2 Into the Floodmoor, 4 Force Negations, 4 Disruption Shoals, 2 straight up counter spells, and we've got 2 Beyond Veil, which is the one that gives creatures -2. I don't think this is going to be great in this matchup, as we're not really going wide. We're going one-shot kill type bit territory. And then a Strixonate, so we can turn a artifact creature or planeswalk if needs to be into a 2/2 bird, but more importantly, would not have the keyword prowess.
Yeah, it's not good. Here's the short and the skinny of it. At least how I view it. In my opinion, Is It Prowess's best feature is that it is a fast, efficient deck and essentially a combo deck in a lot of ways, and beats all the other combo decks except for Titan. We don't talk about that. They can't really beat Titan. But against like kind of the normal Magic-y decks, this deck has enough interaction that it can actually kind of trip the opponent up and is faster or as fast as them a lot of the time. And then has all these kind of card draw spells to fight the fair fights in hopes to, beat those decks. And so this matchup where your opponent can only kill in turn 4 gives you a lot of time to kind of set up and kill them. As we see like Violent Urge in hand, for example, here for Samuel Clayton, who does have Delirium if we pop this Mishra's Bauble.
Well, this is 13 right now, damage on the stack.
Yeah. This could be lethal.
So I think they're going to let him. So I believe they're going to drop down to 2 here.
Yep.
When everything's said and done.
Yep. And we have a Lightning Bolt in hand. You do it on the upkeep of George that we don't get force negation, then you call it a day.
We'll draw off our bauble first and then Lightning Bolt you. Yep, cool. All right, nice. You're not even allowed to play your 3rd land. I told you it was going to be a quick one.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about, right? Like, this is so fast. Like, like, for example, Amulet Titan would have had a very similar matchup if they don't have, like, a turn 2 kill or something like an Arboreal Grazer to get in the way. And so this is why you play Prowess. That sort of game is the important part here. As we're going to quickly take a look at these sideboards.
What do you like? How can we shore this up? Obviously, we know that this is a bad matchup, so we'll imagine we're going to have some sort of sideboard plan towards it. What in this deck? Nope, we just accept it? Cool.
Yeah, you got some engineered explosives. They might be good enough. They're not really good enough. Let's just accept fate. You can Tameshi them, but you're just kind of dead in this matchup. And that's okay. This is something that players have to be okay with. It. Sometimes the matchup is just not very good. So your engineered explosives can sometimes be good. Your Flusterstorm can sometimes be good. In reality, this matchup is just awful. You start the game at 14. Worst case scenario, they're a bad burn deck. That's like their bad draws. It's just a hard matchup, and that's okay. You just hope other people beat Is It Prowess when you choose to play Tameshi Belcher.
Would you bringing an island in this to have a land that comes to play untapped that doesn't cost you life?
No,
No?
because it's one card, and that card's basically just there for like White Orchid Phantom, Ghost Quarter type stuff. That way, you know, Boseiju, when they go to blow up your lands and you're trying to Stone Rain you have one turn to kind of get them and hope to like kind of play on curve. So if you draw the one island and play it, you know, it needs to be on turn 4, right, to kind of be the Belcher and then activate. That would be very powerful, but it would also kind of equate to Healing Salve, right? Like when you think about what its functionality is. But then also, if it's not in your hand and you Belcher and you don't hit it, and you do hit it, then you might not kill your opponent, right? So it needs to be like your 20th card down. Probably in reality, more like your 15th card down, right? That deck's going to fetch shock themselves pretty aggressively. It's got Pain Lands, but you know, I think that like it's just not going to equate to there. And lots of times when you have this card in your deck, you're expecting your opponent to blow up the land, so it's almost like it's a non-factor that, you know, island will be in your deck when you activate Belcher.
And last question, then I want to know about Surgical and Torment's Crypt, because the Delirium is a thing in this deck. There are lava darts floating around, etc. Is there any call for them, or are we just straight up going that, or doing my game plan?
I refuse to humor Surgical Extraction against any sort of fair or something like this deck.
Sideboarding card ever.
Put us back into the feature match area. Give me some more Magic. I refuse to talk about no, but you know, jokes aside, it's one of those things where, you know, as we look over here at the sideboard, yeah, there's Delirium, but if you're bringing in your Surgical Extractions, you know, someone at home, this is going to kind of trip you up. And Will's asking you this question so you can, you know, hopefully learn from this here, and it's just not going to work, right? Like you could Surgical the dart. Yeah, exactly. That's why we pay Will, you know, $5 a day. But you know,
those
questions.
I get
that's a lot. That's a lot, and
that is a lot. For especially
you're welcome, buddy.
Humble over here.
No, but you know, Surgical Extraction. I didn't mean to out you as money bags. That's on me. I'll take ownership of that.
Splash in the cash. All right, let's look at this Is It Paradise deck. Was able to take down the game plan. Looks solid. Game 1. Is there anything in the board that I'd want to bring in that can make really get me over the edge here? I'm seeing some cheaper interaction. Let's say.
Yeah, I mean, Consigned is a way to stop the Belcher combo from, the Belcher. You can also kind of hit the suspend of the Lotus Bloom. So you can, you know, stop that a little bit. And then Spell Pierce, right? They're non-creature combo deck. But for the most part, you don't want to sideboard a lot with this deck. What I like to tell people is if you're going over like 4.5 cards in sideboarding with this deck, you're probably doing it wrong. There. This is a deck that needs a lot of its pieces together. You do not want to be doing a lot of like 10 cards in every matchup. Those are the exceptions. And so here, just sort of, hey, I've got a couple interactive spells. I've got a lot of pressure. I'm going to change out some of these kind of medium pressure cards to have these kind of good interactive cards. Call it a day. Thumbs up. Let's head to the feature match area.
What about that Surgical Extraction?
What are you going to Surgical? They're dead on turn 3.
I don't know, whatever you counter with Spell Snare, obviously. I don't know what you'd even counter, but cool. If we're ready, let's get down to that feature match. Let's see how game 2 is going to pan out in our backup feature match. Round number 1, remember, ladies and gentlemen, 162 players, 8 rounds before we cut to that top 8. $10,000 on the line, plus an invite to the end of year championships, which in itself is a 24-player invite only. $35,000 on the line for that, and a Pro Tour invite. I have a little mulligan here over on Georgia's side. Going to go down to 6. How does this deck particularly mulligan? Does it mulligan well for a combo deck?
Yeah, it can mulligan totally fine.
Is this killing you that the spell lands aren't getting switched over?
George is lucky then the time shifted match.
I was about to say, and it's recorded, so you can't do anything about
it. George is lucky it's in the old time shifted match. Otherwise, I'd be telling them to flip the lands.
Right, point of damage is going to go from this Swift Spear down to 19. We're going to draw for the turn.
The beauty of Magic having no designated zones like, you know, other games means that we get to do a lot of cool and awesome things. It also means our cards need to be represented the way they are. That's where we're going to see another land tapped.
Talk to me about your opinion on lands in front of spells.
Coverage rules state that it is illegal. And so here on the NRG series, we follow the rules. I think that basically it's just like having some uniformity when it comes to coverage for newer players.
In
the format. I mean, I think even just people less invested, right? Like it can just be harder to parse when all the things are different spots. And that's my big argument against these lands in this spot is, you know, Modern's a complex format. I get the players understand what's happening, you know, but this is just looks like why are there 2 spells in play? why is one spell tapped and the other spell untapped, especially when they're not creatures. When they're creatures, it even looks weirder. Lands do get blown up. Meanwhile, George here is dying. Sorry, George, for this. It's a rough feature match, my friend.
Going to be taking 4 points of damage because obviously Preordain was cast. We then trigger the prowess. That's going to be 4 damage coming across from both of these Swiss spears now. But if we're only taking 4 for the next couple of turns, there's a chance we might be able to get there. But chances in quotes and really hoping. Who was it who used to play the lands, the cards upside down? Sorry to go. I just want to go about that quickly. I can't remember. Adrian Sullivan, something like that.
I don't remember.
Old school pro used to do it. I
remember someone used to do it. It was, I think, dumb.
Whoa! Just say how you see it.
Yeah, I'm just we want me to be honest here in the booth, right? And what is going on in Samuel Clayton's hand? It must be a consign to memory if you're willing to kind of not do anything this turn, as you are going into the Goblin Charbelcher turn.
We have to just nod and say, "Yep, that resolves." Gonna go for 0 Whirler. Only one card in the deck we can find. It is going to be that Lotus Bloom, so it is now going to be in play. That gives us up to 6 mana for next turn. If we have a land drop that is untapped, and I'm trying to think if there's anything crazy that could deal 7 damage in one go here. Double Lightning Bolt wouldn't do it, and there's no Lava Dart in the bin.
Well, yeah, it's just consign, right? Like it has to be consigned from Samuel, or you lose.
And then what we got to stop that disrupting shoal, maybe, but.
Yeah, Shoal for 1. It is one of the harder mana values to enable here, but you also can just replicate it with the 2 mana up.
Mm-hmm. What is Adrian Sullivan? Check me out. Well, we're going to crack it. We could also go to the Tameshi line here, which would be quite sweet because then I can get you to talk about it. And the fact that we're doing it this way, that is a Tameshi. So I'm going to ask you to talk me through the Tameshi line and how this now generates us value.
So and we're going to see it get bolted here. Good spot here. So basically, Tameshi has a line of text that says you can return an artifact from your graveyard. I don't actually. Yeah, you do a draw card. Excuse me. It's whenever this thing returns. So you can return something from your graveyard by paying X. Lotus Bloom has 0 mana, so X gets to be 0. Then it comes back, and now you have this. So in theory, with your white mana, you sort of make infinite, or really in reality, it's 3 times the number of lands you have. Then you can do things like cast, your Charbelcher activate with counter backup, et cetera, et cetera. It's a really weird sort of interaction, but the too long didn't read is all of your lands, turn into Black Lotus because you can bounce them and replay the Lotus and make 3 mana on each iteration of it.
We've also got a land drop for the turn if needs be. But are we trying to set up a line where we've got enough mana that we can counter any sort of interaction? Because we've tapped out for that Lightning Bolt. So now we know there's only 1 blue mana, so going to be 1 consign. If we've got a Sink to Stupor, if we can get it to the point where we can get to 10 mana, we can then go 4 for the Belcher, 3 to activate it, and 3 for the Stupor.
Okay, so this is Tezzeret the Seeker here. This is a really clever way to get a Goblin Charbelcher into play that gets through consign, right? Because Tezzeret, you minus or search your deck for an artifact. This will make things a little bit more difficult. I don't know the exact mana that we have, but I'm pretty sure that the answer was exactly 5. So that means that this Belcher cannot be activated this turn, assuming my count is correct.
I think we've got Lethal on the crackback. I think we've got Lightning Bolt plus the Surge, which would give us 10 points of damage.
Yeah, that would be 10.
So, because it's still a die now, right? Like we literally have to kill Samuel George this turn. If you're over on Samuel's side, we're going to end the turn, Lightning Bolt you, drop you down to 7. I think we might have had to do that main phase unless we've got something else to get the prowess trigger. Well, we'll do it. That's 1 trigger. That's going to put them up to 4. Look at the top card of your deck. Go through the motions of it. You never know what we might be having to play around. There could be force negations, etc. Go to combat. Turn them sideways. 4 damage. Surge is going to be. So that's going to be double triggers. Remember, Surge gives it +1/+0 first strike until end of turn. There's the handshake. We are going to see Samuel take this down and start today off with a 1-0 victory. George, it's just rough. You know what I mean? It's just rough. You bring the deck. This is not the deck you want to be playing against. Welcome to Modern. Welcome to Magic.
Yeah, Samuel had a great run at the last RC as well, and someone who's really experienced with this deck and hits a good matchup. You're going to be pretty happy to sort of see this, and this is part of the reason, like we said at the beginning of the round, to play the Is It Prowess deck, right? You want to run into these Belchers, you want to run into these Storms, you want to just kind of make people race you And especially when they can't be faster. Belcher, at least with Storm, I can go like turn 2, sometimes you're dead, or like turn 3. Having to kill as soon as turn 4, your quickest kill being turn 4, just gives so much time for the prowess deck, even on the draw, right? That's just so many turns.
Mason, I got a question for you. Do you like the NRG series?
I love it.
Do you like Magic Online?
I like it a lot.
Okay, what if I told you if I could mix both of those together for you and bring you an amazing tournament on the screen by just scanning that QR code and it'll give you all the details?
That's right. We're partnering with Magic Online and Daybreak in order to bring you the NRG series on Magic Online. Our first event with them is next weekend, November 9th. It is Edge of Eternity Sealed, $2,500 in prizes on the line here, and an invite to NRG Champs. Champs is $35,000 in prizes, a Pro Tour invite, and a invite back to next year's Champs, which we can talk about our 2026 structure here really quick. You can go to our website or scan this QR code to get access to this. This Champs is the one that's happening December 13th and 14th here on twitch.tv or YouTube if you're watching the VOD. Make sure to follow along for that.
So next year's structure, we came out of it yesterday. So this is next year's events. How, or not how it's going to be, how kind of the basic breakdown of it's going to be. We still need to determine locations, formats, etc. But talk me through this. Break it down.
Yeah. So this is the new plan for next year, and there's a little bit of a big change. So the first big change is on the right side of your screen. Like we said before, we're partnering with Magic Online to bring you the Showdown events on there. The winner of all those events go to our end of the year champs. As you can see, 24 players invite only, $35,000 and a Pro Tour invite. Very exciting situation to be happening here in 2026 with the Magic Online events. Anyone can play those from home. Currently, it is just the United States and Canada, I believe, for our event next weekend. As for next year's structure, that will be announced soon. But just as a reminder, the Edge of Eternity's event happening November 9th, that is just United States and Canada. The in-person events, we're doing 4 of them. They're going to be big and bombastic weekends. Y'all are going to really like them. We're going to have more announcements of that soon. But you're going to notice that each of those weekends have kind of 2 big things. One, 10K team showdown into every single one of them. And those formats of the team events we're going to announce much closer to the actual event. We're still going to give you, a month or so of prep time or whatever. But we're going to try and pick formats and working with Wizards sort of, give us the optionality to pick whatever formats we want that are kind of going to be the best for you, the player, right? Let's call a spade right now. VV Cauldron Standard Mirror is not everyone's cup of tea. Ideally, in this sort of world, we would do a modern one, right? Or maybe we would do sealed, like we would do something that makes sense for you, the players. And we're trying to optimize for that. And then these individual trials, these 2.5Ks that are happening, those are also there to be for stuff like Legacy, Hopper, etc. Events and formats that players really like that don't get enough support and are maybe in a great spot right now, but don't get a lot of light shine on them. We know there are very active player bases for those sort of things. So, hey, I love Pioneer. We've seen a lot of cool decks pop out of there recently. Maybe one of them can be Pioneer. That kind of stuff is all going to get figured out as time moves forward and closer to the event. Expect more announcements on this on our social media and website in the coming weeks. But this is the general structure. We're going to get dates and stuff for you soon for the first couple of events. And it's going to be super awesome. I can't wait to see some new names enter the NRG arena and our champs, thanks to stuff like the Magic Online event. A small side note. Normally we have a leaderboard, right? And that's what we're doing. That's not going away. We still have a leaderboard for 2026. So consistent results across all of these events will get you to our Players Championship at the end of the year. So doing well, on Magic Online, but maybe not winning, and doing well in person, this is all going to accumulate towards some points. We're going to break down how that's going to work exactly for you later with the announcement of all the events, etc. So stay tuned for that. But right now, this is kind of the TikTok big picture version of it all.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see the next year and how it's going to pan out. I'm looking forward to it. If the format's healthy, that is a real good chance that we're going to end up playing it. As we're going to come back to the booth and close down round number 1 here. Because, of course, we've got a lot more to go. We've got 8 rounds of Swiss today before that top 8. We're going to look forward to see who's going to be in it. But me and Mason, we're going to be kicking off the show for the first 5. And then we'll be handing off to the other casters for the rest of it. So we're going to have to pray, have a short little break. And when we come back, we'll bring you round number 2. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NRG series. You're joining us for round number 2 here of our modern 10K. My name is Will. That is Mason. And everyone this weekend is battling out for their share of $10,000. But also on the line is an invite to our end of year Players Championship, which is a $35,000 cash prize, Pro Tour invite, and of course, 24-player invite only. This slide here, though, shows you all the players already qualified for it. Talk me through some of these big names, Mason.
I mean, Theo won our event last year. Also, you see a lot on the Pro Tour. Speaking of the Pro Tour, I mean, Pro Tour champion Andrew Ellenbogen, right over there heading out along with his friends. We saw yesterday's champions of Benjamin Vinny, who you saw in the feature match round 1, and Jack Potter, Bednar's House of Mana, all joining the line. And then, I mean, Rodney Burdell is a name you've heard for a long time. You've been on the series here watching with us, along with Cliff Boyardee and Harrison Hanford. Grayson Nimitz has been playing our events for a while now and absolutely dominating this year. It looks to have basically locked up the MVP spot. The real question is, will Grayson break the record for the all-time highest energy points in a season? So we also have Fan Chen Yang, someone who comes up, plays our events every now and again, always plays a cool deck, and always just seems to win it back here at Champs as well. And then we have a bunch of people still left to be decided here. Today's winner, the MTGO winner, and all year at large bids at the bottom of your screen are all looking pretty good as we check out our players to watch and see how some of them are doing as well. It's been a tough day in the streets for our players to watch. Every player on your screen here is live for Champs, but not in it yet.
Well, lucky for them, it's an 8-rounder. So even if you did start 0-1, we've still got 7 more rounds. They can get those points, potentially get themselves into top 8 still. It's not all doom and gloom, but Fletcher and Jess being able to do it round 1 on the the straight and narrow kind of thing keeps that. They'll be ideal, and we will see them in the end of the year. But a lot of magic will be played between now and then as we move down to our feature match for round number 2, where I pulled a few strings this round. Let's not call a spade, to quote somebody that I know. I saw Goblins 1 chat, and I was like, I want Goblins in the feature match, and we did get Goblins in the feature match. So Jack versus Matt, is it Prowess versus this Goblins combo deck? I am a avid Goblins player. I love playing. This is like I want to have a fun F&M deck. This is the deck I'll bring because I really like the synergies and being able to play and to try and pull those combos off almost out of nowhere. But I haven't seen it played yet with Birthing Ritual, which which Matt is playing in the main. So what do you think about that, Mason?
Yeah, it is a really interesting way to assemble the combos. I mean, the Goblins deck does have a couple of kind of like upside win combinations. So, using Birth Ritual to define that makes a ton of sense to me. Yeah, we're reading the Goblin here. And, Jack is someone you see a lot here in the NRG series, always plays Goblins, and we end up featuring them a good bit because of that. Because they also make some really good runs with these Goblins. I don't think has birthed the top 8 this year, but has had lots of, good finishes with the deck. And, if you keep putting up good finishes, things are going to break your way eventually. Funnily enough here, Jack gets to look at what the top card that Matt was curious about is, thanks to this fetch land.
Okay, we're going to go Surveilling. That's going to get the green source that we need. Potentially, Goblin decks normally Rakdos colors, potentially in red. There are some printed in black. The greens is purely just for Birthing Ritual here, though. So something that Matt might not know about. A lot of players might not even know half the cards in this deck, as you've seen there with the Bauble Trigger. Hold on a minute. What does that do? What am I playing against here? You might just think you're up against another, is it perhaps Mirror, something along those lines when they start off with a Scolding Tarn. But now, obviously, the jig is up, and we're going to see, I think, a turn 2 Birthing Ritual.
Potentially, yeah. Normally, you like to set those cards up and then play it, and hope to get a big jump on the 3rd turn. And it looks like that's maybe what's going on in Jack's mind here is, what am I supposed to deploy this turn? As Birthing Ritual was the answer. So hoping next turn to maybe get some huge, payoff for this here, as we're kind of shields down against this Goblins. Assuming against this Prowess deck as Goblins.
We've got quite a lot. I'm looking at all the different lists. It's playing a lot of like 2-ofs and 1-ofs. It's very hard to play 4 copies of a certain kind of deck. In fact, the only ones we are using is Snoop and the Harbinger to be enabled the actual combo, which if we get to that point, we'll talk about how that is an infinite loop. Also, we've got some Fort Seizures. That's going to be our main interaction here, besides being able to shoot things down with the experts. I'm going to be interested if Matt knows what all the cards are doing and what to be able to play around in this deck, or is he just going to ignore them and be like, I've got my game plan, it's turn everything sideways and do as much damage to you as I possibly can. And Lava Dart, that's a great one because a lot of Goblins tend to have 1 toughness.
Yeah, before the release of MH2, Prowess was actually one of the more dominant decks. Obviously, that's like 4 or 5 years ago now at this point. I guess it's 4 years ago. Either way, Prowess was one of the best decks, and Goblins was actually a fringe player in the Modern Horizons 1 metagame, just could not beat the Prowess deck. And as time has gone on, Prowess has gained a lot of tools, and Goblins, they've gained Birthing Ritual.
Yeah, they haven't gained too much, since we did get this Sling Gang, but this is one that really kind of made the deck a bit more viable, was Conspicuous Snoop. God, I can't say that 2 times quick. But, hold on, is this... If we were able to give it haste, I think we were able to get the combo. No, we need to play that one to then get the top card. That's how that works. I say this, I'm a Goblins player. I haven't played it in a Wii moment, but it's really cool to see. So we're going to go for the bounce one here. This is the Sting Scour, is it?
I believe it's Scourge, but we'll see. It doesn't really matter. Bouncing.
How does Echo work with it when you cheat it into play? I guess you don't have to pay the Echo.
Well, it says at the beginning of your upkeep, if this came under your control since the beginning of your last upkeep. Yeah, so you still have to pay.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah. That is not great, Chief.
Not value? Are we saying no value there? Not ideal?
Yeah, not what the doctor's ordering.
Bouncing the haste creature back is not what you want to be doing, but it is what it is. Maybe it's going to stump the mana here over on Matt's side. Matt's in the tank, thinking, how do you want to navigate this turn?
Nat, very close to lethal here. I mean, can play the Swift Spear, has a Lava Dart in the graveyard. If we have another Lava Dart, that's a lot of damage.
Start with a Swift Spear.
Could have Violent Urge. Would only be +1 here.
What have we got? Artifact, instant, land. Yep, only the +1. You'll fetch up a basic. Very nice basics as well, I might add. I love these basics, this range of them.
Yeah, that cycle's very good. I'm partial to the other ones, the little snowy village. I feel like they never see play because they don't have a cool dragon on them. But it's like a little village in the snow. It's very peaceful.
Lightning Bolt the blocker out the way. Get that out. So that's 1 Prowess trigger so far. So this is 4 damage coming across. Lava Dart would be another 2 plus the 1 from the dart itself. Do we have another one in hand? 4 damage, 5 damage, 6, 7 damage. Lightning Bolt would do it. A Surge would do it. How about this? That's 10 damage. Once everything's said and done, Jack's going to write it down. Sure, I'll take that. Yes, I'm going to flashback this Lava Dart. Get another 3 in. And if the math is correct, we're going to scoop him up and we're going to look at our sideboards.
Yeah.
Weird. Is it Prowess was a quick deck? We've seen it in round 1. Let's look at round number 2. We've got the sideboards. Let's get it on the screen. Let's show you all at home how potentially Jack can get back into this game. Has he got anything in his sideboard that would help him? Mason will tell you now.
Fatal Push, pretty big player in this regard. Just actually having some cheap interaction. The Prowess deck, it has Corey Steelcutter now, so it can fight through spot removal. But if it doesn't have that card, it is just a 12 creature deck, so you can buy a little bit of time. And we do have some infinite kills. And you have cards like Magus of the Moon you just need to get rid of from your main deck anyways. You have Munition Expert, your sideboard. That's another removal goblin. You can get enough pieces going. So there's enough little itty-bitty kind of synergies that together we can combine to be something here. There's probably not a ton in this matchup. We talked about this last round, actually, with the Goblin Charbelcher matchup versus Prowess. Probably a deck that Jack just has to accept is a bad matchup. And we have these Fatal Pushes and Munition Expert and have to hope that it lines up well enough. And, some percentage of the time it does.
Well, let's see if we move across and have a look at the Is It deck list and see what they've got on their board and maybe shore this up to get this 2-0 victory. What do you like in this sideboard?
Yeah, Unholy Heat's the card that really jumps to me. And the Floodmaw could also come into here. Basically all just a way to break up the combo, right? The combo is how you're losing. Jack is not going to be able to very easily grind you out with value. You can burst through thanks to cards like Slickshot Show Off and to some extent DRC, just being able to fly over all these goblins anyway. So just make sure you don't die to the combo and break up the synergies from Jack's side, and you should be pretty good at sort of getting across the finish line. You have plenty of cards you can cut from here.
So you're saying no surgical extraction? Is that just confirm no surgical extraction?
I would not want a surgical extraction here.
Okay, making sure.
Yeah, it's a weak card, and I should say this: it's incredibly powerful, but it can be incredibly weak, and it really you have to master the blade. You can't just bring it in all the time. Will, I know you want to.
Well, I have an ongoing joke. I think it's the most over-sideboarded card in Magic. I think it's way too many bringing. I could hit. Oh, if they mill that, I could hit it. There's a lot of coulds to make this. When it's good, and you're like, oh, I got your moment. I think it don't outweigh the that it's stuck in my hand doing nothing. Draws.
I have a friend whose name I won't say because this is a certifiable take, but their favorite Magic card is Surgical Extraction. And so, certifiable. That's all I got to say.
I reckon give me 5 guesses. I might be able to name that person, but it doesn't matter. It looks like the players have finished the shuffle up. Let's get down to the match.
Between rounds, I'll let you play the guessing game.
All right. I'm game.
Yeah.
So Jack was on the play that first game, wasn't able to secure the win. Are we going to be able to do it now post sideboard? Let's see, as we're going to draw our opening 7. What do we want to see in the opening 7 if we're over on the Goblin side? Because we don't have any. This isn't an Aether Vial. It's almost we're not using Aether Vials. We're using Birth and Rituals instead.
Yeah, what you're going to want to see is you probably want a card like Fatal Push in order to break up one of these early creatures, right? Once again, you want to buy some time. And then you probably want to actually have a good amount of lands. And then I imagine something like a Snoop. Like I imagine a pretty good turn for you that isn't perfect, right? Is like maybe Surveil on 1, interact on 2, play Snoop plus play another Goblin on 3. You know what I mean? Like whether it's off the top of the deck or from the hand. You're just wanting to break up the prowess deck because you need to assemble all these different pieces that are weak against the spot removal. So the game is just going to go long. And you're kind of hoping, I think, that Matt has too much, removal and not enough creatures, or is maybe a little too scared to fire off everything. So
it is interesting because Aether Vial was when it was good, it was good. When it had its time to shine, we used to see it all over Modern, and it was good in this deck for the combo element because you could out end of turn Vial in the Snoop, untap, Vial up to 3, play the Harbinger, combo off, do it that way. And your opponent almost didn't know what to play around because you were for threatening it at all times. Opposed to this, it's kind of, I'm making my mana base a little bit worse. I've got to play this 2-mana enchantment, which is face up what I'm potentially trying to do, etc. So it's a nice, interesting. I'd love to speak to Jack about it and his decision for these numbers of cards in the deck.
Yeah, I like the opinion. I like trying it just from this standpoint, which is maybe a little special to Jack here, but maybe applies to people at home in their own way. Jack just always plays goblins. Jack's going to not play goblins. Jack's going to play goblins until he quits playing Magic. So taking an event to try something you believe in the form of Birthing Ritual is just worth it, right? Because Jack's going to play goblins next week and next Modern and the next. So he's like, yeah, you know what? Aether Vial is good. And I can go back and play that. But I think Birthing Ritual might be good. There's not a lot of us goblin players. I'm going to take one for the team, for the horde, as it were. And I'm going to play some Birthing Ritual and get some data for me and my goblin homies on Discord. Because I assume there's a goblins Discord. I don't know for sure.
There's definitely a Facebook page of it. I also think I think maybe it's an older way of looking at it now, but it used to be Modern was you basically had a deck and that was it. The price point to get into it is I can't own all these decks, so I've got one deck. I'm going to learn it in and out. Nikachu stands out, doing it on Merfolk, but we'll know how to play that deck into whatever meta because there's so many extra cards that they can add to the sideboard, a main deck to tailor it. So if Jack's, a Goblin enthusiast, maybe that's what he's doing. And this weekend he's decided Birth and Ritual is going to be the way he's going to go about it.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm a big believer of this, especially once again, if you're like a one trick, right? Where there's a deck you love. Just, I always tell people when it comes to Magic Online leagues, it's a good place to do it, right? Just take a risk. What's the worst thing that happens? You burn $10. What's the best thing that happens? You find out you learn something, Also, changing one card probably isn't the difference between you 3-2ing and 5-0ing all that often. So just get some data. As Runevolt Horde Master is almost played, but we're going to go for the Stinger.
Yeah, we played the Trawler there. So the Trawlers, obviously, we see it quite a bit in some of the Esper Blink decks. That's going to do lightning bolt damage to us, dropping us down to 16. So not exactly what you want to do against the Prowess deck, but you got to do what you got to do. You don't want to be missing those land drops and then gaining a little bit of tempo. As I said, they're bouncing back that DRC. Over to Matt. Plays a land drop for the turn. What do we want to do? Do we need to set up again? Is this going to be a turn that potentially we get down, something powerful, maybe like a steel cutter? Or we're just going to try and set back up again with a DRC. DRC is what's going to come down here. Old framed art as well and in foil. Love to see it.
Yeah, it looks like Matt, at least from all the cards I can see on board and in the short game one, really a big fan of at least the Izzet colors. Got a lot of nice versions of all these cards.
That's the other thing. It's like the whole legacy Modern. You invest in one deck because you can't get them all. You're going to try and get it as fancy as you possibly can. Get that bling going. As we're going to pass the turn back to Jack. Jack now needs to build again. Can't pay the Echo cost. Yep, that's right. Echo. For everybody out there, Mason's going to remind you what that mechanic is.
He's got to pay for it again. What goes around comes around.
Then we're going to play a Goblin Lord. So this is, I said there's a lot of different lords.
Master.
Yeah, this one's one of the newer ones that came out, right? So our goblins get +1/+1, but whenever it or another goblin you control dies, exile the top card of your library. If it's a goblin creature card, you may cast that card until the end of your next turn. So if there was a removal spell here, this extra card potentially could be on Jack's side to have it again, but we're going to Lava Dart the Lord off. He finds a Birthing Ritual, not going to be able to play that one. It is not a goblin. So it's going to go straight to exile, and then we're going to go Darts with the Surveil. We don't want that into the Floodmore. That looks like that came in out the sideboard.
This is part of why this matchup was so bad, is Lava Dart just kills so many of the goblins. You just get to play the control role.
Kiki in hand, Snoop in hand, another Trawler in hand. 0 fatal pushes, which I imagine Jack must want at this point. Do we have Delirium? We've got instant, land, artifacts, no sorcery yet. Here comes a Steel Cutter. Surveil trigger again. Instant, goes to the bin.
I'm going to say you probably want to bin it since you didn't fetch no matter what really happens, you know?
Is that a slight misstep there for Matt, maybe?
Probably. I don't know for sure Matt's hand, so it's hard to know. But if your intention is to trigger Corey Steel Cutter, you probably want to fetch in every timeline first.
Okay, we're going to find a basic mountain because we've got a blue source, of course. Not too many blue cards in these decks, so 1 mana normally is sufficient enough. Follow up is going to be a Swift Spear. That's going to trigger the cut. That's going to bring us a 1/1 white prowess monk. And of course, now it's because it's got the cut attached to it. It also will have haste, so we can get in there this turn for 3 points of damage. 4 points, sorry. The Swift Spear's also got haste. How could I forget that?
Yeah. Get in there for the old, 4th of your life total. Pass the turn. Next turn, I'm threatening to kill you.
It's so scary. Watching this deck and the speed of it. Is this because there's a lack of fatal pushes in the format and everyone's kind of using like Flages as their removal and Solitudes?
A bit of that. A bit of there's a lot more like combo decks going around too. So they're we don't see a ton of Storm, for example, but I always kind of use that as the stand-in. Like you're seeing a bit of a rise in Belcher. You're seeing players sort of go to try to kill one another. You're seeing a fair amount of Tron, and that matchup can be a little dubious, but it's not the end of the world. And this deck is just really powerful. Also, it's really fun to play. And I think a lot of players got a lot of the cards because a lot of it was in standard. I mean, if you played that standard format, you were just fetch Shocks and the couple modern sideboard staples away, which was something a lot of people kind of had. Maybe you didn't have everything. You're like, oh, I have Steve Vents and the Air Mesa or two, and a Scully Torn or two. Suddenly, boom, you've got a modern deck. And it's a good modern deck, too, and one that rewards you for playing it a lot and kind of learning to play around other cards and stuff.
Jack's kind of tanking at the minute. Got Trawler as the land for the turn. Do we want to lightning bolt ourselves again? That means we would have used 6 life points just to be able to play our 2 lands untapped. I think we're doing the math now. Knows about the Lava Dart in the graveyard as well.
Knows about the dart.
We are going to shock it in, so we're going to go down to 9. Play is going to be a Goblin Matron, so we can go 2 to up a Goblin card, put that into our hand. No, it's into our hand, isn't it? Yeah, it's not on top. Put that one into hand.
All right, well, Jack's dead on board with any spell in hand for a Matt, so that's bad. That's a tough spot to be.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. Especially if we can turn Delirium on as well.
Yeah. Anything we trigger that makes prowess is lethal. Anything that we play to make Delirium is lethal.
This is a Sling Gang Lieutenant that's being found now. So this is what the MH1 card. Is it MH1? I think it was MH1.
It is.
That came out. So when it enters the battlefield, you get 2 1/1 Goblin tokens, sacrifice a Goblin, your opponent loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life. This is like the combo finisher, the last card that you'll go get when you kind of combo off with Kiki. But I think we are miles away from that and probably not going to see it because, as you mentioned, just 1 spell away. Potentially even just a creature would do it as well. How about an Unholy Heat? Trigger. Can we get the Surveil? Can we get a sorcery into our graveyard? Nope, just give me a land. That's the first spell. Remember, we might get a second trigger. Dart in the bin.
And so you have darts, so you get to fire these off, and that also triggers the Corey Steel Cutter.
So now we're going to make another token. I imagine move across the steel cutter. That's going to be enough damage. But Jack's like, yeah, go for the motions. Look, I want a feature match right now. I need, I'm getting all this time. That's the sorcery we needed as well.
Flash Fury would not be enough to save Jack here, which is kind of a crazy thing to think about. I unban a card, put it in your hand, and I power creep it, and it's not enough. As the extra agility growth, and we see the hand across. And this is, the reason to play Prowess is, very fast, very efficient. Also, we don't talk about this enough. When you run into a kind of fringier, more like decks on the outskirts of Modern, decks like it and Boros Energy really just kind of beat them into the dirt. They're like, hey, I'm brutally efficient. I have interaction. In this deck especially, it's got a lot of good interaction for non-creature spells in the sideboard and then creatures in the main deck. So it's a tough place to be.
It is what it is. Sometimes you live by the sword, you die by the sword. But this is why we have backup feature matches, and we do have one for all you beautiful people at home. So we're going to move down to that now, where I believe we've got Amulet Titan going up against Eldrazi Ramp. How do you think this one plays out?
So if you look at the data from the Pro Tour, Amulet Titan was 100% win rate versus Eldrazi, the Ramp deck. That not a very good number. Now, it was only 13 matches, and since then, basically, the data is broken down that, if you want to follow just that, it's like 70-30 in favor of Titan. That being said, Daniel Staup here keeps winning the matchup. And so maybe he's got something figured out that people don't know. Daniel's someone I know who's played a lot of Magic, and every time I see Daniel's playing the Karn, the great creator. Played him a couple times in the Pioneer, where we were both playing mono green, and very good at playing these sort of decks. Very proficient player.
What if I told you there is 0 Karns in this list that he's playing right now? We've decided.
This is the first time I've seen Daniel without Karn.
Ooh, okay. Well, we're going to fetch. We're going to shock him. We're going to Utopia Sprawl. So we're going to, off to the races of ramping. The red in this deck is just for 2 Kozilek's returns and the Raffing Chrysalists. So I imagine that's going to be naming green when it comes in. We're going to rumble over on the other side. Rumble, of course, is. Do you think that this card was? Anyone predicted that we would be seeing as much play as it does, because it's in numerous different decks, and it's almost like a linchpin in all those decks of being able to establish whatever the game plan of those decks is?
No, I do not think this card. I think if I mean, this is an interesting thing, right? Like, strong does not necessarily mean it should get shot down in like development, right? But I think it's probably slightly too good at what it's doing. But that being said, enabling fun things like what's the worst thing that's going to happen? The players are going to have a good time. It's a very, very powerful card. One of the best cards, I think, actually from the MH3 set.
Do you know the main thing that we've all just learned and seen as well is we found the Eldrazi spawn token from yesterday. That was such a hassle, but we've managed to do it. That is going to be a Ogun's Labyrinth card going underneath it. I think was a Devourer.
That's Sire of Sanity.
Oh, was that Sire? Okay.
Yep. Devourer doesn't have any cool arts. That's a little secret there for you on the old commentary side.
I'm just looking at the deck list and see what it is. Is that the Sire of 7 Deaths? Is that the one?
Sorry, Sire of 7 Deaths. That's its name. Excuse me. Sire of Insanity. I think that actually is like a Diablo boss now that I'm saying it out loud.
No, is that not the Rakdos 6/6 that makes you discard your hand?
Oh, maybe it's that too. Yeah,
I think it is. I think that might be what it is. But then chat will let us know. Chat knows everything.
Yeah, they'll let us know. They'll tell me here in a second.
Rumble on one side, Rumble on the other side. Everybody's rumbling. How many of these spawn tokens do we have right now? We're just going to use a dice.
Well, it looks like only 2 is the answer. Oh my goodness, that's so funny.
We're going to take the Saga. That's a way for us to go find the amulet that we need. A bit of a slower start. It is the 6 for it disguised in the amulet. Let's go. I think my best ever coverage moment on the NRG was Legacy, where we turn 1, reanimated it into the face of a control deck, and it was like they just did not have the force of will, and it was just like perfect. It just lined up so well. It was like, let's go. It's so good.
One of my favorite Magic moments is watching a friend in Legacy back in like 2014. Dude does that, puts the Sire into play turn 1, discards his hand. He's playing Death and Taxes, draws Plains, plays it. Opponent attacks him for 6, passes, discards his hand. Drew a spell. My friend draws Mother of Runes, plays it, and the game lasts like 30 more minutes.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Here comes Rising Chrysalis, Pauper All-Star, Seeing
Oh
some
my
play
gosh,
here
that
now
card's
in
so good
Modern as well. Going to generate some more Eldrazi spawn tokens. Looks like we have found a lot more. Of course, when you sacrifice this, it does get +1/+1 for each one that is sacrificed. Only on one side, though, not universal like some of the old cards in Magic. Only on one you sacrifice them, not your opponent. Then the follow-up is going to be a spawn micro spawn, which is going to get rid of one of those lands, and we go get to up one ourselves, so we get to ramp while slowing our opponent down, which is quite good when I believe they're on a mulligan and of course missing some key land drops, let's say.
Yeah, I think Ted was on a mold of 4 this game. And you know, it's a little bit far away from it all, but Daniel does need some way to win. Now, I'm pretty sure I spotted Emrakul the Promised End, and that one always promises a quick end for the opponent. But Ted here, unless there's a couple amulets in hand, is probably in trouble. If we do have like 2 amulets in hand, or maybe even 1 with the right combination of cards, we could start to take over this game.
That's crazy. That's literally crazy that that's even like an option still at this point. But it does show the power of this deck, and of course, wearing hot dog costumes.
Yeah. So that was actually the land that Ted kind of needed. If you had a amulet, you could have played Lotus. It's untapped and had 6 mana, which is enough for Titan, right? So it does show you need a couple different pieces, but when you get those pieces, you can do some really unfair stuff. And this is a good reason why you should play Titan if you're an amulet player.
We've got 9 mana and 5 types in the graveyard. That is enough for an Emrakul.
That's pretty good. Emrakul is sometimes very funny in these decks. You can do things like cast your opponent's pact, fail to find, play a bounce land, and like, you know, sometimes kill them. Sometimes they like, you know, have to pay the pack for the next turn. So you basically
bounce the Lotus Field back. Yeah, that's quite
nice. It's really, really cool.
Cast Emrakul the Promise End. Now, if
I'm done.
I don't need to know how this is going to go. I've got you know, making us get some dinner after this. It's fine, but it's only game 1. They're going to go into game 2 now. But we get to look at their sideboards just like you at home do as well. And I think step 1 is just try not to mulligan down to 4 is going to really help you in this one. This is Ted's list. Talk to me through what you like in this sideboard.
Yeah, so I mean, Icetail Explorer plus Ghost Quarter is a cool little package to break up Tron decks in general, right? In that game, you know, just Ghost Quartering a couple times would have probably been enough. You know, would have made Daniel unable to cast some spells. That's fairly appealing. Besides that, I mean, there are some other cards I could see an argument for. Same way like Green Sun Zenith, right? You could see that coming in. Depending on how many artifacts they go in the opposing deck, I could see Collector Oof. I know some people really like it because of like all the Mind Stones and Talismans that these decks play. I am wishy-washy on it. You know, I can see the arguments going with either which direction. But the big thing you'll notice here is not a ton, because like we talked about before, this matchup fairly favored for the Amulet Titan player versus like the Eldrazi decks in general. I do think Ramp can be a little trickier than the E-Tron deck because they can interact with your mana a bit more. But still a matchup you're pretty happy to be playing if you're Ted here.
Well, let's go across and have a little look over at Daniel's deck list, the Eldrazi Ramp deck and this sideboard. I'm seeing some brainstones in here, but talk me through it. What'd you like?
Yeah, I mean, Stone Brain, this is a good way to remove sort of, you know, the actual card Titan from the namesake deck. You can also break up other little combos. The deck can theoretically win without Titan with certain configurations. I honestly didn't look close enough at Ted's list to see, you know, what if we had that stuff. But I do imagine Stonebrain's probably going to come in here. It's kind of like that old meme where it's like, you know, you slap the duct tape on, you know, the water that's exploding out of the case. And it's like Stonebrain. It solves the matchup, but I'm not sure what would. And when you turn, you know, 2 or 3 of Stonebrain, that's pretty strong. Like turn 1, you have double mana and you play Stonebrain activate on turn 2. That can be really devastating for a certain deck. So I imagine that card is coming in some number. And then I could see Nature's Claims as well. Nature's Claim blows up Urza Saga, the Amulet of Vigor, and Spelunking. The Urza Saga is just another way to find Amulet, which is why I mentioned it, but basically all the untappers. So I'm curious to see how Daniel exactly wants to do it. This is a very top-end heavy. This is Eldrazi Ramp, right? This is not a Thought-Not-Seer deck. This is a kind of play big things, win the game. So, you know, your Kozilek's returns are not very good here. Easily can see those turning into any of those cards we talked about. But I'm kind of curious to see how Straup wants to go about doing it.
I got a question. I've been seeing Blasphemous Axe ticking up in the format recently in numerous different decks. Why?
Just a lot of creatures on the board. It kills everything.
Also, how does this work with if I've got, say, 5 Eldrazi spawn tokens? Do I cast the act for -5 and then I can sack them to use the mana to cast it? Is that a thing?
I believe that does work, but I would need to check the wording on the card to know for sure. But maybe we'll see it in our future match. I think our players are already here for game
Let's
number
get down
2.
there. Let's see what they're doing. Daniel up 1, of course. Remember, round number 2 out of 8 that we're bringing you today. 162 players started the day, but we can only get to that top 8 players. Of course, then we can have 3 more rounds to crown ourselves a champion and someone to the end of year championships, as well. For the races, a known turn 1 amulet.
Yeah, turn 1 Boseiju with a Devourer here. On the other side for Daniel, this card very good at kind of sculpting your game plan, letting you find specific pieces. And it does look like there's some.
Any insight on the development of it? Obviously, MH3 card, like it's got a unique effect that we haven't seen too much in Modern. It's also got a big body. It's playable. Like, any design tips on what was happening with it?
The design story on that one is that card started as the Eldrazi pitch elemental that I pitched to complete the cycle of Solitude and Friends. That then evolved into that, and I got a YouTube video I'm working on right now and getting it all together, which will come out soon enough, and you'll see the story of Devour, since that's a card I had a role in. But yeah, that card's got a.
Not asking you to set him up there, chat, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Sometimes things naturally happen. Here's 4 mana. That is that the micro spawn? I can't.
Yeah.
Bit of
glare on that. Sowing micro spawn. You reap what you sow here.
And now we're going to take out one of these lands. Oh no, we don't have enough to kick it, so we're just going to go 2 up our own. And it looks like we've got a fetch land out of it. Is that so we can go get some? Why would we get a fetch land over Spell? Is it to get another card type into our graveyard for future Emrakuls?
Well, I mean, you can fetch to get a Surveil land, right, and have more information at the end of Ted's turn.
Yeah, I was thinking is like, why? Oh, okay. So we're waiting for them to play a turn to get that information to then decide what we want to surveil. Okay, yeah, I like
exactly.
It. Like
yeah.
I got there in the end. Just a little slow.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
You know what I mean? Just waffling over here. We're all good. Do you think maybe we should have dressed up for Halloween weekend? Do you think maybe we should?
I am dressed up as you.
I can't dress as you. Have I got any glasses? I do have some glasses here in front of me. Hold on a minute.
Nice. No, I'm learning from Twitch chat that the spawn Blasphemous Pact does work.
Sick.
So that is a very cool interaction.
I was just wondering why I've seen it ticks up a little bit. I think Young Dingo's been playing it in a few decks as well, and I was like, okay, this is interesting. This is and realistically, nothing's living for it, right? It does 13 damage to open on the board. I have registered it as well for constructed tournaments back when it was Boris Reckoner, and just having that as a little finisher. It was pretty
sweet. 13 to the face. Sometimes infinite.
Yeah, so give it indestructible and then give it lifelink as well. You know what I mean? The possibilities were endless back there. I didn't win a lot, but I could. Sometimes it was cool in the 1 in 50 matchups here. I pulled it off.
Yeah, it was really the fear of your opponent who thought it was a real game plan. That was the real strength of it. They're like, "Oh God, Boris Reckoner, 2 for 1 myself. Get it out of here," And you're like,
I was back in the days when I was playing like Stormbreath Dragons and stuff like that. Still one of my favorite arts in any card. Love that card.
Stormbreath Dragon's an all-timer. Let's pull that one up while Ted tries to figure out what it's supposed to do. Now, this is interesting. Ted had the Spelunking trigger. That's what we were thinking about. Decided not to play the land because wants to have the untapped land to play for the next turn. I can't exactly make out what it is. It could be a Lotus Field. That's the land I think makes maybe one of some of the most sense not to put into play because you kind of break even on it. You want to use it kind of like a one-shot ritual all the time.
Interesting. I guess that shows like the discipline of knowing that is a deck. Stormbreath Dragon. Can we get that one on the screen just for nostalgia? That's going to be an Emrakul going to the bin off our Surveil. Don't want to cast that one just yet. Puts us up to 2 types.
Back in the day, chat, this card was good in standard.
Broken in standard. What
Broken's
was the white?
Extreme, it was good.
No, it's so good. I think the only good removal was white in that, right? And then
there was like Doomblade at the time, but yeah.
The old meme, Dyson Doomblade is rubbish.
Yeah. What's that? I mean, there was Go for the Throat or Ultimate Price, excuse me. Which would look like Go for the Throat. At least
I miss 2014 Modern so much. That was so cool right there.
We actually had an event going on this weekend that's literally that standard format as one of the side events. And there'll be more cool side events like that next year. So make sure to check out the 2026 schedule if you want to go play. It was literally this standard format. We had a side
what deck would you play? Which deck would you play?
I'd probably honestly just rebuild my old Abzan deck that was really bad and not try to win and just try to chase nostalgia.
Is that with Rhinos and Nissa?
Yeah, like Rhinos, Nissas. I had way too many card draw spells back in the day. Not good, buddy. That's when I first started playing.
Was that Jesco Black era as well?
No, it's well, I think part of Jeskai Black is like after this deck.
Oh man, I can't remember what I was playing in that format. I remember I used to get beaten up by Siege Rhino a lot. That's all I remember. Maybe I was playing Mono Red Devotion actually.
Well, now that we're back here, Elvish Reclaimer is trying to activate in order to go get a land, and then Daniel did have that Nature's Claim for the absolute blowout, like we talked about before. Was no untapper. That just means we're gonna go get a tap land, and we just spent 2 mana to get something with this pressure on board. This is a really nice play from Daniel.
Yeah, that's great tempo that we got going on there. Up to 3 card types in the bin as well. So, and this is one of the great things. I'm going to do my game plan steadily. I'm going to, end up casting an Emrakul at some point, which I think is always the scary bit about these decks. Normally, you think, okay, I can drag them into the end game, try and get to the last few turns, go around 6, 7, 8, etc. But you can't do it against these decks because if you do, all they're going to do is end up casting an Emrakul. And normally when they cast an Emrakul, it's pretty hard to come back from that. One, because the big 13/13 squiddy boy on the board, but also they get to take your turn.
Yeah, and that's massive. Of note, Hammer Battlements did get exiled. Hammer Garrison, got exiled during the last couple turn cycles. That's going to remove haste from the options of our Titans. That's going to also just make things more awkward. It doesn't mean we can't win, but it just means it's going to be a little bit trickier to do some of the lines. And that's what kind of separates, good and great Titan players is when they lose something like this, how do we adapt? How do we go through it all here? And I really like the way that Ted's been really methodical about, I only have a few decisions this game. They matter a lot. I got to make sure to make them right.
How are we going to... It's going to land and go. Now, is that a sign of weakness, or is that a sign that we potentially have some sort of interaction, like more Nature's Claims, Kozilek's commands, etc.?
I mean, we had 7 mana, right, before we played our land, so we had 8 total. Probably a pretty good sign there's interaction or Emrakul in hand, right? When you're Ted, it's like, okay, most of the cards in that deck are 7 mana or Emrakul, right? 7 or lower, I should say, excuse me. So it could be something like a Kozilek's command, and we're just going to kind of, try to search a bunch. I think Daniel probably would have shocked unless he was trying to maybe hide the Kozilek's command. But, it looks like really what's happening is we didn't have much going on, and Devour Destiny is going to go back to the hand.
I think it's important, like talking through that and like trying to get reads from your opponent, especially for newer players coming into Magic or just competitive games as well. Like trying to understand why your opponent is doing what they're doing, so then you can optimize your plays on that turn or the following turn is like a next level kind of skill to learn in Magic. And realistically, it's only one that comes with experience of playing or watching a lot of coverage and watching people that are better than you doing these things as well. They always say that iron sharpens iron, and I think that this is a good example of it. As we're going to see the Devourer coming down here. In response, we're going to activate, go get rid of this Teleria West and put a land into the onto the board.
Yeah, and Ted could win next turn. We're going to have double Amulet pop up from the Saga. Along with the thing through the lines thing we were just talking about there, if you're like newer to comp Magic, focus on getting your plays down. And then once you're starting to get to the point where it's like, okay, I feel like I know my deck, then start looking up across the table. That's how I like to describe it, right? Once you've got like your understanding of what you're supposed to be doing, then you can kind of think about what your opponent's doing, because you can kind of think, well, how would that matter against me? Because your opponent's trying to make plays against what you're doing as well.
Shifting Woodland was the land that was found, as both of these sagas are now going to be floating 2 mana. And Daniel was just like, cool, I'm tapped out. You tell me if I am dead. And the way that Ted's moving makes me think that it's going to be pretty quick. Double
yeah.
here.
I know this is bad because Ted exited out the life totals. Ted was like, I no longer need life totals. I need to use this to track mana. And I saw like Ted clear the boogie board and like right. And that tells me Ted's tracking the mana for the turn and believes this game is probably over and doesn't need, to keep track of that anymore. So kind of a funny spot to be. Now, there is no haste land. That shouldn't be the end of the world here. I'm
trying to look at what could we do if Infinite Titans got made this turn. Or is it Infinite Titans plus we can then besage you all the lands on the other side?
Yes, you can besage you and Odawara everything. And so there'll be no permanents in play that aren't basic lands for Daniel.
So we're going to gain a bunch of mana there because that's going to be the Lotus going up to, I think, 6 + 7 from the besage you. Sack both of those. Pact, go and find, question mark. Titan being played. That's going to go find 2 more lands.
Yeah, and this is the big innovation of adding Lotus Field over the last year to the deck and like Mirror Pool. You just get actually a lot more mana in a lot of spots. As silly as it sounds, people just didn't play Lotus Field for a year or so, or 2 probably. And these cards were kind of here. Now, Aftermath Analyst also changed this to become a lot better because getting your lands back in the graveyard. But, on hindsight, I do wonder if we should have just been Lotus Fielding for a while now.
We're going to go copy of this mirror pool, go get another Titan, trigger that. 2 more lands are going to get found.
Yep. And so now that we're doing this, we're basically putting a bunch of lands in our graveyard, and we have Aftermath Analyst in hand. We'll play it, sacrifice it, get back all of these lands from our graveyard to the battlefield, then use Shifting Woodlands to become Aftermath Analyst again, and we're going to sack some lands to Lotus Field. This will create an infinite loop that will generate us plus mana each time. Yeah, and you see Daniel's separating his lands. Ted could also blow up all the lands with Ghost Quarter in theory if Ice Tail Explorer came in. I don't remember if there was one in the main deck. Lots of people are playing at main deck these days, but...
Let me have a little look for you. There is not one in the main, only one in the board. Of course, we are in a post-sideboard game, so it might have come in, but I don't think that's going to be the A game right now. At the minute, we're just going through the motions down. He's like, look, show me the loop. Tell me what you're doing so we can get on with our day and we can go to game number 3.
Yeah, I think part of the issue here is Daniel's like, well, you don't have the haste land, so what are you doing? Right?
But it's enough,
and then here's the Aftermath thing. It's like, okay, yeah, with Ghost Quarter, I can see the writing on the wall. It's played a lot of Modern, is going to know about that sort of thing. So knows we're going to lose all our permanents. No reason to play through that. Let's just pick up our cards and have more time for game 3 as we set up game 3 for you here in the time-shifted match. But yeah, well, I mean, this is why this matchup's so tough, right? It's like, even though we had a slow start from Amulet and we didn't do anything too broken, we also just don't have the closing power as the Tron deck, right?
Yeah, we also don't have the big sweepers in this one. This is a slightly different build to it. We brought this to tailor towards maybe the blink matchups, etc. This is the matchup we want to try and avoid because, as you said, that Pro Tour data does not lie. And having a 100% win rate or a 0% win rate against a deck is not where you want to be. But Daniel will be on the play as we go into game number 3 here on the round number 2 of the NRGs. We're going to have a little look at the top 4. So this is one of the powers of the powerful MH3 card, Devour of Destiny. You may reveal this card from your opening hand. If you do, at the beginning of your first upkeep, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may put one of those cards back on top of your library and exile the rest. And of course, it's got a nice big 6/6 body that when it ETBs, it can exile a permanent of 1 or more colors. Over the other side, Ted's going to ramp a little bit here. And we're just going to, we're claiming straight away, get that Urza's Saga off the board, kind of slow down that ramp as we can. Devour's going to go under Anugin's Labyrinth, and then we're going to follow it up with a Stone Brain.
This is a great start here from Daniel. Got some, interaction for essentially Amulet, right? Like that's, an Amulet on suspend essentially. And then it has this Stone Brain to fight over whichever card we want to.
There's a Besaidu in hand as well that could have dealt with it, but the bounce land's not going to give us the mana that we need to do it. Are we going to fire off this turn for Daniel? You got to imagine he's going to.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Daniel use it. I think he's just considering 1, I'm most likely going to use the Stone Brain, but am I missing anything obvious? And then 2, is there any way to min-max? And this might be a moment of min-maxing here, needing to hit land drops and valuing that more than Titan. I like this, if you need to make your land drops because you're missing, because you are a ramp deck, we can wait a turn on Stone Brain. Maybe things go a little differently. Had a card good enough on top though, Will. That's a scry 1, draw 1. And Daniel, you saw it, didn't make land drop, but kept the card. If you're Ted, that's alarm bells. There's something good enough to miss your land drops in your ramp deck, in your hand now.
I don't know if I'd be as disciplined as that. Obviously, Daniel's had a lot more reps with me in this, and maybe things can't fall behind it. I think I would be firing this Stone Brain, even with missing my land drop for the turn. I'm willing to take that turn off, and maybe he's going to get punished here if Ted decides to, have an answer for it in something like a Besaidu.
Yeah, so Ted has Force of Vigor in hand, and it's up to 2 targets on that. Besaidu is nice, but the problem with Besaidu is it gives Daniel a land. So this line, makes sense, especially if maybe you don't have another green card you want to pitch to Force of Vigor, but it's definitely not free as Daniel now has 4 mana.
You also got to remember here as well, like most people think, why did Ted wait for the other, for Daniel's turn to do that and why is he not cracking the Stone Brain in response to it? Because he's got his turn and he's untapped his mana. It has to be done at sorcery speed. There is a downside, well, not a downside to that card, but a restriction to it. That's why it was being done. But as you mentioned, it does give Daniel the fourth mana in a deck that when he was missing land drops. Now, can he capitalize on this? Could we play a micro spawn potentially and even kick it if we've got a way of getting extra 2 mana? And I think we've got our Eldrazi Temple in hand.
Yeah, and this could be devastating. I mean, if you sowing micro spawn here, blow up the bounce land, go grab another dual land, then you're really close to Emrakul. Looks like we just have Writhing Chrysalis, which isn't the biggest threat in the world, but is sort of a ramp spell towards a card like Emrakul that I do believe I see in Daniel's hand.
Yeah, I do see. I'm looking as well. We had the option that turn. We did have 7 mana. If we did have a 7 mana card in hand, but I think the Emrakul is going to be the line we're trying to get to now. Another Stonebrain, and we're just going to activate. Maybe that makes a lot more sense if we had a second one in hand.
Yeah, so I actually love this play minus the sequencing. Daniel probably should have just used the stone. The trigger goes on the stack because the Writhing Chrysalis gets bigger. So Ted could have activated Force of Vigor there to blow up the Stonebrain with the second sack on the stack.
Oh, you're right.
And so could have gone very sideways here. I was going to say, is that actually Force of Vigor in hand? Now it looks like Scapeshift was the spell. Scapeshift, you can win from here. We talked about this before with Aftermath Analyst. In theory, Ted can assemble enough of the loop with Aftermath Analyst to go Odawara. Okay, yeah. So you see, Daniel's actually fighting the Analyst here, not the Titan, because he knows that's going to be the bigger issue versus him. And so Aftermath Analyst could have bounced everything, Ghost Quarter Daniel a bunch of times, Boseiju a bunch of times, have nothing left, and then you just get across the line with Urza Saga Constructs. So fighting the Analyst is weirdly a much better line here for Daniel, despite the deck being called Amulet Titan.
I'm not crazy, right? But I don't think I saw any Titans when we were looking through that deck list. That can't be what I must have misseen.
Yeah, maybe Ted has an alternate art Titan. I would be surprised if when we cited out 4 Titans, I could see totally citing 1 out. You know what I mean? As crazy as that sounds, maybe you have some sort of configuration or something else. You have so many pseudo copies of Titan that going down 1, I don't think is the absolute end of the world. But I can't imagine you're on 0. The first one is just so good.
It's a good time to also remind everyone this is a closed decklist tournament as well until we get to our top 8 today. So opponents don't know what they're on unless they're friends, unless they're the shared decklist or sat next to each other and seen them playing. But Scapeshift is what we're going to be casting here, sacrificing all 3 lands.
Oh, we decided to do 3? Okay.
Yeah, we decided to do the 3rd.
Interesting.
Now, this is where the experience comes in. I don't know what 3 I'm going to be getting here.
Yeah, I mean, Ted here looks to be thinking about going a couple different directions, right? Keep checking the hand. I just saw a Titan there when we were looking through, so there is at least 1.
I also saw the Bajuka Bog. I was going to ask you about this one when we're looking at the sideboards. Is Bajuka Bog card you want to come in to try and keep the graveyard down, so to kind of minimize the threat of Embercalls coming in? And it looks like Ted decided to do it.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I would not have been surprised to see, it get grabbed there. I'm a little surprised to see Ted sack the bounce land, and then I don't know. I guess it kind of makes sense, but it is a weird spot, all things considered.
We're setting it up again. We've got 3 card types in the graveyard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana on the board. So we're 2 away. So if there was another temple on top, we will be able to cast that Emrakul. That's the 4. We didn't have land in this. That's the 4th one. So if we can surveil something good to the top, potentially we can see Emrakul coming down next turn. Let's have a look what we got going on. Yeah, there's the cut. Surveil, top card. Don't like it. We're going to put that into our bin. It was a land, which would have been enough to cast Emrakul, I believe. So maybe we've got another one in hand. Maybe we were missing our land drops early on. First, we're going to get in there for 4 points. Which shows me that we're probably not going to use it. We did have a land in hand. Temple, but we're not going to put anything underneath it. Here's the count. Is there a reason to do this after combat? Because obviously we're sacking the Eldrazi spawn. We miss a point of damage?
Yeah, no, that's just a small misstep. Maybe not the end of the world, but
yeah, it's probably not going to matter too much, let's be honest, especially with an Emrakul coming down.
It's possible that Daniel's playing around Dismember, right? And the idea is, if I grow this, I might get Dismembered so I don't get the damage across. Once again, that's one of those moments if the reasoning makes sense, I do it. Ted here is so Daniel's going to be in charge of Ted turn. Excuse me. That means Daniel can do some really funky stuff. For example, we're gonna like not find off this Urza Saga, right? And we have Force of Vigor, so we can blow up the other land. Yeah, so I mean, you could even do something here like grab amulets from the deck and then Force of Vigor them down. But I think you just like float a mana and then play the Vigor from the hand, fail to find, maybe double check, see if there's something you want to grab there. But then you play the bounce land. Bounce land picks up bounce land, mana, Force of Vigor, the amulet, and his Urza Saga past the turn is like minimum just a pretty reasonable play. And then attack the construct into the Emrakul so it dies.
And obviously on the flip side, there's all this damage on the board as well that we've got to deal with. Yeah, we're going to write the hand down. Makes sense. But yeah, there's so many different ways that we can mess this up. And I'm trying to play that.
Oh, no. Daniel's trying to combo. Daniel's writing down the mana. I think Daniel's maybe trying to kill Ted. / make sure he's not messing up the mana too much. Yeah, so you're seeing Daniel do sort of what I described here. Play the bounce land, pick the bounce land up to itself, float mana. Then he's Teleria Westing, and he's going to put Summoner's Pact. Yeah, nice. Okay, I didn't see this Teleria Westing. That's a much better play than what I was talking about. And there's Pact, cast Pact. I'm going to say fail to find, and you have no way to produce the mana, so you're going to lose the game.
Yeah, handshake. That's really cool. I like seeing that. And you said that Daniel just doesn't lose this matchup, and you can see why. Knows how to play his deck, but also knowing how to play your opponent's deck. A lot of people there, that Saga would be like, "I'll just fail to find. I'm not going to give you an amulet. Why would I do that?" But like, use it to his advantage. Saw the win, saw the line, and was able to take it down. So huge hats off to him there. That was a great round number 2 here at the NRG series.
Yep, and we're gonna take a quick break with round number 3. See you soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to round number 3 here at the NRG series, where we've got a 10K modern showdown happening. My name is Will. That is Mason. Mason, what do you think about the level we've seen so far and some of these different decks that we're seeing in this meta today?
It's been awesome to see this level of play in all these different decks. A lot going on in the modern format, and a lot going on when it comes to our 2025 leaderboard as we're wrapping down. This is our last paper event of the year. So I'm excited to see sort of how, exactly. I mean, $35,000 tournament, invite to the Pro Tour, and invite to next year's champs, all on the line at that event. It's going to be December 13th to 14th here on Twitch. You want to make sure to follow along that we don't miss that.
Let's have a look at what players we've already know are going to be on there, what players are in with contention this weekend if they have a good run. This is the leaderboard so far. So players trying to get those last couple of slots locked up. Of course, you get a slot locked up if you win a showdown. You'll see their names in orange. But all the ones in white, they're the ones in contention. They're the ones battling out for points and looking for good finishes this weekend. Who stands out to you, Mason?
I mean, Will Krausik and Charlie Dustenberg and Alden Katz, all they're the top. I mean, Jess Williams, 1 point behind Alden. It would be unfair to not talk about them. Those 4 players, they are the ones who I really got my eyes on. Obviously, Fletcher Johnson, Garrick, Joseph, those players can all, Wesley, make a jump in a run with a good finish, say like a top 8, especially like a second place, and these other players do poorly. But those are the names that I think for the yearly leaderboard we're looking at. But really, what we look at is the season 2 leaderboard. We pull that up real quick. So Garrick and Will are also near the top of that. So if they end up qualifying there, that means the yearly leaderboard is going to have more pass down events. Mm-hmm. So if you're like a Jess Williams fan or Jess themselves, you really want, Will and Garrick to, sort of do well, take one of the slots from the seasonal leaderboard, and then boom, suddenly you're in a prime position to make the yearly.
Yeah, that happens quite a lot. That actually happened to me weirdly in the UK in like our own sort of a tournament structure. I was like either going to qualify through points, but I ended up top 8 in it, which made another slot for someone else. So it made someone else pretty happy. But let's have a look at how some of these big players are doing so far as we are moving into the 3rd round today. Talk me through this.
Yeah, I mean, Fletcher Johnson, our only undefeated player on our players to watch. Everyone else, 1-1. Having a day of it, we're early into it. We're just now starting round 3, so there's a ton of Magic left to be played and a lot of points that we get on the line here. I'm curious to see if one of these players can pull out from the pack here and lock up a bunch of points and solidify their status. But, for a lot of these players, this status quo being maintained is good for them, right? If nothing really changes and you're in that 1st or 2nd spot on the leaderboard that hasn't been already qualified, you're really happy just to be tied with the person who's near you.
Right, well, let's get down to our feature matches. The players are drawing their opening hands. I do want to say, like, how much pressure do you reckon is getting put on those players on that leaderboard? Like, have they got that in the back of their mind, or is that like their main focus going into this weekend?
It shouldn't be your focus, but it's got to be, right? I mean, you've been playing all these tournaments for the last year, Will, trying to qualify for this event. A lot of players kind of go within the mindset of like, listen, if I spike an event, that's great, but I'm just going to play all of them, play good Magic, and hopefully that's going to work out for me, right? And now you're into this last event, and look how tight that leaderboard was, right? There are a bunch of players within 4 or 5 points of each other. That's the difference between a top 8 and, maybe 3-4 on the weekend, and feels like it all comes down to this, even though it's a culmination of a years of decisions.
Okay, well, let's talk about the match we've got at hand. We have got this. In fact, we know Affinity. Let's start there. Affinity, we know what it does. Getting the big turtle on the board, great. Let's go across to Rich's side here. This Ketramos control deck, because it's got some spice in it, should we say? It's not your traditional control deck.
Yeah, this is a really interesting deck that is using Ketramos, a card that we learned about from 8th Adrift here, in order to, sort of get some card advantage as well. But then uses a lot of powerful cards like Flage, Detective Phoenix, Faithless Looting, and sort of plays a very unique game. But it boils down to like a 1-for-1 take over the game sort of interaction, and then using Ketramos to get kind of, a card advantage engine going, excuse me. So really, it's 4 colors, not green, is another way to look at this. And it's got some real excitement and some real spice going.
It screams to me the mana base is going to be horrible. Like when I play 3-color decks, the mana base feels really painful. In a 4-1, it must be extremely, because you want to be able to do a Frog on 2, a Ketramos on 3, an Overlord on 2 potentially. You want Solitudes at 5. It's going to be interesting how this pans out. But on the play, we're going to see Yang here going to start off by trying to make a lot of 1-1. Is it Fopters it makes? Drones that it's going to be making. Of course, this is off the Emissary. Emissary 1 blue or red if we want to warp it out. And then we start emptying our hand of all these 0 costs. And as you see here, now we've got 4 artifacts on the board as we'll be into turn 2 momentarily. How are we going to respond here over on Richard's side?
Yeah, not a ton of one drop stuff like Faithless Looting, some, ability to cycle and smooth a little, but nothing too impactful. Richard's deck is looking at 2 and 3 mana to really start taking over. And Dexon here, has cards like Thoughtcast, Metallic Rebuke that we can use to really kind of start to slingshot ahead. So I'm curious to see how this turn plays out, because this is a big one for the Affinity deck. The first couple turns, you want to really sprint ahead of your opponent.
That's what we're doing. Obviously, we want one of those big finishes. We want like a Caminere, something along those lines. But Forecast is going to be good enough. That's going to refill the hand, because as much as we think, okay, my opponent's using their card resources for Mem Knights and Engineered Explosives on zeros, these little things just to get some 1/1s, that's not the most powerful things you can be doing in Modern. But when we can start following up with 1 mana for 5 drop, for 5 mana cost spells that lets us draw 2 and start refilling our hand that way and turning the burn, that's where we're going to really start gaining the advantage on this deck, even if it's not with something big like a Caminere. Go Surveilling end of turn. So we don't really start rocking and rolling. We do have sweepers in this deck. There's 4 copies of Supreme Verdict. There's Faithful Mendings in the deck. There's Overlords of the Belmark. There's Eagles of the North in here, that all-star card that I get a lot of stick for. I think this card's great. Always have, always will. We'll always hard cast it every time, 100% of the time. Don't quote me on it.
I mean, those cyclers from the Lord of the Rings set are very nice. Just, ways to find your lands that also pitch to, forces and solitudes. It's just, sneakily powerful. Kind of like a tapped plains, Speaking of tapping, we're tapping here for a Faithless Looting. This is a card that when it got unbanned, a lot of players were really excited about, myself included. It's really good at smoothing. There just hasn't been a reason to want to be smoothing or a home where this is kind of the best, but maybe Richard here is onto something.
I remember when it got banned, it was like the Mardu...
Mardu, Pyromancer, Phoenix, Dredge. Those were kind of the big players at the time. All
Skizzy Elemental. Decks. Remember that bad boy? Or Skelemental, was it?
Elemental, yeah.
Yeah, give me that all day long. 6/1 trample. Make your opponent discard 2 if it connects. Loved it. But this is going to help us, as you said, smooth out the draw, get the Phoenix in the graveyard. So it's technically we draw an extra card from it, because that now means we can give something big haste if needs be. Just passing the turn back, though. Bleeding, we're not bleeding too bad. There's only 3 points of damage on the board, but now construct tokens potentially can start getting made, and they will be big if we haven't got an answer for them.
Yep, and you see the counting here. We do have a Kappa Cannoneer, in hand here for Dexon, along with weapon manufacturing. So we could potentially pump out a ton of damage in the next couple of turns here.
Yeah, if we can hit land, we can actually do both, right? If we can get a land, then we play the
well, next turn you get a land off the Urza Saga, right? Because you find Mox Opal.
I'm thinking we could do weapons this turn into Cannoneer if we had a land, but we don't have that, so I think we're just going to go with the Cannoneer. We all know that means when artifacts start getting tapped sideways. It is a 4/4, but it's always a 5/5. And we get the extra point of damage with the Mem Knight coming in if needs be. We did have a Bauble.
Yeah, saving the Bauble, I think, for next turn. With weapons, you can kind of pop off. You could also play Pinnacle Emissary and play the Bauble to get drones. So I think it makes sense here to just kind of wait and also kind of guarantee, that Richard doesn't quite understand where his life total is supposed to be at. And that's one of the tricky parts about this deck is how much sneaky damage it can apply.
Do you see a Flage in hand? And I think a Steam Vent. So we do have another land drop, I think, for the turn. Not entirely sure if that's the line we want to take, though. Maybe we're going to try and set up or get to the point where we can cast a Supreme Verdict and get us back in the game that way.
Yeah, it could be great.
No flicker effects. That's one thing that we kind of see a lot of these cards in the flicker decks. None of that going on in this list. It is straight either pitching or hard casting for these threats. See if Supreme Verdict's at the front of the hand. So remember, that's double white, blue, and 1 colorless.
Yeah, and we talked about it before. The mana base is going to be painful here for the 4-color deck. You can make it work in Modern, don't get me wrong, but it is painful. Yeah, I see Dexon had to turn the head like, what in the world is happening? Obviously, Ketramos and Phoenix are in the graveyard off of looting. So Dexon realizes, hey, this is not, the average bear of the game. But I was thinking the Stupor is really good at making sure you just don't lose this game.
If we can cast it, I think that's going to be our problem. I don't think we've got another land drops. We might have to use that. We could go get a Springleaf Drum or something along those lines off this Saga. We can go get the Mox if we need to as well. But without an extra land drop, that Stupor will not be able to be cast just yet. We're going to float a mana. Then we're going to trigger the Saga, go search our deck. Very different to when we see it in the Amulet decks. You know, I mean, there's only one target for it. In these decks, there's multiple different targets that we can go for depending on what's happening on the board at that time. We can even get a Lava Spire boots if you want to go that route and keep that on the board to give something haste as well as ward. We've got more Engineered Explosive, Mox Nobles, even a Piffing Needle.
Just great Tormod's Crypt and go out to the graveyard too. It's a pretty reasonable play.
Yeah, don't hate that either.
Yeah, like you don't know what's going on. It's just like like you see a looting, right? You see the Phoenix. You could assume something like that. Yeah. I like this play a lot from Dexter. Well, I really like popping the Spell Bomb too here. You got the floating mana. I kind of wish we had done it before research from like a min-max perspective, right? But I also think Dexter's probably thinking about a lot of like what could be going on. And whenever you're playing a matchup you haven't played a lot, it's always like, yeah, your sequencing might struggle a little bit. Sink of the Stupor is that land though as well, so we can use that to cast Pinnacle Emissary. And just
that is interesting. That line that you're saying about using the popping the Spell Bomb. I actually don't hate that at all, because if you pop the Spell Bomb and you do hit a land, that means then you can go get yourself a Springleaf Drum or an Opal, play the land for turn, and then we can hold up this Stupor for this turn for whatever potentially could go wrong moving forward. I actually like that a lot.
Yeah, and here's one manufacturing, and this is going to be a lot of damage. We're just going to make another artifact, and all these munitions that we make, they get popped by the EE on 0 as well. So we're also, with that Engineered Explosives in play, floating a bunch of damage. Remember, every artifact is going to represent 2 from now on, as long as it's not a token entering.
So this is 8, 9, 10, 11 damage at the minute, which would drop Richard down to 4.
Yeah, this Spell Bomb makes it really hard for something bad to happen when it comes to like a creature coming at you. You can Mishra's Bauble to get a look at what's coming, maybe make your game plan around that.
But the awkward thing we've got, right, is we need to realistically cast this Supreme Verdict to live. We need a white source. It needs to be untapped. And if we do that, our life total will drop down to 2 or 1, which means that on the other side, that weapons manufacturing would be lethal. So we need I don't even know if we play a basic planes. Let me have a look. We do. One-off basic planes in the deck. If we can top deck that, I suppose that we could have a fetch land to it and be at 3. Mending's going to help up for that a little bit. 2 life is going to get gained.
Dexon has Metallic Rebuke in hand, by the way, which is going to make it hard for a card that isn't Supreme Verdict to resolve.
I don't think there's another card that gets us out of it if it's not Verdict, to be fair.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Mending and another Ketramos. Drew, it was a fetch land.
Yeah, and this is how you know Dexon feels good about it. We missed the Bauble trigger, but it just don't matter. Looks like Dexon actually. This is a mistrigger your opponent could put on the stack or not. Talk to a judge.
This is why we have judges, you know what I mean?
Yeah. We missed it, Dexon. Maybe Richard will give it to you. Doesn't need to give it to you for both the rules and also you kind of got homie beat.
Yeah. And this happens. I'm very, I do this a lot as well. Like when I feel like I'm ahead, I almost get a little sloppy myself at times. Not saying that you're playing sloppy. It's just like a slight miss. There was a lot happening there. A lot of cards being drawn in one sequence. But like I tend to do that, and it's definitely one of the flaws in my game when I play, and I really need to work on it myself. When I'm behind, or it's like we're battling, I'm locked in. But when I do think I'm ahead, sometimes I do make those like sloppy plays, and then I kind of start falling behind, and I think that's a lesson I definitely need to learn.
Yeah, what I always tell people in coaching is like when people come to me for coaching, one of the first things that like they learn pretty quickly is that, at least for how I view the world, their definition of a misplay or like a punt is so much different than mine. They'll like have these really close decisions that I could show 100 pro players and like they would be split like 60-40 or whatever, and they're like, oh, that's such a misplay. Meanwhile, they'll be like, I don't really need the Bauble trigger. I was going to win either way. Right. And I'm like, no. The Bauble trigger is the misplay. Like you missing these free things. That is something that, 100 players agree you're supposed to do. Right. And so these are the things that really do matter. Because, yeah, Dexton's probably going to win from here. We're in a good spot. We have these munitions. Every artifact we play is going to represent 2 damage eventually by popping the EE. But, now we're down to material, and instead of maybe going double Mishra Bobble, make 2 munitions bracket here, Dexton instead, is probably going to end up popping the Spell Bomb. Going to use it to save the turtle, but now, is still a little bit behind on resources. Tight play for sure. We love to see it.
But yeah, okay, doing that gives us an extra card in hand for it. We do have ways of gaining life in this deck. We do have Flages. We do have the Faithless Mendings in the graveyard as well. And of course, Solitudes, if we were able to maybe potentially target our own stuff.
I think we picked up another Tormund script. The only problem here is that Tormund script requires you to tap it. So you wouldn't have it up. But with the munitions being made, you can use both your lands if you want to in order to fight over the graveyard. In order to put the Kappa Cannier in play and hold it up. You can also, as I say, you can also tap Crypt and hold up Metallic Rebuke.
Yeah, I actually like tapping the Crypt so then you get the Rebuke, right? Because you're going to gain the extra artifact here. Now the kind of... Oh, no, because we can use the turtle as the blue that we need, right?
No, that's not how it works.
No? Oh, no, it's Affinity. Yeah,
it's not
tapped out of it. Interesting.
Yeah. Now you do have this Tormund script against a deck that has a bunch of graveyard cards in play. So you can just see the Faithful Mendings and stuff. So I think, it's pretty reasonable. And once again, this is a spot where Richard's deck is something new. So being a little careful can really pay off. Like this, for example, the fact that we didn't pop Crypt early means that, this Ketramos will not be live. It is funny that the way Ketramos is worded, you'd only take 1 damage here if you pop the Crypt, I believe. But when I first read the card, I thought, Richard would have taken 30 here, for example.
Oh, and now we can do this.
Yeah, and this is the problem with not propping it in response to Detective Phoenix is you can over-collect evidence. So Richard can get rid of his whole graveyard here.
I think now
attack with a 4/4 lifelink. Yeah.
Well, it's going to be a 6/6 lifelink flying, right?
6/6. Yeah, pardon me.
Draw a card. So we go down to 4, go to combat, crack you for 6, flying. Yep. But are we not just dead on the crackback? I think we are. There's
3 munitions, and the turtle, so that should be lethal, barring something that can stop the munitions from being cracked or the EE from being cracked. Dexton should have the win here.
Makes another one.
That can't hurt.
Gonna make 2 more artifacts to pump this up to 8. This will jump down to 2. Remember, Rich is at 10, we believe. The life total just hasn't been updated yet. Did gain 6 life from the life link of Ketramos. Go to combat. Hit you. Drop to 2.
Bam.
Pay 2 mana.
Boom goes the fireworks.
Interesting. Really cool deck, like seeing it there, but this Affinity deck, I don't know if I've ever seen it. I'm sure I have, but I don't think I've ever seen it winning without Cannoneer. Like, how important is Cannoneer in this deck?
Well, it's pretty big, right? It's kind of like Arcbound Ravager back in the day. It's sort of the thing that helps make it all, I wouldn't say make it all work, but the deck is sort of built with Kappa Cannoneer in mind. With that in mind, let's check out what Richard has in the sideboard to potentially solve that issue. But yeah, Kappa Cannoneer is the thing. Clarion Conqueror.
What'd you like?
Yeah, Conqueror turns off artifacts. Pretty good here. Make it so that our opponent's gonna have a harder time using the abilities. It's not as good as it used to be. I mean, against Affinity with Arcbound Ravager, Clarion Conqueror would have been an insane magic card, and it's good here, but it's not nearly as good as it was in those other times. High Noon can be an interesting card versus these Affinity decks when you're on the play. Sometimes they have turn 1, we saw that game, you put a bunch of things into play, and then still turn 2, you did a lot of things. Sometimes you kind of hold turn 1, you get a Surveil land, and then turn 2, you go Warp Pinnacle, blah, 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 put a Kappa into play. So High Noon can be good, but it can also be really tough because if your opponent gets under it, puts a threat into play, their deck with a bunch of counter spells can really take advantage. So going to be curious to see how Richard wants to play this. Obviously Richard's on a very unique deck here. Strict Proctor does stop Kappa Cannoneers enter the battlefield, get a counter trigger unless you pay mana, and it synergizes with our Flages, so maybe there's something there, but I imagine, Clarion Conquerors are coming in and maybe some High Noons.
All right, let's go have a look at the Affinity list then. Let's get that up on screen for me. You said that we're playing against a deck that potentially isn't on the radar here that Richard is playing. So how are we going to sideboard against it when we're not entirely sure what they are playing?
Yeah, so we're not really sure. So I always think a light hand and things that seem obviously good are where I kind of jump to with what I saw. So Blood Moon, for example. Yeah, my opponent had some red in their deck, but it seemed like it was all lands. I saw a lot of different colors of cards. I mean, Faithful Mending plus Ketramos plus Flage, right? Like that's a lot of different colors. You maybe even saw, I'm not sure if a land got milled or discarded, that maybe you see there's some black. So I really like the idea of having Blood Moon in my deck. And then I don't mind, maybe bringing in a card like Mystical Dispute because you saw the blue and think, yeah, he might have Mystical Disputes from my Kappas. It can't be that bad, Obviously, this deck cards can get stuck in your hand, but you also want to present a threat and then protect it. So the 3 mana to pay 3 mana can sometimes be good enough. Decks that might just go like 2 Blood Moons, call it a day. Maybe you bring in a Vandal Blast or a Force Negation if you think there's a certain, sideboard card that you could think of. This obviously isn't a good one, but a lot of Ketramos decks in Standard play Ghost Vacuum. Maybe you think there's something in that vein that, might be in the other deck. So those are the kind of things that jump out to me.
How do you know, going into matchups, if there's a deck that you haven't seen, how do you tend to navigate that yourself? As okay, I don't know what I'm playing against. Am I just going to stick to my game plan? Am I going to just sideboard with the cards I actually seen, or am I going to? Oh, actually, it's a kind of I guess it's a bit of a graveyardy deck because the Phoenix was in there, and they kind of fill their decks up with Faithful Men. Am I going to bring my graveyard hate into hedge against that? How do you go about that on a blank canvas?
Yeah, in the abstract, I always tell people to kind of be Max Verstappen, strap in and go as fast as you can, right? Your opponent's deck is something you've not seen before. It's possible this is a new breakout deck, right? Most likely, because, just lots of decks don't make it, right? It is not going to be the case. And if you are brutally efficient and do what your deck's trying to do, it's probably going to be good against their deck, right? Or at least be challenging for them. And if you're not sure, you don't want to overplay around stuff. But as you learn more about the deck, I think you should start to incorporate that into your gameplay. For example, Dexon just learned about, maybe knew about it, right? But I would guess didn't know about collect evidence with the Phoenix. Now okay, in the future, I should pop, even though Ketramos will be online, I don't want that interaction to happen where the Phoenix comes back, right? And you get that extra life. So now that adds to Dexon's sort of, picture in the mind's eye of how the matchup's supposed to play out. And as you learn more and more about the matchup, you should adapt as you go. And so, yeah, maybe you missed a really good card from your sideboard for game 2. Hopefully you have a game 3 and you can adapt as you see more of their gameplay.
All right, well, it looks like they're drawing the opening 7, so let's get down to the matchup and have a little look-see ourselves, see what you want to keep. I imagine everyone which is how you just need lands. As long as I've got lands to cast my spells, because there's so many different iterations of spells I could have, and the number of lands I've got to actually have. Remember, they play 4 different colors. Been a while since we played 4 colors in a list, and of course, it plays no green, so there's no way of fixing it, so to speak, which we used to see back in the Omnath days.
Yeah, and that would also mean, speaking of fixing an Omnath, it also just provides you a lot of life, which is something that really, really mattered.
True that. And so we've got to keep on both sides. We're starting off. Rich is going to start off with a Flooded Strand and pass the turn over. That's a Canlier off the top, of course. They always have it. How quickly can we play it is going to be the question, though. Springleaf Drum. Not as scary on a turn. Yep, pass the turn. Going to see a fetch. Going to see a Surveil. It's almost the standard right now when it comes to Modern. Most decks are going to try and do this and take advantage of it in some way. Either it's going to be information or just trying to get a big threat into the graveyard for potential reanimator use. It's interesting to see and maybe we can get a read on Richard's hand just from this turn 1 surveil of what color they actually end up getting.
This also, by the way, goes towards what I mentioned about the High Noons, where sometimes Affinity does these weird turn 1s to set up these big turn 2s. So a High Noon here would be devastating. This is the one turn where it'd be really, really good, but it could be great here.
Well, we're shocking in. We've got a turn 2 threat, and it is going to be a Psychic Frog. Makes sense that I was about to say, putting a frog into the graveyard when I'm moving into my turn 2 seems like that's the card I would want to be playing as well. But if we have one already, that doesn't matter. A way for us to apply pressure, fill our graveyard up if needs be. We can do the surprise Phoenix into the bin plus cards to then give something else haste if we want to. So another level that now Zen's going to have to kind of think about as he moves into his turn 2 here.
Drew a Pinnacle Emissary, really good for enabling those kind of crazy dump starts. Looked like we had maybe kind of a more of an interactive hand, but it looks like Dexon's kind of doing the math on if I Pinnacle and throw away one of these mocks in order to kind of just get more drones, is that really what I want to be doing this turn, or I just want to be holding up interaction and try to fight over the next big threat?
Let's have a look at how we want to go about it. It looks like we are going to go for the bit of a drone line here. Semi-zeros we end up playing. What do you think of the warp mechanic in general.
Kind of cool.
I like it as well. I think it's a cool little, it's powerful, and it's got the little bit of the later the game goes as well. So you get like 2 instances of the same cards. This emissary, of course, on the face of it costs 3, but for its warp, it's only 1, and that's why we're able to power things like this, getting at the 0 mana tokens of these drones coming out, which means.
Do you think Blood Moon would be good here, Will?
I think I would be slamming a Blood Moon if I had it. Is
that
what we just do?
Looking at it. Oh yeah, that's the gold card in hand is Blood Moon.
That's actually the ones I use. the foiling on them is actually really nice as well. Like, it's not like you should any other sort of foiling I've seen in Magic. It was, I don't know what they used for it, but like these are the ones I use, and yeah, I'd be slamming it, especially when I've got the double mocks in hand and the Springleaf Drum.
Yeah, it looks like Capacanneer is maybe the Siren's Call moment.
I'm trying to think what I'm looking at what answers we would have for that. There's 4 Witch Enchanters in the main, and then
those are tough on the Blood Moon.
Very tough, especially when you only got 1 basic in the whole deck.
Yeah, and Dexon has to know there's not a lot of basics. I mean, even a lot for that deck would be 2, which would just be,
But then, are we going to be scared of just the Psychic Frog line? I'm going to dump my whole hand into the Psychic Frog and win the game in 3 turns.
Maybe. I mean, that is, I think, the worry. But Capacanneer is really good at beating that kind of thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And I think that's we're going to go with that line first. Get our threat on the board, and then potentially try and lock the game out with that Blood Moon. And it looks like there's a lot of lands in hand here for Richard.
Yeah, I mean,
there is a Faithless Mending. Faithless Mending can obviously help shake that out as well.
I think it's supposed to be Blood Moon. I think you just lock your opponent out. And then
I would Blood Moon here.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is if Richard does discard his whole hand to the frog, you could be in big trouble. So this is 4. Oh, it looks like we're using the Springleaf mana.
Yep. So this is going to be 3 mana total.
But there's a mana floating from the Opal.
True.
So maybe we don't need to do this in this way.
I know, we realized we've got 1 floating now.
It really doesn't matter what the color is either. Just say it's white. Move on with our life. Yeah, Dexon definitely tapped the Opal for mana. He maybe didn't say what color, but also nothing's really changed. I don't know what a judge ruling would be on that. Honestly, I'd be like, give me colorless for all I care. Obviously you can't get colorless, but it's much more an indication of like it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, so they're going to rewind it a little bit. Okay, here, this is when float this. Make whatever color, play this one, get this.
And there should be that drone that was in play. There it goes.
Yeah, and now the second drone gets made. Now we can go on with our lives and play the 3 mana for this Blood Moon. Either way, it's not going to be good for Richard here. Even if it was just the Cannoneer, that in itself is such a good card. But this Blood Moon into the 4-color deck. It would mean that we still got access to looting and the Detective Phoenix, though. They are our red cards in the deck. But I'm not sold that we're going to have an answer to just a huge frog here. There's the Blood Moon.
Yep. And now Pinnacle Emissary warps away.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, next turn, Dexon can put Capacanneer onto the battlefield.
What wins? Oh, we did draw Faithless Looting.
Yeah, but you're looting in order to find basics. That is, or like some sort
the
of
one basic, but also I guess we go get cards deeper to find a Phoenix as well, which would help with our clock a little bit.
Yeah, I guess Phoenix is net 1 damage on just discarding it because you go down a card here, right? Like that's the problem is like per what you're saying, those drones can only block creatures with flying. So currently your second frog is unblockable. If Richard discarded 7 cards, he would have a 2-turn clock because he attacked for 8, draw a card from the frog, draw a card from turn, right? And then next turn, attack for 10. Now we know that there's a blocker coming down, but
yep, go to combat. Ditch the whole hand. Ditch it.
Discard.
Get rid of it all. 1. Gone. I'm not even going to make my land drops this turn. I'm just going for it. I guess we've got to think about my, Galvanic Blast. That's what we're playing around. 2, 3. I love it. I'm in. And the thing we got to think about here is maybe this wasn't going to be Richard's turn. Like maybe because we forced him into this. Maybe he would have had another turn which may have benefited us a bit more, but it didn't. He just had a handful of lands. Draws off the frog after 6 damage is being dealt.
Cards like Shadow Spear are really what Dexon wants to draw here.
How about a Mistress Bubble?
Might actually be good. You could play the Warp Pinnacle Emissary, I think, and then you'd have 4 artifacts in play Bobble. That puts you to 6 artifacts, but then Springleaf Drum isn't quite enough in order to get the cap in play as well.
So Kennen is going to come in with the counter, go Bauble, put another counter on it. We crack back again because there's no flyers. 4, 6, 7, 8 damage, drops him down to 4. Sees amending.
And then I like this from Dexon. Use the Bauble now. Next turn, that way you can play Pinnacle Emissary and just sort of like, if you can't jump the frog, right, I'm going to block here. Let's me crack into you with the turtle. Try and draw Shadow Spear. And if I draw Shadow Spear, I'm going to win the race easily.
Oh, it's getting like that. That really is going to swing a bit. At this point, we're now getting to. Yep, we're going to go jumping.
I would go as far as to say, I wonder if Richard's actually supposed to not jump and give Dexon the choice to block. Normally, you don't want to give your opponent options, but I think that option is actually really good for you. Like, if Dexon blocks with the turtle, what's he going to do next turn? Play a turtle? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's his best play. Now, I don't really think it matters that much, but, you know.
I like the don't discard that because like, they're dead in 2 turns anyway. So discarding my hand doesn't do much, but this gives us this option of flashing back the Faithless Looting to go 2 cards deeper in our deck to potentially try and find one of our few outs, being Plains Witch Enchanter or even a Text of Phoenix to try and add something to it. But we didn't see.
How many Solitudes do we have? Do we have any?
4.
4 okay.
Solitudes.
So if we left those in, we could Solitude the Pinnacle Emissary. If the Capicania attacks and there's no other ground blockers, that could be lethal.
Oh, yeah, that's... What did we find? Oh, but we do have a Forced Negation in hand as well.
Okay.
So we've got to see how that plays. I think we even drew the Mystical Dispute by the looks of it. Yeah, Mystical Dispute, Forced Negation, 2 cards left in hand, I believe.
With this Warp Pinnacle Emissary, you can then hard cast the other Pinnacle Emissary using the Springleaf Drum and the Mox. Get, a ground blocker and a air blocker. And then your turtle grows. 2, 3, yep. And I mean, I don't hate just attacking and being like, hey, you're dead on the next turn. You definitely attack with at least 1 drone, probably both drones. I probably attack actually only with 1 player on. You want to play around Solitude. But you're getting in for at least 1 this turn, most likely 9, 10. You have Force Negation to cover non-creatures.
So you're going to get in there for 9.
Probably want to get in with the drone.
No, it looks like we're not. Looks like we're just going to go in there, leave these drones back. So this would leave a Solitude. Oh, we've got 2 cards in hand, so no, even Solitude that won't get us there. This is going to go out on a warp. I don't know what we need to hit, but Supreme Verdict, isn't it?
Yeah, and this is where missing the couple points of damage also becomes a little awkward because we did the looting on the earlier turns, right? Like we didn't turn it into a counter. We've then missed 2 damage.
4, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like it compounds in really weird ways. You also wouldn't be this deep, right? But there's a lot of weirdness, and sometimes you just have to have things break a certain way. It does look like Richard's trying to find Solitude. Found lands, none of the basic variety.
Are we going to be forced to be on, I say blocking duty? Is it tap our deck Hope, but then they just play the artifact that's on Warp, which then gives the kind of unblockable anyway?
Yeah. You just have to attack. I actually think, so...
Are we looking for Solitude plus white cards to target our own frog?
But you can't... The problem is, this is the issue, is by making the flashback looting line, you can't Solitude your own frog, right? Because you just don't have enough cards in hand either way. There's just nothing. Richard had reached a point where he didn't have enough material, And this is also where like going in on the frog is awkward in a looting deck, right? You have less options and less like cards, but you're pushing damage. It was a really tricky position, and this is why like slamming the Blood Moon is high risk, potentially really high reward. You limit so many things, and your Capicaneer races so effectively. So really well played both players there, but unfortunately, such is life there. I do think we have a backup feature match. I'm going to try and get an eyeball on right now. Let's get into it. Let's talk about some more Magic.
We've got another fun one as well. A deck that I haven't seen in a while. It says to me Reanimator. Don't let that fool you. I think I would call this Smallpox with a Reanimator package. Most people would just say it's Reanimator, but there are some 4 copies of Smallpox in this list. Dreams of the Steel of Oil and Liliana of the Veil, to name a few cards. Quantum Riddler's sneaking in there as well, along with Emperor Bones and Archon of Cruelties and Trolls of Khazak Dune. So very spicy list we're going to see here, going up against the name trusted, probably the most tier 1 deck in Modern at the minute, Amulet Titan.
Yeah, I thought
it does have the Ice Till in it that you spoke about as well.
Yeah, Ice Till is really good at opening up some new lines and also just weirdly playing a grindy game more, right? Like you can replay your Urza Sagas multiple times, get back your T-West multiple times. Philip really tanking on turn 1. I wonder what is in hand that would lead us to like be thinking. I imagine it's like either, 1-drop versus a discard spell. Maybe it's which discard spell you want to play. But Smith here with a really fast draw. I mean, Saga into Amulet is just representing double Amulet on 3. And we've seen how powerful that can be so many times.
So turn 1 plays could be Thoughtseize, could be Dreams of Steel and Oil, Fatal Push, Cling to Dust, or the Troll of Khazak Dunes land cycle. We're going to Thoughtseize ourselves to pit the Archon of Cruelty into the graveyard. We see the persistent hand. Everyone's up on the table. Like, look, this is my game plan. Your Amulet, you got your play. This is mine. Let's see how this pans out. Can you beat an Archon of Cruelty reanimated back on turn 2? And normally I'd imagine the answer is yes.
Yeah, normally you can. I don't know how many cards, like if Pierre's on a mulligan, doesn't look like maybe a mulligan to 6 here, but not enough that the Archon is probably going to like for sure knock us out. This is also a moment play draw really matters. If Philip had just gone turn 1, like discard this, put the Archon to play, it might have been enough in combination with like drawing another Thoughtseize, right? To like rip apart Smith's hand. Smith, someone we see play a lot of Titan.
I think we've got an Bowgrazer in hand as well, but we decided against it. There's definitely a Titan floating around in there. So we know the hand. 1 unknown with that draw step. Having a little think, is that the best thing to do? Remember, there are Smallpoxes in this deck. There's a lot of Thoughtseizes as well. We know about the Emperor Bones, but we're going to go with this Persist. Archon's going to come back. It's going to have a -1/-1 counter on it, so it's only going to 5/5 flyer. But the ETB, I gain free life, you lose free life. I draw a card, you discard a card, you sacrifice a creature or planeswalker. There it is on the screen for you all at home.
All right, you're dead if I put the Titan into play. Yeah, and Smith's moving so quick.
It's always any combo player, any time when they move this quick, it's so scary. It's like, okay, you didn't do it. I know what you've done. Not even. Is there anything that we could be playing around? We saw the Flare of Malice yesterday. Is that potentially something that we've got to have in the back of our minds?
Just not thinking about that card. No one's thinking about Flare of Malice. That's why it worked. Only you and I think about that because we were out here watching coverage. And also, even if you had it, what are you going to do? Play around the Archon that's like clocking you? Like your best bet is just to put it into play, because if you put it into play, the Archon has to go, right? So like, even if Flare was a card that Smith had maybe saw yesterday in our feature match area and from the other player and wanted to do it, it's just nothing here. And if it's a Solitude too, well, it just doesn't matter, right? Pierre can grab these cards and it's like, yeah, have a Solitude. Oh wait, that'd have to have been your draw step and the draw from the Archon for it to actually do something. All right, beat me, And that sort of mindset, I think, is a really good one to have here.
So this is the go-to line, right? This is where we get the mirror pool with the Lotus, with triggers on the stack. We're going to copy the Titan again. Go search up another 2 lands. I say we got to go search first, right?
Well, yeah, you're mirror pooling to make the copy before the stack from the Lotus Field goes in the stack, or resolves, excuse me, it's on the stack. This is all happening in response.
Another Lotus. That's 6 mana.
Echoing Deeps copies the mirror pool. Do it again.
And each time we're generating more and more mana. I think there's a bunch of mana in the pool right now. This would be an extra 6, I believe.
Yeah, so you're generating 7 mana from the 2 untaps with the Lotus Field and the 1 from the Mirror Pool, and then you use, I believe it's 4 in a colorless, so you go up 2 on each of these iterations. So Pierre is up 4 mana from when we started all this, which we used all of our mana to get the Titans into play. And then now we're going to use the old classic, Similar Gross Trample Teleria West. That's going to generate you 5 mana. And then from there, you go and use Summoner's Pact for Aftermath Analyst. That means there is 6 mana total in the pool, if I remember correctly here from everything. Aftermath Analyst will then bring back all these lands. We'll do it all again. And Philip is defeated.
Are you do you get people to play it out? Or
No,
are you
I have 1 life on Earth. This person's moving super quickly. Their deck's all foil. I'm dead.
Reduke comes to mind. Reduke's always made people.
Flip it. I'm so tired of people quoting Reduke about make them play it out. Your opponent's moving quickly. They've said something. It's over. Save us all time. It's over. It's done.
But you're in the feature match. You need to get this out.
Who cares? If you're in the feature match area, die with honor. And you know what? This is something I hear from players all the time. Is I want you to play it out for coverage. Don't play it out for coverage if it's a deck like Amulet. We know what happens. I'll tell them. And listen, there is something to be said about you shouldn't concede until you hit the point where the loop is presented. Because Pierre could have certain pieces in the hand, right? But once all the pieces are shown to you, that's the point where I'm like, hey, just concede because it is over, right? I'm going to keep doing this thing. And Pierre's going to show you now, like, hey, I'm going to go through, copy this a couple times. I'm going to make a bunch of these, eventually give them all haste because I'm going to go through the loop in each iteration, and then you're dead. And yeah, also, if you don't know the loop, you should wait for it to be shown. But if you know what's happening, right, don't be afraid to just, pick them up. Pick them up. Life goes fast.
Okay, well, it looks like the game 2 of that actually went quite long, and one was able to take that one down. So we're going to go straight into game 3 here, which is going to be live for you at home. So let's get down to it when you're ready, production, because I want to see more of this deck.
Let's see it.
I never get sick of seeing Smallpox, as we are going to enter it, as we said, live. So we're at least in turn 3 or 4 at this point. Emperor's come down, is going to exile a Titan out of the graveyard. If we get to untap a cast that ourselves, maybe that's going to be the big swing that we need to get extra lands into Smallpoxes.
Yeah, I mean, that could be huge.
Only 2 cards in hand as well here for Smith. Maybe we had a bit of a hard mulligan. Or our hand's been completely torn to pieces with things like Smallpox, Fortseas, and Liliana of the Veils.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we're pretty deep into this game. I mean, we can see the round timer behind Philip's head. There's 8 minutes left in this round, right? And we had a quick game 1, which means, game 2, like we knew, was a slugfest because we have it recorded. Don't have time to show you that and continue the day fully. But game 3 here is also, I mean, just look at all the cards in Pierre's graveyard. Like, there has to have been a lot of decisions made this game.
I'm looking at the sideboards here and seeing some of the cards that could have come in. We've got Ashocks, we've got Dampening Spheres, Dolphy Voidwalkers. There's even a Fracture. Is that the one that destroys like Artifact Enchantment or Planeswalker? There's a Fragmatize. Illness in the Ranks, by the way. Not this. This isn't the matchup for it, but I love that card's sneaking into some sideboards now. Spell Bombs. There's a bunch of cards that could have come in here that could have got us to this point that we're at now. And over on the other side, nothing too spicy, I don't think, that you wouldn't particularly see in any other Amulet sideboards. We do have some barrages, but that's not going to be the matchup for it. So yeah, interesting getting to here. And we got Smith really in the tank right now.
Yeah, looks like Shifting Woodlands.
But what we call back, 2 analysts in the graveyard.
And I think there's an Ice Till Explorer too. Ice Till is interesting. Because then you get to play lands in the yard. I don't know how many lands we've played for the turn. I can tell you this, though. I might be no expert in this matchup. I'm an expert in watching people play Magic. Smith is frustrated.
Yeah, not in a good place.
I don't know if he's unsure what to do. Maybe he played poorly. Maybe he made a misplay. Maybe this deck has been a really headache. Maybe he's gotten cosmically unlucky. Looks like we did copy Ice Till Explorer, or some savage cheats just happened. That's a joke, Twitch chat. It's an Ice Till.
Now we milled another Titan into our bin, but we can't copy it. So that's another target for this Emperor of Bones.
Yeah, and the Emperor still exiles even after, it gets the counters on it. It just can't, easily put counters on itself again. And we picked up a Boseiju.
Bounces the amulet. Untap. Have a look what we got. Only 2 cards in hand is here as well for Phil. But what's in that graveyard? Oh, yeah, look, I see lots of small boxes in that graveyard. Has the option to get an Archon. I don't know. Do you think that's right here with a Titan on the other side and the ship in Woodland?
Well, yeah, the problem is the Titan in the yard, right? Like when you do this, you're leaving it there with the Woodlands. Now, if you think you have lethal or that you can maybe interrupt the lands in some ways, then it's fine. One thing to note too is there's no untapped source currently. So it's not like Smith can do anything too wild. So if you think, oh, this is my best bet damage-wise, or you have a lot of good sideboard cards you're trying to draw to, right? Let's say, you have a surgical extraction. That would be really good right here.
Sorry, it's lethal, right? If we get that. It's 6 with the ETB and the attack trigger, 5 on its body, plus the 4 from the Emperor Bones.
Yeah, that is lethal.
Let's have a little look what we're going to see. Yeah, we are going to exile this Archon. For combat, we're going to activate it. This is going to give it 2 +1/+1 counters, and the Archon comes into play with fertility counter and haste. Yeah, Smith is not happy about that in the slightest. I think, are we thinking, is there anything we could do in response to this?
Why was there a dice on Wong's card?
That's a good question.
Because I believe the way the ability of adapt works, and it matters a lot on the wording here, if there's already a counter, you can't adapt. But I think it actually specifies +1/+1 counters.
I was about to say, it could have been persisted back, right? And that could be a -1/-1 counter on it.
Yeah, and then things get weird, and this might be an oops on my part here, but 1/1 counters neg out +1/+1 counters, right? So, okay, and I was going to say, I don't know if they actually enter, but it looks like there's 2 counters on this, so that makes little to no sense. Yeah, so maybe there wasn't actually a dice on it.
It was representing the amount of cards that are underneath. No, okay, it was by the looks of it. So -1 counter, the +1/+1 counter. This is a free, so it does work the way that you said.
How does, hey chat, teach me some rules. If, let's say Emperor Bones only gave 1 counter, would this Archon even come back? This is also why we normally use black dice in the feature match area. So does that also change the number on us? So the Archon has, oh, I see. We started to put a dice on the Archon because we were used to persisting, but it doesn't actually persist with the Bones. That's 12. It's 3 is 50. Yeah, it's still lethal.
I'm going to say it's lethal. Bang on the bunny. And we're going to see Phil take that down. Helped a lot of smallpox, maybe a little bit of flood there for Smith. So congrats to them advancing to a 3-0 record, putting themselves 1 step closer to getting today's top 8 because we've got 8 Swiss rounds for you. 162 players started the day, but we are trying to find our way to those last 8 so they can then battle it out, try and get themselves to the end of year championships. 24 players, invite only. $35,000 on the line, and of course that Pro Tour slot. Maybe we've got the graphic that we can see all the people that are on the leaderboard trying to fight for points and are already qualified for it. These are the people we will see at the end of it. Who's standing out to you in this?
I mean, we talked about it earlier, right? I mean, all of these players are so good. There's no point in calling out any one player, right? I mean, the Pro Tour champions on the screen. What are you going to do? Let's quickly throw up our yearly leaderboard as we do need to set up for our next feature match area. So we're going to hop after this, but these are the players battling it out right now. If it is orange on the name, that means they're already qualified. The white names, top 3 here for the yearly leaderboard, are going to make it. So if we called it right now, Alden, Charlie, and Will would all make it to our champs. So just being 1 point on the outside looking in, but 8 rounds today and next weekend's online Edge Fraternity Sealed event brought to you by Magic Online as well will play a factor into all this. So we'll have to see how it all shakes out over the next 2 weekends. But that's going to do it for this round. We're going to take a quick break and set up for round number 4. We'll see y'all very soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NRG Series 10K Modern Showdown. We're entering round number 4 now. We had 162 players kicking off this morning. 8 rounds of Swiss before we get to that top 8. First thing on every player's minds, they want to get in that top 32. They want to get in with the prizes. The cash prizes start at number 32 and go all the way up from there. But a lot more magics we played, Mason. You know what I mean? We've got 4 more rounds after this one. So that's 5 in total for everyone that's really quick at math. I'm clearly getting slower the more that we're doing this. I'm Will Hall. That's Mason Clark. Mason, up to this point, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking we've seen a lot of very interesting magic. I'm very excited to see sort of how the leaderboard point race goes. I think we have our players to watch to take a look at that and see exactly where everyone's at. And okay, this field's starting to separate a little bit. A lot of 2-1s on the board here and a couple 1-2s. So everyone before this round was 1-1, except for Fletcher Johnson. Fletcher took an L. A bunch of people took a win. All right, the leaderboard points race is getting shaken up a bit.
Right, well, we've got the players shuffling up, down on the table at the minute, so we're going to move straight down to that and show you our main feature match of the round. We have got Simic Ritual versus Ruby Storm. Now, with the Simic Ritual deck, you said it's going to line up pretty good against these combo decks. Is this a deck that is going to go, pretty heavily favored towards the Simic Ritual?
Yeah, I mean, your deck is full of, force negations, flare denials. This is the kind of stuff you want to fight over. Your opponent trying to resolve 1 or 2 key cards. So in this case, like Ral or Ruby Medallion is like how you easily do it. That's going to be really easy for Kamari to fight over and the Simic Ritual deck in general. Now, Ruby Storm is really powerful. When we look at the data on Ruby Storm quite often, the confidence interval is often quite high because it doesn't see a ton of play and its matchups are very polarizing, right? Because it can sort of, win any matchup if, it has the right hand, even on turn 2 sometimes. Much harder than a deck like Amulet to turn 2 them, but it is doable. So Jake here, is sort of under the gun. And if Jake knows Kamari and knows that Kamari likes this deck, qualified for the Pro Tour with it at the last regional championship, is really taking a liking to it, could end up in a very bad spot. So a lot of tough cards in the deck. Kamari is still on 5, though. That's going to help. Even Endurance, by the way, a card that can be very punishing in this matchup if timed correctly.
Yeah, dealing with the graveyard. Obviously, we know Storm Titan tested it. Used to be blue-red, and then it changed a little bit to some other stuff. But realistically, now we are a straight red deck with a little bit of splash of white for some sideboard cards to answer, the hate cards that have been brought in against us. And that's mainly because of, is it the new Ral that got printed, right? 2-drop Ral. It's a mana reducer, just like this. And we're going to see a Nicole. Oh, maybe we're going to do Ice Fang into some sort of counter magic here.
Yeah, well, you're Ice Fang Coatling in response to Ruby Medallion because whether you have Flare Denial in hand or not, you're going to do this either way. The turn's over for the Ruby Storm player. So get this into play, see what you draw, and then decide if you want to flare this. You probably do, or force it. But yeah, you just want to get your card draw either way.
And normally that's a 2-for-1 against us, right? But because we were able to draw a card off the Ice Fang, that kind of makes it 1-for-1.
Yeah, I mean, you spent a card, right? Like either way, but the card at least replaced itself. So it's awkward, right? Like it is a 2-for-1, but it feels less bad, right? Because the idea behind an Ice Fang Coatl is it's a 2-for-1, right? Like you draw a card and then block with Death Touch to gain advantage. That's sort of like its pitch. So it all breaks out in the end. We do see Harbinger of the Seas come down. Weirdly, even though this is like basically a mono red deck, you'll see here that, we do have some light splash that's come back to haunt us a bit. And you have some fetches. Okay, so there were 2 basic mountains. So we are going to be able to potentially go off here.
Here comes the Ral that I was speaking about. Another Flare is going to deal with that. Sacrificing a blue creature. You know what I mean? How key is it to stop these mana reducers in the Ruby Storm deck?
It's the whole ball game, right? Like those mana reducers are what allow the Storm deck to have these absolute crazy turns. Their rituals are not strong enough to really, power through on their own in early games. If we hit 15, 16 turns, they can do that kind of stuff. Heck, maybe even 10 turns. But these early game turns are going to be really important for just making sure that one of those things doesn't come down, as the deck is a lot of just mana and ways to move through the deck.
Storm decks of the past had the mana reducers, but with something like Goblin Electromancers, etc., but could win without having a mana reducer, just by being able to hit their land drops and potentially go off that way with a large hand size. Is that basically where the plan C that Jake might be on now, with no mana reducers, both been answered, but is able to hit his land drops, advance his mana again, cause a strike it rich? We do see an endurance come down and suck everything away. So even though we're on a mode of 5, it's not going too bad right now.
Yeah, it is totally like. So this is a spot where the mold of 5 is hurting Kamari because we've had to, use the flare twice, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we have the ritual, we have the endurance, we kind of save some space there. And the endurance wasn't as premium as we would have liked. It makes Past in Flames a little worse, but nothing, to really write home about. But we really want to get the birthing ritual trigger, which makes a lot of sense. From Jake's side, like you were speaking to, though, you actually don't have a ton of time if Kamari is reasonably lucky with these birthing rituals, because the Oculus will get found and it will take over the game. So Jake has like a turn or two to set up, but needs to kind of fight sooner than later because Kamari will rebuild answer spells eventually.
Great shot off the top of the deck. I do like that we fetched in response to the birthing ritual trigger to get the Surveil, because if there was a Harbinger got found, we wouldn't have been able to do that. So I like that, timing of when not to fetch.
Yeah, and we're seeing Jake just sort of looks like just kind of drew, and it's sort of like, am I supposed to maybe grape shot this Quarterling Oracle?
I was going to ask you this. I was like, are we going to grape shot this to get a creature off the board? Yeah, 1 point of damage and go. Fetch end of turn, going to surveil ourselves. We're just looking for creatures at this point, right? Just bodies to put on the board. Start you utilizing this birthing ritual. The best one, I would say probably right now would be an Oculus, because our graveyard's also filled up.
Yeah, Oculus is nice. You would really love to high roll, like Coiling Oracle, hit a flare, or hit a Force Negation, and then turn that into an Oculus, but you're never going to complain about a 5/5 flyer here.
Well, we kept the card on top off the Surveil. It's going to be an Ice Fang. Gets a card deeper. Remember the 1/1 that works really well, Snow Basics. Then we're going to use our birthing ritual, look at the top 7, see if we can upgrade this to a card of CMC 3 or more. No, we're just going to almost replace itself with an Oracle. Another 2-drop. 1/1 when it enters the battlefield, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you can put it into the battlefield. If it's not, you put it into your hand.
Shardless.
That's a nice one when you got birthing rituals on the post. So time is slowly running out for Jake here, but we found one of our cost reducers off the top of the deck. A Ruby Medallion has just been found.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting. Will Jake go for it this turn? Depending on his hand, it could make a lot of sense. You once again, you want to go before Kamari has time to find more and more answer spells, but also saving it in order to go on a specific turn makes some amount of sense too. I think I like jamming more than anything, but I kind of like this from Jacob. Let's surveil, see what I hit, and then maybe, I'll like bin a Past in Flames or something, or hit some specific card that allows me to potentially go off. So tight play here from Jake. Oh, Strike It Rich.
Into the bin. And are we seeing Strike It Rich is in this deck to enable us to be able to go off a turn sooner? If we can lead off with that turn 1, that will give us into turn 2. Potentially, we can start comboing off for a win.
Yeah, you can then, play a cost reducer, sack the treasure, play your ritual, and now you can start playing your things, right?
Here is...
Sorry?
No, I was going to say, here's the Ruby Medallion coming down, and it looks like it's going to stick.
Yeah, there's so few cards in hand for Jake. Kamari would probably fight over this, but I like this from Jake because even though we don't have a win right now, you just set it and pass, right? Like counter magic is most of what Kamari has. So just making sure that you get down the reducer means now puts a lot of pressure.
I think that was an Oculus. I think that was an Oculus off the top. But
it was a second super.
Oh, was it? Why do I keep making those up today?
I don't know. The Oculus is a huge eyeball. And Second to Super is like a lady in the water.
We found 2 of them, though. The 2 of them went to the bottom of the deck with that Cascade.
Yeah. Luckily, though, with 2 birthing rituals, you see 14 cards a turn. So we will get back to the bottom of that deck ASAP.
I think we've got a Subtlety in hand. So in case a Ral was to come down, we've got potentially an answer to that. Now the triggers are going to happen. That one was an Oculus. If I just keep saying it, eventually it'll be right.
Yeah, you're right. This was Oculus. Boom. And honestly, hitting a card like Endurance here wouldn't be the best, but it wouldn't be the worst. You just clean up the graveyard a little bit. You want another Oculus. Whirling Oracle, kind of a reasonable find too. Is that Fibblethip? That's Fibblethip, I think.
I think that might be an alternate Fibblethip, which is of course going to get us 2 cards deeper because it wasn't cast.
All right, so Fibblethip moment here, get some extra card advantage. And this deck plays as sort of a body to sack to flare, but but also right there, you can kind of chain in the value, and this deck does 2-for-1 itself a lot.
That was great. That was almost one of the cards that we needed. I think it was a resolve that we found. Yep. So we get to cast that. We were missing this element of the deck, a way to kind of turn through and draw more cards. The only thing we've got in hand is Amorphos, I believe. That there is a test. Is that double test of talents we hit?
Double artist talent.
Artist talents. So test talents is the blue one, isn't it? So
yeah, that's a counter spell.
I just picked some of these up myself, actually, because I've been playing a little bit of Pioneer recently, and this is quite a good card in a Phoenix deck, so I like to play it.
Yeah, Artist Talent's very nice. Just pull it up here.
So it's got three different modes, right? The first mode we've got is whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you discard a card, and if you do, you can draw a card. For 3 mana, you can reduce all your spells by 1, your non-creature ones, and then 3, your spells basically do an extra 2 damage when they go upstairs to the face.
And this last mode, Will, that you're mentioning about is super important because it allows you to kind of storm off from a smaller base and actually grape shot. You only need storm count 5 if you get to level 3 on the Artist Talent at the current life total for Kamari.
Turning your lava darts into lightning bolts seems pretty good.
Yeah.
So we're going to draw a card off that Metamorphose. A couple of mana is going to be in the pool. But now when we start casting even these redundant lands that we draw, we can just be discarding these to this test of talents. That's the other one. That's the Impulse being cast now. So exile top 2 again.
Got to loot first, though. Got double looties.
Yeah, get rid of that land. We don't want that. I think that was a ritual we found.
So from this point, Kamari really wants to fight over cards like Past in Flames. That's like a big thing here.
Did you get a look at any of the cards that we found in the hand there? Off the
for Jake or for Kamari?
Kamari.
No, it looks like he kind of drew them close to the chest, so not sure what's in their hand.
Finding another Impulse is great. Let's just go further for the deck again.
Here's Ral. Ral plus Ritual is interesting. You could even just do something. This is a sort of a crazy person line, but like just pass and then hope next turn to start going. It's awkward because you've kind of gotten the green light from Kamari here. And so your Ral, if it does flip, does sort of get you where you need to get going.
So here's Ral. Now, we do have a subtlety, so we have an answer for this. How much of an answer it is, I'm not sure, because obviously we're able to draw cards, discard the cards with these Artist Talents. So if we put it back on top, they can just draw it again. But we are going to fire it off, do what we need, do what we must. There's a subtlety on that Ral before it resolves. Jake's got 1 card in hand. I think is it a ritual?
It's a ritual, yeah.
But then if we ritual, we can't discard, which means we can't draw. So we'd have to use, I don't know how much mana is in the pool right now, but we'd have to use that Impulse to then draw a card to the Ral. Is that even worth it? Or do we do what you said and set up for next turn?
Yeah, you could also you can even like level up your talent. I mean, there would be a double reduce, or I guess a triple reduce now with all these room medallions and potentially as options, but
we are putting it back on top. 1 mana into even more mana. Not sure how much is flowing, but definitely at least 3 now in the pool. No cards to discard and draw. So then we're going to use the Reckless Impulse. Reveal the top 2. It's going to be lands plus Ral.
Yeah, and there's no more spells to flip the Ral. So you can put the Ral in play.
There's the Strike It Rich in the graveyard.
No, it got... Oh, sorry.
We got build over, didn't it?
Yeah. I was going to say we Endurance before.
All right, 50% chance.
Yeah, if this flips here, it could all be over for Kamari.
Now, did we need to high roll this turn? 4, that is...
yeah, I don't know. You definitely need to flip because Kamari's giving you the green light, right? Oh, it looks like we're counting loyalty.
So imagine it did flip then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus the 2 talents came in this turn as well.
Yeah, the talents. This track your Storm from the start, old Storm players. Come on, give me a break. But yeah, I mean, so like you said, the 2 talents plus the cards accounting, plus the Strike Your Rich we just flashed back, plus the Ral twice because you tried to cast it once, then it got subtlety again. Homeboy is flipping, but obviously Ral doesn't count for his own loyalty things. but it does count towards Storm.
Yeah, it's only instant and sorceries as you count to his like total, but the actual Storm count itself has got to be pretty large at this point. But Jake's all in now. Like, we could have done what you were saying and kind of waited up till next turn, but we are all in. It is going to come into play flipped. How many counters are going to be on it? And how much mana is still left in the pool is the other one.
Well, Ral makes all the spells free. Looks like Ral has 7 loyalty.
That's not enough to ultimate.
It's definitely not. And you have this Oculus and stuff. I can't help but feel we have misstepped if we made this line that was not able to flip the Ral to begin with. Call it a hunch. Obviously, the range resolve, etc. Oh, we're gonna minus.
Oh, what is the minus on Ral? Let's have a little look.
Deal 2. It's electrolyze.
You can draw a card. You can draw a card.
No,
right?
only if you have a blue permanent.
Oh my god, we don't even. I mean, and he doesn't count himself then?
No, of course not. Otherwise, that would just be draw a card, right? You wouldn't write the text on the card. All of the MH3 flipwalkers have the other color thing, like a Johnny, right? And then Tamio with the green mana. They all tie into their other color identity.
End of turn.
Look like how different the turns are for Kamara's untap, attack. All right, time to do some stuff. Back to you soon, friend.
Go again.
Yeah.
Draw a card. Then the second one's going to hit. And if we can find an endurance, how many are we going to play? Are we playing in the main here? We've seen one already. There's 2 in the main. And we've got to think we've had so many triggers this. We must have seen at least one at this point, but we're going to Charlotte's Agent.
And yeah, I'm sure we did the one. Maybe it's also in hand too.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Kamara gets the Cascade. Looks like Kamara maybe thinks. Oh no, you don't Cascade. Excuse me, it wasn't cast. Pardon me.
Yeah. That'd be great.
Yeah, that'd be really strong.
Right, what does Jake need off the top to get back in this now? Another resolve, another impulse, a glimpse of the impossible, even a Manamorphose. All right, we found an impulse. That's going to show a Ral and a Valakut Awakening.
Yeah. You had so much life. I wonder if you're supposed to spend this turn as Jake leveling up your talent. And just like keeping your card in hand. That way you can start rummaging for. Yeah.
Subtlety is going to come in on this Ral. Hard cast as well, which picks the clock up. So that's now going to be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Still not lethal unless, I guess, no, even if that is an Oculus under there, it would only be 15 points of damage.
Yeah, the nice part about 15, though, is that the Ral has to always flip correctly.
Oh, yeah, true.
So, Valakut Awakening will draw a card.
Do we know it's the we know it's the Ral, right? We put that on top.
Mm-hmm.
We are living life on the edge here. Play the land for the turn. Play the medallion, maybe.
Yeah, I don't hate to play the medallion.
Oh no, you could level up, I guess.
Well, I think the level up's 3 mana, right?
Yeah, we got 2 treasures at the bottom of the screen.
Oh, sure, yeah. If you're willing to, yeah, I mean, you could do that. I do think. I think you have to maybe hold this Ral so you can like discard it to like find Passive Flames. Like I think you're gonna win by Passive Flamesing. Oh, we actually bombed the Ral. Okay, so Glimpse is on top of our deck. That's huge. Right.
So look at the top 4. Is it? No, top 3.
Great art.
Can also make some blockers if needed. Yeah, shout out to Justine. I'm a little sad that my One Rings were the alternate art that Justine did. Got them signed. They looked all beautiful. I can't play the card.
Go play
Legacy. I'm debating doing it purely just so I can play those cards again. But we found a land. We've already had our land drop for the turn, a ritual, and another Valakut's Awakening.
Well, these are different stacks. Don't want to get those confused with like what's going to be a spawn and what's not. There we go. But I don't think you can do anything from here because I don't think we had any mana floating. I guess we did the treasures, but like it doesn't. You're just not going anywhere. You like Invalid Awakening to draw a card, but
I think you've got it right. I think like we need cards in our hand to do anything. Starting next turn with 2 in our hand is going to be better than 1, and with then you need the other 2 turn into to spawn tokens. At least we can block some stuff, keep our life total slightly higher. And I don't like it, but I think that's like I've hit myself with my back against the wall. I need to do it, but looks like Jake's deciding we're going to get some mana going here.
Okay, I like this. If you are going to do this, play the ritual. Well, maybe playing the ritual's back because you don't get the spawn. But playing the ritual puts in the yard for the piff. So
we're hoping we get another card. The card off the top is going to be a
Manamorphose. You Manamorphose into a ritual.
I think it was a ritual we hit.
Okay, well, we have that for next turn. You have 1 mana in your pool, I believe. You could use Treasure to play the Ruby to make the Past in Flames cheaper.
But then if that was our line, we could have just leveled up. We've done the same thing. But then be a reduce it if we were to level it up to chapter 3, I guess. But Jake's deciding. You know, he's had I imagine a few reps of this deck so far today. So he's got to try and navigate him out of this equation he's put himself in. And he is going to play the medallion. And then if it is a pass the turn, we'll make 1 Eldrazi's spawn token at the end of it. That land will get turned into it, which could be a nice blocker or a bit more mana next turn if for some reason we needed it. We know those spawn tokens are in the feature match area. There we are. Now, what can Kamari do? How can we stop this as much as can? I feel like, again, as I mentioned, endurance would be really good to stop one of the best draws that Jake could have. There's some forced negations floating around. We've seen a couple of flares, but there's still a couple of those floating around as well at the minute. 3 mana, Shardless Agent, go Cascading, find an Oracle. Oracle's going to reveal the top card of the deck. It is a Subtlety, so that's going to go in the hand. Now Jake knows about that. Another card for him to play around. Turn everything sideways. 5, 8, 10, 12.
I mean, we talked about it before. The RAL can, mess you up.
Go to end step. That was one of those was a flare. One of those was a forced negation. But they don't get revealed to your opponent. That is a Fibblefip. So another 2 cards going added to the hand. Now we're going to use the second Birthing Ritual. Top 7 again. We find a Subtlety. We're basically we've put it down to Jake. You need to win this turn. Like there is no if, buts, or outs. You need to win this turn. 14 life, 1 card in hand, and whatever this is on top of the deck. Flips it. Had a little look.
The interesting thing is, no matter what it is, due to the ritual, you get 2 redraws from the Artist Talents, right?
Oh, I think it was Past in Flames.
If it is Past in Flames, that is huge.
It's Wish, which is, let's have a look at the sideboard. Is a Past in Flames.
Yeah.
Ditches the ritual for it to go a card deeper. Wish you may play a card you own from outside of the game this turn. Did we hit the one we needed?
Yeah. Well, maybe. If Kamari has Force Negation, you would wait for this all to resolve, I think, just to tie up mana in case the last card in hand.
We do not have Force Negation. I saw both of them through the Birthing Rituals getting flipped, so that we definitely don't have them. The only thing we haven't seen is the Endurance. That's the card that's on my radar at the minute. Maybe the Force Negation.
It's Sink into Stupor.
That's also good.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's good enough because of the double Ruby Medallion. Right? The second Ruby Medallion came in really clutch here.
So we can pay 2?
Yeah, I mean, you have 3 mana. As long as you have 1 red to start the chain, and you have Caverns and the Spawn to pay the colorless. Yeah, you see Kamari's picking it up.
Come on. off the top of the deck. Jake gets there with that Past in Flames, the exact card he needed from the Wish, being able to take that game down. Did not see that coming. Coming on that mold of 5, did everything possible they could to get to it, and unfortunately was not enough. But we get to go to the sideboards now, so let's have a little look at his list and what they got in that sideboard. What do you like?
Yeah, I mean, you're just going to want cards like Endurance. You're going to want, Endurance is the easy one, right?
Sold.
You can bring in Force of Vigor. You can bring in Dispute, but they're not very good. By the way, I think Kamari missed Lethal because he flipped over an Oculus as his tapped card.
No,
it was the other one.
Well, if he did flip an Oculus, it would have put him to 1.
Oh, 1. Oh, yeah, sure. I see. Okay, my bad.
I did the math.
Okay, nice. I was thinking 5. But yeah, I mean, this matchup's just good, right? So this is not one you have a ton of cards for. You can bring in a couple things to fight a couple cards, but you're not losing much sleep. You have Endurance. Just, don't mulligan to 5. You'll probably be fine. Even if you do, you almost won like that game, right? It's just very simple. We've had a lot of very by-the-book sideboarding games, and that's fine. This is what you want to have happen, right? You want to run into tournaments where you don't have to sideboard a lot. You want your sideboard to feel useless. That's a good day.
Well, what about over on the other side? What about if we're on Jake's side, this Ruby Storm list, and what the sort of cards on this sideboard do you want to be bringing in this matchup?
So Orange Chant's a great way to make sure that you work through a counter spell / when you get going, you've won, right? But you're also a wish deck, so maybe you want to leave in one in case you want to wish for it. I doubt that. I imagine you bring in all 4. And I think that's probably all you really want to do. If there were some amount of prismatic endings, especially to potentially fight over cards if you're unsure what the opponent has, that makes some amount of sense to me. But I expect us to kind of keep it simple here for Jake. You don't want to over sideboard. Your deck is a very kind of well-balanced, well-tuned machine. Don't overdo it. Keep it simple. And it looks like our players are already done sideboarding, so I think they have to agree.
I think that's good advice, and I think a lot of players, or newer players, to be fair, even some well-versed players tend to over sideboard a lot and go, I saw my sideboard cards, but I didn't win the game. And it's because they're diluting their A game of how to win the game. Yeah, you got to do sideboard pieces. You stalled the game enough, but your opponent was able to go across the line because you weren't able to finish it out. Where we're seeing Kamari here taking a mold down to 6, Jake keeping that 7.
Yeah, Kamari accidentally just started to draw or whatever, and it was like, oh wait, I gotta give you a chance to cut. So did a little bit more shuffling there.
Consigns came in.
Yeah, so that makes sense if you wanted to fight over the medallion like we talked about, but also you can stop, like a Row transform trigger.
And Storm, right?
Yeah, and Storm. So it's pretty good. It's weird because it doesn't always work, but it's pretty good.
Gemstone Caverns in the opener always feels great when you pull it off. So you're not on the back foot when it comes to being on the draw. You get the man advantage. It's almost like you now to get the extra card, plus you get to play a turn ahead.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say we didn't exile a card to the gemstone.
I was literally just thinking that. I went,
yeah,
maybe I haven't played this card in a while. Do you get it for free? I'm pretty sure you have to exile a card from your hand.
Yeah, you have to get an exile card from your hand. Yeah, I know that Jake drew the fetch land because we saw it on coverage. Well, at least I'm pretty sure. We can obviously clip it to find out for sure. But the judge will figure out what we're supposed to do. I know that.
I think it's going to be a Thoughtseize from my opponent. I think.
Yeah, I think it is going to be a Thoughtseize from your opponent, and that could be very devastating. We know Kamari has the consign, and if you exile a Row, right, and then he plays a medallion, and you consign it, that's got to be close to game.
Well, while they're kind of working this out and we're talking to the judges, let's talk about the MTGO plus NRG collaboration that's happening. The next event that's going to be coming up, a chance to qualify for our end of year championships. QR codes on the screen if you want to get involved and kind of start signing up to it. But give me the general overview of this, Mason.
Yeah, we're partnering with Daybreak Games and Magic Online to bring you the NRG series from home. It's a pretty awesome event, $2,500 in cash prizes. Invite to our end of the year champs, which is $35,000. Approach our invite, 24 players only. Very exciting. This event is only for the United States and Canada this coming weekend, November 9th. That is a Sunday for those of y'all that are at home thinking about what day you could play it. And it's going to be awesome. I mean, Edge of Eternity Sealed has been a pretty cool format, pretty explored format. We've had it for a while now. We've had the Pro Tour. So I'm pretty excited to see, how players do in that. There's a lot of content out there as well. So if you haven't played it very much, you can totally lock in, read up over the next couple of weeks and get some experience playing here on the NRG series and get some points as well. For a lot of our players, this is another way to generate some points. And going into next year, if we want to pull up that slide, we are doing 4 big in-person events and 4 big MTGO showdowns. Remember, Showdown is our vernacular for if you win it, you go to our end of the year champs right away. That's a 24-person invite only, $35,000 tournament. Winner goes to the Pro Tour and invited back to the next champs. Pretty exciting. 4 in-person weekends. Each of those in-person weekends is going to have at least one Team 10K showdown. Nice. The formats for that will be figured out closer to the time of the event. And we're going to have individual trials, the 2.5Ks for things like, Modern, Pauper, Legacy, whatever. It's kind of fun for players. We're going to head back to the feature match areas. It looks like what's happening is
face down, randomly putting a card back on top of the deck is the judge going there. So maybe
that's a bizarre ruling, but okay.
Ooh. And then we'll discard the grape shot to it.
Yeah. So Jake knows what the top card is. So he's basically playing with perfect information, just doesn't have the card in hand at the time. So the only way it's bad is if it's the card you wanted to exile. Whatever. That's life. We got it.
Welcome.
Yeah, that's life.
And we decided not to play the medallion there into the open blue mana, which is, we kind of telegraphed it a lot. We had to take 3 points of damage to get that blue mana in. It's either a big heads up play to make Jake play around something that's not there, or we do actually have it and Jake decides, don't want to be running my medallion into it.
Yeah.
One thing on the MTGO, remember, if you are taking part in that, you get yourself a free draft, you get the new players upgrade kit as well. So it's never been a better time to sign up to MTGO to then start taking part in the NRG events, if that's the way to go. If you can't, travel every weekend, it's a great way to play Magic. Plus, you get to practice during the week for when those weekend events you do travel to, like the NRG series. Finds a... Glimpse of the Impossible. See at the front of the hand, we do have a mountain. I see a Manamorphose, a Past in Flames.
Glimpse is pretty nice here if you want the spawns, but otherwise it's just, make 3 spawns, pass.
Back to Kamari. Forest and Go. So it could be representing force negation here. Could be having endurance. Could be a sink into stupor. Could just be an Ice Fang, Nicole. We're going to start to turn off by casting this Glimpse of the Impossible. Remember this one, if it does resolve, we'll exile the top 3 cards of the library. It does. So these are going to get exiled for the turn. We can play them till the end of the turn. If we don't play them, they'll get exiled themselves, and then we'll get an Eldrazi spawn token for each one. So we're going to play the land for turn. Kai says sure. And then end of turn, make 2 tokens.
Pog.
And then the endurance is going to happen. Oh, do they go to the graveyard? God, that's
I thought they were exiled too, but yeah.
Yes, graveyard, even better.
Yeah. And now Kamari has got a threat in play. We can start playing that classic Delver game of I have a threat, I have answers. I'm going to just nickel and dime you and, fight over the things that matter.
And there for free of this endurance. That's the easy bit. And I think we're just passing the turn again. Jake's going to go fetch up. You've got to imagine it's a Surveil land at this point. Can manipulate the top of our deck. What decks do you think really benefit the most, or is the most benefited deck of these Surveil lands in Modern?
I'm so sorry. What was your question?
Which deck in Modern utilizes the Surveil lands the best?
Living End. They have no 1-drops and 1 things in the yard.
I thought you were going to go Goyos. I thought you were going to say Goyos. That's where my mind's at.
It's not a bad deck.
I love Living End as well, by the way. That's another one of my favorite decks to kind of play. Nope. Consign's going to stop that. Do we have a second one? Jake's played down it the whole time. We do. You can see it pulls to the front. That was what we drew for the turn, I believe. Kamari's just kind of sat back in his chair, postures back. Maybe that's a bit of a sell. Jake's thinking about it. Are we just... We're going to pass?
No, I think we're thinking about, like, if we wanted to sack the spawn to have red mana to go.
Another one is going to stop it. So that's 2. But kind of like game 1. We're just stopping all the mana reducers. But at least we've got a little bit of pressure now. Not as much as we would like, but 3 a turn is going to be enough over, if we can keep this up. We do have a lot of disruption cards in our deck with those force negations, flare denials, ice fang Nicole's, subtleties, etc. Pass the turn again. No land drops. Draw end of turn for Jake. Draw for turn. Manamorphose, Awakening, Impulse, and a Past in Flames in hand, along with a land. Staff, Impulse. Chant and Row.
That could be an issue. I think Ringe Resolve says until your next turn. So we might even see this turn just be,
a setup turn.
Yeah, just you maybe just even land pass. And then next turn start on Chant and have it eat a counter spell. Or if it doesn't, you probably win.
The way Jake was playing, he's been playing pretty aggressively, not really like trying to set up for the turn before. He's kind of either going all in on one turn or not. Be interesting to see how he plays about this, if he wants to go a little bit slower. Yeah, just going to play a land pass, and we are going to try and go for that big turn next turn. How is Kamara going to be able to respond to that? What can we do to try and mess that turn up, so to speak? We didn't see anything flashed in at the end step. No Ice Fang, no Carl.
There's an Ice Fang in hand now, part of the draw for the turn. I was gonna say, there's a world where you maybe play it just to like get the redraw and try and find like a Coiling Oracle or a land drop, But don't mind holding it as well. Sort of, oops, I don't have Flare. It also just hard cast Flare.
That's an Impulse off the top.
I mean, you're starting this turn with Orbs Chant. That is happening no matter what goes on, because you want Kamari to definitely play a counterspell on it. All right, boom.
Into the flare, so no Orange Chant. We can still cast spells, but we're limited to what we can have now. We can only realistically have a subtlety, force negation, or maybe even mystical dispute, I guess, if they were going to come.
Scolding.
I was about to say, or a scolding, which did have and did come down. Impulse is going to be our last card. Reveals Impulse and Manamorphose. That's 2 good ones to hit.
Yeah, and this was, Jake obviously wishes things went a little differently, but this is why that last turn was so important to like have the chance set up for it. Because now, Kamari had exactly 6, so that's pretty huge. But now it's like, okay, I'm working through a lot of these things, and I get to keep setting up, and eventually I'll go for it as I have this Past in Flames in my hand.
Flare Denial goes to the bin. Are we just saying that if you've got it, you got me? If you don't, I've got lethal on the board. Like I'm almost out of cards at this point. Sees a Row, sees a ritual, plays the Row. Now we've got a mana reducer. Subtlety check. It says resolve. Jake's got to be happy to see that. Manamorphose.
Okay, I was gonna say Dismember right now. I think it's the last time where we have a good chance to respond and it'd be beneficial for us. You could force negation Past in Flames. All right, seems like even is the number where Jake is not even's winning essentially.
Not high low.
Yeah.
Up to 4 mana. Roll again. Look, Jake's only at 5.
Yeah, he's 4 life to go. If he has Shocklands, I mean, you have a basic amount. Okay, I was gonna say if you only had Shocks in your hand too, that could be frustrating.
Manamorphose again. Row trigger again. Get down to 3.
All right.
At what point would you stop casting spells?
Never. I have to cast spells to win. I'm dead on board. I cast spells until I die or they are dead. No one can stop me.
Still got the land drop for the turn as well, remember? Trying to get all the information we can at this point.
Just
passing flames.
Yeah. We're going up 1 mana on the Morphos every time. Okay.
Wow, trigger.
Come on.
Okay.
All right. So
No
you
damage.
could flip, but if you flip, you don't get the ultimate.
Yeah, I think it's 4 is the storm count right now.
Yeah, I think so too.
But it is going to flip. Don't want to risk any more life happening to us.
And I think Jake's probably a pretty big favorite to win here. Because you can use Ral's ability to make your instant sorcerers cost 1 less. And then, like you said, we think we have a land drop. So you'll land into Manamorphose. And then Manamorphose into Ritual, into Ritual, into the Ritual, and then
turn the wheels. Sure.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen a wish, and the grape shot is exiled.
Yep.
So, but no, we have a lot of looks. We have a lot of
looks. Yeah. And we're generating a lot of mana. There's like 3 Red Resolve S cards in the graveyard, so that's going to be another 6 cards. You can also find artist talent type things that will help you move through your deck even more.
Top 2. Medallion. There's the wish. I would have for the handshake here. I'd bet cool. Unless one of our last cards is a consign, and we're able to consign the storm trigger.
Yeah, consign the storm trigger might be good enough here. Depends on how much mana everything that Jake has. If Jake just tries to cast all the cards that we can cast, I have to assume that we have enough mana to wish, get the grape shot, shoot the grape shot, you know. What is happening? Oh, Jake's just saying I have multiple wishes. Yeah, and that's gonna do it.
Scoop in there. I get it. Takes a long time to get there, but we got there in the end. So congratulations to Jake, advancing to a 4-0 record. Halfway there, because we've got 8 Swiss rounds for you today. But what we also got is a backup feature match for you. Of course we do, with the NRG series. But apparently we're going to go have a break quickly while we do that. Okay. Right, well, we'll come back shortly after this break, and we'll bring you some more Magic the Cavern. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the NRG Series 10K Modern Showdown. My name is Will Hall. That is Mason Clark, and we're entering into round number 5 of this 10K. 8 rounds of Swiss is what we're bringing you today before we cut to that top 8 and crown ourselves a champion. We shall go to that end-of-year event, 24-player invite only, $35,000 on the line, and a Pro Tour invite. But a lot of magic to happen there. We've got some players sat down in our feature match, ready to go. So we're going to head straight down there. And Mason, talk me through all the decks that they're playing and how this is going to be playing out in the first couple of turns.
Yeah, so we're going to have Esper Gorios on your right here for Harrison versus generic Ragavan or Jeskai Blink on your left here for August. This matchup is one that's pretty interesting. You know, after the Pro Tour, Esper Gorios was the most played deck of the PT, and it kind of didn't translate too well with paper. Like, a lot of players actually started playing the generic Ragavan, you know, Jeskai Blinky deck here instead. The Esper Gorios deck interacts very well with combo decks as well and has very powerful end games. You can play fair games. But this, you know, Jeskai deck is much better at those sort of fair runs. As it looks like Harrison here, you know, is trying to fix the sleeve situation and shuffle up a bit more.
So I'm looking at the list. This is slightly different to what we've seen. We've got subtleties in the main deck here for August. I'm having a look at what else is kind of a Wrath of the Skies in the main as well.
Yeah, those are some of the cards that, you know, are going to potentially come up and be pretty big. You know, Quantum Riddler, huge card, right? Felia is pretty huge at just even sometimes clearing away an Atraxa so you get through for lethal. Harrison is on the Grizzlebrand build of the deck, so it has 5 big booms here for Esper. Some people do play Jace Fringe Prodigy like Team Cosmos did. It looks like a
favorite in this because famously the Blink deck's got you know, struggles quite a lot against these reanimate lists if they're able to do the reanimate thing. If they don't, then in the fair kind of grindy matchup, then we can kind of fight through that.
Yeah, I think I would guess that the Jeskai Blink deck is probably favored here, especially if you consider the totality of the match, right? Like including sideboard games. There's just some pretty strong interactive spells here in the sideboard, and we have enough fine interaction in the main deck that, you know, this Esper Gorios deck doesn't drown you in value. It's sort of like, yeah, draw 3 or 4 cards off of Gorios, you know, in our Atraxa, and then, you know, kind of get across the finish line. August's deck, she's going to be able to kind of, you know, for the most part, keep up pound for pound. Cards like Lightning Bolt are some of the worst ones, but they're definitely still quite good.
Gorios, Gorios is what we found for the turn. Combat with Ragavan, it's going to connect, generate a treasure token, it's going to find a Solitude off the top of the deck. Can't cast that one, probably don't want to cast that one. Then just pass in the turn with 3 mana up. What could be representing here?
Yeah, I mean, it could just be Felia, right? And you just have the treasure. It's not like August planned to have 3 mana. It was like, okay, this Ragavan ideally will hit. And I think there is, you know, a Felia in hand. Nothing else. It's like 2/2, like, oh, you know, there's like no mystical disputes in the main typically or anything like that. We could have played a Flage or something like that, but much rather just wait and let the game develop here and just, you know, ideally get a Felia and then maybe flicker something like a Quantum Riddler.
Okay, let's have a little Surveil. Do we like that card on top or not?
I don't know. I know that Harrison likes that token, the treasure there with his cat and him on it. One of the benefits of winning one of these showdown events.
I think it was land past the turn again. Found a Solitude.
Yeah, expect this game to be like kind of a mid-rangey battle where Harrison's hoping that like reanimating Atraxa where Grizzlebrand is going to be like this huge, huge haymaker.
And as we've gone past turn 3 now, so we are in the realms of that potentially being able to happen, bring something back, but also then ephemerating it as well. And we kind of go into this weird situation of who's going to have the Solitude or the answer to Solitude to keep it around and see how we get there. But at the minute, no real plays here on Harrison's side. Here comes the doggo. Can we follow this up with a Riddler or something good like that? Something that we would like to blink out. One copy of Lightning Bolt in the main. Have that in the hand here for August. Going to go to combat. Turn them both sideways. Blink. I think 0 target. Double Solitude in hand. Solitude ditching Solitude. You know, that means there's only 1 left in the deck. We're going to target the Ragavan here. So 2 life will be gained. And then we just pass it. We got a Flage we could play. Prismatic Ending.
I mean, yeah, just a handful of answer spells, right? Flage doesn't answer a ton out of Harrison's deck, but it can answer some things. I imagine August just wants to surveil and try and find something like Quantum Riddler that can really take over this game over, developing the full age. There's no rush. Maybe if August had more cards in graveyard, we'd feel a little differently and want to get, the full age onto the battlefield. But right now, August actually kind of does need like lands and spells. So, we need a little bit of it all. So can surveil and kind of try and find the right one for the right moment. What is the sleeves? Or what is that like
I think that's one of the dragons, right?
Yeah, is that like one of the cool dragons from Dragonstorm?
I think so.
Upside down didn't look like a dragon at first. I was trying to figure out what it was. It was bothering me.
People can't see me, but I'm literally tilting my head upside down to try and look at it. But let's have a look at what we got going on. We're going to draw off the Riddler, play our land turn, and pass the turn. That's going to go into our warp zone.
Fetch, surveil. This is Modern Knife now.
Remember when a card got banned because we used to shuffle our decks too much?
Yeah, that's so true. That was the problem with Sensei's Running Top for sure. Yeah. I gotta tell you guys, these rounds go 30 minutes over. I'm starting to become an Amulet banner. Not because I think Amulet should be banned, but because I'm tired of the rounds going 30 minutes over, which led me to my crazy Aftermath Analyst ban that the world's not ready to hear yet. But
I think we need to get rid of Summoners Pact. I've always said Summoners Pact has dodged the ban way too many times. It enables stupid things like New Form to be a deck, and it's a bullet in the foot for these Titan decks.
Missed with that one, Chief, as we see Quantum Riddler coming down.
Combat Flicker, value. And we know that 3 Solitudes are gone, so that's almost like a given. Unless you've got literally the 4th one in the grip, that is going to be a nice little value engine for us here. End of turn, counter gets put on it. It comes back, we draw a card.
August is like, yup, more than one with this grip full of cards. I do like double checking though. It's like, do I feel really powerful because I'm in a good position? I just also got all these cards. Remember, this is round number 5 of 8. Normally at a lot of events like this, you win round 5, you're like kind of locking up top 8. It's really 6-0 for the people that are going to be 100% safe. Yeah. This is a tough, long tournament. A lot of decisions left to be made here. I was joking about the cards in hand there, right? But it is important not to miss little things like that.
Gonna go fetch, go down to 9. I feel like this is a hard cast Riddler. I don't think we've got much else going on in the hand. We do have the answers for it if it was a hard cast Riddler. We've got a Flage in hand plus Lightning Bolt. Just enough mana to cast it. Looks like we also just got a Solitude.
Yeah, it looks like Solitude. Do we have an Ephemerate too? Because if we do, that's actually really huge. Because we get to keep the Solitude, then flicker the Riddler again and just draw more cards.
I don't think we do, but we've got 2 mana for something. Oh, we're going to consign the trigger.
Oh, and she's using the treasure just to make sure that the consign resolves through some sort of interaction. Okay.
Yeah, because these decks play Force Negation occasionally, right? So, yeah, I like it. So that keeps it on the board. So we've got 10 power. They're going for up to 13. So this plus the Lightning Bolt or Flage in hand is going to be lethal. We're going to see August take down this game 1.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem to be good.
Turn these sideways. No trigger here. This is 10 damage.
Yeah, I wonder if our life totals are off because Solitude gains the 4 life. Okay, yeah. There we go. Yeah. I was going to say, I didn't know if maybe we had missed another thing there. But yeah, I mean, this is sort of what happens in like, these generic-y, blinky-y, you come to me here in the booth, look at my face instead matchups where they interact with each other, and if you can't do your thing to overwhelm each other, you kind of just die, right? Like you get interacted with, and that game here do anything. Yeah. Well, that's the other thing, right? The Goryo's deck, it's a bunch of different combinations of cards, and it has draws that look like the blank deck, but there's a lot of other times where it just does nothing because you didn't hit the right interactive pieces here. Maybe we can pull up the sideboards real quick in order to kind of look at those and see what's coming up.
Let's have a look at this over on August side. This is the sideboard. We're a game up. I want to win this game number 2 so I can go have an early lunch. What do you like here?
Yeah, I like getting the early lunch. So this is always the interesting sub game, and you and I talked a bit about this yesterday in the team tournament, Will, and that is how much graveyard hate do I bring in versus my Esper Gorgeous opponent, because they might want to sideboard out a lot, they might want to keep it all in. That is sort of the $1 million question. I know these things to be true. I want my 3 mystical disputes. They fight over Frog, they fight over Riddler, they fight over probably the opposing mystical disputes. Those I want. Surgical Extraction, 0 mana. I know you've been wanting to board it in all day. I'm in. You know,
let's go. I'm happy now.
Worst comes to worst, I'm a better mid-range deck than the opponent. So getting rid of Riddler or Solitude could actually be kind of huge. That's not the ideal reason you want it. You want it to stop the Goryo's plays, but that is like some backup plans. And then Celestial Purge, pretty tempting. It can answer a Psychic Frog that gets out of control, even an early one, but also answer an Atraxa or a snuck into play Grizzlebrand as well. So I like doing those sort of things. I could see more cards coming in. I could see the Ghost Vacuum. I could see the Ashiok. I could see the Force Negation. But those are the cards that I feel pretty comfortable bringing in to varying degrees.
All right, what cards do you like taking out quickly? Just out of that, you know, we always talk about the cards that we want to bring in, but what cards are not good in this matchup?
You know, bolts, like you just want to kind of trim on a bunch of little things, right? Like I think bolt, to some extent, you could even argue like a Flage isn't the best, right? You just want to kind of make minor upgrades here. Prismatic Ending, March of the Worldly Light, these cards are fine. They're not great. You know, their spots. Wrath of the Sky is not very good in this matchup. So those are some of the cards you want to cut. Let's check out Harrison's deck really quick here as our players are just about finishing up their sideboarding. From Harrison's perspective, that same question I asked you, Will, about how much we want to go when it comes into like leaning into our graveyard strategy. That's where Harrison's at right now, and I don't know the answer. A lot of players feel very differently about things. The things I do know, Will, is I really want to Fairy. That's really powerful in this matchup, removing sort of the instant speeds, and it's a good way to unsummon a Flage. It's problematic. Unsummon a Quantum Riddler that got cheated out, or one that's hard cast and make life really awkward. Mystical Dispute, we talked about it from the other side a second ago. Sort of same thing here. And then, you know, if you want to cut down on your, you probably also want Subtlety. It's probably a pretty good card here, but now it's like how many Goryos and Atraxas do you want to cut? Because you could cut all of them, maybe leave in one Atraxa that pitches to a lot of cards, maybe hard cast the game goes late. You could bring in these Thought Seizes. They typically aren't great in Jund Mirrors, but with cards like Quantum Riddler, they actually can be pretty impactful. Maybe you want to leave these cards in. And if that's the case, then you don't want these Thought Seizes, maybe just bring in a Nile Spellbomb, fight over the graveyard. It's what we do.
All right, interesting. Well, let's get down to the match, see how they're getting on. Looks like they're just finishing shuffling up from Sideboarding. Remember, up a game, August needs that 5-0 to advance. Be one step closer. I think 6 wins is kind of where you get to locking territory. But we've got over 162 players in the room. At least that's how we kicked off with this morning. And they want to get themselves into the top 32 because that's where the cash prizes start. And when we get into top 8, that's where things start getting spicy. More money on the line. Of course, an invite to the end of year tournament. 35,000, one Pro Tour invite. I say one Pro Tour invite like it's nothing. It's the biggest prize of them all. You get to play on the biggest stage with all those people that we've seen for years and maybe make a name for yourself in Magic, the Gathering.
Yeah, and I mean, we have Pro Tour, champions and competitors who regularly play our end of the year champs. So it's also just a great chance to, test your merit against those kind of players and get huge level ups, right? Like people always talk about the Pro Tour, you learn so much because you play against such strong players. And that's one of the benefits of playing champs.
All right, we're going to start with the turn 1 Ragavan, just like in game 1, but not going to be as powerful as we're now on the draw. How's this going to fetch up Surveil? He wants to put an Atraxa in that bin, try and get it out on turn 2. That'd be probably the most powerful play that we can do. It's just another land.
I didn't get a good view of the deck. Did you see any Goryos in there when we were shuffling?
I did not.
Ooh, the suspense continues. Answer to Ragavan. Yeah, this reminds me of the old MH2 metagame, You play Ragavan, I answer it,
I don't even know what deck I was playing in the MH2 era.
You probably played Hammer. You seem like a Hammer.
Because Hammer's basically just a better infect. I was playing a bit of Hammer around that time. I enjoyed that deck. It was nice. Anytime Inkmoth Nexus is playable, I'm probably playing the deck. That's
fair. I was playing my beloved 4-color. I play 30 answers. You have 15 threats. Teehee.
Was that like the Rhino era as well? Was that?
Yeah, Rhinos was a deck you could play, and it was only really good near the back half of it. Once Yorion got.
If it was the Yorion, I used to play a lot of Yorion. That was my deck. I love that. Money Pile.
Yeah, Money Pile is great. Luris, another great deck of that era.
Teferi? Teferi's going to come down for free. We're going to fetch in response. Maybe get a little dog on the play, but I doubt it's going to stick around much longer.
Yeah, Felia always awkward against Teferi because it often gets bounced, but it does mean that Teferi is low loyalty. So you got that going for you.
You know, if you do that, you know, Felia here gets bounced. You follow up as a Flage, gets the Teferi off the board, gets the Flage into your bin. So one of the better ways to answer this. So we are going to flash this in, bounce it back to your hand, and then pass turn.
Yeah, if August has a third land here, I don't think she does. Okay, I was going to say we could have had Felia plus Bolt the Teferi, which would have been a very powerful turn. Sort of just, you know, take over things. As is, just getting the Felia down is fine as long as we can kind of get the Felia back on our turn. But so far, it looks like Harrison is playing Esper Control better than as I sideboard out almost all my Gorios and friends.
Tick up the Teferi. Then we're going to play Riddler. Draw a card. Do have white mana up. Do have Consign up. We're going to ephemerate it. Go another card deeper. Know that we're safe because obviously Teferi is on the board. Means August has got to play all her spells at sorcery speed.
Yeah, August has a kind of a back-breaking turn, though. She can attack, flicker out the Riddler. If the Teferi dies, then consign the return trigger on the Felia, which would kill the Riddler.
We'll do this.
Yeah, this is also a totally reasonable play.
There's only one mana interaction on this deck. There is not. So no, Teferi will be going bye-bye here. So yeah, nice turn there for August. Still not hitting the land drops that she needs, but is dealing with all the threats on the board and keeping this failure around. More surveilling.
Yeah, you saw August kind of joke there, like, okay, I'm allowed to play again. And that's kind of how it feels when Teferi's in the battlefield. You just are so hamstrung in your plays with these decks that try to leverage, you know, having the right thing at the right time, that Teferi can just be, you know, a really awkward card, especially when you're stuck on lands.
Force negation. Don't want that. Draw. Maybe there's another land. Harrison flooding? Or are we going to hold up a Solitude here? We've got Subtlety. Oh, I think we've got Subtlety and Solitude. Riddler. I'm Subtlety in that.
Yeah, I think so too. It's just too juicy to pass up. Like, August is stuck on lands, didn't do it last turn, could have, right? So you know you probably don't have a land coming. And you get to hardcast the Subtlety too. So it's not even like you have to lose it. Maybe if you had to evoke it, I'd understand not wanting to, but all right, get it for 2.
Good to pass turn. Subtlety comes back. We're going to fetch more Surveillance. I think they normally play for 3 Surveillance, don't they? Let's have a look.
Yeah, 3. I mean, sometimes even 4 Surveillance lands.
1, 2.
For your question to me earlier, what deck's the best Surveillance deck? A lot of people say it's this deck.
Yeah, I'm on that. I think and you did make a good argument for the living own one. So Graveyard Synergy decks. Let's go with that.
Yeah. My issue is, and maybe this is just like a fault in my game, is how often you end up cutting the Goryo stuff or going down on it, or not even wanting to do it on turn 2 because of cards like Surgical, etc. That, you know, like you end up wanting to be like, I want to slam a Psychic Frog on curve, and you just have to play off curve because you draw 1 or too many, you know, Surveil lands. I really value playing on curve though.
Another like we're out of surveils. All 3 you can see on the board right now. So no, you know, sorting out the top of our decks. That draws another land for the turn. So now I think we've got Solitude, land, and 1 unknown. Get in there for free. Start the beatdown plan. We will win this race currently. Draw.
Now, I was gonna say, okay, August did put the Riddler on top. I couldn't remember what had happened with it in the Subtlety.
Riddler. Exile. Yeah, I like exiling the Riddler here, I think.
Yeah, I do too. This just makes it so that like August can't rip land and do something like Ephemerate, right? Like, you know, her hand's all lands. We know it's consign. Okay.
There's the land.
This is pretty big. You can like fetch, bolt down the Solitude, get in for 2.
We could also attack and consign the trigger on the way back in, right?
Yeah, totally.
Another land for Harrison.
I wonder if August is maybe wanting to fetch a Surveil in order to just like keep making land drops or find like a Riddler. Yeah, no casting of a bolt here tells me we're not going to be doing it unless it's going to, save our life.
What do you think about keeping the bolt in?
It's interesting. It is a good way to fight over Teferi 3. That is its biggest advantage. It's like a 1-mana way to kind of like clean up that card. So this is one of those moments where it's like your intentionality matters a lot to me. If you're like wanting to fight over Psychic Frog, I'm like, come on. You know what I mean? But if you're wanting to kill these solitudes, these subtleties, I'm like, come on. If you're like, oh, sometimes it does that. I combine it with a Flage to kill a Riddler, but really it's here for Teferi 3. Then I'm like, okay. You know what I mean? It matters a lot of sort of like, what is your reasoning behind the decision?
Gonna draw, left it on top. It was a land, shock. Well, it's not a shock, it's actually a basic, but here we go. Now what are we gonna do? We could go Flage and Consign.
Yeah.
But into the face of what? 7 open mana?
But yeah, I mean, you got to at least cast the Flage and try and shoot down one of these, like at least Solitude, right?
And the fact that I didn't get ephemerate must feel great. Then we're going to consign it. We're going to force the consign.
And this is kind of great for August. It's not the perfect exchange, but now we have this Flage that can come back from the graveyard on the following turn, and that will stabilize the game. And this is one of the advantages of the Jeskai Blink deck in this matchup is it has Flage, right? Like, I don't think you want all 4 Flages because they're a little awkward, but having access to, a couple of them, like 2 or 3, means you hit these mid games and I'm going to start bringing it back. So it's really just a matter of August getting the last couple cards in the graveyard now. And once we do, Flage will totally stabilize the game.
We got some great top decks here. Like even in a track, so we could hardcast it at this point.
Yeah, you could. I wonder how many are in Harrison's deck. I always like to leave one for moments like this in these kind of matchups, at least. You can also just pitch it to Solitude, pitch it to, Subtlety. But
here's a frog.
This was a really good draw.
We're going to ditch the Gristlebrand to it and then reanimate it. Oh,
yeah, you see, I couldn't even see that in Harrison's hand. So Harrison's at least kept in 1 Goryo's, 1 Grizzlebrand. And I imagine if there's a Grizzlebrand, there's a Traxxas in the deck too. So this is big information for game 3, but we are going to have a game 3.
I don't know. Like, it's interesting you say that. Is there an Atraxa? Is there more Goyos? Because we could have drawn 7 and had a chance of doing both this turn and just winning the game this turn.
Well, I have to assume there is.
And well, the
here's my deductive reasoning skills before I saw it though. Well, and maybe this is crazy talking. Twitch chat can make fun of me. My deck plays 4 Atraxas and plays 1 Grizzlebrand. So I assume Atraxa is better than Grizzlebrand. Otherwise, I'd probably play more Grizzlebrands, right?
Yeah, that's game.
And the Atraxa pitches, as we're going to pick up game 3 here. Your Atraxa pitches to your subtleties. It pitches to your Solitude. It pitches to your forces. Grizzlebrand is like just a dead card. And this is why we saw teams like Team Cosmos at the Pro Tour decide to play Jace Fringe Prodigy in the deck. It is a Goryo's Vengeance target and something that plays like into this fair game that you experience post board. And it like pitches to cards, but it doesn't get stuck in your hand. Like Grizzlebrand gets stuck in your hand for so much of the game. And it is very, very powerful if it ever gets cast. But I think we can all count on how many times we've actually seen Grizzlebrand get cast.
So that's a nice read, knowing now going into game 3 in Sideboarding that, okay, if you kept the Grizzlebrand, you've kept that package in. That's interesting to go forward. But you know what else? And we spoke about it a little bit earlier, but maybe some people weren't watching then. I want to know, Mason, personally, do you like the NRG series?
I love the NRG series.
Do you like, let's say, Magic Online?
I like Magic Online.
What if I told you we could combine them both to make a super event and get more people qualified for the end of your championships?
Sounds like a great time. As next weekend, November 9th, we're doing an Edge of Eternity's sealed event, $2,500 in prize pool, invite to NRG Champs. That's this year's, which is happening December 13th and 14th. Follow along here on the Twitch channel. That way you don't miss any of the action. You can scan the QR code on your screen or check out our website where our social media has a link to it as well. You can sign up there. When you sign up, you'll give us your email address. And next week, you're going to get a special token to add to your Magic Online account. That is going to get you into the queue in order to play next Sunday. Along with that token, Will, you also get a free draft and a free upgrade tip to your Magic Online account. So if you don't have one already, you can go out there and get one by just playing here. That's a lot of insane value. You're definitely going to check that out. And speaking of checking out these Magic Online events, we are doing 4 more next year as our 2026 kind of schedule has been laid out for us, and we're going to put that up here on the screen for you in just 1 second. But basically, Will, next year we're going to do 4 big old weekends in paper and 4 big old weekends on Magic Online with showdowns. The winner of any of those events is going to go to our end of the year champs here, and this is an exciting thing here. So 4 of those, the events, the format for that will be announced sooner than later. We're going to have that kind of stuff come rolling out to you all, whatever makes sense as players. And the in-person events, 4 weekends. Each of our weekends is going to have a team event with a showdown. So all the players on the winning team will go to champs. And that is the 24 person, $35,000 invite only tournament we have each year with the winner also getting an invite to the Pro Tour. And then individual trials are also going to happen at those events. Those are going to be for other formats too. So things like, Pauper, we've seen y'all really like it. Yeah, Sealed sometimes. We're going to do it for Legacy, right? We're going to try and figure out what makes the most sense for you, the players. That is our structure with this. And you can expect more on this when it comes to the exact fine details coming in the coming weeks. We'd love to see you out at these events in 2026.
Right, well, it looks like players have finished stuff up, so we're going to move it back down to our main feature match. Question, how many likes do you reckon I need to get for one of these formats to be Tiny Leader?
There's no amount of likes because no one plays Tiny Leader.
Well, look, what if I got 1 million likes?
No, they're just going to do likes and not really show up.
I miss that format. Okay, right, we're good.
Did you play Tiny Leader?
Oh, I loved it.
How many Tiny Leader games do you have?
I used to have the what's the 3-man?
Don't tell me what you had. Are you at double-digit Tiny Leader games? I don't believe you if you say
we played it when it first came out. We played it multiple weeks for F&M, but everyone stopped playing it because my deck was way too good.
Multiple weeks of F&M could be 2 weeks of 3 rounds, which proves my theory that we are not at 10. Speaking of 10, 9801, here we go. We're in the feature match area again, and we're just doing the land go here for the first turn.
All right, we're going to fetch. We're going to see some of these surveils happen. I did see the Ghost Vacuum as we skim through there over on the August side, so that has come in a bit more graveyard hate, which you think is needed, especially when that's the real reason you lost that game.
Mm-hmm.
What sort of cards are we going to want to keep on top of our deck? Way
Riddler, too much. Dog, even Dash Ragavan here isn't the end of the world if you left it in.
I'd say all the cards. Like it wouldn't be in my deck if I didn't want it.
That's true. Yeah. Honestly, one of the things that I think players don't do enough of is hold their Surveil lands when they have their first couple turns. Now we had a flip Fable. That's funny. But you don't need to surveil if your hand is perfect. Now, I'm not saying August hand is perfect, but just in general, I see players have like these perfect hands and they look at their top card and it's like a basic and they keep, and I'm like, come on, just get a tap land. The game's going to go long, especially in a matchup like this. You could surveil in the mid game and be pretty happy.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. I think I fall short of that at times as well. It's just like it's kind of ingrained in us that I've got this great hand, but it can be slightly greater. Almost taking that greed, which comes with it. And then later on in the game, you're like, oh man, I could really deal with manipulating the top of my deck here, but I'm out of my surveils. And if you play a deck with few, obviously over in the Harrison side, we do play 3 in the main. But if you're only playing a 1 of, maybe even 2 of, you really need to know when to utilize those effects.
100%.
Tracks a check. Got that. When we looked at that top, then do we like it? Do we not like it? It looks like we like it. We're going to draw it.
Liking it's a good sign for us continuing to play the game, though.
Well, this is a good one. Here's a Psychic Frog, but I do see a Mystical Dispute in hand.
Yep, I see an Attraction in hand as well for Harrison, and a Force Negation. Now, obviously, we can't Force Negation this. It's our turn. But signs to me that, we are still very much in, at least on having some amount of the graveyard package. We did see both players sideboard for a bit there, so I was curious if Harrison maybe go down and maybe try to catch August with a bunch of dead cards in her deck.
We'll see. There's the Mystical Dispute, the promo. So pay 3, cost reduced by 2 because it is a blue card that we are targeting.
We ripped an island. I think we needed that land.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually. That's a Solitude at the back of the hand, not a Plains. Passing it back. We've got basic Plains, at least for Harrison here. Do have a Riddler and a Ephemerate, I believe, as long with that Force Negation. In the tank. This is where the decisions make, right? Both players 4-0. 8 rounds of Swiss today, so still need at least 2 wins to see ourselves closer to that top 8 and start locking in. Riddler's getting shuffled to the front. Yeah, we're going to go with a Riddler. Let's go speed check. Get the thumbs up. Draw a card. Draw another Riddler. Play planes for the turn. And then we're just going to let that one phase out. Warp out. I like phase. It's very Star Trek-y. Phase out.
Well, you know what that makes me think about? Our Star Trek set coming a year from ish today. Fall 2026.
Yay.
Fable the Mirror Breaker, kind of a spicy one here. This might actually force the force negation from Harrison.
Oh, I'm forcing it.
Yeah.
I don't want that getting flickered.
Yeah, Felia, flickering it. It's only 2 goblins, but it is 2 goblins, and maybe August just like flickers it over and over again to keep making goblins and keep rummaging, right? So Fable the Mirror Breaker here, you know, a kind of an all-star of Pioneer, banned in Standard, and just pretty good here in Modern, just like the 3 Little Bears.
There's the tracks are going to get exiled as the blue card for that force, as you spoke about. You know, I mean, it can exile to not only force, but also a solitude or even a subtlety if needs be. So that's got alternate uses to it. I think I do see subtlety in hand as well for Harrison. Just maybe we don't have that 4th land drop that we need to be able to hard cast in. It wouldn't need to be an island at that. Do you have another subtlety in hand if you want to go that route? I see a solitude plus white card 2. Might be an ending.
Yeah, ending here would be kind of nice. Wouldn't make much sense. Tap this. There you go. Tapping your basics for ending makes a lot of sense to me.
Well, it might be just be Riddler, but we need to hit a land drop. I don't think we've got a land drop for the turn. We're going to try and get a bit of greed going on here.
Yeah, I don't mind a little greed is good moment.
What?
Oh, that's surgical.
What? Okay.
Oh, I wonder if Harrison is, now that the trigger's on the stack, we're going to surgical into Evoke Solitude and to draw 2 off Riddler.
Ooh, okay. That made it feel a bit more appealing. But what are we targeting with the solitude here? The surgical, sorry.
I imagine you would target the dispute, even though obviously it's not up. Just of the cards in the graveyard, I think that's probably the best one. You could go for the land, technically.
Yeah, you could. It's been done before. The fact that those 2 mirror breakers have already been cast, and these decks only normally run 2 or 3. So yeah, take them out for me. It's fine. And then I'll have a little look at your deck. So there's 3 total copies there. Also, we get to see the hand, which is a Flage, Solitude, Wrath of the Skies, and maybe another Solitude, the alternate fill out one.
Okay, this is telling me, because look how focused Harrison is on other stuff, right? This is telling me Harrison really is thinking about, do I pitch Solitude and go all in on drawing 2 cards? Because Harrison's looking at the 2 cards in hand over here and sees Solitude, Consign, Flage, and it's like, I might just need to save my Solitudes for these. And now it's like I look at the deck trying to get an idea of what's in there. Linvala,
yeah, that's
made it out of the sideboard. That's a good one against pitch Solitude. All right. Well, yeah, you see Harrison wants to go for the Ephemerate line, but now also has to think, if I go for the Ephemerate line and August goes, Solitude, your Riddler, am I happy with that?
Just going to draw for the turn. Have we? Oh yeah, it was last time we played. We did play a land. Haven't played a land this turn, so yeah, that's correct. Right. That makes sense. And then we're going to have the Riddler phase out again. Playing a little bit slower. I like that.
This was a big turn, and you could tell too that Harrison isn't in love with the play, right? It was sort of like a desperation surgical into probably a desperation solitude, and kind of saw that, oh dang, August has a lot of it, and found a Ragavan.
Yeah, Ragavan off the top. We're gonna go dashing it.
Ragavan maybe hit Psychic Frog here, be pretty insane.
Surveil lands, don't want that, but we do get a treasure token.
Okay.
Or a Harrison token.
Yeah, Harrison's cat. Much like a cat to really go to another person instead of you. Am I right? Am I right, cat people? I get a 1 in the chat if you're a cat person.
We got to say the 2s in the chat if you're a dog person. You can't just give one without the other.
Let's be real. Dogs rule. We all know we're all dog people. We don't need to fight that. As it looks like subtlety is going to be able to be hard cast here.
Now, would you? I was going to say, would you subtlety this to stop it and put it on top of the deck, or would you use it as a blocker?
Oh, both make a decent amount of sense here. I like using it if you're going to use it on Ragavan to put it in one of the different zones, just because I'm a little worried about Flage coming back in the short term, even though obviously we're kind of far on the mana. But looks like...
So Solitude, Ditching Solitude. I imagine we're going to consign this.
Yeah, we're going to consign the Subtlety return trigger and my Evoke trigger with the consign. Like great play here from August. This is a back-breaking moment.
And now there's 2 triggers on the stack, one from the Subtlety, one from the Solitude. Both of the Evoke triggers, boom. Target both of them so we keep around our own Solitude, and the Ragavan is going to connect.
Say what you want about consigned memory. Is it one of the biggest mistakes ever? Who's to say? Probably not, but it creates a lot of cool moments for a card that was designed to just dunk on Chalice of the Void. You got to give it that. As it does sort of now, we see Solitude pitch Atraxa, and Harrison is all in on drawing a land here to slam this Riddler. If we do, we're super in this game. If we miss, oh, this is huge. That was the turn.
Didn't get a look at what it was, but Flage is going to go to the face. It's going to drop Harrison down to 11. August is going to go up to 21. Then Combat down to 8, up to 24.
To say August, I think had another consign in hand. Maybe I'm misremembering the hand. Oh, it's sorry. It's the other Solitude. It might be the other Solitude still.
No. Solitude got ditched for Solitude. I think it is another consign.
Okay. We could have gone for the kind of all in, but I win on the next turn. Consign my Solitude. I like this, though. Yeah, you don't actually have enough cards. So we'll just... I kind of like Shocking still, just in case something does happen to your Solitude in combat.
We've got a Solitude Ephemerate over on Harrison's side. That's his hand.
Well, that's really good if we had an Arena of Glory. If we find a white card here, this is pivotal.
Didn't get a look at what it was. It might be a land.
Mending.
Oh, that's the white card, but it's also a draw spell.
Yeah, and this is a spot here where August needs to be very careful on how we sequence the turn. If this is Solitude Ephemerate, you want to get in with your Solitude first and not have your Flage come down. That way the Solitude doesn't just eat the Flage. If Harrison wants to stop the damage, right, then you're going to need to do it beforehand, which means August won't walk into the Solitude Ephemerate here. Obviously, we also have a consign, so we're a little safe when it comes to that, but...
Go to combat. Harrison's going to go down to 2. August up to 30.
Faithful Mending does gain 2 life as well, Will. So we could just put ourselves to 4 and not die to Flage. We still don't have the fourth, the last card yet. A fetch land enables it. A lot of things that could go here. Quantum Riddler.
Okay. Yeah, this might be enough for me to fire off.
A little draw 2 situation.
Going to cast Solitude, ditching the Mending. It's going to target the Riddler. Then we're going to try and ephemerate it. We're going to pay 2 and stop both triggers.
Yeah, Harrison shortcutting there kind of got himself. If he had waited to let the first one resolve, we could at least get that. Now both Solitude ETBs are countered. And a small slip up from Harrison, someone we see really dominant here on the NRG series, but this happens to the best of us.
Yeah, I think that Ephemerate's also going to be in exile. It does have flashback still.
Yeah, the Ephemerate should be flickered.
It looks like he's missed it. He put it straight to the graveyard.
It is something you could choose to say no on, and we attack with the Solitude. I mean, I guess it is possible that Harrison just wanted to do this in order to gain enough life to be around the Flage return trigger.
If you say no, though,
it should be an
exile. Yeah.
Yeah, we had a judge over there, but there's no like Flages in Harrison's deck. There's no Jace from Prodigy. And it looks like August has one here.
Oh, just to manage to take it down, sneak thing. Yeah, I think Harrison kind of checked out after a little bit there. Just didn't really go that line. It was all in on it. The answer has happened, so is what it is. But we're going to come back to the booth because, of course, that's going to be the end of round number 5. But we've got a lot of players that are already qualified for that end of year tournament that you keep hearing us speaking about because it is one of a kind. It is a $35 24-player invite-only tournament which has a Pro Tour slot attached to it. So let's see what players are already qualified for it.
Yeah, I mean, last year's champ, Theo Jung, first and foremost, right? Theo, dominant player. We see them do well at the Pro Tour as well. Jake Koenig took it down pretty early, got that invite. You'd love to see it. Someone who plays a lot of our events. We love to see consistency rewarded. Fan Chen Yang, someone who also plays a lot of our events. I believe a Milwaukee local comes down and every time will always plays a cool, unique deck. Won it there. Pretty awesome to see. Grayson Nimitz making a run for our player of the year slot and MVP, essentially, excuse me. Basically locked it up. Could lose it on points. Very unlikely. But Grayson is going for the all-time record. That's Grayson's goal for this year when we qualified very early. I love it. So close. We're going to have to see how it goes between this weekend and next weekend's Edge of Eternity Sealed Online event. Cliff Boyardee, another player we see a ton of here on the series, qualified as well. And then, I mean, we have Team System Magic over here. Obviously, a lot of great players. Love Greg. Candles all around. But hard to pass up Andrew Ellenbogen, Pro Tour champion. That's definitely got to be one of the more feared players in the field. I'll tell you this, though. Last year, players used their buy on Theo Jung, our MVP for the open circuit. Does get to dodge one player. Theo was the person named. Andrew was there last year as well. I'm curious to see if there's a run back on that one. Meanwhile, Harrison Canfor, we just saw him in the feature match area, won a Showdown event, did very well. Great player. Had a bit of a tough matchup, but still excellent. Could still very easily top 8. Rodney Bedell, another player we see at a ton of our events, along with Jacob Campbell, and then Benjamin Solomon, Vinny, and Jack Potter, better known as House of Mana. Those players won literally yesterday's Team Showdown event. Vinny was doing well earlier today. I'm curious to see how he's doing. He also just won our regional championship here in the United States. So, I mean, come on. Look at all those players here at Champs. Incredibly exciting. Today's winner, that's that November Modern Showdown. They're going to be that question mark. And then next week's MTGO Showdown for Edge of Eternity Sealed is going to be the last one. And then the leaderboard slots at the bottom here, how everyone does, it will all shake out. So still one more weekend after this of sweats left for our players. We'll have to see, and we'll keep you all updated on social media about who is qualified. But we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to tag out for a couple rounds. I'm going to let Corbin Hostler get in. You two can have your dream booth moment you've always waited for, and we'll have some more Magic for you then, and then I'll be back here for the top 8 to bring you all home. We'll see you very soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NRG 10K Modern Showdown, where we are trying to find out which players are going to make today's top 8 to get themselves one step closer to our end-of-year invitational. But something has changed on the screen. You know what I mean? I'm Will Hall still, but that's not Mason anymore. That's Corbin Hostler joining us for the rest of today's show. How are you doing, my friend?
I am doing well. I'm excited to be here. And I'll tell you, yesterday I started on a ship. I then took an Uber to a van, which then took me to a bus, which then took me to an airport. I got on an airplane. After the airplane, I took a train onto another airplane until I got to my car, finally arrived home, also that I could be here with you, Will Hall, and everyone else at the NRG Championship Series.
We're remoting in here, right? You could have just done this in the first location. You didn't have to go through all that just to get to this bit, but it's fine. I'll let you off.
Now that you say that, I guess I could have stayed on. I could have had the beach in the background. That would have been quite the casting experience. Cool. Yeah,
it's funny that you say you went from a boat to an Uber, because obviously I'm in the military and I'm a Marine, so I call the Navy my Ubers. But anyway, different story, a bit of an inside joke there. It's fine. We've got some players to watch, the players that we're trying to follow, because obviously they're doing well at the minute and in contention to get enough points to get to the end of year leaderboard. Talk to me about some of these players that are standing out to you, Corbin.
Yeah, those are some big names. As you know, I know that we have watched many of these players over previous weekends, and we've got a couple left to watch today because, some of them have, had not the best performance today. 3 of them are 4-1. Alden Cates, Casey Ryback, and Garrick Relentless Alford himself, all 4-1. Remember, we're playing 8 rounds today. So very much alive for top 8. 1 loss in an 8-round tournament. You still got room to go. But as we head into round 6 here, that means there are some undefeated players trying to get to that point where you can, maybe double draw in, maybe at least be in a position where you are set up well with a couple of winning ends, or you can play for seeding at that point. Justin Brickman and Jake Lunn are ready to do that.
Well, we're trying for the points, right? Like, they're the players that are looking good. They want to get themselves onto the top of the leaderboard during points. If they can make a top 8 with that as well, that's going to make it a lot easier for them. But going on to this round's feature match, where we have got Justin versus Jake. Jeskai Blink versus Ruby Storm. We saw Jake a little bit in a round or 2 ago with this, be able to squeak out the win against the Sultai deck. But going up now against Jeskai Blink could be a whole different kettle of fish. This can apply a lot more pressure very quickly, but doesn't have as much interruption as those other decks. So it's going to be interesting to see how this works, especially where both players are starting off on Surveil lands. And Justin needs to get the, pedal to the metal. Might not know what he's against, might have took him again at this point, but let's see how it pans out with where we've got the Surveil on the stack. Ephemerate, that's going to go to the graveyard. Another land off the top is what we're going to find. Sacred Foundry. Do we have a 2-drop?
Yeah, this is sort of in some ways a classic-ish modern matchup, a Jeskai controlling-ish deck against a Storm deck on the other side. But once you go a little deeper, it looks nothing like you might have seen a Storm in the past. This is, of course, mono red Ruby Storm, made possible with Ruby Medallion out of MH3. This was, or MH2, perhaps one of those sets. This had a big impact when it came out, right? This made a big splash at a Pro Tour where John Finkel was playing Storm, and then the deck basically fell flat on its face because John Finkel playing Storm is unlike anyone else playing Storm, and the deck overall did not have a great win rate. But it still has stuck around, and here Jake Lunn is taking it up to 5-0. So obviously a slow start for him with the Surveil lands, but that's fine. You're not really under a ton of pressure because it's just a Filia on the other side.
Well, all we're doing is sculpting the hand. Like, that's all we do here in Jake says. Sculpt a hand until we're ready to go off on that one turn, especially in game 1, 0 sideboard cards. The chances of that happening are going to be dramatic. But over on the other side, Justin's doing his thing. Turn 2 failure into the Riddler, into Flicker the Riddler. That's 2 more cards entering the grip and passing the turn back. I think we might be missing land over on Jake's side. We do have a reducer in the face of a Rao, but Rao is the one thing that Justin can interact with a lot easier over that Ruby Medallion that you spoke about. So deciding, is he going to go for it? Is this just going to be another setup turn potentially? Maybe we're going to cast a Resolve or an Impulse and set up for next turn to try and hit those land drops.
Yeah, and if you're Justin, this is obviously a pretty nice start in terms of just able to sculpt your own hand, because pretty clearly, in fact, incredibly clearly, what you're up against here once you see that ritual hit the graveyard. So you know what you're looking for. You're looking for ways to interact. You're looking for counter magic, as you said, with a little bit of removal, can interact with Rao. But here we go, I guess. So you see the Theros land out there that's going to represent our red mana, as that ritual takes Jake up a few red mana.
I guess if we do it this way, as in double ritual to start off with, that puts us up to 4, which means the Rao on 2. We can then play a spell, and then if there was a solitude or something in response, we've got enough mana to play another spell to potentially try and start the chain to trigger this Rao. But it also comes down to how Justin, is he going to be disciplined here and try and work for the opportune moment, knowing now that there's 2 mana up, or has Jake done enough that it doesn't matter what he's got going forward, as Jake is now going to fire off that Manamorphose?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because this is sort of, because he has that extra mana. Remember, a lot of the rituals are in fact instant speed, and with the discount from Rao, even if the removal were to eventually resolve on it, if you can cast some spells in response to that removal, and which with the bank of mana Jake is able to do here, you're still getting that discount. Obviously, Manamorphose is among the better ones, as it has always been in Storm. I remember when that card came out, it basically made the modern Storm archetypes. And in fact, here it is. We see
March of Underworldly Light, which of course is a 1 mana spell X, but that X can be either mana that we spend on it, or exiling a white card from our hand adds 2. And we're going to exile the Flage, and this really isn't the matchup for it, to try and get this off. But with that extra mana, we played round some interaction. Great. If we had a Solitude here, though, that would be another bit of interaction to stop this Rao, but we don't. So it looks like the second Manamorphose is going to trigger, or not trigger, be cast, sorry. Get the trigger from Rao. It looks like it doesn't flip, but we're going to add the mana, which puts us back up to 2. And now if we've got any more spells in our hand, we've got more chances of trying to flip if needs be.
Yeah, you really called exactly how this was going to play out at the beginning. By making that mana, we were able to, if you're Jake, at least work through this March of Otherworldly Light to an extent. And now at the end of this, we do see Rao go away, but he's got some mana left over if he wants to keep going. And now he's several cards deeper thanks to those Manamorphose. And we'll see if things keep continuing, because Storm counts up to 6, 4 red mana, grip of cards in hand. Jake can try again.
I think we've got a Glimpse of the Impossible, which is of course Sorcery Speed, and 2 Past in Flames in hand, which are good when we're going off, not so good when we're trying to set up.
That's right.
We do have a land drop though.
So with the land and the 4 mana, you're up to 5, and then you can glimpse and dig a little deeper, and then hope, I guess, at that point to find a reducer. We'll see. Because if you're Jake too, we talked about not being under a ton of pressure, but Philia, Quantum Riddler, it's something. But all right, here we go. Past in Flames.
But Past in Flames is costing all of our mana.
We've got our land,
but what are we playing for 1 mana?
Nothing. Okay, just wanted to get it in the graveyard. Okay.
All right.
So now you have access to I'm flashing it back, I suppose. But overall, if you're Justin, that went how you wanted it to. You do still have lots of cards. Obviously, you're alive, which is how you wanted it.
That's what I was saying. You got to untap. That was the main thing. Like normally when the storm goes up, you don't get to untap, but we had enough and we were able to get there.
And now you just got to try to finish it off, right? Jake's not out of gas, but entirely, but certainly much reduced after that. So good attempt on his part to go off. Justin was able to use that sort of the implied pressure of the Riddler and the Philia to get there. And now Teferi is a huge lock piece.
I was going to say, I think we have the option there of a Fable the Mirror Breaker as well, deciding what do we want to do, because we want to flick a target for this failure, because we don't want to do the Riddler. We need to apply pressure. We're currently going to have like a 2-turn clock. So doing this, if it's a fairy, we get a flick. It's a fairy. Yes, we can't activate it a second time, but we do end up getting a card, which is great. And now Jake down to 9. He's got to kind of rebuild again, and I don't know if the hand's going to be nice to him to do this. We're going to start off with the Impulse.
Yeah, you just got to try to find some pieces here. There's a Medallion, a Jace, a Valakut Awakening. All right, well, we can get the land drop out of this. How it's going to come into play tapped. And if you're Jake, you believe you have another turn lined up.
Yeah, only 8 damage on the board right now, but remember we are playing Phages and there are lightning bolts in these decks, so it could just be a tap and hope. I'm actually looking at the list. There is no lightning bolt in this list. The traditional one did that won the RC, so we still got to play around it.
There are those Phages, so.
And there's the Phage show. That's going to be the last points of damage needed, and we're going to see Justin take down game number 1. Jake's going to have everything to do. So let's see if we can have a look at Jake's list. Get it on the screen for you all at home as well, and we can talk through that sideboard. This is what he's got. What do you like in this, Torben?
Yeah, well, you certainly hope to pick up game 1 if you're the Storm deck, and that's sort of a generically true of any combo deck, but maybe it's certainly one that is as focused as a Storm list. So Jake with his back up against the wall sort of already here. So Orum's Chant is sort of a place to, obviously you can go if you need to protect your combo turn. It may be something where you want to, the Empty the Warrens is in there as an alternative option. Honestly, I'm not sure that, if you want to go for some of the removal, you can. You don't want to basically get taken out by failure, which is what happened in that one. But all in all, you're still just a Storm deck and you still just want to storm off. So while you may end up picking up a handful of interaction pieces here, if you're Jake and, maybe you want to try to get them with the Magus of the Moon or something, either way, it's just, you're just going to try to storm off again and hope that you can work through some of that interaction. And he did a good job in that game of giving himself the outs to do so, right? He played around the removal he knew was coming. It just wasn't enough. So maybe with a couple pieces out of that sideboard, you can turn that key turn into a successful one.
I don't hate that Magus line, especially being on the play. You could turn to it, which could catch Justin off guard. So let's have
that's a good point. List. That's a good point. That with the Storm list, you do have that ability to just jump up on your mana, which is something a lot of people maybe don't see coming. If you're super familiar with Modern, super familiar with playing around Magus of the Moon, it's always something you have in mind. But that said, you do probably just get people a non-zero amount of the time playing Storm and playing
slight problem against the Solitude decks, but it's still a way potentially you could win. If it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. Let's have a little look over on the other side of Justin's list. This is the Jeskai Blink deck, or at least his take on it. So what do you like here in this sideboard? How are we going to shore this up, and how are we going to win this game and take ourselves to a nice 6-0 victory?
Well, and this is the reason as we look at Justin Brickman's sideboard here, this is why if you're the Storm deck, you feel like you need to pick up game 1, because now you're going to be looking at getting Surgical if you're trying to play out of your graveyard. You're obviously the Force of Negations coming back in. It's just going to be even more interaction in a deck that's already full of interaction. And you talked about some of the cards that maybe in the main deck, like the Phages, you can cut down on a little bit. Maybe your sorcery speed removal, you could, cut down on a little. Obviously, you have to keep in mind that if they play a medallion, you need to be able to answer it. But Justin is just going to be able to turn 5 somewhat good cards into 5 very good cards in the matchup here. So an uphill battle, I think, for the Storm list here in game 2.
Let's have a little look at how they're getting on with their sideboarding. I think Jake's finished. Justin's just getting those last few cards and making sure he knows exactly what we want to trim in and trim out here. Because as we mentioned, a lot on the line. 6 wins. I think that's the sweet spot right now. If we can get that 6th win, potentially we could double ID into today's top 8, or at least play the next one and see maybe round 8. That's going on what we want to ID. But it's definitely the one that you want to get is you need that 6th win moving forward, and both of these players are only 1 win away from it. Justin's only 1 game away from doing it and potentially seeing himself into today's top 8, where of course we've got their share of $10,000 as well as that invite to the end of year championships. 24 players, invite only, $35,000 on the line, and a pro tour invite. Can't ask for much more than that, Tor.
You cannot. That is why it is the flagship event of the year, the one that we always look forward to. Comes in December. It's like a little early Christmas present. It's not a bad way to spend a weekend when it gets cold outside, watching some NRG championship coverage. There you see our field. It is it's getting there, not all the way filled up, of course, because those leaderboard spots.
Yeah, this is stacked already, let alone now we've got to add more players to it in the mix. It's going to be a huge, the 24 players. And I love how just because you've got a small field as well, like okay, I know that person's going to be playing this deck. Oh, I know they're going to play. They're probably going to be playing the best deck. How am I going to meta game against this? Like Vinny's absolutely on a tear at the minute of the Jeskai Blink deck. The odds are in Modern he's going to be playing the Jeskai Blink deck. But what's he going to do on the other 2 formats? Because I believe it's a multi-formatted event. As players are drawing the opening 7, Justin likes it. Jake doesn't. It's going to go back. How do these decks mulligan? Is it quite good for the Storm deck, or is it rough every single card they go down?
Well, it's certainly better now that when I say I'm going to date myself here immediately.
And me too, my friend. I know.
Yes.
Say it.
It's better now that you get to go up to 7 cards in your opening hand.
Oh yeah, gone are the days. Mold to 3 and died. Yeah, no, of course you did.
Tron is obviously the best example of that, where now that you Gish got such a power boost out of just being able to get 7 card hands, but it obviously holds true for all decks here, because of course it's true for the Jeskai type decks as well. But yes, if you're Jake going down to 6, it's mostly fine in the sense that you obviously, once you're super low on cards, you're super low on cards, but your cards do generate. If you're able to start going off, you can generate additional cards, so you can make it up pretty easily. But great start here by Justin.
Yeah, but like Ragavan's exactly what you want on the play or any time on turn 1, really. Because we know it's going to be connected, or very likely to be connecting. That's going to generate us some more route with the treasure tokens that it generates, which means we can almost get up to the point where we're double spelling and get that that pressure that we need on Jake. Did bottom the orange chance. They have come in, or at least some number of them have come in here in game number 2. We're going to fetch up a basic, keep our life total nice and high. We need as much of that as we possibly can until we get to that pivotal turn where we decide to storm off. 2 red, and we're going to play the medallion.
Here we go. Putting this to the test.
Yeah, this is the one we can't interact with too well. We do have, of course, marches. We saw the marches in game 1. That, I believe, does also hit artifacts. It does. 3 of those in the main and 3 prismatic endings. So, I guess we've also got Teferis as well. So if we connect with Ragavan and make that treasure token, if we've got a second land drop, we could also Teferi bounce.
Also a very good point. Both players having the ability to ramp out 3 mana cards here that are pretty important. So I guess it really just comes down to what Justin has here. I think it's likely he has some kind of interaction, as he has a grip full of cards. He kept 7. He connected with Ragavan. He's got access to 3 mana, all of his colors. But if you're Jake, this is how the deck goes a lot of the time. You just play Ruby Medallion and hope.
Prismatic ending, if that's going to go to exile, I imagine it's an ending. I don't think it's going to be a march. Yep, ending, white bordered. Okay, cool. Yep, that's all I need to say on that. And then just Jake's side, how have we got another mana reducer? One of the key pivot points of these decks. We do not, at least if we're not going to deploy it.
At least not immediately. Maybe, again, if your turn 2 medallion doesn't work, maybe you try to wait and set up. If your Ral is your next one, right? Maybe you want to try to do what we saw in game 1, where you can bank some additional mana.
Sebeo, don't like it.
So much pressure from Ragavan here, and by pressure I mostly mean mana, the additional treasures.
It's the extra advantage it gives, right? Like the 2 points are meh. The cards you're flipping off the top, you probably don't want to play most of them. Maybe a Manamorphose would be good. An Impulse later on in the game, the more it goes, sure. But also, remember, the cards that hit do get exiled. So if we're able to hit some of the key cards in the deck, maybe some of those Past in Flames, the Wishes, the Grape Shots, etc., that could also throw a wrench in the plan for Jake to be able to turn this into a W. Gonna Sebeo end of turn.
This Jeskai Blink deck is really powerful. I just want to take a second to talk about it here as he's starting to, unless we see Jake try to go off here, but it has such a collection of what I would just describe as the best cards in the format. And I think we're probably going to see some of them as Jake goes for the Row. But we'll get back to that, because here we go.
Manamorphose. In response, we are going to Solitude, pitching a failure. The trigger's still going to happen, so we're still going to roll a dice and see if you're going to take a point of damage or not, Jake. The way we believe it's been going is odd evens. So odds it fails, evens it flips. So it did lose, does take a point of damage there, but it does go a card deeper. 2 red mana in the pool, and we just go in. Okay.
Okay. Well, all right.
Let
I
it
mean,
fizzle
that's
out.
kind of where it's at. You're Jake. You had 2 mana reducers. They've both been interacted with. You're just trying to hope to draw to some more, but and hope that you don't die. I mean, your life total is what, 12 now?
Yeah.
Justin looks like he has access to 6, 7, possibly 8 mana on this turn, does Justin. So he's spending some of it.
Well, hard casting a Riddler, which is going to get us a card deeper, but it's also going to get us a 4/5 body on the battlefield. We hit a land off it. It is an Arena of Glory, which itself is scary for any future creatures
right.
come down. And then with that mana, we're going to use it for the Ghost Vacuum, which of course we know is able to start tanking the graveyard, take those key cards out in case something like a Past and Flame was going to be used.
Yeah, Jake really up against it here. In fact, probably has to assume that you're facing down. What is that? 6 points of damage. If there's a hasty flage, things can just end. Well, I guess that, yeah, I mean, the flage would not be able to escape, but that represents you start getting up to 9. Your life total starts to get a little in trouble here. So Jake's going to go ahead and go for it. At least go deeper. We're going to find 2 lands.
I think if there's nothing hasty coming down the turn, I think we've got 1 turn to draw. I believe it's a mana reducer that we need. If we can hit a mana reducer, I think we're still going to be in with Shire and Jake's side. But if Justin's going to do it, he's going to try and stop it here and now. That Arena of Glory, remember, will give a creature haste if it was to be used. But Surgical is going to be played. And we're doing it now, not in the upkeep or the draw step.
Many sideboard cards coming in here that we talked about for Justin, improving what was already a good matchup. The Ghost Vacuum and the Surgical, a little redundant. So he says, you know what? I'm just going to use this Surgical, hit one of your better cards, and just take them out of your deck. Let's reduce the number of hits you have on this draw step.
I believe there's going to be 3 of those number ones already in exile. So, yeah, that's the 4. Gonna let Jake shove
nice
up by
shared
on my
exile
turn.
pile over there.
Pile, just absolute pile. And then we're doing this in our draw step so that we've got down to 1 card in hand. So this Riddler will draw us 2, which is nice. Didn't draw, looks like a creature, at least not the one that we want to deploy. So we're going to get in there for 6. It's now going to be a 2-turn clock. So Jake should have another turn. Those here can sign some memory in hand. So that could be used to stop any storm shenanigans that's going to happen. I think we've got land, and I can't make out the 3rd card. It might be a Fable the Mirror Breaker. Question mark.
Justin, you got to feel like he's in control of this one, just, trying to figure out how to not let it slip away. That said, it does look like he only has a few cards in hand here. So if it is a line for Jake that doesn't involve the graveyard, so you can at least, at the beginning to sort of nullify any Ghost Vacuum shenanigans. If the last 2 cards for Justin are not interaction, you might have a window here with this last turn at 5 life if you're Jake, and you're going to get. I
think it needs to be Rao. I think it has to be Rao. We've got a consign in hand, so it can't be a medallion. It needs to be Rao. We don't have the answer for Rao, and then we go off like that. That needs to be it. We've kept it on top.
Okay. Well, you see, is his hand revealed down there? Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah, that's his hand. 1 unknown, which is the one he's drew, which was an impulse.
Okay.
Or the other, it's one of the impulse effects. I can't remember what it is. It finds an artist talent and a glimpse of the impossible.
So
that's not good enough.
Not what you were looking for, I think, because you got rituals, a wish. I think I don't really know what you're trying to do here. You go up to 3, 4. You have 5 mana. Maybe you're supposed to glimpse. Oh, it's not looking great here for Jake without a mana reducer.
So do we have to go ritual, 3 mana, artist talent, ritual, trigger, discard one of these, cut the wish in hand or something, and then hope that we draw a mana reducer and try and go off that way and hope that maybe the Ghost Vacuum doesn't get activated? I can't see a line, but then that doesn't mean there isn't a line.
Yeah, and there's, of course, I think there's still the one unknown, but
No, the one unknown was the impulse that we played, right?
You're right.
So I think everything's face up. I think we've got Wish, we've got a Past in Flames, we've got a Ritual, and then the two that we see here, which is Artist Talent and the Glimpse, the Impulse. Impossible. Going for the math. So 3 mana in the pool, down to 1 mana in the pool. Play the Artist Talents, fetch, go down to 4. Got to play around like potentially there's lightning bolts in the deck. We know there isn't. Jake does not. Get the basic. This is a deck that benefits from basics, remember. The white splash is only for some of the sideboard cards. Prismatic Ending and Orange Chant. See, a chant might have been good enough to stop, prevent another turn for us to gain life, but that option's out now.
So yeah, I think Jake is running out of he does go for the talent here. Now we're going to play the rituals.
So the rituals this is the last ritual in hand, right? 2 cards left in hand now. It's either going to be Wish. We're going to consign the trigger to discard a card when they're completely tapped out. Heads up play there by Justin. Takes that down and advances to a 6-0 record. So congrats to him. Very likely we're going to be seeing him into today's top 8. Jake, well, he's going to have a couple more rounds to try and get himself there. But this is the NRG series. We don't just have one match here. We've got a backup match. So let's move down there. Let's see who we have in our backup feature match. Again, 5-0 records, so playing for winning ins. We've got Jeskai Blink versus Amulet Titan. August versus I'm gonna say Hickman. I'm just gonna go with Hickman. Two of the most popular decks, probably the most popular decks in the room. And looking at all the top standings on the tables, these are literally the best performing decks of the day. But this one, we're gonna see Hickman on the play with Urza's Saga.
Yeah, we're gonna watch Jeskai Blink again here. Oh wow, look at that. Okay, well,
these main deck marches. Every time I've seen them, have looked really, really good. I think this is just a one-off over in August. Yeah,
that's a pretty sick play right there. I have to say,
it is nice. It's nice when you can get them. How are we gonna just land go? We know that these aren't the explosive turns for the Amulet side. They need an Amulet in play. Next turn we can do that with Urza's Saga. I don't think. Are we going? This is okay. We could play a Teferi if we've got Teferi in the main, which we do not. So ignore everything I'm saying.
Well, these Jeskai Blinks decks, so they basically just have gotten to a point where they're a collection of sort of the 20 best cards in the colors, and they just work so well together. Philia is such a powerful engine piece that people have gotten to the point where we figure out if we just pair that with the Solitude engine that was already a defining part of the metagame, you really have something with just a ton of ways to cheat mana in a lot of ways. So these Blink decks have got game against anything in the field, and that is why even on turn 1 you get got, and on turn 3 you get got by Stone
one-offs.
Yeah.
These are the 2 1s. Wrath of the Skies on 0. That's going to take out another Urza's Saga, which stops the fact that the Amulet is going to get found. This is huge. Big heads-up play here by August, showing why she's been piloting this deck extremely well today and is undefeated at the moment. I do want to say about the failure alert. If you design a modern-only set, you can also make your family pet a really good card that will see a lot of play as well. You know what I mean? Shout out to Michael.
All right. Well, if you're Wesley here, you're not loving where things are at, but as it stands, your life total is still 20, and well, that will be changing soon as Dash Ragavan comes in. But you have the ability to try to rebuild here as best you can.
That's the case. Ragavan's, yes, we're using it to generate more mana, so potentially on the next turn or two we can what's the word I'm looking for? We can ramp into being able to double spell and hold up spells if it needs be. And of course, we're slowing down Wesley. But of course, every card we hit is one less card potentially that Wesley's got going forward. So what I mean by that is if we hit a key land, like one of the key combos, if we hit both Lotus Fields, that's going to turn off a different line. If we hurt the Woodland, that's again a different line.
Well, that's the one Vesuva, to your point.
So there's only one Vesuva in the list. That's now gone, not an option. Green Sun Zenith. We've got a couple of those. That's fine.
Yeah, I was
Could
going to say,
cast it.
I won't get so deep as to pretend to know all the situations in which Vesuva is hugely relevant for an Amulet Titan player. I have not read the book that was going around the Pro Tour myself. But I do know that not having access to the Vesuva at all certainly is changing some amount of the flow chart happening in Wesley's brain right now.
Yeah, I don't think it's one of the big key ones, but like it is a option moving forward that is now off the table for Wesley. And this is what I mean. I can play Titan and I can do the easy lines. Like I know when I've got the amulets and I can turn things. Yeah, I know that bit. It's the newer loops that go around that minute with Lotus Fields and Scape Shifts. These are the bits that personally I'd be like, oh, it kind of pits me off playing the deck. I wish I had enough time to spend on it, but I also really want Green Sun as pack ban. So I'm kind of like I'll just try and play a deck that beats it, but I'm always on the end of I don't think there is a deck that does well against it. Compton Amulet Pilots are literally running the roost at the minute. The deck's so good, so consistent, and so hard to play into.
The Ice Till Explorer lines, like I walked by a match at the Pro Tour and I didn't fully understand what I was watching, and then they explained to me after, oh yeah, well I was using Ice Till Explorer to loop this, which looped this, which meant every other turn I could use Otawara on them. And I was like, okay. And that's why they won.
Well, we've got a lot of consigns in hand here for August. We've got the Ragavan, which we know about. It's been connecting every turn. I think we've also got a Riddler. So we're going to do Riddler. We're going to hard cast the Riddler to draw a card. We did have the option to pay it for 2 and consign it if needs be, but we might end up consigning this Urza's Saga trigger next turn when it goes on the stack. We're going to pass the turn. And the turn we're going to make ourselves a construct. Why not? It's free.
All right. Well, Wesley is going to untap. We're going to at least try to put a third counter on an Urza Saga for the first time today, in this round anyway.
I don't think we mind about the third counter, right? I don't know which bit exactly it is we're meant to consign. I think it's the bit where they go search. So there's a trigger that goes on for the third counter, and there's a trigger that goes on for the search. Because if we stop the third one, that means next turn it will go to 3 and it will happen again, I believe.
Yes, I believe.
Tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong on that, chat.
I think that's correct how that would work. And looks like, yep, here we go. Wesley going to lose another Saga, third one of the game.
I'm about to say, he's doing everything he possibly can to try and get this amulet. August doing a great job fighting against it, and now we've got something that can apply pressure as well, which is going to be great.
Yeah, and Wesley has not found the line this game of drawing the amulet, or I suppose this is probably, I guess you could go for a Spelunking if he were to have that. He's thinking about it though, because he's got the Saga, he's got the construct.
Well,
he's got not really a lot going on, but he does have a grip in hand, so he's got a lot to think about.
Trouble. The thing that you're doing right now is you're falling into that trap. Oh, they're not doing much. They've got nothing to do, and then out of nowhere, I'm dead, and I'm like, I'm not entirely sure why. So I think we're looking at Escape Shift has been brought to the front. So Escape Shift is going to be cast.
Okay, here we go. Escape Shift to pitch 2 lands, in classic Escape Shift fashion.
It's not as scary when there's no way to untap them on the board. So this looks like it's maybe a value. So again, Shifting Woodlands has been brought to the front. What's the other card we want to go along with it? I don't imagine it's
at this point too. This deck does so many things that are not just Amulet Titan that it's just wild.
All right, it's been. Look, I've had a couple months off, chat. All right, like some life stuff has been happening. So, what is that alternate art? That I don't know what that is. Is that an Urza's Cave? Is that Otawara? Is that a Mirror Pool? Is that an Echoing Deeps alternate art?
Deeps.
Is it? Okay, cool.
I believe.
Look, chat will know. Chat knows everything. Deck list will be coming available once we get to today's top 8. That's when this is a closed deck list tournament up to then. We hit off the Ragavan, though. Being able to find ourselves a Rumble is pretty nice. And we're casting it as well. Look at the top 4. Put one of these into our hand, basically. And we've got a bunch of options. We're going to go for the Solitude. Yep, nice in case a Titan was to come down. What's the life total? 11. Valiant's going to go back. We've got Solitude plus minus that's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we actually have lethal on the board, and Wesley knows about that. We can give. I believe there's an Arena of Glory. Is there, or is that? Am I missing something? No, there isn't. Oh yeah, there isn't an Arena of Glory. Oh, it's last game. I'm getting confused.
Yeah, no arena in this one.
But with an Arena of Glory, it'd still be lethal.
Right. So Wesley going to go for a. We see what we want to search up here with the Green Sun Zenith.
Mm-hmm. I need to pick this up still. This is a card I don't own in my modern collection. I feel like I need to own a few. Pretty cool card. So it's a 2/4 body. When you play, you may play an additional land each turn. You may play lands from your graveyards, and it has landfall whenever a land you control enters mill a card. So it kind of does that extra thing that the Titan decks are trying to do, and it's putting the lands in their graveyard so they can start doing the aftermath analyst lines.
Yeah, and I don't know what the combo is offhand, but I still Explorer is itself a combo card in other formats. So it just does a lot once you start getting to the ability to loop lands, and that is why August is able to say we're going to answer that thing right away.
We're going to turn everything sideways first. This is going to be 11 damage. Drop it down to 2. That's an amulet off the top of the deck. Does have Ephemerate if she wants to use it. Chooses not to. Don't think she really needs to right now. I'm trying to see if there's anything that she could get across the line with it. Especially if that 4, I thought they would be at 2 actually. So okay, 4 is a completely different story. That doesn't give us the lightning bolt out.
Yeah, 4 is a pretty convenient number here for Wesley to be at. Going to get another shot at this.
So let's have a look. So we're going to go tick up our sagas, float the mana. What was the land behind that just got sacked?
I think that was the Echoing Deeps, which must have been a copy.
Oh, you reckon it was a copy of Urza's Saga? So the counters on them are they both getting sacrificed this turn?
I think that's what's happening here. Yep, that's confirmed from our excellent production crew. That is what's happening here. So Amulet 1, Amulet 2.
So let's think about this. Over on August side, she's done so much to prevent this at this point. Now we're at the point where there are amulets on the board. We've got a grip full of cards. I can see a Titan in there. I can see Lotus is in there. I can see a couple of other green cards. She's got an Ephemerate. Ephemerate is good to take out the first Titan. Is that going to be enough? Or is there a way that Wesley's able to get multiple Titans at this turn?
It feels like it's going to be not enough, but we'll see here because the first one is coming or not. That's an Aftermath Analyst that's getting picked up instead by the Summoner's Pact here. So that is the kind of thing that doesn't necessarily get got by a Solitude. So now it's a Lotus Field that's going to get some untapped triggers thanks to the amulet, and then we're going to get some more mana tapping, and eventually there will be some lands that hit the graveyard.
So yeah, that's going to be 6, 7, 8 mana, I believe we're going up to. 7 of it green, 1 of it's going to be blue. But that's fine. We don't mind about the putting lands into our graveyard at this point, especially when I've got the analyst in hand. That's kind of the game plan. Let's see what we're gonna.
Well, now we can sacrifice the Lotus Field to itself, and those go into the graveyard. Now you have plenty of mana to go with your Aftermath Analyst line, which is going to bring them back and bring back plenty of things, as a matter of fact. And then you're going to have even more mana. And there is a Primeval Titan still in hand for Wesley. So we are very deep in the Amulet Titan bag right now.
Yeah, not really given a good chance either for the Solitude to get flickered. You know what I mean? Analyst itself has got the sacrifice part on it, so you can't do it in response to it triggering that. You could try and go for it with a mill free, but they're just as long as they've got enough mana, which you imagine they're going to have at this point with the double amulet on the board. That we're just going through the motions at the minute. I think there is an end goal where Wesley wins here. He's just going to have to navigate to find that, and being able to get to this point today at 5-0. You've got to imagine that he is fully aware of how to do that.
And Primeval Titan really being not obviously an afterthought in this one, but not even certainly not the Aftermath Analyst level here, which was just incredibly powerful Wesley to have access to. But Titan coming down. Triggers on the stack. Here we go.
How many times have we shuffled our deck so far this turn? I think we're at like 4 or 5 now.
August saving some crucial dexterity by just giving it a tap and a cut. No need to shuffle. Think about this game. Wesley now with both of these amulets in play. Like August went through what, like 4 removal spells between the sagas and the other cards in play. Just Amulet Titan just keeps coming if you cannot back up your interaction with a clock. And while Jeskai does have a clock, clearly the difference between a game with the turn 1 Ragavan and a game without it is just wildly different. And that is why Wesley is able to pick that one up. But you know what, Will? I think we're going to now skip ahead.
Yeah, so with these, obviously we recorded that game 1, but it looks like game 2 went the other way. August was head down, so we're now going to join them live in game 3. So let's get down to it, see what board state they're in, see who is going to be advancing to a 6-0 record today, giving themselves that the chance to double ID into the top 8. Well, there's a Titan on the board.
And a Charmaw. And life totals are 10-4. We are deep into this one, but unfortunately for August, we might be deep into Wesley's combo turn as it looks like there's more Titans getting searched up.
This is not going well.
All 5 mana.
4 life, though. Looking at, Wesley's at 4.
Yeah, and all the mana open for this Solitude here for August.
Have we got a way to flicker it, though? Like, if this is double Titan coming down, we need just man, this is so complicated, these matchups.
This is quite the spot we've walked into these players on in here. I gotta say, August hitting the Obsidian Charmaw, which there are 4 of in the sideboard, by the way. Very nice in this matchup. May or may not be enough, but that sideboard card is a pretty nice one to have access to, especially when you're blinking things.
Oh yeah. It's a great blink type, and it's not one like a lot of cards these days that destroy target on basic. They go search over basic or something like that. This straight up just destroys them. You get to Stone Rain those non-basics, and you get a 4/4 dragon attached to it, which is pretty sick. Which again you can play as early as turn 2, depending if you're on the drawing up against whatever type decks that you're going to be up against. Looking at Wesley's hand here, I think that Titan's in hand. I'm not entirely sure, but
I believe so as well. Yeah,
just playing it up because it's known information to August and us at home watching now. Has access to the 6 mana, but then the battlements would be tapped, but then we could bounce it back and play it again if we wanted to, because we haven't hit a land drop this turn yet. We're going to consign the trigger to go find lands.
That might be the best use of that consign because of the amount of mana it's going to take away from Wesley here.
Well, that might just be game winning. If Wesley can't carry on doing anything this turn, can only attack for 8 points of damage, which will put August down to 2. August has got a 4/4 flyer twice. Well, 4/6 flyer and a 4/4 flyer. That might just be enough to get across the line.
Yeah, that was a big consign. I know if anyone's familiar with that meme that was going around when the AWS server went out last week, the one little thing holding everything up, that's consigned to memory in Modern. And you're seeing why right here.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk around that card, and its utility in Modern. Are we a format now that is being warped by this card, or is just the deck so powerful we are made to play for this card? Because it's not just good, but yeah, it's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, the Modern is very much a format of engines right now, and one of the most powerful is Philia, Solitude, Ephemerate type engines. Across a variety of decks. Another is obviously Urza Saga and Amulet Titan type stuff. And Consigned to Memory is this card that sort of exists as an answer, as a catch-all to almost any deck you run against, even not the combo decks.
This changes though, right? Like if we target one of these creatures of Wesley, he's going to gain enough life that might get him out from underneath the attack next turn. I think if our last card is consign, I kind of like the idea of I probably would have done this. I probably would just consign the trigger to go search, taking the 8 damage if life totals are correct.
Yeah. Well, let's
take
see
out-
here. That would put him up to 10, I believe. There's a consign.
Oh, so we're going to do
it's
this
both.
way.
It's both.
Oh, yeah, this leaves lethal on the board as well. So goes up to 10, but we've got 11 on the board and we've stopped the search trigger. Great use of consign again from August. She showed it last round how good she was using that card. She's shown it again here now, and that could be enough to take this down and lock her into today's top 8.
Yeah, just a huge turn there from August. And of course, we saw in game 1 being one answer short. In this case, not one answer short.
August taking that down in fashion. Congratulations to her. I think that's going to lock her up, but we'll find out as we get into the further rounds, because this is only round 6 of 8 today, and then we've got the top 8 on top of that, and we'll find out who's going to be walking away calling himself the champion, and then we'll see them later on this year in our invitational. But that was a good round. That was one of my favorite rounds that we've seen today. Even though the decks, we've all seen them before, but the way that they played out and those really complicated game states, it was very swingy on both sides. It was really interesting to see. But as I mentioned, it is the end of round number 6. So we're going to step away, have a short break, and then when we come back, we'll have round 7 and one step closer to that top 8. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you shortly. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the NRG series where you're joining us for round number 7. We are that much closer to today's top 8 because we've got 8 Swiss rounds for you. 162 players started the day, and we're trying to find out which 8 are there. But we're getting some players that I know that they are making some cash this weekend. And of course, once they get into that top 8, they'll get the chance to play for that invitational slot at the end of the year and join some very prestige players, which you'll see on the screen right now. Name 5 of them for me, Corbin. Go.
I'm going to start with, I'll give you 1, 5, and a bonus one because I'm going to call out our team event winners here. Matt Seeking Johnson, Andrew Ellenbogen, Greg Michelle, and then, of course, you saw it yesterday, Benji Solomon, Vinny Fino, and Jack Potter. The team events are a big part of what make up the NRG series. They're going to be a big part of what makes up the NRG series next year. And if you do well in them, you can qualify for the NRG championship like these players have.
And there's no better way of playing Magic is than playing with your buddies and doing well with them. But we've got some players today trying to get themselves on to this end of year championship as well. And they're trying to do it via points if they cannot do it via making top 8 and winning the event itself. Got a lot of players here still bunched within contention. And you see they're still playing out, even again to 3-3, because every point matters. You'll see that Garrick there at the top is going at 5-1. So this round can be that winning in that he will need to get even more points to potentially put away and be the all-time leader with them, as I think both players are shuffling up. So let's head down to that matchup and see what we got in this. We've got Boris Energy versus Is It Prowess. Ethan versus Chad. Who'd you like in this one?
2 decks trying to go really quickly right here. I assume that the Energy deck, not that I know a ton about how these particular matchups play out, because it's, these are both kind of decks that are good aggressive decks that have not seen just the huge metagame numbers in a while, at the same time at least. But I have to imagine that the Energy deck here has the ability to spam the board in a way that is pretty good against Prowess, as long as you don't get basically one shot out by his flick shot show off in the air, that kind of thing. Of course, that is what the Is It Prowess deck does. It's kind of one shot you out of nowhere. So we'll see.
Yeah, there's 2 different versions of an aggro deck here, right? One is going to try and go wide and go over the top that way, and the other one's just going to try to make one big creature and have one big shot, that one big kill. It's capable of going wide themselves with things like Corey Steelker, but is not going to be able to do it as well as the Boris Energy decks. One thing we do have, though, is, we know that the cats are very good at making them go right. Oculus Pride, but it has 1 toughness. Card that lines up very well against that. Lava Dart.
That's right. Yeah, Lava Dart could be very clutch here. If we were to look at this in truly old school terms here, obviously the play draw is going to matter, but who's the beatdown? I have to say probably the Is It Prowess deck, right? Your board Energy has some good 1 mana removal to interact.
I wonder who's going to be on the play as we kick this off. Down to 6. It looks like we've got Boris Energy, Ethan on the play. Going to start off with a Guy of Souls. Now, that's a nice one. That does dodge the Lava Darts that I was talking about.
Yeah, Guide of Souls probably an ideal start for a lot of reasons here, not least of which is that over the course of this game, it can give you some life, right? Picking up 5-6 life in a deck that is lava darting you is pretty important sometimes.
Also, I imagine we can read into this probably a bit too much if you want to, but even fetching a basic on turn 1 either knows what is up against Chad here, knows that life total is going to be a thing, but also looking at deck list does have 2 main deck Blood Moons as well. So maybe this is a hedge towards all these combo decks in the room, the amount of Titan that we've seen so far this weekend. I mean, that's what's been getting across the line, currently undefeated. As Dragon Race Chandler is where we're going to start off the turn on Chad's side into a bauble. Surveil, we're going to put another Dragon Chandler in the graveyard. Arguably a better looking one, in my opinion. Old boarded one. And then we're going to crack the bauble and draw for turn. Draw off that.
Yeah, playing those main deck Blood Moons, does Ethan, you probably train yourself to fetch for basics when possible. Especially when you want to protect your life total here. Although I say that, immediately the Sacred Foundry comes down.
Boom. Discharge on this. We do have access to things like mutagenic growths in the deck. Not entirely sure that's what we'd want to do. If we were able to hit delirium off it, then that would be absolutely backbreaking. But I like this line as well, especially if we can follow it up with another, with an Ossett's Pride here. That'd be huge.
Yeah, very nice start here for Ethan. He nailed it. Basically ideal.
Absolutely ideal, because there's no interaction to stop it. We get the 3rd counter. energy, which means we can put 2+1/+1 counters on the guide, which means it's going to live longer, which means we're going to need more life, which means later on down the line we can gain more life and start making other things bigger. This is great start here for Ethan.
And you're Chad, and you're like, I've spent 1 mana. Come on.
Yeah, calm down. But not out of the realm, you know what I mean? There's 2 creatures on the board that have got 1 toughness. Lava Dart will be able to do that, but we do need to start applying pressure. First, we're going to try and set up and find that pressure with this Preordain. Scry 2, draw 1.
Just we talked about play draw mattering, and it sure did, because Ethan is just miles ahead at this point, and it feels like even spending just the 1 mana to Preordain is mana you might not have to spare if you're Chad.
Can I play a basic mountain? I do see a Bulbul in hand. I do see a Steel Cutter in hand. I see a Lava Dart as well. Can't make out the rest of them. I think it might be mutagenic. I think it might be double Bulbul mutagenic Lava Dart and a Steel Cutter here. And we're going to cash in one of these Bulbuls. We're going to try and go a card deep, but also see what's coming. This is good for Ethan. Ethan was the one player that got paired down in the 6-0 slot, but realistically, the others are going to ID, and they'll probably ID the next round as well. So if Ethan's able to pick this win up, go 7-0, ID the last round, will be the #1 seed going into that top 8, which means you'll be on the play in the top 8, and you want to be on the play when you're on Boris Energy.
Very much so. Matters a lot, and the follow-up Ragavan here is just going to keep the pressure coming. So that's a hit for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think, coming in. So Chad gonna opt to interact here with the dart.
That's gonna stop that Ragavan, stop any sort of progression. Oh, we're gonna flash it back as well to get the pride off. I don't hate it.
I guess you're the beatdown if you're on the play, and that is Chad's just using those darts to actually clear the board. And you know, I guess in that sense, it's just the 1/1 and the Guide of Souls right now. Ethan didn't have a third land.
I think
maybe Chad's got a window.
Did we just draw an Unholy Heat? Do we have Delirium? We've got land, we've got Artifact, we've got Creature, we've got Instant. I think we've got Delirium as well, so we can get the Guide off the board.
Wow, and then has another land drop, so not even setting yourself back too much, and it's eyeing that Cutter in hand, trying to figure out if he has a window here.
But we've already fetched shocked. So we're kind of committed to it. We do have a Bulbul in hand to get a token, but I think it's better to get the Guide off this turn. But what do I know?
All right. He's going to opt. He's got the bobble, so he can get the trigger here. That makes you an additional 1/1. I mean, so you do open up the window here if you're Chad, but I guess you've got your Cutter in play. Yeah. And
we're at 11 life. That's fine. Yeah. You know, I mean, the Guide's only going to do 3. The Cat's not going to get in because I've got a 2/2 on this side. Got to be worried about what? Flage is quite scary, but also Ethan's missing land drops.
Yeah. Ethan has 2 cards. I think we know none of them, but we know that they're not lands, which means if one of them is Flage, you have to find a land. So, yeah, I mean, if you're Chad, you were able to get your probably best card once you don't one-shot them out of the game and play, which scores Steel Cutter. All right, slams that land, though.
Yeah, Ethan. Season Pyro, I think, plus Flage. So going Flage first, get the blocker off the board. That's going to be 3 life gained as well, paying us up to 21. Then we can gain an energy, go up to 3. Then we can, if we want to, put this turn's energy into +1/+1 counters and get in for 6 this turn.
Big draw there for Ethan.
Yeah, I can't see the graveyard, but I think there might be 5 cards in there as well. So now the draw of another land, at least an untapped one, is a Flage coming back out of the bin for Ethan. Chad's just deciding because we do have a mutagenic growth in hand, remember. We could save it from this Flage. I think we've got mutagenic and we are going to use it. Paying 2 life, remember, Phyrexian means that we can use 2 life instead. So instead of paying 1 green. So you're going to gain 3 life no matter what anyway on Ethan's side. That is going to happen because Flage is resolving. Just the 3 damage is not going to be enough to stop this monk token, which of course has got prowess as well.
So I believe it is is it a 6 toughness? So it should be
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 toughness currently. Move the 2 count, the 3 energy, turn it into 2 counters. Give it a flying token counter as well. So that is 6 coming across. Yeah. I think that means Chad is down to 1.
Yeah, had the energy there, did Ethan, so able to jump over it so the Corey Steel Cutter can't get in the way, and Chad doesn't have any more removal.
Picking it up, not enough. It's a strong shot as well, trying to get there when Ethan's at 21. But I think it really came down to that play draw. If you're on the play, you've got that extra momentum, that tempo to keep going and applying threats. Where on Chad's side, he was on the back foot, not having a threat out, not able to chip away, but was able to try and deal with some of the answers that were hitting the board. But it's fine. It's why we have sideboards, and we're going to go start on Chad's side, looking at this 75 that he's bought this weekend, hoping it will get into today's top 8. That's the sideboard. What do you like?
Yeah, this is, you want to get as low to the ground as possible, so it's pretty straightforward. Bring in your Unholy Heats, probably some Flood Maw if you really want to interact even more efficiently, but the deck is what it is. You don't want to cut too much around the edges. Maybe you trim down on things like iteration, perhaps. I don't know. Maybe you decide Corey Steel on the draw is I guess we're going back on the play here, so you probably like it more there. But yeah, you just want to get low to the ground, interact as much as possible. Spell snares, I think, could probably be pretty useful.
Yeah, I kind of like if I'm on the play, keep the cutters in. If I'm on the draw, bring the spells in. The spell snares in to try and break that up. But it could really just come in now, even though we're on the place, hitting those key cards like a Johnny, like Goblin Bombardment, even things like Fraven's Charm and Voice of Victories are still good hits. 1 mana to answer the 2 mana or potentially your opponent's whole turn is going to be great, and we can do that with mana up, so we can provide our own board presence if needs be. Let's go across and look at Ethan's list. The 75, it's kind of tried, test, and done. We know what Boris Energy does now. There's a few slot cards and a few cards are favored depending on what meta you're expecting. This is what Ethan expects. That's his sideboard. And what do you like?
Yeah, well, we were looking, I guess, if you want to there's going to Wrath, I believe, is probably an answer. I honestly don't know what else. The deck looks pretty well set up in the main. You don't need, I guess the baubles are sort of a question if you're really scared of getting mutagenic growth or lava darted out, perhaps.
Purge, that hits black and red, right? So maybe the Purge is going to be good here. Special Purge.
Yeah, the Purge is certainly going to be a reasonable hit because you can hit all of the important one drop or one of all the important creatures. So we got an additional point of removal there. But yeah, really just kind of adding to the edges of your list here does Ethan, because that first game kind of went exactly how you wanted to. Now you just want to up your removal just a little bit. Your interaction, I suppose, is a better way to put that, just a bit, and try not to get one-shotted out as we discussed. In that game, you saw game 1 basically go perfectly according. You had the removal, and then your opponent suddenly was forced to interact with you. So more 1-mana spells, the better.
We spoke about one deck's trying to go wide, one deck's trying to make one big creature.
Yep.
Omin's Chant. It's the combo deck. Stop them having a turn. It's got a little early text on there for if you pay the kicker, they don't have a combat step.
That's a good point as well, Will. So yeah, it's another option for Ethan. If your opponent, you see that they're setting up for a big turn, you can kind of put the screws to them by just saying you don't get a combat. Your turn it's a fog in that way. Which that could matter.
I'm looking, and we've got 2 Blood Moons. They're definitely coming out, right? That's too easy.
Yeah, no, you don't want the Blood Moons here, especially you're going to be on the draw. It's probably paying 3 mana for a spell in this matchup is inadvisable.
So let's say that we're going to bring the Purge and we're going to bring the Wrath of the Skies in on that. Like, what else in this deck? I'm not huge on Ragavans on the draw, but maybe I want some number of them. Maybe I'll swap out 2 for 2 for the chance because I'm on the draw. It's am I really worried about lava darts too much? If I am, then maybe I want to bring in some graveyard hate. It's going to be interesting how they do it, but they're coming to the end of sideboarding now. So let's get down to that match and get into game number 2, round number 7, where we're trying to lock players into today's top 8 rounds of Swiss, then they're cut to top 8, and someone's going to be walking away with not only a bunch of money but an invite to our end of year championships, and they get to play for even more money, but also the title of 2025/26 season winner. And I guess we'll throw in a Pro Tour invite. Why not?
Why not?
I don't know if you've seen it, or you've definitely seen it, but chat might not have seen it. But one thing I've always looked in, this is before I got the gig cast in the NRG events, I always looked in from the outside. I love the detail that's put into that invite. Every player gets a nice little frame, NRG, their name in it, and it's got the cards that they used throughout the year, or the main key cards that got them to that point. It's a nice little momentum that you can go, you walk away with at the end of the day. Even if it doesn't go super well that weekend for you, you still get this really cool, unique gift. And I've always looked in, especially on this side of the globe, and gone, damn, that's pretty good. Plus, they get the nice swag jackets that go, and you can wear them at all future events moving forward. All right, we're off to the races. Chad's just going to go land pass, and on the other side, Ethan's starting off with a Ragavan again. So some numbers of them have stayed in.
Yeah, and you have one here on turn 1. So Chad did not spend any mana yet. I didn't catch whether we actually moved to if we're on the instep here or not. That's what I would assume. So he does still have the opportunity to not get behind by a mana. Might have a piece of interaction here for Ragavan, or not. It looks like instead we're just going to go with a Surveil land.
I don't know. Like, if we've got an answer in hand, it's fine. Like next turn, potentially, I might go, Swift Spear into Lava Dart, something along those lines. The Ragavan's not doing much right now, but I do know it is a threat I need to answer at some point. I think I see double Slick Shot, land, Lava Dart, Dragon Rage Channeler, Mountain.
Yeah, not a lot of interaction.
I don't think it's a land on top. I'm going to go with that one. I didn't get a good look. Was it a bauble, maybe? Oh, it's a surgical.
Huh.
So that's coming out the sideboard. Worried about Flages, maybe.
Interesting. Not sure if the escaped Flage is necessarily... that's pretty late in it feels like in this matchup, especially if you're on the play. You're trying to beat down, but does have the DRC to Chad, so is going to at least start some pressure. And this is a bombardment from Ethan, one of those 2 drops we talked about, and that does pull the Lava Dart trigger.
Yeah, this also kind of stops the Chad doing the control line.
Yeah,
of being able to take out all the creatures, because every single time you do that, at least these creatures would be turned into a point of damage, maybe more, especially if we followed it up with something like a Season Pyro, etc.
Nice play there by Chad, the way that worked out, and you're able to put the Corey Steel into the graveyard with the Surveil trigger, so you're up to 3 card types in your graveyard now for your Dragon Rage Channeler. And Ethan basically, while there is long-term value to the bombardment, by getting Ethan to commit to that and then having an answer to the Ragavan just sort of immediately meant that it's basically just sort of a turn taken off. And if you're Chad, you now have the opportunity to possibly power up your Dragon Rage Channeler, or not, just get in there for 1, but then tap out here, or rather probably plot a Slick Shot show off.
Next turn, if we can go double Slick Shot into, a Lightning Bolt with Surgical, with a Lava Dart in the bin, that adds up to a lot of damage. So Ethan's got to be aware of that. Potentially might not be able to tap out here. 1 mana, we're going to start off with a Guide of Souls. Saw the work that was able to do into the Oslet Pride. Do have the Lava Dart in the graveyard, remember. This could gain a life. I think the triggers are going on the stack, or at least the Oslet Pride is on the stack right now. Not much we can do unless we go Lava Dart, sacrificing one of our mountains to Surveil and hit another Lava Dart.
I like what you're thinking.
That's our job, right? We got to think of the outs. What are the players thinking here? Like, what's the line I could do? Is that even good? All that effort just for them to go sacrifice it, ping you for 1. You know what I mean?
My kingdom for a gut shot. All right, it does happen though. So Ethan now able to use that bombardment to its fullest potential.
Yeah, especially with end of turn, we can end up getting a cat token if we're allowed to get there, which means we might be cashing this Lava Dart in either way to get the Oslet Pride off the board. And yeah, that is what we're going to do.
Yep.
Shoot this before the end step. Surveil trigger. But in response to the Surveil trigger, we're going to get to shoot the Darcy off the board.
Yeah, the end result.
I was another Lava Dart.
You called it, Will. Look at that.
Played you outs. Not even. It wasn't even a good out, but it was definitely a thing that could have happened. But
we'll see what it does here. The end result of all of that is Ethan still with the Guide of Souls in play, along with that bombardment, and Chad needing to find another body. I guess we have access to the Slick Shot show off. So I guess it's more of a question of, does he want to go for it now or not? Because remember, bombardment makes just everything far more complicated.
I think we can get 11 of damage across the line here. I think if we went play the slot Slick Shot, play the Slick Shot in hand, surgical anything, and then Lava Dart, I think that's double trigger, so that means they both get +4/+0. They're a point themselves, which puts us up to 10. Lava Dart's another point, that's 11. I feel like we've got to apply pressure, but I also feel like we can't cross the line right now.
All right, Dragon Rage Channeler.
Yeah, we're gonna play a little bit slower. That's fine. Do we have Delirium? We got Creature, we've got Land, we've got Artifact, we've got Instant. So it's going to be a 3/3.
So is that a 1/1 token, do we believe, for Ethan, or is that his energy?
Energy, that's energy.
That's what I thought. So not able to jump anything without more triggers here. Not really an abundance of extra energy to dump into the Guide of Souls, but does get a window here because of the second plotted show off from Chad, really setting up for next turn.
Yeah, Ethan's kind of in this rough spot. I want to be deploying threats. I want to be gaining life. I want to be gaining energy. But also, if I tap out, I might just die next turn. Dash Ragavan. I would say sure. I would also say move to blocks. Do we have land into creature? We get the third energy that we need to be able to jump. We do not, so we're going to turn this sideways. Block.
Now we're playing limited.
What?
Land artifact instant. Is that what's in there?
There's Dragon Age Chandler in there, isn't there? The first one.
Yep.
We've got Delirium. Oh, we sacrificed the Guide of Souls to get the extra point.
Yeah, to finish it off. So the end result of all of that is the board state actually completely devoid of creatures, but the plot zone pretty stocked.
Yeah. Look, you got to do what you got to do at times. Ethan's trying to hold in there, trying to be the control deck if needs be, but having no creatures on the board now, double Slick Shot over there. Ethan's down to 13. Dragon Age Chandler is going to be the third one of the game. I wonder. Chad's playing this so much more patiently than I would.
Well, he feels like he knows Ethan is on almost no cards here.
It's probably the right thing to do. Let's be honest. Yeah. I'm very aggressive. I would try to high roll it because I named the Lava Dart a second ago. I think I would have drawn a card, and if it was like any 1-mana spell, which would have been the a preordain, I could have gone plot, played that, and then that would have been double trigger into Diver Dart, into Surgical, which would have been lethal last turn while Ethan was tapped out. But here we are. You know what I mean? Lot on the line. Needs the win more than Ethan does. Chad,
he may have been thinking about things like, Wrath of the Skies or something that if I don't have lethal immediately, I want to maybe play a little slower because, this is probably going to be good enough because it is still quite a bit of damage here. Your life total was at 18.
Well, my argument there is if I didn't hit it, let's say I drew my card and I didn't have it, then I would just play my Dragon Age Channel and pass the turn anyway. But if I do draw that one shot, I've got the lethal this turn. The only thing I guess I'm playing around at that point is a Solitude. If they, some lists I've seen play in the past, it's very niche and not something you really would play around in this deck. But covering all bases, and I say a lot on the line, a lot of pressure on the line as well. Remember, this is we think it's the top 8. One of these players is able to ID the last round and get themselves into that top 8. Ethan did get paired down. So preordain to preordain, double triggers. Have we only played one of these?
Yes.
Okay. Playing it a little
playing this as safe as possible. Does not want to give up that extra creature in case something catastrophic happens on board. At least that's my read of this here. We put the spell snare. Those did come in. Those hit we see another one there. Those are both going to go to the bottom on this.
Yeah, we're looking for lightning bolts. Lightning bolts, lava darts. All these things are going to do great. Go to combat. Chan did come in. You cannot have a combat step. That wouldn't have been an issue if we did it last turn. But it's fine. We lived another day. Ethan's still trying to hit that third land. You got to imagine he's got some good free drops in the grip. How about a Wrath of the Skies? We got 2 energy. That's enough to do it. You were talking about that. It was all going to get rid of the Goblin Bombardment, but now the shields are down. Ethan is on 18 life. That is a big ask to get there with just 1 show off.
He was patient, was Chad, and I guess he's rewarded in the sense that he has this flick shot show off after it. You gave Ethan some extra turns there, but maybe it's okay because this is, if things went poorly for you, you thought this was where you're going to end up. Now we're looking at the top 3 here. I think I spot a cutter in there, which hits the hand.
Special iteration.
Yeah.
1 in XL, 1 on the bottom, 1 into the hand. Still got a land drop for the turn, so I think it's going to be the Steam Vents. It is. Are we going to shuck it in? Remember, we are up against Boris Energy. We know that can do a lot of damage the longer the game goes. Just going to get in there for 3 points. This is giving another opening to Ethan to get back into this game. Really could do with this third land. I can't make out what's in the hand, but I'm going to say there's a Flage in there because there's always a Flage
if it's
in there.
Land Flage and you get rid of the show off, we're back to the Is It Prowess deck having no creatures, and then you might have all kinds of time if you're Ethan. And by that, I mean, a couple of turns to get back on the board. But once Flage gets involved at all, we're deep into the game. And instead, Bombardment kind of does a similar thing here. Gets rid of another flick shot show off, live to fight another turn.
There's another chant in hand as well. I did manage to make that one out. They got the nice full art ones. Fetch over on Chad's side. We've got the classic screw versus flood here.
Yeah. So the Is It Prowess deck, we call it Is It Prowess. The deck only has 4 prowess cards in it at this point, the Monastery Swift Spears, but it's got that core of 12 creatures. And if you could just deal with its creatures, it has a somewhat difficult time pushing through damage to finish you off. If you're at 15, maybe if you're at 5, it can get there, but at 15, you've got a shot. So look at this. In response to the Corey Steel Cutter, Orem's chance, no token this turn.
Yep, can't play your second spell now. And Chad's like, okay, awkward. Preordained in hand plus that surgical. And we were speaking all day about surgical extraction and bringing it in and like how it's probably one of the most, I keep saying it's one of the most over sideboarded cards in Magic. And when it's great, it's great. But in this situation, it's just been stuck in the hand from Chad since the opening turn. So does that something to do with the mana? And the turn's going to crack that finally, is it? Draw a card, finds another slick shot. Does it? So slick shot spell 1 into preordained spell 2. That gives us 2 guys.
This might be a Corey Steel Cutter game for Chad, the way it's lining up, because he has the potential to make a token this turn. The preordained means you're probably going to get more gas. You'll be able to make more tokens next turn. The slick shot show off is going to demand removal from Ethan.
Murktide. I thought I saw a Murktide, but like they're in the sideboard. Looks like they've came in. How big are we going to be able to make it? We've got 1 instant, 2, 3. Yeah, we've got enough. We can make this big. We can make this almost unanswerable from Ethan. I'm having a little check to see how many stacked prisons, and there's only 1 in the list. Other than that, it needs to be a huge galvanic discharge to get it off the board.
This is kind of fascinating the way that Chad chose to play this. I thought surely on the play, you want to go fast, you want to get there, your core seals, your late game plan. But no, he went for the Murktide Regents, decided if we're just going to remove each other's creatures and trade over the first 5 turns, maybe the best play after that is to go back to turn my Is It Prowess deck back to an old Is It Murktide list, because this Murktide is going to look really good.
Yeah, you got to imagine it's going to be, but then we also got to try and navigate it so we can kind of keep Delirium in there. A lot of our cards can interact with Delirium. That's the Dragon Age Channelers, as well as, of course, the Violent Urge and Unholy Heat, as you mentioned. So I think that's 3. So this is going to make it a 6/6.
Yeah, the window for Ethan to get there with Flage might be passing, especially because of that surgical. I mean, I say because of that surgical. Not to say that the surgical being a different card earlier might not have closed the match faster, but as it stands now, it's Flage is, you're not necessarily just going to go land 3, land 4, Flage to get back into this. Yeah,
it's got to be good, whatever it is. Well, we find the land. Let's get him cracked straight away. Imagine it's, not even getting a basic. We're going to go get a Foundry here, so that's going to drop us down another 3 life points. Maybe we've got a Season Pyro Paying Flage into the bin. Going up the board a little bit, even though two of the big ones right now are Flyers and the other one's got Trample. But it's going to be a Fraving Charm and a Seasoned Pyro going to the bin, making 2 1/1s, which will mean that we gain 3 life. Because remember, the Guide of Souls is on the board. 2 tokens plus the Seasoned Pyro will be 3 life, 3 energy. 2 more cards drawn for Ethan. Chad's got to be happy that there's no Flager for hanging around over there.
That's right. After all that talk of it, it never did, in fact, show up in this one.
Nice tokens. And then passing the turn back. Now, can we get across the board? If we're at 12, there is 7 in the air, 2 on the ground with Trample. We've got the Surgical. We know that that's an extra 2. We've got the Steel Cutter. That's another 2. We've got Preordain. That's I imagine we've got enough to go across the line here.
Yeah, and he can go Corey Steele into Preordain. It's just that these triggers are going to go, and then it might still keep going.
Get the dice on that Slick Shot. Make sure remember how many triggers we've got, because remember the monks have also got prowess.
All right, so there's spell number 1. There's spell number 2 for Chad. That causes a couple of triggers across the board here as the power ticks up very quickly.
Yeah, because there's 2 of them, we get 2 monks, and we just move the equipments across to give them the new ones haste and +1/+1. But I think that's what we're Sanchez. Maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe I want this one to have it, but no, it looks like we don't. It looks like it does want a fresh creature, one of these monks. Then we're going to scry to draw 1. I see a Bauble. I like the idea of that Bauble to get some more triggers. Plus the Surgical we've got in hand, but then do we need to give that information away to Ethan that we bought Surgicals in? We were speaking about Flage, and if we discarded it then off the Season Pyro potentially coming back out of the graveyard, but he had that covered.
Yeah, quite the stacked board here.
1 top, 1 bottom.
I think so. Chad is up to 5 on the Slick Shot. He's got I think.
Oh, and a Lava Dart. Oh yeah,
we have to be able to find lethal here. Yeah, this Lava Dart's been hiding out for quite a while. Believe that in fact is the one that got surveilled into the graveyard earlier, as you called. So and here comes up clutch. Slick
Shot 7 now. These have all got Trample. Remember that are equipped. Even just go through the motions.
Make them turn them sideways.
Yep. We're going to play the Bauble from hand as well, but hold on to the Surgical.
And this game 3 should be really interesting given the way this one played out and how long it went and how grindy it was to the point we got to the Corey Steele Murktide level of things. Interesting to see very interested to see how this one plays out on the other side if we see Ethan back on the draw or on the play here in game 3, because his deck looked dominant in game 1 on the play.
I don't think however you want to cut this up, Ethan. I'm pretty sure you're dead 6 weeks on Sunday. Still, it's 9 plus 7 in the air. So that's 16 in the air. Then there's
you can throw a couple away to get rid of the show off, maybe. Or no, the bombardment's not even there.
You can't show off's not flying. You can't do any of it.
Well, the bombardment's gone. So you're right. Yeah. So there's just no way there for Ethan. Nothing.
It's fine.
And on to game 3 we go.
Yeah, exactly. They've worked it out. We get a game 3. That's great. Where they're going to look at their sideboards and shuffle up because they saw a few more cards there. Noted, kept the Surgical in hand. Didn't play it all game, but hasn't given the information away that came in. So we're going to have a look at their sideboards as well. But first, before we do that, I've got some questions for you, Corbin.
Yes.
Do you like the NRG series?
I do.
Do you like Magic Online?
I do. 2 for 2.
How about what if I told you we could blend both of them and you could play and qualify for the NRG Series Invitational at the end of the year? Because that is what is happening. First time it's ever going to happen. We can do that. You can scan that QR code right now on the screen to go to the website and see all the information, but the basics are there for you. 9th of November. Look at the calendar. Boom. That's next week today, 7 days. Edge of Eternal sealed, $2,500 on the line, and more importantly, NRG points for the leaderboard and that quality Win it, you get an invite to the championship, 24-player invite only, $35,000 PT invite. Only stipulation, and this is just for this one, at least at the minute, it's just this one. We don't know how the others are going to work out. You need to be North America or Canadian to play in this. I can't play in it. I think they've done it against me, Corbin. I think they were like, no, Will, you're too powerful. You cannot do this. Because I'm looking for a reason to fly out there. I want to come over. I want to play in a Nerd Rage gaming event. But, they keep holding me back. They keep hitting me in the booth. And when they don't put me in the booth, they tell me I can't play from across the pond. It sucks.
I have to say that one did not work out well for you, but get on over here. Come and check out an NRG event. And of course, the schedule will be announced soon, exactly dates for next year. But we do have that 2026 structure we can look at, because there will be 4 NRG Championship Series weekends in person. Each weekend will include a 10K team showdown. We've been talking about how much we love team events. Well, each weekend you're going to have one. So put 4 of those in your plans for next year. And of course, some $2,500, $2,500 individual trials each weekend. And this is what is being teased with this event next week. Next year, there will be 4 MTGO showdowns that you can do. NRG Series X Magic the Gathering Online, and all of those can qualify you for the championship. 24 players playing for $35,000 and that Pro Tour invite at the end of the year. That's what all these players are playing for now, because you know what? Our championship for this season is just a month away. We talked about everything that goes along with that. You mentioned earlier how it really feels special. And I think that that's probably the thing to me that defines the NRG championship, is how individualized it is, right? Sort of how unique it is, from the jackets, which are just sick. Everyone talks about.
No one else does it. No one else does it. You know what I mean? Turning up with those championship jackets. People know you're good when you walk in the room. You don't just have to prove it. You're like, I've already proved it. And that's like a sign for it. You think of wrestling, they have belts. Magic, we have NRG jackets that go along with all the other gibbons that come along. I do want to point out, which is something I really like. So Norm, the guy that does NRG, he is NRG, let's be honest, said the formats aren't locked in. These formats can change. Okay, they're working with Wizards on this, and it's basically we get to pick on the health of the format. At the minute, some formats are healthier than others, so we would pick the healthy ones. But especially on these trials, if you like a bit of Pauper, well, guess what? One of these could end up being Pauper. You like a little bit of Legacy? One of these could be Legacy. Okay, these aren't locked into what they're going to be. And of course, it's all going to be coming to you on this channel. So make sure you hit that follow button if you haven't, so you stick around and find out every time we go live. And while you're at it, go across to the socials, give them a follow, because the bigger these channels do, the better these streams do, the more money that gets pumped into them, the more money. It's better for the players. It's better for everybody that is involved. So if you're enjoying it, please hit that follow button and support the NRG, as it looks like players have got their opening hands. Chad is deciding on a mold of 6 what he wants to do. And Ethan, well, we're starting off with the Ragavan turn 1, and of course on the play, exactly how you want to write it up.
Yep, ideal start. In fact, I don't know the win percentages of the Boros Energy deck with a Ragavan versus without a Ragavan, but it's probably the biggest gulf in sort of any lines the deck can take, I would imagine.
Well, the last Red and 6 is floating around in the format as well these days. So,
that's true.
You know what I mean? See how we get on. We're going to having to use a lightning bolt is not ideal. You do want to be using your lava darts in that situation, but you also don't want to have a Ragavan connect. But Ethan's like, sure, well, I've got a follow up. Got another one?
Double Ragavan's pretty good for Ethan here, really pushing that advantage. And unlike some of the other matchups we've seen with Ragavan connecting against Izzet Prowess is likely to yield you a bunch of cards you can actually cast.
Corbin, I think we kept a 1-lander.
Oh, no.
We've got a preordain if we needs be, but we really want to get a threat on the board and follow up with being able to remove that Ragavan.
Can't blame the keep. You had 1 land and you're on the draw. That's 2 shots at it, and possibly that preordain. He looked at the top of his own deck there with that bobble to decide what to do, because there's a Ragavan hit coming in if you don't interact with it. But you probably just got a preordain for land here.
Yeah, I'm wondering about that. So why would I be doing the bauble first? Is what I'm trying to work out.
The only thing that makes sense to me is if there's some kind of blank on top that you can let Ethan take, and or maybe you're planning on shooting the Ragavan if you're going to hit land on top, is maybe the way Chad was looking. Like, can I miss the land drop this turn in exchange for taking Ragavan off the board? I don't know. Maybe You want to be able to see what you're going to preordain into, if it's good. An interesting line there, but it does in fact still end with a second land drop for Chad. So he does, depending on his hand, still have a chance to interact with Ragavan.
Yeah, I feel like it was lightning bolt land. I might have just kept the bolt on top and then go to my upkeep, draw off the bauble, which would have been the lightning bolt. So now I've got the answers to the Ragavan. So you've got to imagine we've got an answer to the Ragavan already. No, but then I could crack this, get a mountain, and then I could lightning bolt the Ragavan. And we're kind of back to where we were in that first game.
That's right.
In the first turn, except for now Ethan's potentially going to have 3 mana and something scary to cast this turn. So we are fetching. We're going to take the full 3 point, and it's going to be Unholy Heat taking out that Ragavan. 2 damage. Oh, we might even have we've got instant sorcery. Yeah, we even have delirium there. So it will be 6 damage getting down to that Ragavan. Land, fetch.
This game is certainly grinding these first couple turns.
Yeah, players are moving fast though, so I'd be interested to see what's on the clock. Maybe production can give me a little insight on what's on the clock.
Yeah, that's a good point. This is where those surgicals might matter.
If they stayed in. You got to imagine they're in. All right, we're less than 10 minutes on the clock, I'm being told. So that's why I think we're seeing both players move a little bit quicker here. Chad needs to get, both players need to get a threat on the board. At the minute, it's just going back and forth. You know, you've got that, great, I'll answer that. You've got that, great, I'll answer that. But normally that favors the player that's got Flages in their graveyard, especially if we can get to that 4th land and 5 cards in the bin. Do you see a Dragonman's Channel? Do you see a Preordain? Maybe that's a nice way of kind of scalping the top of our deck and setting up for future turns. Does it add a threat?
1, 2, 3, 4 cards.
Ooh, there's a Murkside.
5. So Ethan does have the ability with land to escape Flage as well. So like if you're Chad here, maybe you don't want to expose your Dragon Rage Channeler to just sort of that straightforward of a play, or at the very least you want to think about it, because at 5 and 1, he does not have the loss to give that Ethan does.
So I remember we're at 12 life as well. Do we play a Murktide, which would be, I believe, a 5 power? I think it's Sorcery Instance, right? Or was it non? Let me have a little look at that card. It is, yes, so it would be a 5 powered flyer, which would be out of Ragavan's Flage sort of territory, which we are going to do. It's going to cost us a life point for our trouble. Come and play with, is it 3? Unholy Heat. What was the other card? Preordain, Unholy Heat. Oh, and Lightning Bolt. So yeah, it would be 3. So it is going to be 6. And then we're going to bauble. So we've got the threat on the board, and it's a hard one for Ethan to get off the board. Don't get me wrong. Something like an Arena of Glory here would be huge. That's an Arena of Glory. This is huge. That is not what Chad wants to see. 3 damage. Go to combat, attack. 3 more damage. That's going to be 6 life gained, plus your whole turn gone, wasted. This is huge here. Chad can do nothing but shake his head. This is rough. I don't know if we can get back into it. We cannot deal 24 in this one turn.
Perfect play from Ethan. Just straightforward as you can be. Turn 3 Flage, turn 4 Hasty Flage. That's 3 Flage triggers in 2 turns, and that's pretty good against a deck full of creatures.
Well, the problem is as well, we nuked our graveyard. We can't even get an Unholy Heat. We've got no Delirium. We've got Sorcery, we've got Creature, we've got Artifact.
It looked like a Violent Urge in there. That's not going to
that one
help.
We need Unholy Heat, and we need another type in the graveyard. And that's just to survive.
Yeah, that's a bottom from that.
He did pick up
on Holy Heat.
Okay. Oh, no, because we still can't. Okay, we have to hit a fetch land. We do that. We do Surveil twice. Scry twice. Need to hit a fetch land. Crack the fetch for a mountain. That's the fetch land. Oh, okay.
Big line here from Chad. You're right. He's going to be able to crack the fetch, have Delirium, get Flage off the board. I guess at the very least, the Arena of Glory stays tapped because it was exerted. So Ethan will have a little less to work with.
And yeah, maybe Ethan's just got all lands in hand. 3 cards, can have a 4 for the turn. You know what I mean? This isn't great, but it's the best we can do. We still get to play Magic. Finds. Yeah, you got to imagine the snare's going to go to the bottom. But then if the life totals are correct and we're at 4, we fetch down to 3, which means any other Flages are lethal.
Yeah.
We're going to pass the turn.
Yeah, it's still that was what Chad needed to stick around in it, but it may or may not actually be enough, given the fact that Ethan just needs any lightning bolt to finish it off and has a grip of cards.
Okay, well, we do this as before we go to combat, which is good. So in case there was a raggy round or something crazy like that, we're going to go Unholy Heat down to 3. Ethan is just going to show a flage, another flage to the face. That's nothing he can do. He's going to take it. He's going to advance to 7-0, undefeated today, and that probably is going to lock him as first seed going into today's top 8. So congratulations to him, Chad. It was rough. You know what I mean? Like you had the line, you played the 2 out, and you just got absolutely blown out. It turns out Flage is quite good. Whoever designed that card, I think they should have some stern words spoken to them. Not going to say who that is in the slightest, but again, a huge congrats. But the good thing about this, we're in the NRG series. We have backup feature matches for you all. We record 2 games, so we can not play that. I'm being told we're not going to do that. We're going to have to, because the time on the round's going pretty long. So we're going to have a short break, and then when we come back, we'll have round 8, the last round of Swiss, before we get to that top 8 and find out which players are going to battle out to try and get to our end of year invitational. So I'm Will. That's Corbin. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG series where we have a 10K Modern Showdown about to come to its conclusion as we enter round number 8. As a reminder, we started the day with 162 players. After 7 rounds of Swiss, bear in mind we're going to the 8th, we are down to a last few players that we know who are cashing, but also we're going to find out which players are going to make it into today's top 8. That top 8, they're going to battle it out. They're going to see who can get away with a bit more money, but more importantly, those leaderboard points and that invite to the end of year championships, where we're going to invite 24 players to battle it out for their share of $35,000 and a Pro Tour invite. But today, what are the players going to get? Where do they need to come for what sort of money? Well, talk me through this.
Well, I'll tell you what everyone is playing for, and that is that invite that comes to the end of the year championship. But along the way, you win a lot of money because first place is $2,400. Second place is a cool $1,200. $400 minimum for top 80, and cash goes down to 32nd. And you'll see anyone who places in even just the top 128 is rewarded for playing it out because you get additional points on the NRG series, which get you on that leaderboard. And that is how many players will, in fact, qualify for the end of the year championship. But I'll tell you something else. You win. You win a showdown. And that is yourself immortalized on a token from Inkling Customs. You see some there on the screen. Hey, if you're Dom Harvey and you want a mana token, there you go. That's a perfect one to use if you're somebody who might be storming off. If you're Nikachu or a Nikachu fan like myself, you have a Merfolk token there. Really anything you want. That is the point. It is what you want. It is customized. It's just another one of those things. We've been talking about it. It goes with the championship, just sort of the personalized touch that the NRG series does, going above and beyond just handing you a check, whether it's an oversized one or not, at the end of the weekend.
Great. Well, we've also been following some players throughout this weekend to see how they get on, because all these players are in contention with a good run this weekend to getting those extra slots that you get from being on the top of the leaderboard. These are the players that are still getting there. The 5 wins, this is good, but that means a lot of them have also been doing well head-to-head, battling out. We've got Garrick there, Casey, Aiden, all still getting a bunch of points. I don't know how many points you get for being 5 and 2, but this last round going into it, they're going to look for that 6th win. They might hope for the tiebreaker chance of sneaking in 8th into the top 8, but they need those leaderboard points, especially when the people left and right of you in that race are also left and right of you today. So maybe they've even been paired up this round. I should probably look that up before we went live, but real interesting when it gets to it. I'm sure Mason and you are going to be able to go for this a bit more in detail when we start getting to that top 8, but let's get down to our feature match where we've got 2 players sat there. This is a winning in. This is 6 and 1. They didn't think they could ID and get themselves in there. We've got Simic Ritual up against Jeskai Blink. Cliff on the right, Joseph on the left. How do you think this is going to go?
Well, we've watched Jeskai Blink all day long just be one of the sort of most generically powerful decks in the format, in that it can answer pretty much anything it goes against. And that's going to be put to the test here against Joseph Geards on the Simic Ritual deck. And this I love to see, Coiling Oracle in turn 2.
Yeah, I know. It's such a throwback to on this card, see him play again now. Amazing. Okay, cool. But we've seen this matchup a few times today. Okay, on different players piloting both decks, but they have been paired against each quite a lot. And every time the Jeskai Blink deck has been able to get there, I think we've established that this Birthing Ritual deck, it's designed to be up on the combo decks in the format, the Belchers, the Amulets, even the Storm decks. But going up against this Jeskai deck, as you said in the last round, all the cards in this deck are just really powerful by themselves. Now, if we pit them all together and add them some synergy cards, it goes to that next level. So it's going to be interesting to see if Cliff can get there, can kind of go 1 for 1 and potentially turn the corner. And it's going to be really hard in the face of this Birthing Ritual.
Yeah, this is a really cool card. Hopefully we can get it pulled up on screen here in a minute. But I think I put this thing into a commander deck, and I never really considered that, hey, maybe this is a modern level combo card, but it is, because at the beginning of your incept, if you control a creature, go get the top 7, and you're seeing it here.
Sorry, I saw a Harbinger of the Sea.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Merfolk is hitting play. Love to see that. Not necessarily the best hit, but a hit for sure in this case.
I don't know. I'd say that's a pretty good hit. Going up against the Jeskai deck, 3 colors, no basics have been fetched. I'm on the play. Maybe I can gain contempt. You are literally going to go, do you have a Solitude? If not, I'm going to run away with this game.
Yeah, fortunately for Cliff, it looks like the answer is yes. Although just the value accumulated by the one the Coiling Oracle into the ritual trigger there is pretty nice if you're Joseph, right? So you're not down in the exchange in any sense. That said, you're not going to get to free roll a victory here by turning off your opponent's mana base either.
I think Cliff drew a basic planes off it off the draw step as well, which is nice. But this is one of the things and the powers of this Jeskai Blink deck, right? We're able to do these 2-for-1s to ourselves. We can get our solitudes early, our subtleties, etc. because we have things like Riddlers, Quantum Riddlers in our deck. This is a great card to catch up and gain that card advantage once we use 2-for-1 ourselves, maybe a bit too much in these early turns. But here it is on the stack. Going to ETB, we're going to draw a card.
All right. Well, Cliff catching back up in the card advantage category here, at least slowly with the Riddler. So, all right. So really things with that said, kind of at a point of parity here. Nothing really going on for either player on board, but anything for Joseph can get the combo going again.
Well, anything like, a consign or an ephemerate here would also do that. So, yeah, we're going to consign the trigger so we keep the 4/5 body around. Chat's asking, why did we not do that after drawing a card? Well, I believe that is because of subtlety. So, if the subtlety was cast, you can then put it back on top of your deck and then do this the solitude next turn. Where if we wait till their turn, they've already drawn, so there'd be, again, a card behind, so to speak, in that situation. At least that's how I'm reading it. And we're just going to go cascading, but not into any new rhinos, living ends here. But how about a Fibble Fit, which we didn't cast, and 2 cards? Is that a good one?
How about a Fibble Thip? I threw out the word commander earlier, and that's basically what we're watching here. I love it. What a great way to accumulate advantage, because if Fibble Thip entered from your library or was cast from your library, draw 2 cards instead. And, well, thanks to the cascade, that's what it did. And it will, in fact, continue to cascade into more value thanks to the ritual in play. Oh, this came from exile in this case. I see. So still just the 1.
But that's still good enough. The main point I take from this is there's 2 bodies, which means this birthing ritual is going to be really good.
Exactly.
We can trigger, we can either turn the 2 into a 3 or the 3 into a 4. Options we've got when we do this, we've got things like endurance in there. We know about the Harbinger, Ice Fang Nicole. We don't have the snow-covered basics or snow-covered land, so to speak, to turn this on permanence. But what we do have are things like Oculus. This is a great 5/5 flying. We get around the delve ability of being able to exile 6 cards from our graveyard to keep it around. And then when we pass that turn back, boom, we get to look at the top 2, make one of these a 2/2, put the other into our graveyard.
Well, this makes the Riddler look downright fair by comparison. Oculus does, because even if Cliff is able to answer it, like you see how every single turn with ritual in play, things just sort of slowly snowball more and more. And while the Jeskai Blink deck has its own engines to do the same, without answering the ritual itself, it is still going to be an uphill battle. Even if Cliff does say have Solitude or something here to get rid of this Oculus and this token, if it doesn't get rid of the ritual, Joseph's just going to do the same thing next turn.
So looking at Cliff's deck, we do see Teferis. That's a nice answer for the Oculus on the other side. So there isn't enough cards for when it comes back down. Decides to play the Arena of Glory here and give away a little bit of information that there's a planes in hand. Going to go with a Fable the Mirror Breaker. Just, yeah, sure, you can have that. Remember, lots of counter magic in these decks. That's kind of where it gains its value from. We've got Flare of Denials, Force of Negation, Sinking to Stupors, Subtleties, lots of sort of ways to interact with our opponent while keeping parity. And of course, we've got a bunch of blue cheap creatures in the deck.
Fable is a very powerful card, obviously. It generates a lot of value over time. It's not as good as a ritual at doing that. And it is sort of a concession from Cliff that there's nothing better to do on this turn.
Yeah, maybe we need to turn and burn through our deck a little bit more. These cards in my hand, they ain't doing it. But if this resolves next turn, I can ditch 2, draw 2, so I get 3 looks at a couple of new cards. Maybe if one of them's a Solitude or something along those lines, I can ditch my hand a bit more, start turning this Riddler on. Because the 5/5 does not attack well into Riddler, but okay. I don't know what it could be, but sure.
Send them both in.
Is this just to get 5 damage across? We're going to flip it up. It was another Oculus. Oh, no. I guess you can smell it. Like there's got to be a reason to do it. It's not doing it just to get the 5 damage put across. That's going to be huge in the upkeep, in a way of going extremely wide here. And then Dismember as our last card after the 5 damage has been dealt to it. That's going to get the Riddler off as well. Woo, Joseph is cooking.
What a line that was. Wow. We talk about sort of slowly snowballing advantage. Well, that was the avalanche of advantage right there when the Manifesting Dread came up and just completely swung that. Huge line there for Joseph. And by the way, now we're going to ritual again.
Ephemerate did save the Riddler. That is, became so another card was added, but we're going to cash in the Cyrus Agent here for a Ice Fang Carl. Lack of snow permanence, but that's fine. It's still going to be a 1/1 flyer that can block and will get us a card deeper, and really does find us a nice icy snow-covered island. We should have ice-covered lands as well. I've just decided that. Maybe I'll pitch that to someone at Wizards. But it's for snows for when it's cold, but when it gets really cold, we can have icy ones. Passing turn, we're going to do Ephemerate in the upkeep. We are going to target our Riddler again to try and draw a card. We've got 2 lands Riddler in hand, up to, I think, a 3rd land, and then a Solitude. That's a good hit. Fable's going to tick up to 2. Chapter 2 means we can discard up to 2 cards, draw 2. One of the cards we're going to discard is going to be our basic planes, something that maybe Joseph wants to keep a track of in case there is a Harbinger Sea in the future, because there is definitely a lack of basics over on Cliffside here. Flage was one of the cards that was found. Or at least I think it was a Flage. Maybe it's a... Oh, maybe it was a Doggo, actually. Failure.
Yeah, we talked about Cliff sort of taking the last turn off with the Fable so that you could churn through your deck on this turn. And now you see what you're up against. And this is probably the last turn for Cliff to try to interact here before you're just sort of, at this point, just sort of alpha striked nearly to death. So plenty of mana to work with and a couple new cards. So gonna need to probably, I guess, if you at this point you're looking to remove the Oculuses to try to get the board to a standstill. If you can survive long enough to transform your Fable, maybe you can start generating some long-term advantage. So it basically has to involve Solitude. So here it comes to take care of 1 Oculus.
Do with an Ephemerate as well. If we had an Ephemerate here, we've used 2 so far this game. That'd be a great way of kind of stalling this this battlefield up and gumming it. So the shenanigans stop. So I don't know what's underneath those 2 manifest tokens. Ice Fang was found. That's another snow permanent. Anyone keeping track of those? Just an absolute grip for the cards here. Oh, we also didn't have a way of stopping that Solitude coming down. The amount of cat magic in this deck with flares and stuff, and we decided not to.
That's right. Between flare and subtleties.
I kind of like the idea. I think I would have played a snow-covered basic here, and then I still got in there with the snake as well, and just fretted flashing in double snake. Okay, let's decide how they want to block here. I am the one that fixes to me is I'm going to block the Oculus. A 5/5 into the 4/6. Great. Then there's 2 2/2s on the ground, but these 2/2s, remember, they can flip up. They could be anything.
Could even be an Oculus.
Could what happened the first time around.
Cliff with the swap him at the last second. All right, well, let's see what they were. If Joseph wants to do anything, if Joseph's just happy getting in damage. Lots of cards. Well, thinking about it. Wow.
Oh my God, it was another one.
Oh my gosh.
All right. If it rains, it pours. 5 damage is going to come across. Drop Cliff down to 5. This one's going to die. This was a Flare of Denial. Then we're going to play our snow-covered island. Still got 6 cards in hand. And remember a trigger and a turn here. Look at the top 7. We can turn our 2-drop into a 3-drop or our 3-drop into 4 drops.
See a Harbinger in there.
I see a Harbinger. And I don't hate it.
No, that's not bad here. Obviously, Cliff can still sort of play around it.
Yeah.
It's not debilitating, but it is just another piece of things you have to work around. And by the way, there's going to be more manifest dreading happening. So I think there may be some manifest dread followed perhaps by some sideboarding.
Okay, well, we're going to put the Shards Agent in the bin. Second one, these were really quick snaps.
Yeah.
Deck lists will become available when we get into the top 8. This is the last round of Swiss. Once we get into that top 8, that's when deck lists are going to become available to not only the players, but also you beautiful people watching out there on the Twitch land.
I love this ritual deck. Joseph, if Joseph does pick up this round, or perhaps we'll see how it breaks regardless, but if Joseph's able to make the top 8, I'm very interested to watch this Simic Ritual deck play.
It's been very fun to watch. I think I'll actually pick this up and give it a couple of reps on Magic Online. What's the odds that one of these manifests is going to be the fourth Oculus?
I would say pretty low, but I'm not Frank Carson. I'm not a mathematician. I'll just say it could happen.
All right, playing another Riddler. We get to draw a card. Didn't get a good look at what it was.
All right, if Cliff has Ephemerate here, that's able to remove one more of the. It's
not able to do nothing. No white mana.
Oh, you're right. That's an island, of course, because of the Harbinger.
So block. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, not lethal. There goes the snow-covered forest.
Well, it is just sort of now the blocks are even more interesting though because of the double blocking involved. I'm actually not sure where Joseph wants to go with this offhand, but we're going to start with, well, that makes things a lot easier.
We're going to bounce one back. That's a lot easier. Yeah, that's going to be a game. Just get in there with the flyers. Don't give any chance to that solitude to gain their life. And we're going to see trophies take down game number 1. But we can see what Cliff's got in the sideboard and see if there's a way of shaping this and making it look better for us as we move into game number 2. What'd you like to hear, Corbin?
Well, I would say if I were to do a highly detailed analysis of that first game, it would probably say something like, if the combo deck gets to play the card it's named after, you're in trouble. So maybe prevent Birthing Ritual from hitting play, I think, if you're Cliff Boyardee. And to that end, you're looking at more counter magic. You've got a couple options there. You're also looking at sort of any sort of board wipe that might get there. Elhesh Norn, Mother of Machines, is actually an interesting one to turn off a bunch of ETB effects. But you have some ability to cut down on cards that you maybe don't want in the matchup, because it is certainly one where you need to answer some specific cards and then leave your opponent hopefully drowning in sort of a world of 1/1s that you eventually just sort of grind through.
All right, well, let's look on the other side. We're a game up. If you're on Joseph, if you're a fan of Joseph here, you're going to be happy. But this is the 75. How can we shore up so we can get this second W and get ourselves into today's top 8?
Yeah, it looks like over here from Joseph's deck, you've got another Harbinger if you want it. Obviously, the Consigns, if you want to go that route. Mystical Disputes, I think, can be pretty key to any counter magic battles we might see. And they also do things like just catch a Riddler when it comes down. That kind of thing, I think, could be pretty important. So you can only do so much with this deck. And you saw most of Joseph's cards were just already kind of good in game 1. But you can sort of poke at the edges here and add in a couple of counter magic, especially considering you're going to be moving to the draw. Mystical Dispute is great at catching sort of the same way something like Spell Snare or Stern Scolding, although I'm not entirely sure if that's the one you want right here, but lots of ways to interact at a mana advantage in the sideboard.
Yeah, and if you can just keep flipping the Oculus, I feel like you're going to run away with most games in Modern. Players coming to the end of sideboarding, but still going through it a little bit. So I'm going to advertise one more time, at least while I'm here, the NRG series and the collab with Magic Online. I'm a huge fan of both of these companies. I work for both of these companies. I like them both extremely, and now they have joined together to make one superpower. It's like they're morphing. What's those Zorbs, isn't it, in Power Rangers? Those Zorbs connecting to make one mega beast that I cannot defend and I have to play in this, but you can at home as well. Maybe you're watching the NRG series and you can't get out to one of the events. Well, next weekend, 7 days from today, Sunday, Edge of Eternity sealed event, $2,500 on the line in that prize pool, and the winner of it will get an invite directly to the end of the year championships for the NRG, where of course 24 players, 35,000 PT invite, great, but also points for the leaderboard get added from this as well, and that's huge. And if you think that's something you want to do, make sure you scan that QR code, go to the socials, it's on there if you missed it. But we've got some magic to play right now, as we've got Joseph's going to go down to 6 cards on the draw, though, so it's not the do or end all, but the amount of value this deck can generate, mulligans don't seem to hurt it too much, I don't think.
No, not at all, really, on either side here.
Oh, here we go. Torben, are you down with this? The kids these days talk about these numbers, and I don't understand what they are because I'm such a boomer. And I imagine you're in the bucket with me as well.
I'll tell you this, Will.
Go for it.
Multiple children at my son's elementary school have been punished for doing this after being told to stop by having to write 6-7 on 67 lines of paper.
Okay. Wow. Okay. What? I don't even know how to punish this, though. Does it mean you have to? It'd be even better if the deck list had 67 cards in it.
Yeah, there was a 67 card Scapeshift list or something back in the day, right?
If you got 67 cards in the main, you're allowed to do this.
Oh, man.
Joseph's going down to 5 here.
I'm not going to lie. When I saw this for the first time, I loved it. I love a good harmless internet meme. I'm not the teacher getting trolled by it all day at school, trying to teach children math and having them shout 6-7 at me.
Oh yeah, I bet that's annoying. I just don't know what it's about. I'm just like, sure, as long as you're happy.
It's not about anything. That's the best and worst part of it. Actually, the best part of it is that it's over now. Cliff is keeping the hand. We are getting into the match.
See, I can always go one further in it and just say, my era, it was a difference. Card in the number in the 60s.
It's true.
Fine. We're gonna get down to see if we can keep have a 5-card keepable hand here over on Joseph's side, and looks like we are gonna keep the 5. It's gonna be a little hard though to be on the draw and kind of go par with this powerful Jeskai deck, but it's not the not do or end all. We've seen how powerful the deck was game 1, and if worst thing goes to worst, we can try and claw it back in game number 3. Okay, Surveil. Do we like this card? Question mark. I feel like if I'm keeping a 5, I've got to have a birthing ritual in there somewhere, at least some sort of good 2-drop. I see a force negation in hand plus blue card.
I think, maybe we're gonna. Ooh,
birthing ritual. Didn't like
it's got to be a land issue then. Although I do, that might be.
Otawara in the hand?
Yeah, so very interesting choice by Joseph there to put that ritual into the graveyard.
Maybe it's because it'll take multiple turns to set up being on the draw. It'll make all our turn next turn not great, but we could have something like a 2-drop plus flare denial, like a knock, an oracle, or an ice fang, and then that potentially could stall whatever Cliff's play is going to be, and we can try and get into the game that way. Don't know. We'll see how it pans out here. Just a land go again, but doesn't mean that there isn't a Thalia floating around. War is going to be the play, and then it is going to be an Oracle, which is going to get countered for 1 mana.
Yep. Mystical Disputes catching up there. This Coiling Oracle getting countered is a pretty decent game to watch, I have to say. Given some of the things we've seen today, given some of the amulet lines, the Ruby Storms of the world, some good old honest counter spell on your Coiling Oracle feels good.
I need to speak to Norm and try and get us a bingo list. That'd be a good square on the bingo list, wasn't it? Like having a Coiling Oracle countered on stream.
Back in the day, I mean, just the idea of not back in the day, more like just several months ago, the idea of even having one cast would have been a
crazy
hit.
You've been like, oh, cool, nice, pauper cube that you're playing or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, not seeing it in modern where we see so many good, powerful cards.
It's really, we should talk
No.
about the reason here, right? In addition to the ritual, it's Flare of Denial, right? The ability to accumulate the value and then catch it up for free on a spell later on is sort of the underlying power of the point of playing these cards, that on their surface are just kind of cute throwback value cards. But the point is they turn into something much later thanks to the sort of the double engines at work here in the Simic deck.
Well, yeah, and remember we're on a mode of 5. So, you know, I mean, any card that will draw us a card plus put 7 on the board is great. Trying to scoop out those 2 points. So let's say we play the 1/1 and then we draw a card from it. We hit a land, great. Okay, we're up a card. And it means Cliff's got to use a card to deal with that 1/1. And this is how we're going to start getting that incremental value. Another great one for it, though, which we just found off the top, is a Shardless Agent. And that's what we're going to cast. Cascade Trigger is going to go on the stack. Can't cast. Oh, nope.
There we go.
Would you
All right,
like
well,
to look at these?
that accumulates more value. When you have the snow permanents, it's actually pretty annoying for people playing Quantum Riddlers to have to deal with.
Yeah, very annoying, especially, you know, you imagine having to use your Flage to deal with that, or a Solitude. Did we draw?
Not sure.
Chat? Question mark? I don't think I saw a draw. It doesn't mean it didn't happen though, but okay. We didn't draw. So there's the draw. I still got it. I still got it, Corbin. You know, I'm into 8 rounds deep now. Still got it.
Can't get anything past this guy.
Solitude ditching a prismatic ending. I think this is going to be on the end step. I see a Flare Denial in the hand. Now, this is either really good poker face here by Joseph, kind of, you know, making Cliff think, do I have that? Do you not have that? And I think I like it, but we're just going to use resources, right? We've got to ditch a blue card for this. No, wrong. We've got to sacrifice a creature for this.
Yes, this is a much better exchange, honestly, for Joseph, if you're just doing that, if you just get rid of your Shardless Agent here. But I guess considering whether at the same time it's actually worth fighting over.
Well, I think we've got a subtlety. I think that's the other option in our hand is like, oh, we've got a subtlety. Do we want to subtlety it? And then if there's a response to the subtlety, maybe that's the blue card creature we could sacrifice. I do see a mystical dispute in the hand for Cliff as well. So here's the denial. There is a force negation in the hand. I believe we're in Joseph's end step, so can't use that force. Okay. All right, sure. Countered. It did the job. You know what I mean? I took out one of your creatures, but in the end, it didn't take out one of your creatures. You took it out yourself. So nice 2 for 2 there.
All right, here we go. Cliff trying to get back in it with the Riddler. This is Joseph was keeping up a suspicious 1 mana for dispute, but
dispute into dispute. Force.
Wow,
Ditch
what
blue
a
card. Please don't tell me there was a land in hand. I'll be so upset if there was a land in hand and we didn't play it first.
What an exchange here. Bevy of free spells hitting the stack all at once, and the end result being a countered Quantum Riddler.
Well, look, that's big. That's huge. Yeah. In fact, that is exactly clear. At the minute, remember, Joseph's 2 cards down, started on that mold of 5, but it's now got what, 2 cards in hand. Shardless Agent. This is a great one of catching up. And this is gonna, if this hits something like a birthing ritual.
Yeah. And opted, by the way, to keep the Shardless Agent over the Ice Fang earlier, meaning you just have 2. That's an additional point of power. And now it's followed up by 3 more points of power, meaning 5 power in play for Joseph. I mean, the clock, you got to get a clock from somewhere, and it is building.
This is going to be a Solitude ditching white card. Ephemerate, I think, is the last card in Cliff's hand. So doing this before the reveal of the Coiling Oracle, which, by the way, there's so much respect put on that card this game. It's been unreal.
No kidding.
What's the reason for it? Why are we doing this in response to the trigger, opposed to letting the trigger resolve and then doing it?
Pause. Well, here we go. Sorry, catch the Flare of Denial. We're going to fight over it again.
Oh, my word. It was a Riddler. They both just emptied their hands, and then Joseph finds the Riddler, has a little chuckle to himself as well. Like, yeah, I think that's a good one.
Wow.
Now the pressure's going to be on Cliff. What can Cliff find on the top of the deck? Tap it and hope for the best.
Yeah, I was going to say Cliff wants to do that because of any sort of flair, shenanigans, things like that. But Joseph able to end the exchange with the 1/2/2 up here and
crack. Surveil lands, pit a Flage in the graveyard, play it. Watch this. I'm calling it. I'm calling it.
That is a nice line here, right? Because that would be a huge swing back for Cliff, and this match has deserved it the way this game has gone.
It's the only line. Like, you draw for turn. It's a land. You still got a Surveil in your deck. Let's do it. Crack it. Go down to 14. Surveil. Off for the cut. Tap the top. Hope that it is a Flage. It's a solitude. It's a solitude. Keep that one around. We've got 5 mana. We can hard cast that next turn after the Riddler's done some damage.
Yeah, that would have been ideal to hit. Obviously, to just call and hit the Flage there, but that's not bad either.
I think we found a birthing ritual for the turn as well, so we can go land, birthing ritual, keep 1 land in hand, trying to upgrade this Stardust Agent into like an Oculus, maybe.
I would.
Molder 5, remember, Molder 5.
Well, that Riddler was obviously just beyond good here.
I'm going to say the best draw in the deck at that point.
Almost certainly, and if not, it's Birthing Ritual, which is the other one. So, or maybe it's
maybe it was
Oracle instead.
Maybe
here.
I misseen it. But if I'm to Shardless Agent again, another great tooth one. Then it's going to go on it's going to warp out of it or phase. Draw the card, pass. Of course, Cliff already knew what that was. We know what that is as well. Solitude. Maybe we can get a little blowout here. If they both get turned sideways, Solitude the 2/2, block the 1/1.
Yeah, combat can get kind of messy here in a way that could end to Cliff's benefit, but the Harbinger is, I believe, what's coming from Joseph here, which forces the issue. Or at least forces the mana tapped in response, and then maybe you hit the Harbinger, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's like literally Joseph is running hot this game, and like, I'm trying to think. Like, I think the correct play is to hardcast it, but then it's still going to be on the board. Oh, we're going to float the mana in response,
right? So you can at least answer the Harbinger itself.
Yeah, let it respond and go into that. Hope there's no counter magic. There isn't. It's going to go. 2 life is going to get gained. We're still in. Have a match on our hands here. Then the follow up is go. Oh, please be nice. Be nice. Oh, it was green card. I got excited then. Still going. Still going. That's the Oculus. I don't think we've played all the 2-drops. There's definitely some birthing rituals.
There's got to be some hits left.
There it is. Birthing ritual. Not what you want to see even Cliffside, but realistically, you don't want to see any cards on the other side. You kind of hope they've all been played.
It felt like we were ancestral. Felt like we were going shardless into ancestral vision there. That was, you knew you were going to hit something very good if you're Joseph. And now just shardless agent power is netted multiple 3 extra cards, right? This game. And now the ritual turns it into even more.
Well, if we can hit an Oculus here, bear in mind, we did push 2 to the bottom. There's a nice Fang. So we've definitely got a card we can upgrade for another card in our hand, which then adds the possibility of potentially forces denial getting drawn off it. That is what's going to happen. There are 3 other snow basic permanents on the board as well, just to add.
Yeah, Cliff needs something now because, your opponent adding 1/1s and 2/2s that give you value, you can probably deal with a good draw. Your opponent putting Birthing Ritual into play is just going to be devastating. And Cliff,
Wrath of the Skies. I think we've got to that point in the game. We need to be hitting Wrath of the Skies off the top of our deck just to survive at this point. Joseph, remember on that Molder 5, but it's absolutely turning the corner now. The value of this deck generating, I think the Shardless Agents had a big part in this game, being able to get 2 bodies every time. And yeah, we're turning everything sideways. Here's 5 damage.
And there's access to the Riddler as well in a second main phase here. So time is running out for Cliff.
I think we've got land plus in hand. Didn't realize. We'll see what the other one was, but we're going to go block in, which is going to be neutral, gain 3 life, lose 3 life. That's a land. Where question mark cracking it? I kind of like cracking it here because I know there's 2 Oculuses at the bottom of my deck, and I kind of want to shuffle them back in, especially if I've got a Bertha Mitchell. But
Yeah, and
like...
not to say the forbidden words, but it also thins your deck for a hit if you were to do that.
Oh, was that last card? Yeah, last card we found was the Oculus. Cashing that in straight away, adding the 5/5 to the board. When we pass the turn, we're going to get to look at the top 2, make a 2/2 as well, which potentially could be anything in the deck. Shuffle those up, put them to the bottom.
All right. Does Cliff find a Wrath?
Well, obviously, Wrath of the Skies are bust at this point, I'm pretty sure. It might even have to be Wrath into Wrath.
Yeah.
And hope there's no counter magic on the other side. Didn't get a look at it. At 9 life, facing down 9 power.
Solitude allows you to get rid of an Oculus and block. The game continues. Flage.
How about Flage? Okay. How does that change the math? That puts us up to 12.
So
that will give us another
Flage
turn.
is able to clear 1 card. See if you pointed at the Manifest Dread or at the Shardless. But
yeah, it's basically the safe option or the risky option, right? Yeah, if that gets flipped up and you did 3 damage, just like another Oculus or an Endurance, you're going to feel real bad here.
That said, you're still basically, since you can't escape it this turn either for Cliff, it is unlikely to be enough, almost regardless of what you pointed at here. And opposite guaranteed remove things. So this buys you another turn. So in that way, it's huge. But in itself, it's not enough. If there had been another land there and you could actually play and escape and double point the triggers at Oculus, maybe there's something to be said. But in this case, it basically equates to a redraw for Wrath.
I think that it's a blue kind of hand. If I'm right, it's a Sink to Stupor. And so not to do it because don't want to bounce that back to the hand because, the ability to recast it for Cliff. But how about we just flip over another Oculus here?
Of course it's an Oculus.
Why wouldn't it be? Dismembers what we draw for the turn. Get in there for 10 points of damage. Drop Cliff down to 2. Have the answer, I think, for the Flage in there. If we hit an Endurance now, I'm out of it. But I say we missed, but then I'm not entirely sure if there's anything better in the deck we'd want to turn these Oculuses into. So just a straight pass to the turn.
Wrath or bust. I guess we said it was Wrath or bust last turn. It technically was not true, but for the game, it does remain true.
If there's counter magic in the hand, or if it is a Sink to Stupor, which I believe it is. Oh,
well, all right.
Wrath's still good. Wrath's still good.
Still got the planes. Still have the planes.
Tap the deck. Flip it.
Nope. Does not look like it.
There's a little smile.
Oh,
it's snoring. Okay, good handshake. That was a really fun game back and forth. Obviously, if you're on Joseph's side, it definitely went your way. Some really good hits there. But good for both these players. Congratulations to him. Going to be able to find himself in the top 8. Cliff, commiserations, but a bunch of points. Maybe that will help out later on the leaderboard. We're going to try and get them in for a interview, I believe, which is always nice to to kind of see why they bought the deck, etc. You've got roughly 30 seconds. If you've got any questions, whack it in the chat, and we'll try and throw it to them. If not, me and Corbin are going to start asking some of our own. But let's just remind everyone what is on the line. Maybe we can put the prizes side up quickly until we get them in for the interview. This is what is on the line. Everyone, 30-second upwards is going to gain some cash. Talk me through it, Corbin.
Yeah, first place, $2,400, 30 points. And, of course, we know that token. Top 8 pays out at least $400. Money goes down to 32nd, top 128. All receive additional points on the circuit. And if you look over to the right there, though, your top 4 regional championship invites. So there's a lot to play for at every stage of the tournament, whether you're just trying to get additional points on the series, whether you're trying to hit a break point for cash, whether you're chasing those invites, there is something for you and something for everyone who shows up in these as an opportunity to have a custom token made after them. Inkling Customs tokens, that is. You see them on the screen there, some of our past winners. And you know what? You've seen them on the screen throughout the weekend in any event you tune into for an NRG series. So we appreciate everyone who is able to come up with such creative ideas for these, working with Inkling Customs to produce these awesome tokens. So, all right, I think we are ready. We're going to head down to an interview here with Joseph.
Hello, Joseph. Hopefully you can hear us. You're in the booth. We've got Will and Corbin. Congratulations on taking the win there, getting yourself into today's top 8. The first question I want to know is, why did you bring this deck this weekend?
Asked that because the start of this tournament, I was not sure what deck I was going to play. I was between Goryo's or this deck, leaning towards this deck. My team is especially Kamari's pushing for this deck. So
why is that though? Why are we pushing for this deck? Why do we think
so Kamari actually recently got his Pro Tour invite with the deck. Other than that, I mean, it's Harbinger. It's one heck of a card. People who haven't necessarily played against the deck yet might just let that trigger resolve, not realizing that Harbinger could potentially come down and just lock themselves out of the game by accident. So.
I've seen it a couple of times there, just some really sticky situations. It does help though when you and your opponent are top decking, ripping Riddlers off the top.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Or when you manifest dredges or Oculuses. Everything looked like it went really well.
It did very, very well at the end.
Well, looking forward to the top 8 here, just to get it, not to get too far ahead of ourselves. But what do you like for the deck here? What are you hoping to play against? What are you hoping to avoid?
The man on the block to beat is Titan, so that's what we're looking to beat. Things we want to avoid are is it prowess and affinity. The go fast strategies can be a little difficult.
I feel like you maybe got 50% of what you want there, and looking at some of the decks.
Yeah.
Today's top 8, but maybe we can dodge them as you.
Hopefully.
All right, well, let's say everything goes perfect, right? We have that hot run. We get in the top 8. We get all the way to the final. We win it. We get the invites to the India Championships. You get to battle out for $35,000 plus that Pro Tour invite. Well, probably for the end of today, you're getting a bit of money. You get the RC invite, but you get a custom token made in your likeness. What token would you want made?
Ooh, on the spot.
I've made, if it's with this deck, it's got to be that manifest token.
Right, Corbin, go for it.
Yeah, all right. We got a question coming in from chat here, Joseph. Where did the hoodie come from? They love it.
My wife actually got it for me. I told her I was on stream, so she's probably in chat right now. So she got it for me. Not exactly sure where she got it.
Texas Gaming, by any chance. It'd be pretty cool. But yeah, it's a nice hoodie. Do you want to do any shout outs to anyone before we let you go and kind of rest before we get into
Yeah. Definitely shouting out to Kamari for pushing the deck hard for the team. Although I was the lowest wanting to play the deck coming into the tournament, it seems that I have done the best so far, so that worked out.
Hey, look, it works out. Sometimes it's your day, and today, if you can keep that rolling, hopefully we'll get to see you in the finals today and take it away, and then see you in the invitation at the end of the year. So thank you very much. We're going to let you shoot off. Congratulations again, and we're looking forward to seeing you in that top 8.
Thank you.
We're going to move back to the booth with me and Corbin, because this is going to be, I don't think we've got a backup feature match. I'm going to wait for the production to tell me, because if we do, we've got another game for you. If not, it's going to be the last time you see this face at the minute. Oh, we do have a backup. Going into game 2, let's do it. Let's get down to it. More magic. I'm still around, chat.
We'll keep you around for a little longer,
yeah,
Will.
Why not?
You know, 8 rounds,
Every production needs a British guy, and unfortunately for you, it's me. We're going to have Wesley versus Harrison here. We've seen them both so far up to this point. Amulet Titan versus Esper Goyos. We're in game 2, where Amulet is up 1 game. So a lot to do here over on Harrison's side with this, the powerful Goyo's Vengeance deck, getting Atraxas and Gristlebrand's out of it. Is this deck just too slow to do with Amulet, though?
I think that on Harrison's side, that is a concern, which means you really are going to prioritize the cards you do have that interact early. Obviously, going into the sideboard game here, you have some extra things to look at. I don't know about this hand, though, for Harrison. Looks like a bunch of lands. Looks like we're going to keep it, though. I spotted an Atraxa in there as well. So we'll see if he's got some early interaction here for Wesley, who looks like he kept a full grip over there.
I think we've seen Harrison, maybe this might be the 3rd time on camera now. Not once have I seen the turn 1 Surveil into turn 2 Goyos. Why when I play against the deck does that always happen? But yeah, we've not seen it once yet on camera.
Sounds like a skill issue. when you play it.
That's absolutely set myself up for that, didn't I? Smash! Absolutely smash. But over on the other side, Wesley's going to start off with an Urza Saga into an Amulet of Vigor, the namesake card of the deck. We know what that is basically key part 1. Now, are we going to follow that with some sort of maybe Spelunking next turn, a way to advance and ramp our mana? And then when that Saga comes off, we get the second Amulet and just able to take the game down. Yet again, no Surveil into an Atraxa. We do find a Thoughtseize, though.
Yeah, this is setting up to be not a high roll game for Harrison, but you do have some interaction here with the Thoughtseize. That said, Wesley is setting up for potentially a very explosive a game of his own, right? Just turn 1 Amulet leads to the most devastating plays possible. This is sort of the most explosive lines the deck can possibly come up with. So we'll see what Wesley does with it. 2 mana.
We just passed the turn there where we had the option to, of course, cast that Thoughtseize, which makes me think we maybe have got a Faithless Mending in the hand, maybe some sort of Solitude Ephemerate line.
Yeah, Wesley continuing to high roll makes 3 mana on turn 2, plays a Spelunking, which allows you to make 2 more mana.
Is it high rolling when the deck's like that's all it does? It just does this. It just does this. It's very consistent of it, but it does play Spelunking, so I get to make my Batman reference, which I always do when that comes out. Yeah, could Thoughtseize himself as well. Maybe setting up for that next turn. Have we got a go? Oh, maybe we do have a Goes in hand. I think chat might have spotted it. Next turn, play our 3rd land, Thoughtseize us myself. Put my Atraxa in the bin, then goes it back. But then is that even good enough in the face of double Amulet Spelunking against?
Right, that's the real problem. Although, yeah, we'll see. Spelunking and double Amulet actually doesn't really work as well as you want it to. If I understand the deck correctly, I think you'd only get like 1 untap there, but I don't. I know it's not quite as good. But here's some more from Wesley though.
This literally breaks up everything that Harrison wanted to do. If it was a self-Thoughtseize, which ironically, if we Thoughtseize last turn, might have actually been, a way of getting that Ghost Vacuum out of here. Flip side is, if we surveil a big fatty into the graveyard now, we can get an Atraxa, we can get a Gristlebrand in there, that gets eaten.
Yeah, you can certainly, you've got a shot here if you're able to pull it off. You also then can later, maybe bait an activation. We'll see what ends up being available to Harrison here. Yeah. Does have choices because he's got, and here we go. We're going to Thoughtseize you.
Spelunking, Titan, Green Sun Zenith, double land. Ooh. Either way, you kind of cut this up. I think we're seeing a Titan next turn. Yeah, I'm not high bet either, Harrison. If I was not sitting on your side, it's just not shaping up for us. Take the Green Sun Zenith. Sure, pass the turn. Is that a Subtlety in hand, maybe? Because then that's an answer for a Titan for a turn. This is where the math starts. This is where the cogs start turning quickly for Wesley, but not moving extremely quick. Normally, these combo players, real quick, they move when they know they've got lethal, but we've got to play around some stuff. We know there could be subtleties. There could be solitudes on the other side.
Yeah, it's a really interesting spot here for Wesley in that you feel like you have basically almost anything you want to work with, and you just have to make sure that you are playing around the most things possible, especially when you have that Ghost Vacuum in play. You feel like you do have a line of defense up. You really just don't want to find a way to let this slip away.
I think that's where the skill level. We talk about the skill quite a lot of this deck and how it's extremely hard to pilot. It's easy to pilot when you do the double Amulet, Titan, Haste, hit you. Yeah, sure. But gone are the days of giving it double strike and a little buff. We don't do that anymore. That isn't the way to win it. The way to win now is with infinite Titans. And we're going to see Atraxa ditch for this subtlety. Couldn't slam that down quicker if we tried there. That's the reason behind taking the Green Sun Zenith over the Titan, because we have an answer for this. And awkwardly, the only answer is put it back on top of a deck and just do it again next turn.
Yeah, not ideal, but keeps you around. Keeps the game going. You're still trying to find, if you're Harrison, just a small window to get a Atraxa into play and then reload and sort of overwhelm from there. I'm going to have another shot here surveilling.
But then what are we going to do? We put something big into the graveyard. We try to target it with our Goyos. Ghost Vacuum eats it. That's that line screwed. I think we need something. We need like land ending the go. We need to surveil now. Some attraction in the graveyard. Then draw a land. Then Prismatic ending the Ghost Vacuum. That gets activated. In response, we can Goyos it back. And then maybe we've got a chance of getting back in the game if we draw some sort of subtleties. I think we found a Psychic Frog, though. Oh, well, maybe an ending as well, actually.
Yeah, a prismatic here is pretty, well, it's something, I suppose. You're able to just, okay. Gets rid of one amulet.
So does stop the Titan coming down, right? Unless this is a Lotus Field. No, Lotus Field wouldn't do it either. So the Splunkings don't stack the same as a amulet does.
Right. Spelunkings, in this case, it just gives you the trigger, although this is a pretty good use of that trigger with the Ice Still Explorer letting you replay an Urza Saga. So just sort of accumulated value happening on Wesley's side at this point.
And the Titan in hand that we know about. Force of Negation, draw. It is not looking good if you're a Harrison fan here. 6-1 is a great record, but this game is slipping further and further away and might not get another turn now, which would lock Wesley into our top 8. Just to pass the turn. Exile a card or your creature with a Ghost Vacuum. Sure. Don't think that's going to be relevant enough that we're going to actually activate it with the 6 mana. Saga's going to go to chapter 2. Cast Titan. So nope, handshake. We're going to see Wesley take this down, get into today's top 8. Congratulations to him. Harrison, it just didn't go his way. Set up for that 1-9, potentially forces himself the attraction, getting it back that way, but the Ghost Vacuum just absolutely put a nail in that coffin straight away. Really cool games to see though in that there before and see who's now getting into the top 8, especially following it all the way through today, because I've had 8 rounds of Swiss and I'm a little tired. I'm across the pond. It's getting late here. It's almost midnight where I am. So this is going to be the last round for me, chat. So I want to say thank you again to everybody. I'm going to swap out and Mason's going to come back in. You thought you saw the end of him today. No. He's taking you through today's top 8, but he's going to do it alongside Corbin. Corbin, it's been a pleasure as always, my friend. I'm glad we finally got to get a couple rounds together.
I'm very happy that we did, Will. Thank you for making it through the whole day today. We all appreciate it. And I'm very happy that we got a chance to do this. And we got to watch some great Magic along the way. And there is more great Magic to come on the other side. So stick with us here. We'll be back with the top 8.
See you later.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG series in Elmhurst, Illinois. I'm Mason Clark, joined by Corbin Hostler, and we are in the top 8 of our Modern 10K Showdown, our last paper event of 2025 that's open before our Invitational, Corbin. It's pretty exciting. How have the last 3 rounds been? You know, we had Will tag in for coming into the finals.
Yeah, welcome back, Mason. You've missed some good magic. I have to say, we had no duds, which is nice. No player hits their second land. We don't have a game. What we had was some pretty interactive back and forth magic, especially considering what some of these modern decks look like. And on that note, we have a top 8 bracket reveal for you. There we go. Let's start at the top. Ethan Dunn playing Boros Energy. Nathaniel Perigo, one of 2 players on Simic Ritual. Moving on down, August Pearson, Justin Brickman going to be playing that Jeskai Blink Mirror in the quarterfinals. Those 2 players representing that archetype. Wesley
I
Hickman,
think Blink's going to win that one, you know?
Yeah, I think so. Wesley Hickman on Amulet Titan. We watched Wesley pick up a couple really strong Amulet Titan wins, including a match where he got basically Stone Rain twice and still pulled it off. That was pretty impressive. He's going to be taking on Yinan Wan on that Is It Prowess deck. Final one, you watched Joseph Geards in the last round win with Simic Ritual. We'll be taking on Ty Tajali in the quarterfinals with Boros Energy. So there you go. We've got a decent selection of modern decks here in this top 8. And all of these players, of course, will be taking home some points on the 2025 leaderboard, Mason.
They really are. As we pull that up real quickly here. And you can see some of these names that you've seen all weekend here with the at-large bid. Final points aren't in yet. This is our last paper event of the weekend, but not our last event, as next week we are doing the online Edge Eternity Sealed event with Magic Online. You can still sign up for that. There are slots available at this moment, but those points are going to matter as well. This yearly leaderboard, though, really tight race. I mean, look at, so Will Bouchick's got a nice little 8-point bumper above everybody else. Obviously, that's not a hard lock, but look at this. 5th, 6th, and 7th are all within 4 points of each other. And if you're willing to go to 5 points, you have Fletcher right below it all. And so incredibly tight race this year. It's been really awesome to see this. And, from both new and old names, we look at our seasonal leaderboard for season 2 of the NRG series here. You're going to see players like, Ryan Hayes, Garrick, Alfred Will, who's on the yearly one, pardon about that. These players have been doing great for a long time, continue to do really good here. And we'll have to see how today's points are going to matter into it along with the Edge of Eternity, as it looks like our players are finishing looking over deck lists in the future match area.
Yeah, those leaderboards are going to change a decent amount here because a number of those players in that sort of 5 to 10 range that you mentioned were all playing deep into the tournament today. And in fact, some of them are still playing in the tournament today. So we're definitely going to see some movement in those leaderboards. And it's all going to start right here. Quarterfinals on your left, Ethan Dunn, Boros Energy. Our number 1 seed, by the way, taking on Nathaniel Perigo on Simic Ritual, one of the cooler decks we've seen today. And not, Boros Energy holding down the fort is sort of the deck, the format's fairest deck, so to speak. And definitely going to get a boost from being on the play here.
Yeah, being on the play is always nice when you're a deck that likes to curve out, especially here. The Simic Ritual deck has a lot of things that can get in the way of your Ragavans and things like that, but being on the draw, there's no real turn 1 plays in this deck outside Dismember, so it can be a little awkward. But Subtlety is technically a turn 1 play. I'll give you that.
I guess so. If you just want to slow down any kind of board pressure, you can take the Ocelot Pride out of the equation.
Corbin, I've played this deck a few times. I once had to evoke a Subtlety to then flare it to make sure the problem went away forever, and that was a heartbreaking moment. I'm hoping to see that here in the top 8.
That is a lot of cards.
Yeah.
But it's a nice line, Mason.
It's a nice line, and you know what? Sometimes you got to pay the ultimate price, and that's what this Ritual deck does. It generates a lot of value in 2-for-1s itself, but fights over key cards and just kind of makes the games go long.
Yeah, and in fact, one of the ones we watched Joseph play earlier essentially came down to, after a huge flurry of counterspells from both players, came down to the fact that his Shardless agents just all came with an additional card attached, even when that card was not particularly powerful in itself.
Now, Voice of Victory serves a really frustrating thing here. Nathaniel has a lot of like subtlety, flair, force negation, all these sort of cards. Has some flash creatures too that you want to sometimes trick your opponent. And not being able to play on your opponent's turn is going to make that a much harder plan. And you see Nathaniel there kind of tank a bunch and then just decides to play Birthing Ritual because we know we need to find some of our cards that can actually answer this and we need to take over the board state.
Yeah, I think usually you want to lead with your 2-drop creature over your ritual, but in this case, just go ahead and resolve it. Just accept it. You're going to be taking some damage from the voice. Playing on your opponent's turn for now is locked off to you. But just getting generic value out of your own cards, that you can do, can Nathaniel. And sometimes those value 2-drops, when you have Birthing Ritual out, turn into an important Oculus. So the upside of getting this off is very high here. And looks like we're going to go with a very deep line here from Ethan, going to use the bombardment on his own turn, be able to transform the Ajani.
Yeah, and Galvanic Discharging and flipping and having this Voice of Victory, it's so much damage. And this is one of the struggles that I think this ritual deck can have, which is when you get something underneath you, it can be a little hard to get it off the board. Especially, that's a nice token of the cat with the fist. Especially the, like ones that are like planeswalkers, right? Like you can attack them down, but we don't have a lot of really strong creatures. We've got a lot of, homies with upside,
That's exactly right. Yeah, and we watched Ethan earlier, in fact, play for the top seed and earn it. And that obviously is huge here because being just one turn ahead, as it always is a big deal in Magic, but is particularly in this matchup.
Yeah.
But all right, Nathaniel got 3 mana here, a couple snow lands in case you do hit that Ice Fang somewhere along the line here. We're going to go with a Shardless, so this is a big Cascade, and that's not a bad hit. Oh, okay, well.
Yeah, this is nice. You get your Coiling Oracle, you make your little land drop, and now you hope to turn this into an important Oculus. And if you do that, you're in a pretty great spot. I did see another Coiling Oracle. I believe you can grab equal on Birthing Ritual, so you get a little redraw action, worst comes to worst.
Yeah, and it's great. Obviously, the ritual is because you get to look and then make your choice. So, yes, X or less. So it's actually just anything you want in that case, although in this case, your deck's full of 2s and 3s. So we're just going to cycle Oracle into Oracle and just continue to accumulate value. And in fact, you can even, I was going to say, if you hit another land here, all of a sudden you have more mana open. We're in the end step. So since you can't cast spells on your opponent's turn, you do still have priority, does Nathaniel, in the end step here to crack the Dismember with the extra mana the previous Oracle got him.
Yeah, and I think this play makes a lot of sense, even though it's and it looks like we had to get the breeding pool maybe because of the fetch. We weren't able to grab like Island
so
here.
Much damage, but
yeah, but you're gonna take that damage with the Voice of Victory of Johnny anyways. Yeah. And now you have unlocked like Flare of Denial. So now maybe, if Ethan goes for some, big 3-mana play like a Seasoned Pyro, Fable, Flage, you can answer that and then just have to fight through the Ajani. So this could be a pivotal hit here. There's that Seasoned Pyro.
Yeah, that was basically everything Coiling Oracle ever wanted to do. This is so much value out of Coiling Oracles. Got the land drop, use the land drop to cast the spell. The second one got you. Now use this one to turn into a Flare of Denial. And all of a sudden, Nathaniel down to 5 life, but starting to see a line here.
Yeah, and there's no red permanent. So, you're making 2/1 cats. That's good against 2/2s, but it's not an unbeatable position.
Not at all. And you're not at 3 life either as Nathaniel, so you're not just dead to any Flage triggers. All right, here we go. Shardless number 2. Into Fibblethip. Now, as we learned earlier, this comes from Exile, so you do not get 2 cards off of Fibblethip, but you do get 1 card, and you do get an additional blocker.
Watcher for Tomorrow truthers are everywhere. There's dozens of us.
Watcher for Tomorrow, the card that has Hideaway?
Yeah. Hideaway 4, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a 2/1 too. Fibblethip could never.
Yeah, to your point, this Simic Ritual deck may not be in its final form.
I'm just a Fibblethip hater, you know. I'm a loot man. What can I say? As this Oculus, I mean, this is kind of a huge turn, right? If Ethan doesn't have something that can like really stabilize or
Yes.
you know like take over the game, we're firmly in Nathaniel's court as long as we don't draw running burn spells.
Yeah, and Oscillate Pride, I don't think is that, but what's the follow-up? Maybe it is Flage, okay.
So 8 permanents right here. We're not going to hit City's Blessing. This is a moment where you shoot the Manifest Dread. There's no way it can transform. Shardless Agent is a 2/2 that is for flare denial. That's like the one upside to it at the moment.
As we saw earlier, I think there were 3 Manifest Dreads that turned into Oculuses in combat.
Oof. Okay.
It was something for sure. And so you're right. You get it out of here if you can.
Yeah, I think so. Ethan targeted a Porn Oculus. That means it can't chump block or just can't eat the 2/1 cat token. On the other hand, Shardless Agent can now. Yeah, so maybe a small accidental misstep there from Ethan. I really appreciate the fact that it's sort of no sunk cost fallacy. You know, it's like, hey, I made a mistake, whatever. I'm not going to just throw away this guy and hope you block with your 5/5, excuse me, that you would never block with. So good job stabilizing there. Just say stabilizing the mental. Oh, did it go for? Okay, it looked. Okay,
Face makes a lot more sense, to be honest.
Yeah, the finger pointing, I guess, was towards Nathaniel, but it looked to me like it was the Oculus. That's on me. My bad, chat.
Yeah, I think going face at least gives him the option here. I can't quite count how many are in the graveyard, but I can now, and that's enough to escape it. So this actually does put the game, of course, pending what that last card is in Nathaniel's hand, and now we'll have maybe another one in his hand. It does give Ethan a line to finish this off.
Yeah, and that flare denial, that will be able to, you know, actually just counter. Obviously, you need your opponent to go for that for it to be a line, but my mistake there, the chat.
And Nathaniel still got some work to do, though, right? Even with the accumulated value, like it being down to 2 life, things get a little hairy. Although this is not bad. In fact, that's quite good. Is that Harbinger of the Seas?
Yeah, Harbinger of the Seas turning face up there, turning off the ability to even play the Flage is massive. Even though we had the Flare able to counter it, this is just a little bit better.
Well, in this, it's almost to just consider it a lock piece. So this is what we had Joseph on. Geard's playing this in the other side of the bracket for an interview earlier, and he said just sometimes you just flip that Harbinger of the Seas and the game ends because your opponent maybe doesn't realize that once you resolve the Birthing Ritual trigger, the card is just in play, and now all of your lands are islands. And if you don't have the mana, you don't have the mana. And in this case, it just completely locks Ethan out of red mana, and now we know that there is plenty of backup in Nathaniel's hand. So all Nathaniel has to do is figure out how not to take 2 stray points of damage from those tokens populating Ethan's side. Yeah, there we go. We'll just turn our ground 1/1 into a flying death touch 1/1 and keep drawing cards. Once the ritual is in play, the deck basically seems impossible to interact with in fair means, which is what we've watched play out, whether it was Jeskai Blink or Boros Energy. You just can't keep up. You either answer the ritual or you will get buried by the creatures, as we see there.
Yeah, great play there from Nathaniel. Stabilize the board, like you said. And, you know, it's tricky. I talked about it before, like, the start of the match. This deck has an issue with cards like Ajani on the board if you can't get your Oculus going. And you can kind of see how that Ajani did sort of start to, you know, get the snowball going. We were able to catch up. But those are the things that Nathaniel's going to be looking at over here when it comes time to sideboard.
All right, taking a look at the sideboard here of the Boros Energy deck. You know what you're up against. You know what you need to deal with. What do we have to deal with it? Now, Wrath of the Skies seems like an important one. We do spot those wear tears. That gives you an answer to the ritual.
Yeah, Wrath of the Skies, I mean, just that deck's all 3 drops basically, right? So, 3 or lower, I should say. So that's going to be a really appealing one. Even though you're obviously a deck that plays the board too, if you hit like that a Johnny moment, that can be really good. Or just stabilize, use that, then get a Flage, or, sometimes the games get a hand. You want to have something like that. I also think Showdown of the Scald is a surprisingly nice card. If the board is going to get stalled up, this is a good card to kind of break that, stall. And if you're ahead, it's a good way to commit to the board without really committing to the board. So kind of like those cards, but I'm not expecting a ton to hear from Ethan in the sideboard. I think players are starting to just now really respect the Simic Ritual deck. I think there was a lot of like, oh, that's cute. You know what I mean? For the last couple of weeks, but it can't keep being cute and keep doing well. And I also think if you do think it is just a deck that's cute, you know what I mean? And it keeps winning, then it's probably a sign you should play it, right? You're probably a strong player. Go deck that keeps winning, even if you think it's not good. Give it a chance, see what you can learn from it. But yeah, I'm not expecting a ton here from this sideboard. I wouldn't be shocked by a couple cards, like you mentioned, like if a Wear Tear did come in, wouldn't surprise me, right? Blowing up the Birthing Ritual makes a good amount of sense. The Shardless Agent is an artifact, so you might even get a little Wombo combo there for 2-for-1. So totally reasonable outcome on that end here. But I really appreciate always a smaller sideboarding philosophy. So curious to see how Ethan wants to do it. Meanwhile, for Nathaniel, this is a really interesting sideboard when it comes to this deck. These players, once again, people are still figuring stuff out. We have 3 Stern Scoldings. That counters a ton of things from the Boros Energy deck. You also have Endurance, which is a great way to fight over Flage. Also, just a good body. In this matchup, 3-4 outsizes most things in combat without, a Guide of Souls getting involved. And, you could also bring in this Harbinger of the Seas. We saw how annoying it was last game. Also might want to cut those sort of cards, right? Lots of little mini games your opponent needs to play around. So I'm really interested to see how they want to sideboard here and play this game.
Yeah, this is going to be a fascinating one, I have to say, because this ritual deck has a lot of lines, and it's really hard to tell if you're trying to go. Sometimes if you're trying to go under it or over top of it, because you just don't know sort of whether it's playing 1/1s for a couple turns or whether it's just going to suddenly upgrade into 5/5s that bring along additional bodies. And at the same time, all of a sudden you have to worry about the interaction, even the endurances. So just a lot sort of going on beneath the hood. As you said, the mini games and many parts of these decks playing into each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And this deck too, for people at home watching this for your first time seeing it, it's a very interesting deck. You have a ton of quote unquote free spells. So against, decks that are weak to like your subtleties, your flayers, your force negations, you're really, really good. And Abhorrent Oculus does just sort of take over games when you're playing fair grindy Magic, especially when backed up with counter spells. Mm-hmm. So this deck, I think, is really powerful. And blue and green, it has enough sort of sideboard options, I think, to cover a lot of modern. And it's not their own possibilities that maybe we even see a light splash in this deck in the future. I've seen some players splash Omnath in this sort of shell. A little rich for my blood, but, I think that's proof that there's a little bit of room for, innovation, too, as time moves on. Not even just in the Simic versions of this deck, but, Band, Sultai, etc. as time goes on. So I'm really excited to see the evolution of this deck, as I think it's very, very cool.
Yeah, the 2-drops all give you value when they come into play, but I really think sort of the innovation of this list is because we've seen Flare of Denial decks as a concept since the card was introduced. What the ritual does is that it basically, in a way, gives you Flare of Denial 5 through 8 in the sense that you're able to take the value accumulated off of a sort of a generic 2-drop like Coiling Oracle or Ice Fang Coatl that's pretty good and a nice value play. But when you can turn that into something more powerful later on as a fodder, that's really what makes it work. The fact that you have 8 cards that do that, not just the 4.
Mm-hmm.
But here we go, hopping into this one. Ethan gets to go on the play, and this is what you want. This is where we see Boros Energy at its best many times, is Ragavan on the play. Ragavan on the draw when your opponent has a bunch of 1/1s to block with, maybe not quite as strong, but in this case, you have a chance to get things really rolling with the Ragavan.
Stern Scalding the Exile there. Didn't high roll into like a shardless agent for Ethan, or something along that vein that we could have slammed. But getting rid of the Stern Scalding is, just good information if you weren't sure that Nathaniel was going to bring it in. Remember, this event is open deckless for the top 8, so these players do have access to each other's 75s.
And a Johnny on 2 is a pretty decent follow-up here. So Ethan doing his part, applying the pressure.
Yeah, and we see Ethan really valuing the surveil here, right?
Yeah.
Losing the treasure, something that it's not going away. It's like a $20 bill burning a hole in my pocket. But we need to get that surveil, which tells me Ethan's maybe missing something, right? And I doubt it's a land, because if it was a land, we probably would have just kept the treasure. So Nathaniel, very strong player, is going to pick up on that sort of read and see if there's any information they can use for the advantage there, as I am getting tongue-tied here.
Well,
we're all fighting our own demons.
Option here for Nathaniel is many cards in hand. No, we could play a 2-drop, but instead chooses to just pass the turn here. Not going to run out an Oracle or Ice Fang. Certainly raises a question of what the plan is here on Ethan's 3rd turn. You mentioned Ethan really highly valuing this surveil, and well, I don't know how you feel about that. You surveil the land into the graveyard.
Yeah, I have to imagine. I can't quite make out Ethan's hand, but the play tells me there's a lot of lands over there, right? We're not worried about the treasure. We're worried about finding specific things. Oh, my heart. This was one of my favorite plays back in Modern.
Yeah.
In the good old days. Just flash in front of a Ragavan, draw my card, block your Ragavan. What are you going to do? That was $80 for your Ragavan? 5 cents. 5 cents, buddy. Uh-oh.
Guide of Souls is the follow-up for Ethan. I mean, you know what? You just unlocked the 2nd Ragavan. But really, if you're Nathaniel, I mean, that's what you need to do on the draw here. I mean, just kind of settle the board while you can, try to get to a ritual, start accumulating value. If Nathaniel is able to follow up with this, I guess a shardless agent into another Ice Fang, for instance, would give you a decent starting point. But instead, it's a Coiling Oracle. Does hit a land off the top, so
that was big.
I don't know how much that matters if Nathaniel has a 2nd one for the turn. Does not.
Yeah, Nathaniel had no land for turn, and pulling Oracle down and having it hit the land is a huge one, especially because you can maybe fetch, surveil, and get rid of something random, hope draw another fetch land, and slam something like an Abhorrent Oculus. That's one of the best ways to stabilize this board.
All right, well, Ethan doing his part, just keep sending things sideways. Well, there we go. That's not a bad thing to surveil a Flage right on into the graveyard.
I love Ethan's face. I'm like, yeah, business as usual. Just, Flage in the yard off the old surveil.
All right, so this is prompts a response from Nathaniel. We mentioned all the free spells available to the deck. Here's one we hadn't seen yet, but was quite good there. That's Endurance to just dump the Flage and the rest of the graveyard away. Voice of Victory, follow-up for Ethan. Try to protect actions on his turn. Just really trying to spam the board out here and attack for 1s and 2s, I guess, until Nathaniel goes down, because the Oracle can jump in front of, I guess, the Ragavan, and then you take a hit, but then you still untap. Oh. Definitely a big turn coming up here from Nathaniel. Was able to get to that 3rd land off of the Oracle. We know there's, I believe, a shardless in hand.
And an Oculus.
Yeah, so Static Prison, though, is just going to remove the blocker. Remove any ability to sacrifice. Now comes the attack. Ragavan's going to get in. That means there's energy to jump a creature. So big hit for Ethan here. I'm not sure that Nathaniel has any haymakers to get back in this.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I mean, the best thing before was Abhorrent Oculus, but you're taking so much damage on this turn. And you can never really block the cat token. you're going to get your Oracle back on the next turn currently because there is no energy for the Static Prison. But, it weirdly not eating like 2 damage and trading for Ragavan there and also being in the yard potentially for an Oracle is going to maybe force our hand to bin a card we don't really want to bin. And this whole time I'm trying to think, what is the card that I'm trying to get towards? This deck needs some sort of delve thing that, like something that doesn't trigger our Shardless Agent but is good in these spots. Whatever that is, I don't know.
Tathiger.
Ooh, the Golden Fang.
I
think
think
control for
Nathaniel could play Shardless here, maybe cascade into a ritual, and you can ritual into Oculus, but I'm still not sure that any of that prevents 5 damage from just hitting you in the face on the next turn. Well, I guess maybe get the Oracle back, right? And you can have another blocker.
Yeah, it's awkward. So you can have 3 blockers, right? Because we can play the Oculus, then we get the Oracle back. Now, with all that in mind, the Ajani you can't block the cat token, right? Because if you do, you flip the Ajani and then the Ajani shoots you in the face.
Right.
So that's kind of able. And then that means that, like there's second order effects on all these other cards. So I think Nathaniel is just dead and is just trying to think of, is there anything I could, hit off this Whirling Oracle that could save me? And the answer is no. We're going to move on to game number 3 here.
All right, well, there you go. Ethan able to knot this one up at 1 apiece. So, as it often is, play draw is quite relevant, and Nathaniel does get to go back on the play with the Simic deck for game 3. So let's go ahead, take a look at those sideboards. That means being on the play means you get to play your 2 drops first. It means you get to have a 1/1 by the time Ragavan is ready to connect. So that's really sort of the biggest dividing line between the play draw and how those first couple of turns can play out. Also, we might see some Stern Scoldings. We saw they did come in game 2. Those allow you to sort of do the classic, I spend 1 mana to counter your 2 mana spell snare type play with a little more flexibility. So it's really just all about who can most efficiently spend their mana in the first 2, maybe 3 turns. And that way you actually are able to get to the engine cards if you're Nathaniel to resolve your ritual or your agents and start gaining value. Or, conversely, that's when Ethan starts looking at Flage and Goblin Bombardment.
Yeah. And those are pivotal cards that, being on board first really helps you sort of stabilize against. Not expecting too much to change here, maybe maybe you're a little bit more interested in Harbinger this season was close because you're on the play, less chance to actually fetch. But, I'm not expecting anything too big here. And I expect a very similar situation from Ethan on the left here with NRG. Just sort of, you can look at the sideboard, can think about it, might fake put a card in, fake take a card out, but I'm not expecting a massive difference here on the play and draw. Like we talked about before, there are some cards that are kind of on the edge you could totally bring in, totally have, but I think, you need to get on board, get going, have a little bit of interaction along the way, the Boros Energy recipe.
Yeah, well said. So that's what Ethan has been able to do pretty well. We talk a lot about how in a world full of, Goblin Charbelchers and Amulet Titans, Boros Energy is still the deck that wants to play 1/1s for 1 and 2/1s for, well, mostly for 1 now, but sometimes for 2. And that's just, it's sort of the last bastion of I want to attack you in the format until we saw things like, say, Is It Affinity come up, or Is It Prowess has put 1 copy into the top 8 today as well. So now there are sort of multiple decks that try to get under the other decks. And we saw in that game, that's exactly what NRG was able to do. It just went so wide that even though Nathaniel was gaining more value on a per card basis, it just wasn't enough fast enough. And Johnny sort of quietly was a big part of that, just because of the sort of invisible pressure it put on the game because of its ability to transform, obviously, into a planeswalker.
Yep. Yeah, Johnny does a lot for these small games. If the board gets cluttered, Johnny does a good job of making that awkward. I'll tell you what else makes things awkward, though, is this segue into talking about our these sealed GGO event next week, November 9th. You can play and sign up right now.
Well done.
You go to our website or Twitter to get the link for that. $2,500 in prizes. The winner goes to our NRG champs at the end of the year. And if you're one of our people on the leaderboard, it does score leaderboard points. So you might want to get there just your slot. A lot of
I scanned that QR code. I'm not going to lie. I've got it saved in my phone. I'm ready to go.
Mm-hmm. Let's go.
I used to love my first tournament results were in sealed back many too long years ago. But I love the playing sealed for stakes.
I love to hear it. And we hope more of you'd love to do it next weekend. Meanwhile, next thing bubble came down here from Ethan. I like it. We didn't mention it in sideboarding, but there's a lot of free spells where Nathaniel tries to, cheat a little bit, quote unquote, right? Get ahead. And having this makes a lot of sense. I didn't flag it on first read, but as soon as it hit the board, I was like, oh, I probably should have flagged that on first read.
Yeah, it doesn't. So it doesn't quite hit everything, right? Because the birthing ritual does not cast the card. It simply puts it into play. So while it doesn't stop that, it does stop a whole lot of cards out of the ritual deck, including the cascades that we saw earlier. So it is a pretty solid answer here. And that's why it immediately, well, actually, I'm not sure if this Bosage is pointing at the bombardment or the bobble. I would assume.
It touched the bobble, but as I learned last time, touching or hovering does not necessarily mean it is true.
Not Chaos Orb rules.
Yeah. Oh, man. Chaos Orb of Seiju is so powerful there. You can put the cards way too close together. Gotta learn the Chapin move on that one. And it looks like a Surveil land's probably going to come out here. You could hold the Surveil if life's good. Your hand's perfect or whatever. Get whatever you want. I like this players here joking around.
They're in the top 8. It's all a free roll. Well, not a free roll, but it's all additional because there are more prizes to win, including the token. Custom token will be going to the winner here.
Yeah, and in fact, to the end of the year $35,000 PTQ.
Yeah, I have to say, Joseph got put on the spot earlier. What token would you like if you win? And the answer was a Manifest Dread token. So we could see the Mimic Ritual deck with some new hardware in the future.
I just call that thinking about 5 years from now for me. But we're going to pass the turn after a Shardless Agent into an Iceman Coatl. Nathaniel, way to go. Way to flip that sinking a super on its backside. I was about to get a judge on you there, but you fixed it for me. My goat. Now I know who I'm rooting for. Biasly, of course.
The player who... All right, so Ethan now... with no creatures in play on turn 3 or turn 4 now, which is unusual to say the least for Boros Energy. So it is a big spot here, and it looks like this spot is what probably makes the most sense. We're going to just cast Flage and go from there because it's not bad. And in fact, with that bombardment out, it could have done work, and that is why it immediately runs into Subtlety.
Yeah, I like this play a lot from Nathaniel. It can be really easy at first glance to just be like, yeah, both my creatures are kind of whatever. It's fine. But you need these little bodies to be on board so you can start ritualing, start taking over the game. Yeah, and you see Ethan is forced to take down Shardless Agent. I mean, it's a 2-2 at this point, right? It pitches to the Flayer, but that's about all you're doing. And so I really sort of, love Nathaniel's play because if you hadn't, that Galvanic Discharge would still be around, and Ethan values the agent so much. We can't wait for the next turn. We just have to do it now.
Well, yeah, and you have allowing that Flage to take rid of both your creatures means any additional flares you draw are bad. You're able to use the subtlety, and I might have spotted. Well, we'll see. I might have spotted another subtlety in Nathaniel's hand if you could just go even further down this road. Although
the hand is a Riddler, Oculus, and Birthing Ritual.
Oh, that might have been a Riddler then. Even better.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure at least.
Oculus, okay. Might have been Oculus I saw. So Oculus is great here. Even this is not the cheating version of Oculus. This is I actually have the cards out of my graveyard for it, and it's just as good.
Very good. Oh, Stern Scolding, my mistake there. Looked a little like the Riddler. Though the Riddler not in Nathaniel's deck, so probably would need to intervene if that was the case. Although you can pick them up at NRGstore.com for all your Magic the Gathering needs.
Well, Oculus is much better than all of that here because this is the kind of drop that is matchup winning, because now all of a sudden Flage not as good. And in fact, it can get to 4 points with the bombardment, and that's still not good enough.
Yeah, and this is where last turn using the galvanic discharge on the shardless agent, you had reasoning for it, did Ethan, but it actually ended up making us perfectly into the Oculus. Now we have a hard time answering the Oculus. Ethan trying to sort of, get the board under control has accidentally laid it completely out of control.
And I have to say, it's probably not as common to when you're, game planning against everything the ritual deck can do. Them playing Oculus the fairway is usually not that high on the list. That said, Guide of Souls into the Flage for Ethan here. He's going to do everything he can to get back into it. Looks like we might be sending all of it at the Oculus because you just have to answer that card.
Yeah. And I think that's, it's a good play from Ethan. Your Flage, it's good at rebuilding you from these kind of points. Just do not let Nathaniel get this Oculus going. If there's one underneath the Manifest Dread, such as life, you were dead either way. Right. Just answer this and kind of move forward.
And this is why all these little bodies for this Simic deck still kind of matter. So many of its games in just attacking for 2 and 3 points at a time. Okay, another ritual, though.
Yeah, 2 rituals. Oh, my gosh. Endurance is such a crazy good find here. Part of why I was just saying that play was so good is because Ethan had the Flage lined up. It's like, yeah, you're losing, your Guide of Souls in order to answer this Oculus, but who cares? Flage will win you the game as it always does, but not when Endurance is found. And this is one of the huge advantages of this Birthing Ritual deck. You see so many cards. I mean, you have so many strong creatures these days. You can really move through your deck.
It's really a Court of Calling type feel where you see so many cards with the ritual. You get to play not necessarily, crazy one-ofs, but like you get to play Endurance and just have it in situations where it's not even the key thing. It's just a thing like that. And it becomes incredibly good in specific spots. And you can get away with it because you got to look at the top 14 cards of your deck. That said, if you're Ethan, you try to dig back in here, and Flage, well, it clears the board. You hope Nathaniel doesn't have any more creatures to feed into the Birthing Ritual pile here, but that's not the case because that's a Coin Oracle that draws an Abhorrent Oculus, and now we're going to get a couple more triggers. Might end in another Oculus.
Yeah, it looks like we're counting cards in graveyard and also seeing what we've gone through.
Yeah,
I think we're not. Sorry, go.
So the way it works, right, is there's 2 Birthing Ritual triggers, and you have to make the choice. So he's choosing whether he wants to sacrifice to the first one before resolving the second one, if I understand correctly.
Correct. Yeah. So I think what's also happening is because Birthing Ritual moves through so many cards, Nathaniel knows the bottom 12. Well, roughly knows the bottom 12 cards of the deck, and we're moving another 12 cards. So you're getting toward, I think Nathaniel's like, okay, there's a card I want in the bottom, either top 6 or bottom 6 of the 12.
Right.
And how close am I to that when I move 7 cards deeper now? It's one of the weird things with the Birthing Ritual deck is you kind of know where things are and you can play towards them.
And here we go. He's able to dig with the second trigger to an Abhorrent Oculus, which hits the battlefield. And I mean, Ethan has got 2 cards in hand. We have not yet seen an answer to it, but I suppose a Galvanic Blast would get you there.
Yeah, Galvanic Discharge.
Discharge, yeah.
No worries. Could be good. We have a Subtlety and a Stern Scolding in hand, so creatures are going to be not what the doctor ordered. And yeah, I mean, we moved through so many cards, right? Because it's just sort of crazy how close we actually are back towards that first pile of cards we saw.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, here we go. The follow-up is in a Johnny, which is going to run into the Stern Scolding. It would have been a decent attempt to get back into it, but instead it just is sent to the graveyard. The Abhorrent Oculus remains in play. Things slipping away for Ethan here. Meanwhile, Nathaniel on Simic Ritual looking to be one of 2 players perhaps to advance with this deck.
Yeah. Far from decking are we right now, but there's so much knowledge about where everything was prior to the shuffle. Might also be that shuffle is indicative of, one of our cards that we really want is in the bottom, 6 or 12 of our deck. And if you shuffle up and it's a creature you want to find, you're going to get a lot of looks at it.
Yeah, if you're able to find Harbinger here, right, you could cut off red mana from Ethan.
Manifesting Dread again.
Okay, well, just knocks Ethan down to 12 life. Has 9 power in play, does Nathaniel. So just an Ocelot Pride from Ethan. It's just running into yet another Stern Scolding. So Season Pyromancer is the last attempt. That hits a Subtlety as Nathaniel's last card. And that was pretty academic right there. Nathaniel knows they have it in. They do. Ethan extends the hand. Nathaniel Perigo advancing to the semifinals here in Elmhurst at the NRG Championship Series. That was a pretty awesome display of that deck's power, Mason.
Yeah, it was really good and really well played there from Nathaniel. You even saw a little bit of a sigh, like, oof, we got out of there. We did it. We got it all to come together and really showing off how strong this deck is. And we'll probably assuredly be seeing more of it as our semifinals. We only have 2 matches to cover. One of them is probably going to be Nathaniel. We are going to take a break and set up for our semifinal matches. I believe that most of the other quarterfinals are done, but we'll be back very soon with more Magic. See you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG series from Elmhurst, Illinois. I'm Mason Clark, joined by Corbin Hostler, and we're here for the semifinals, Corbin. Let's pull it up on screen real quick here as our players are already sitting down and shuffling up. We just saw Nathaniel win a second ago. August 1, the Jeskai Blink mirror, so she is going to play Nathaniel on the left. We're going to watch on the right as we watch Is It Prowess versus Simic Ritual. So potential double Simic Ritual finals going on here today, Corbin.
It's true. Or Yunnan Wan will advance all the way with the Is It Prowess deck. So two decks playing very different strategies, but with a lot of 1 and 2 mana spells in them, as we're about to watch. So this is an interesting one. Obviously, we'll see. I believe it is Joseph that will be on the play here. So we'll have an opportunity to get out ahead of that Is It deck. So we'll see how that plays out. But before we do, let's look ahead. Not very far ahead, just next week, a week from today, next Sunday, November 9th, you can play the NRG Championship Series from your home. You can play on Magic Online. Play Edge of Eternity sealed, that is, for up to $2,500 will be in that prize pool. And, of course, an invitation to the NRG Champs, that being a huge prize at the end of this. So we love that we can bring you more NRG series tournaments, and we love being able to partner with Magic Online to do so that you can play from the comfort of your own home. And looking ahead to next year, Mason, we will have more of those Magic Online showdowns.
That's right. Next year, 4 of our bigger events are going to be MTGO showdowns. That means if you win one of those, you go straight to our end of the year invitational, 24 players, $35,000 prizes along with a Croaker invite. It's one of the coolest tournaments every single year. Players always talk about how much fun this is to prepare for and to compete in, and it's so much fun to bring to you. We're bringing you this year's end of the year invitational on December 13th and 14th. So don't miss a beat. Follow along here on Twitch or YouTube if you're watching the VOD. So look at Paper Magic, 4 big weekends coming out to you. Big 10K is happening. It's going to be exciting. Our players are feeling out their cards. Of note, Prowess beat Amulet. That is not how it normally goes. I mean, it's possible. It's not like, the sky is black or whatever, right? Like, it happens. But, this is something that happens.
Yeah.
Not the best analogy to say at night, You look up and you're like, oh, that happens every day.
You're not able to pull off the upset here. Both players going to a mulligan on this one. I imagine it's just as we watched Is It Prowess play out earlier, sometimes the deck can just generate 20 points of damage in one turn, and sometimes that turn is as early as turn 3. So it's certainly a possibility to just get underneath an Amulet Titan deck, and that's what he'll hope to do in this one as well, is to go faster than Joseph does, because the Simic Ritual deck will absolutely bury Is It in long-term value. So instead, what Yunnan is going to be doing is trying to get in one big swing, whether that's with, a prowess creature or probably more likely something like a Slick Shot Show-Off that can go through the air.
Mm-hmm.
Those Ice Fang Coatls, though, they're going to be quite good as a roadblock in this matchup, as they are, it turns out, in almost every matchup. But in this one, they can really punch above their weight, given sort of what Yunnan's plan is.
Yeah, if you can get those 3 other snow permanents, it could be other Coatls. I've done the, one basic triple Coatl move to blocks line before. It feels good. A little hard to do against a Lava Dart deck, but it is doable.
Yeah, those Lava Darts, when we watched this matchup earlier, were just huge. And I think that may have been against a Boris energy deck, perhaps, but the ability to just genuinely 2-for-1 some of the creatures with a Lava Dart while pumping up your own team is really powerful. Although it looks like here, perhaps no 1-drop for Juan. So perhaps we will see removal instead. Or not.
Yeah. Slow game for everyone here.
It is rare, I think, to see the Simic deck not have a 2-drop. We did see some of these players take some mulligans, so we'll see if it's just instant speed being held up here, right? You could flash in an Ice Fang or something like that still. So Joseph could just be saving his mana, but still going to spend it.
Yeah, from what I saw there, it did look to be an Ice Fang Coatl in hand. just sort of not letting Yanan know about it. Little surveilling action here. Abhorrent Oculus, if it comes down, it's pretty good at blocking. It's pretty good at clogging up the board. I have to imagine Joseph is trying to play towards that card. Endurance can also be weirdly good to turn off the flying of a DRC, force Lava Darts to get played, else to go away. And land go from Yanan. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, curious what his hand is. It has to just be removal, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, so like bolts, like Corey Steelcutter makes some amount of sense as something that like maybe you kept a couple bolts, maybe a Lava Dart, a Steelcutter, they're both on 6 too, so it's definitely possible there's a bit of a loosey-goosey situation, right? A hand that gets there with a bunch of good top decks and we just didn't quite get there. Lord knows I kept those hands more times than I should have.
Well, it is in fact a Lava Dart is the first piece of interaction, but I guess that's not exactly a 2-for-1 for either player here, but I think it's just perfectly fine if you're Joseph and you're still at 19 life, untapping for your third turn here.
Yeah, and Joseph has a Harbinger of the Seas, which weirdly forces Yanan's hand a little bit. Also has a Shardless Agent.
Yeah, Shardless Agent's very high upside here.
Yeah, if you hit Ritual into the Oculus, that is backbreaking. If you hit into like even a Coiling Oracle that hits, any card, it's like pretty good spot to be. Obviously, Lava Dart makes some of this a little bit more complicated.
Yep, there we go. Agent into Ritual.
Okay, I do see a Corey Steelcutter flick to the front of the hand here for Yanan. That is going to make a bit of sense here on why we kept up so much mana on all these turns.
This has still got to be a good spot for Joseph, though. We're going to bolt the Shardless Agent, I would assume, at the end of the second main phase so that you don't get that option with your Ritual. But that does mean that Joseph is at 18 life, still has a Ritual in play. Yanan has no cards plotted, nothing like that. And now any turn that goes by where Joseph makes it to the end step with the creature, disaster can strike at any moment. So this is probably the key sequence over the next turn cycle here between these two players.
It looks like Yanan has just drawn a lot of lands too. Like I think I spy a couple lands in hand, a Mutagenic Growth, a Steelcutter, and a Slickshot Show-Off.
All right, well, opts to go for the Show-Off here. We'll see if Joseph wants to fight. He does. You're going to pitch a Harbinger to a Subtlety to stick that thing back on the top of Yanan's library. Might let that happen. He might fight. He might fetch in response here. Couple options.
I love this play from Joseph. Just live. You know, if you just live, things will work out. I promise. So we just gotta, make sure I don't die. Looks like maybe there's some miscommunication. I think Yanan played the slick shot and then played the land. And Yanan was like, oh, I thought we were past the point where you could counter. And Joseph is like, nah, I was thinking still, But I don't know exactly what's happened. Maybe there's some question about like this subtlety's on the stack. I can't imagine it being on the stack mattering too much. Regardless, though, just getting a land here. That way, if you want to top the slick shot Show-Off, you don't have to wait on your fetch. Makes some amount of sense.
All right. The fetch happens. The Show-Off goes to the top of the library. And yeah, I mean, you said it. Joseph's plan is to just live because now any Coiling Oracle, any Ice Fang, basically any creature at all is pretty good. And that one might equal multiple creatures.
Yeah,
Shardless
this one is
number 2.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, the worst case scenario is like Birthing Ritual when it comes to bodies on board, but then you have 14 looks at an Oculus. So, like, is it the worst one? It's like, okay, Ice Fang cool. Great, it draws a card, we make a land drop, and now we're going to turn this Swaddle into something. I think the way it works is once Joseph picks up the cards, you don't get a Lava Dart. Yeah, you have gone past that point. We were finished resolving this ability. So Wants to keep the Ice Spin Coatl just because of the slick shot show off, I guess, and wants to maybe force the Lava Darts hand, but could have also, upgraded it there.
Yeah, and he's going, well, we now have 2 flying blockers with the abhorrent Oculus. We immediately pitched that one face down, so it's either really good or just nothing, because the land was the other. So Joseph in full control, though, at this point. Yanon just trying to find a way to get a one-shot in almost with a show-off. But with the multiple flying blockers from Joseph, it's going to be difficult, especially because it all happens again next turn. Corey Steele, pretty good at going wide, but I don't think it's going wider than Oculus here. So the cutter makes a token. The show off follows. There's still a lava dart, so you can get triggers here, Canyonon, in the middle of combat.
It's also mutagenic growth. I love just a block on Slickshot show off here. This seems great for Joseph. You block here, there's a lava dart in the graveyard. You can even block with your manifest if that card's not very good. You fetch a basic. You're chilling.
Yeah, absolutely.
What you're not going to do? Cast spells and do a little bit of damage?
Yeah, what an excellent spot for Joseph here, because I think we talk about, who needs to go faster. It's Yanon. He has to go faster because keeping removal and going slow in this game just did not work. The shardless agent value was just simply too much because it can just turn the game in a moment with the ritual into Oculus, and that was what happened over the course of 2 turns here. So Joseph untapping at 14 life, staring down a show off and a cutter, but with a lot of options available to him.
Yeah, it has an Ice and Coatl in hand. Great way to just keep moving through your resources, try and find something. You can even turn it into another Oculus. And this Oculus that you have on board is just a very, very fast clock. And it looks like Joseph's hand is Sink into Stupor, Flare of Denial, Ice and Coatl. So a lot of goods here. Finding a land here would actually be very insane for Joseph. You just have counter magic up.
Yes, it would. And all right, we're going to punch in with the Oculus. That's 5 points. Or not. We're just thinking about it. You could knock Yanon down to 11, just deciding exactly how much do I need to keep up here to not randomly die to this show off. And instead just says, I think I've got this under control. Moves to the end step. Just going to resolve a birthing ritual trigger and keep back all kinds of blocks. And that's why you upgrade a Coatl to a second Oculus, and now you've got the air covered and you've got the ground covered thanks to the Manifest Shred. So Joseph looking very good here in game 1, just basically a clinic of the Simic Ritual deck. And we've seen it. This is 2 players in the top 4 with it. One of them looking to get one step closer to the finals.
Yeah, I would have liked an attack, but, it's hard to go wrong with you have this much defensive force going on. And Yanon on so few resources.
Yeah, Joseph has to imagine the only way I lose this game is to somehow not be able to block. And I'm sure that's not the only way, but decides I'm just going to take one more turn to be safe. So here we go. Yanon offers up the attack from the show off. It immediately earns a block.
Single block, not going to risk the double. If Yanon has mutagenic growth X2, so be it.
Yeah, like none of that's actually bad for Joseph, right? You're still going to continue to accumulate value, and now your opponent has run all of their pump spells out that you worry about getting one shot by. So while this will still allow some tokens to be made, and it was the 2x mutagenic growth, as you mentioned, I don't know if this fundamentally changes the course of this game.
Well, this is actually huge because
it's trample, though, right?
Well, it has trample, but also Yanon's using mutagenic growth, and Joseph's saying, hey, the second one hasn't resolved. I have a force negation in hand. Yeah. And I can trade with your slick shot because right now your slick shot lives. But if I trade here, right, suddenly I have the ground clogged with my
right.
And then even if Joseph doesn't draw a spell, the hand's all counter spell. So you just know, okay, attack you, you're dead, attack you, you're dead. the game is essentially over. So I really like this from Joseph. Get rid of that sink. Just trade off the slick shot. You do take a lot of trample, like you mentioned, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, and as long as you're alive, your opponent hasn't burned their resources. You have to feel like it ends in just probably literally 2 turns. So Oculus just continuing to be a house.
Yeah, really, really good card. Yeah, and I mean, here too, you can just get in with some of these 2/2s. Attack in the air for 5, maybe get on the ground with another one, hit him for 7, force a little chump block action on this turn to the next.
Yep, there you go.
You definitely want to get in with the 2. You want to put 7 so that you have like lethal on the next turn. But
all right, it looks like we'll see what happens in the second main here. Yunan down to 7 life.
It looks like there might have been some miscommunication with life totals because of the mutagenic growth / maybe our stream was a bit behind.
Yeah,
this play makes a lot of sense. Then you don't need to get down to 5, although it's totally reasonable to have done that. But here now, Oculus plus any 2/2 getting across will be lethal. Oculus is almost always going to get across, so reasonable spot. And I like this a lot too. Turn the Coiling Oracle face up. Birthing Ritual now just turn into something different.
Yeah, you might just find another Oculus. But you also might just upgrade it to, I guess, anything with some more value. And I see another Oracle in the hand there. So you get to at least redraw.
That play is get another card. I mean, if you hit like an island here off the top with your Oracle, then you've got that flare up. Birthing Ritual, fine. Put it in my hand. And then Manifest Dread again. Looks like we're running low on Manifest Dread tokens. It's going to be chill. I don't think that is the second Manifest. I think that's technically the third, which you're supposed to track. It's not that big a deal, though. We're never really shooting them, All
right, Preordain for Yunan here. I'm not really sure what he's looking for, but Preordain does at least let you chain some spells, create some prowess triggers.
I was going to say, I really like Joseph just flaring here. There's no cards in hand for Yunan, no lava darts in the graveyard. Just don't let Yunan move through the deck at all. Don't let the Quarry Seal cut a trigger.
Yeah.
You got game. Just put it in the words of Happy Gilmore.
All right, we're going to go ahead and flare the expressive iteration. So there is still that trigger, but, well, let's see what happens in the instep here. I count 3 blockers and 5 in the air, so technically not over.
Yeah, the blockers all chump, though. If you attack with any of them, then you're dead on board, so you can't do that. There's no darts in the graveyard.
Yeah, this one seems like we'll be out of it pretty quickly. Here comes one attack.
All right, all Joseph has to do is not block. Not blocking wins the game, and with no cards in hand and no cards in graveyard with abilities. It is all face up. Now, I guess there could be something that got added there that we didn't see. That is definitely possible.
All right. Trades
that has 2 prowess triggers. It should not trade. It should live. It is a 3/3. We cast 2 spells, even if one gets countered. We'll try and get that fixed for you. This is a live match. Even though Express Iteration got countered, prowess still resolved. We even put the 3 on it. I think Yunan maybe thought my creature was 2 power because the dice was on 2. Cast Preordain, cast EI. This is part of, by the way, countering the first draw spell. Makes life a little easier for you. They all seem to think that it's 3 power. Maybe I missed something.
Maybe double blocked.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe prowess. Yeah, maybe it was a double block. That's definitely possible. Or you just like even triple block. One of those.
Well, here we go. Coming in with the swing. This forces the double chump. This puts Yunan down to 2 life. And there is a follow up Harbinger. So I don't know that there's any way out of this here. Maybe it's something like no, I don't think so. So Oculus is found with the birthing ritual that will create another body to block, and that should probably wrap it up here for Joseph.
Yeah, it should be game. I mean, Yanan has only one card we can draw and play. The best card you could do is Expressive Iteration. There's too many blockers for you to ever get through with the one card you can play off EI.
And there we go. That is the game. Going over to Joseph Gears, taking out from game 1, Simic Ritual. So let's take a look at the sideboards here, because Yanan Juan will get to go on the play for this one, and we can see the options he'll have access to. Consigned to Memory, pretty decent. Spell Pierce, perhaps. Spell Snare, definitely. Also access to Unholy Heat or Surgicals if you want to go that route as well. So I'm not sure what you like here, Mason, but I think we probably start with ways to interact with Birthing Ritual.
Yeah, I mean, fighting over Ritual can be good. The Unholy Heat to fight over the Oculus, that's really what I kind of like, and into the Flood Maw. Flood Maw, you can technically get rid of a Ritual, but also just unsummon the Oculus. You're wanting to play a short game, so let's just get the game over with quickly and sort of disrupt them along the way. Don't try to play this long, grindy sort of thing. Not what it's about. Let's just have a couple kill spells, have a bounce spell, call it a day, and just be proactive. Not always true, but kind of my guiding light when it comes to this prowess deck is if I'm setting more than 4 cards, I need to have a really good reason. 5 cards is like fine, but when I see people doing 7, 8 cards for a bunch of matchups, life gets scary quick.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's go ahead and take a look at Joseph's sideboard. Got to be happy to pick up game 1 there, because now you get to move on to game 2, where you look for cards to help you survive. And in that case, we're looking at Stern Scoldings. I have to imagine is a pretty good answer to all of those creatures that you might face you can do so at a mana advantage. Even you can go for an Endurance should you want to interact with that graveyard a little bit. And, you already have access to the one in the main deck, does Joseph. So it's that access to a second copy could be there. And then if you want to fight over the blue spells, of course, you can always point to Mystical Disputes.
Yeah, those are all pretty reasonable ways you can go about it. I imagine, and I can see it going lots of different ways, like I just talked about, that like Endurance is something you like. It has reach, 3/4, get to those graveyard things, all pretty reasonable. And then Storm Scolding, like you said, there's only 4 real threats in the deck, right? It scores better than creatures, and Scolding takes care of that. So I imagine, especially just being 1 mana too, let's just interact, make sure we get to our engines, and we will win. We saw this from game 1 of Joseph, right? We subtlety to this Slick Shot show off just because we needed a turn, right? And we knew with a turn we could most likely get to the Oculus, and that's what it's all about. That's what Stern Scolding's about. Even though it can be a little awkward, I think buying yourself a little time is going to be massive here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think our players are almost ready. Let's head down to the match. This is for the finals, if you're Joseph anyway. Going to be on the draw with Simic Ritual taking on Yanan Juan. With Is It Prowess, going to hope to go very quick here after that first game. Kept a creature light hand, and it did not quite work out. Going to hope for something a little more aggressive this time around. I don't know if you saw this earlier, Mason, but we did have the return of the meme with the opening hand on the playmat. I'll leave it at that.
Oh, I see. Yes. Cliff walks a run. Now, is this a 6 or a 7 here for Yanan?
Oh, well, it could be. Well, there you go.
Could have gone.
Looks like we have a 6 and a 7 in this one.
You'd love to see it.
The Is It deck in this case is you're going to hope that going down to 6, obviously not ideal for any deck. But in this case, if you're able to execute your own game plan, that extra card, you hope that it doesn't matter is probably the best way to put it. So he's hoping when he goes to this one, you find a couple lands, 1 strong threat, some lava darts, and you go from there. So it looks like we are at least thinking about keeping this one here. I spot a show off in there. perhaps a Swift Spear as well, and it is a keep. So both players ready to go here in our 10K Showdown Modern in Elmhurst. We'll see if we can get an update in our other semis. We'll see if production can check in on that one as well. See who will be meeting one of these two players in the finals.
50% chance it's Simic Ritual here for Yanan. Game 2 Ritual's up. All right. So tough if you're a fan of the Jeskai Blink deck. Huge if you love 2-for-1s.
If you're a Coiling Oracle fan, it's setting up to be a very nice finals.
After 2 decades, it's finally your time.
All right. Well, that is 3/4 of the way to Prowess for Yanan. I'm sorry, to Delirium for Yanan with the 3 card types there in the graveyard. So before Joseph has even spent any mana, you're possibly facing you're facing down the threat anyway of a 3-power attacker.
Yeah, and this first turn cycle for Joseph is always going to be the awkward one with this deck, right? Your deck is full of 2s.
Yeah.
And main deck, you have Dismember as a 1, but that's about it. And then post-board is Stern Scolding. And I have to imagine a Scolding would have came down there if you had it, so. All right.
Yeah, because this is a lot of pressure from Yanan coming out here, or at least implied pressure with the DRC ready to level up at some point here. And then the Swift Spear giving the Prowess deck its namesake, as it's the actual only Prowess deck in the Prowess card in the deck.
Whoa, the Monk tokens from Corey Steelcutter have Prowess.
Well, fair enough.
Yeah, I guess, but they're not in the deck though. So
it's like Affinity. It'll always be Affinity.
Hmm.
And in fact, I think Affinity's even come back around to playing some Affinity cards again. So what's old is new. And in this case, it's a very familiar, aggressive start from Yanan. All right, so Joseph, it looked like we were playing our land tapped, and just I spot a couple of free counter spells there. Perhaps a Dismember as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Dismember, Force and Negation, Shardless Agent, Subtle, and a couple lands.
Well, it looks like, yeah. So Expressive Iteration going to resolve here for Yanan. So Joseph just waiting to deal himself quite a bit of damage to probably take out the.
I think it was the Surveil. Joseph was saying,
yeah, that's the Surveil.
Yeah. And that is Delirium for what it's worth for the DRC.
Oh, and he is going to fight over this. So
yeah,
the Force takes out the Expressive Iteration. So there is a Prowess trigger still, but now the Dismember can get rid of whether it's the DRC or the Swift Spear, can remove one of the threats. And then while your life total will still be single digits at that point for Joseph, you at least start to carve a way back into the game.
Yeah, I like this one, Joseph. You take 2 more damage this turn by dismembering this DRC, but you get the surveilling off the board, get this off, and over the course of the next turn cycle, right, you're up a life. So
yeah, and I actually think you'll still be you took what, 2? There's still 11, so still a healthy life total, in fact, for Joseph here. And now you keep your only threat is on the ground, and you are able to play your Shardless Agent to put a body in front of that. And Coiling Oracle is a nice hit in the sense that it is 2 blockers for the non-trampling Monastery Swift Spear.
Sink into Stupor, in the hand, that is a interaction piece for when the game sort of stalls out. Can also be a land here if need be, but
blue card to pitch.
Yeah, it's really versatile. We are seeing a little bit of a fetch action here for Yanan, as this is a turn Yanan really wants to do something like Corey Steelcutter Preordain, Corey Steelcutter Lava Dart. Those would be primo turns for Yanan.
It's a show off is the 2-drop of choice instead. Let's see how aggressive Yanan wants to get here, because that show off was cast. It was not plotted, and well, doesn't matter how aggressive he wants to get this turn because it's not happening. Subtlety sends it right back to the top of the library, and that means Yanon is just forced to pass the turn. Pretty brutal. No follow-up from Joseph, just passes the turn back, and that's because there's a stern scolding sitting in hand to deal with the slick shot show-off. And just stay alive, I think, has been the name of the game, as you said, with Simic Ritual, and that's working out pretty well here for Joseph, even without a ritual in play quite yet. This is where the point of the game, your deck is full of Coiling Oracles and Ice Fang Coatls and Shardless Agents, and all of those are good top decks.
Yeah, Yanon's in such a brutal spot too. Yanon has an Holy Heat in hand and is trying to decide, do I attack and maybe get the board clear, or do I hold this for a Abhorrent Oculus when it comes down eventually? Decided to wait and might get rewarded here.
Well, as rewarded as you can be when staring down a Birthing Ritual. So Joseph taking a look at the top 7, finds that Abhorrent Oculus, upgrades the Coiling Oracle, and now Yanon put to the test. He's got it.
Yeah, I think this exchange is good for you. I mean, obviously you wish the 2-2 had died, so the 1-1, but whatever, that was never going to realistically happen.
And I think Joseph is out of cards, right?
Yeah, Joseph is top decking here.
Yeah.
We've aggressively 2-for-1 a lot. Yeah,
this is a window for Yanon here. 16 life is still, you're not in any danger. Your opponent only has a 2-2 at the moment. And while it could get out of control pretty quickly, if you can present enough pressure or, just say remove that Shardless Agent, you might be able to close the game out before Joseph can dig back in.
Yeah, I love this from Yanon. Just playing the Swiftspear and immediately lava darting it down the Shardless Agent with Joseph top decking, you want that Shardless Agent off the board for Birthing Ritual. There's not much you can really kill with Lava Dart that's going to matter more, and just push the damage. Like, there is a world where, like, maybe Joseph blocks with the Shardless Agent, right? And then you get Joseph, and then you get this here. But there's a lot of other worlds where that doesn't happen, and you set yourself up for lethal. Sometimes you got to shove. Oh, and then sometimes your opponent has pocket aces, and you get a Abhorrent Oculus.
That's a pretty good one here. And by that, I mean probably the best one, as it has been every time it's been on camera, to be honest.
Yeah, Abhorrent Oculus.
Yeah, slams the ground door shut on Yanon.
And then, Flare Denial off the top. Yanon ripped like an expressive iteration there. We could have, maybe start to crawl back in it. If Yanon has, lightning bolts, we can runner those. We can get back in it. But things are getting precarious. Oh, nothing better than a Abhorrent Oculus in our deck. Crazy.
All right, Manifest Shred number 2. I think the writing is on the wall here for Yanon, and the Simic Ritual, all Simic Ritual Finals dream could be alive. In fact, if you wanted the update from the other match we got, it was 1-0 Simic Ritual up in that one. We don't know how, of course, that one will play out, but Joseph's looking pretty good here to do his part on taking Simic Ritual into the finals.
Okay, plot of show off is good, because plot show off means your Oculus needs to be. Oh my god!
It's just always Oculus. It's always Oculus underneath.
Yeah, and Joseph too playing Quantum Riddler, which I really like, not Fibblethip. Joseph had the daring idea. What if I put the good cards in my deck? I really respect that. And now that does mean these Manifest Dreads could be 4-6 flyers as well at any point. Game could get out of hand incredibly quickly. I would have loved an attack here, though, from Joseph. No fear. Get in there, but can't blame him.
He's played very cautious throughout, or maybe conservative is the word, in the sense that I don't want to take any risks that are unnecessary to this game. And while sometimes that can open yourself up for risk, it has prevented him from taking any odd attacks that just might end things out of nowhere. And here we see what is likely the final turn. We'll see what Yanon is, if Yanon's able to pull a miracle out here.
All right, you're a Yanon fan. He's a ride or die. He's somehow beat Titan playing prowess. We rip expressive iteration, and like the old song, EI, we go for the win. not invoking confidence that we have unplotted the slick shot and are now passing as it looks to be a front blocker.
Oh no.
Oh, there was a Fibblethip still in the deck. We found room for all these Riddlers, but Fibblethip survived. Ugh.
Enjoy it while you can. I think that this Simic Ritual deck, especially after the showing it's put on this weekend, is going to attract some new eyes, some new attention, some new innovations, or perhaps
I hope we can get this one eye out of the deck with all his attention.
The innovation might be subtraction at this point, but it's looked really, really good in every chance. All right, Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, this is a good play from Yunnan.
Yeah.
If this had worked out, you put Joseph in, top deck lethal range, plus you have to eat. Obviously, that's not the case here, but
not bad though. It keeps the game from ending. And in fact, I mean, well, Joseph has 3 creatures in play now. He'll soon have more, but you at least, well, I don't know. It's still pretty brutal. Endurance.
Okay, Endurance is nice. That turns off Unholy Heat, which you've seen from Yunnan, and a way to answer these Oculuses. I think Flare Denial is the last card in hand for Joseph. Nothing beats Cancel.
No, it doesn't when you have everything you need in play. And I think that's probably, obviously, Oculus. There are lots of powerful 3-drops. The reason that this one is so good, and obviously it provides you 2 bodies, but it also provides growing bodies. It's a Protect the Queen type card, and in a format that is just absolutely rife with free spells, that is a pretty good thing to protect. And this deck seems probably the best situated to put it into play and do so.
All right, does Joseph have anything we want to transform at the end of turn? All right, another Endurance. Fancy Endurance.
I'll have ability to upgrade more parts of this deck soon, I have a feeling, after this finals appearance he's lining up.
Yeah, the NRG store, your place to go for that. Looks like a nice little attack in here for 6 with these Endurances. Maybe get the other manifested.
That Lightning Bolt that Yunnan ran into the counterspell, that really was huge, though, because that was a very good job on his part to try to find a line to this. And it's, if I'm not going to get there with the creatures, maybe I can at least hit running burn spells here. It was a valiant attempt to find the line before getting buried in the card advantage here. But Joseph just constantly having counter magic at every point, and that is just overwhelmed. And obviously the birthing ritual triggers. All it takes is one to start the value train going.
I like this from Joseph. Sack Endurance. Get in this Eyesight Coatl. Just draw some more cards and just make sure you don't get burned out. And, this thing should have Death Touch, right? There's like 3 or 4 Snow basics in play, so it can stop everything. All right.
Last chance for Yunnan. It is a Bobble. Will trigger the DRC, put the Corey Steel Cutter into the graveyard, and just pass the turn.
All right. Does Joseph have anything we want to turn face up? Quantum Riddler, Subtlety, another Endurance, another Oracle, just, to have a blue-green body in play, and a 2-mana thing to turn into something with Ritual.
Thinking about it. He's going to do so. Why not? It's another Oculus. Why wouldn't it be?
All right, how are we looking? There's 1 flyer, because DRC, I believe, is 2 card types away.
Yes.
So that means we have Lethal in the Sky, because we have 16 flying power. That's pretty good. Yunnan has no cards in hand, which I think means Yunnan can't stop Lethal.
Yeah, I think that we are. If Joseph, just turns them all sideways here, we might be heading off into the finals. Now, not sure if our other semis is resolved yet, of course. So we'll find out very soon if Joseph has an opponent, and then we'll find out if that opponent is a Simic Ritual mirror or if it is a Jeskai Blink list. So that
Yanon drew from the bobble and knew saw it was bad and started to extend the hand, and Joseph's like, oh yeah, I guess I do have lethal. We are gonna see it there. So congratulations to Joseph Geralt here. Moving on to our final Simic Ritual. Great run from Yanon Wan there. Put up a good performance. And honestly, I kind of thought Yanon was out. Was playing against Titan. I'm like, all right, let's see who Titan's gonna play against the other side. But won that match. Congratulations on that top 4. A great finish. But Corbin, I want to see this backup feature match. We're in game 3. It's Birthing Ritual versus Jeskai Blink. There's going to be a lot of value on the table here. And let's get you up to speed, as it does look like an important Oculus with a Courling Oracle is in play with 2 Manifested Dread and a Birthing Ritual versus 3 lands, 2 Goblin Shaman tokens, and a Fable on 2. Now, it looks like we exerted the Arena of Glory one of these turns ago.
Yeah, we might be in the end step of this game, but maybe not. Here's a Solitude from August, pitching a Flage to try to fight back into it, but staring down double Oculus, Birthing Ritual in play, grip of cards from Nathaniel. We may well be on our way to that All Simic Ritual finals.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not looking good. We have double Abhorrent Oculus. The Birthing Ritual is on the stack. The trigger here, excuse me. And there's a Brazen Borrower in hand for Nathaniel. That's going to be really good at answering any problematic permanents that August could present.
All bases covered, I would say.
Yeah. So Wrath of the Skies, if there's some energy that's maybe on a piece of paper that we can't see, that could be good. But we have... No, I think that's a Mystical Dispute, not a Flare. So I guess Wrath of the Skies were bust. But I guess the goblins make treasures that you can sack to pay. So even if there's not energy, we might be able to get there. Okay, got outs.
Yeah,
are they good outs? Are they winning outs? It's a relative term. We get to keep playing.
August, remember, played a Jeskai Blink mirror in the semifinals to advance to this point. So a really impressive day today, and then impressive showing in that top 8 to advance to the semis, which of course comes with the additional prizes, the additional points, and the RC invites.
Be seeing more of August in 2026 as Mystical Dispute's going to answer the Riddler, but I think August has a dispute for the dispute.
Yep.
Okay.
Gonna have to knock down to 3 to do it.
Riddle me this, Hostler. What do we hit off the Riddler? We found Teferi. Okay, not good enough.
Not good enough. Nathaniel Perigo takes it down over August Pearson. And that means, Mason, we have an All Simic Rituals finals here at the NRG Championship Series. That not, I think, on many people's bingo cards at the beginning of the weekend, but it will be on everyone's radar after this.
Really will be. I think this deck is really good. We're seeing it do well in other events going on across the world right now when it comes to Modern this weekend as well, both in paper and online. So curious to see how this deck develops, how it sort of unfolds. We're going to find out more about that in just a minute. We're going to give our players about 5 minutes, take a breath, use the bathroom. We're going to do the same, and we'll meet you all back here in just a few minutes for the finals of the NRG. See you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG series in Elmhurst, Illinois. Jason Clark, joined by Corbin Hostler. And Corbin, it's finals time. It's time to see who's going to win. I'll tell you this. Birthing Ritual has won our tournament because it is a mirror match in the finals. Now it's really just a matter of which build and who can pilot their build better to see who's going to be our champion today. But this is a huge showing for this deck, I think. You know, we've seen it do pretty well. You know, we had Kamaria, someone who plays a lot of our events, actually qualify for the Pro Tour at the last RC in the United States here. And this deck is kind of, I think, making waves, and we're seeing people talk about it. And I'm kind of curious, you know, do you think this is like a thing that can survive lots of different metagames? Or do you think it's like sort of, you know, like a silver bullet, right? It's really good against werewolves, but not much else.
I think that this deck is probably not in its final form yet when it comes to the final 4 to 8 cards or so. And I think that means it's probably there's enough power to its engine that if free counterspells are good, the deck is likely to be playable, and free counterspells are usually pretty good in Magic. So yes, I do not think that you're seeing the deck go anywhere. I do think that we've seen it the times it has struggled. It's against decks that can go underneath it pretty well or far over the top of it. But it certainly is filling a hole in this metagame that we've seen it play against everything. It's not just aggro decks. It's not just combo decks. We watched it really drain Jeskai Blink out of resources with Quantum Riddlers earlier today. So I think that sort of the engine of the free counter spells, the Flare of Denial, finding anything that can really put a lot of these into the same shell is going to have staying power. And whatever version of this deck ends up, I know we even talked about other colors perhaps getting added. I do think that there's enough here that this is not a flash in the pan. This is something that people are going to have to put onto, you know, their list of a dozen or so modern decks to consider that could conceivably and reasonably win any given event.
All right. And while those players are finishing mulligans, we're heading on down to them because we're going to consider seeing what these players are going to keep. I like this, Nathaniel. You're holding your hand in a way that I can very easily see it. It's a 2-lander. You know, you've got a little bit going on. You got the Ritual guy and Icewind Coatl, but I think, yeah.
All right. Starts off putting a Ritual into the graveyard. Just Joseph, perhaps digging for lands. We'll see. These are both players having a good time at the in the finals. As you can see, I would be too. If you pick up a deck, and Joseph said that he hadn't played a ton of this deck before this weekend, or rather was not entirely sure that he wanted to play this deck before this weekend, but was very thankful that he did. So, look, you make it to the finals and you're in a mirror match, you feel like you made a very good decision. You feel very smart this weekend.
Yeah, it's got to be feeling good in the neighborhood.
Let's talk about what this is actually going to look like, Mason. Both of these players are playing Coil and Oracles and Harbinger of the Seas and a bunch of free counter magic and all these things that are pretty good against other decks in the format. How do any of those cards actually interact in a mirror match?
Yeah, so my guess, and I have not played or seen a ton of the Simic Ritual Mirror, but my running theory is that it's like a snowball, and you want to be the one to get your snowball going bigger and bigger and bigger and overwhelm your opponent. But the thing that really amasses the snowball, in my mind, is going to be the card of Abhorrent Oculus. That's the thing I think both players are going to try to, you know, protect. You're going to try and dismember that card. If you can get your Abhorrent Oculus going, it will drown the other person in value. Quantum Riddler can do the same. And I think Joseph's saying go, and you're seeing Nathaniel kind of laugh. It's like, okay, well.
Birthing Ritual, no creature. All right.
Yeah.
Certainly not lacking on cards, though. So I suspect that mana of Joseph's will be spent one way or another here. Maybe opting to just, if it's a flash card, I may as well play my cards on the end of your turn, as a matter of fact. Like Nathaniel did with that Icewind Coatl.
Nathaniel with a grip full of interaction and has a Birthing Ritual. Could try to turn this into an Oculus.
Wow, both players just sitting on large amounts of counter magic here. I spot a Ritual in Nathaniel's hand as well. So lots to consider about how to approach this turn. And it's going to start with a tapped, or rather with a shocked in, bolted in land from the Sink into Stupor. So that gives us 3 mana to start cascading with Shardless Agent into Icewind Coatl. It's a lot of value.
I like this. Get on board. Use your mana. Get a bunch of player bodies. No attack here. Once to respect endurance coming down, just eating the Quaddle.
Yeah,
Checks
that's
out
a
to
good
me.
point. One, since there are 2 Ice Fang Quaddles, we're 1 snow permanent away from Death Touch on those. All right, well, Joseph has resolved the most powerful card thus far, but Nathaniel is looking pretty good on board and is sitting on some counter magic. So I guess we'll see here what Joseph is able to pull off in the instep. Is going to start by fetching and surveilling.
Take a little bit of a think here. Looks like we are going to keep it on top.
And not spending any of that extra mana, in fact. So not sure if we're just signaling just actually no creatures here or what. So.
I think Joseph just said pass the turn after bolting and a sink into super. No way to know. 4 manas. Nothing subtle going on here.
Well, that gives Nathaniel something to think about.
Yeah, it makes Nathaniel think, dang, this double birthing ritual turn looks real nice.
Yep.
The question is, does Nathaniel have the second green land to set it up? Good attack.
Step 1, attack for 4.
This might bait Joseph into flashing in a subtlety. Just to start eating and using mana.
Yeah, Joseph, despite landing the ritual, is just obviously sort of back against the wall here. And the way this is going, he knew that wasn't going to work out. Subtlety runs into the Flare of Denial.
Yep. And now Birthing Ritual hits the battlefield. This is a great play for Nathaniel. Puts an awesome position. Yeah, and look, can't quick enough. Knows important Oculus is what this is about. And I think has Force Negation in hand still to protect.
Yeah, once Oculus hits the battlefield, it's pretty difficult to catch back up unless you have another, unless you have an Oculus of your own, I would say. And Nathaniel just instantly bottomed that one with that, or put that one face down with that Manifest Dread. So might be another powerful one. Joseph, though, that last turn did not work out. You do have Ritual, so if you are able to resolve something here, you're able to, try to get to a trigger, try to get your own game going, but if you can't do that basically immediately, this Oculus is going to just end things in a hurry. Joseph is down to 12 life. You're facing down, 8 power already.
Yeah, I really think Joseph needs something like Dismember plus another card for this to be a high impact turn. It looks to me like Joseph maybe kept a hand that had some interaction in a ritual, was hoping to draw this army of, of like little fillery cards, right? Like the Quaddles, like a Shardless Agent, and didn't have that really come together. And Nathaniel has played really well into sort of what Joseph is representing and has navigated this well while also having a really powerful hand. So, I mean, look, Nathaniel has just been holding on to some of these really strong cards for a bit. And now that Joseph's behind the 8-ball, that metaphorical snowball we talked about is so big in Nathaniel's favor and is getting bigger and bigger with each turn. No reason to even spend mana. You're big chilling.
Yeah, we wondered how the mirror would go, if this would be a long mirror, if this would be a grindy mirror. It turns out it's an Oculus mirror, and whoever has the Oculus will win the mirror. So
Nathaniel, unfortunately, has missed on Birthing Ritual.
Okay, well. And Sink into Super was the answer here from Joseph. It is, much of an answer that might be. That prompts a hard cast Force of Negation from Nathaniel, which does resolve. The Oculus sits in play. That means another Manifest Dread comes in. And that means that Joseph is really not getting back into this one, I would say.
Yeah, every single turn becomes harder and harder. I really like this from Nathaniel. Just subtlety. You are very far ahead. Yes, slam the door. And I think it's really a good hallmark of a really strong player. Like when you have it kind of wrapped up, there's no reason to take a little risk there, right? Just get that off the board. You still have more counters backed up. So often players will start to crawl in when they have things clearly wrapped up. Just wrap it up, you know? Don't give them that chance. So well played there. Well executed, especially in those early turns again. Mana. And let's take a look at the sideboard here for Joseph and his version of Birthing Ritual to see what exactly we have and are available to. If I remember correctly, both lists are very similar in configurations when it comes to the 75s here. Some highlighting differences. We got some Quantum Riddlers. I'm actually not 100% sure if Nathaniel has those or not. The players' deck lists are getting a little muddled in my mind. But, Endurance, great way to fight over Horned Oculus being hard cast. And you have these Force of Vigors to fight over the birthing rituals to prevent the other person from gutting out of control, and your mystical disputes fight the counter wars. And I assume we'll see those cards from both sides.
There are a lot of just cards that can come in, basically, just sort of sheer number here for both players. And we'll see if there's any differences in how they ultimately go about that sideboarding. But yeah, there's a lot of different angles, I think, about how they want to decide, because you can reasonably make a case for a lot of the pieces of that sideboard having a place. So there you see Joseph. So let's take a look over, on the other side. Nathaniel Perigo's sideboard looks pretty much the same.
Yeah, it does. The big thing to note here is the main deck. Yes. There's Brazen Borrower over here and not Quantum Riddler. That's actually huge if you think about the dynamic of, we think it's an Oculus matchup in two different ways. One, it means Nathaniel's going to be a little bit better at when falling behind, able to kind of answer a resolved Oculus. But also, it means Joseph has more that can actually kind of take over the game. As I imagine, a Riddler, while it doesn't close the door as quickly as an Oculus does, it does let you fight fights very aggressively as you restock on cards much quicker than the opponent.
Yeah, I think Riddler is probably I love it in the deck because of how it can refill you after you've played all of your free Magic that are 2-for-1s, right? It just sort of naturally fits in to the flow of Modern in that way. And whether or not, this deck ends up being the one to most effectively utilize it or not, it's not a surprise to see it finding success this weekend.
I have to agree. And I'll tell you what else is finding success this weekend. Everyone watching this stream, because you're having a wonderful time and we'd love to have you. Click that follow button. That way you don't miss any of the action. And next week, if you're wanting to play some Magic, well, the NRG series has got your back. We've teamed up with MTGO to bring you a Showdown sealed event there. It's $2,500 in prizes. It's Edge of Eternity sealed. It's November 9th. You can scan the QR code on your screen to sign up for it right now. When you sign up, you'll give an email. And what's going to happen is next week, we're going to send out emails, which will give you a code to put on your MTGO account. That will get you into the event. That will also come with a free draft and a player upgrade kit, I believe is the terminology from MTGO. Basically, it'll make your Magic Online account work. Yippee. That's a lot of value in your sealed event. And we are bringing you even more Magic the Gathering online events. Of note, this event is for the United States and Canada when it comes to the Edge of Eternity sealed. But next year, we are bringing you a lot of Magic, 8 big events, 4 in person, 4 online, and then our end of the year Players Championship. For the Magic Online Showdown events, we're going to have 4 of them. It's going to be awesome. We're going to bring you coverage of all these as well, so make sure to follow along. And then in person, 4 big weekends. Each of those weekends is going to have a Showdown team event. That means whichever team wins that tournament, all 3 of them go to our end of the year 24-player invite only $35,000 Pro Tour invite event. It's going to be awesome. And we're also going to be running like these individual 2.5Ks for each of these big weekends. And this is for formats that y'all really enjoy that we can't normally support or it's hard to support. There's something like Pop or Legacy, those sort of things. We're going to try and work them in as well. And we're going to try and pick formats that make the most sense and are in a good, healthy place. That is our goal for 2026. We're going to bring you the most exciting, best matches of Magic that we can. Maybe even some Pioneer action over there in the 2.5Ks, a format near and dear to my heart, something you'll see me play a lot on Arena if you queue into me. And speaking of queuing in, these players are shuffling and dealt up their hands. So let's see what they have.
Yeah, we'll have the dates announced, of course, for all of the 2026, or rather, at least the first half of 2026, before too long. So, of course, follow NRG across the interwebs, socials, Twitch. You see that button down there. You can follow the stream. And we'll have those updates, dates announced before too long. I know everyone's getting excited about Magic in 2026. There's more events on the calendar than we've had in quite a while. Big events with real stakes. And I know that is what a lot of us are here for in the end, is to play matches of meaningful Magic. And these players sure are right here. We're going to go ahead and see a mulligan on Joseph's side. It looks like Nathaniel may be on the keep. And for Nathaniel, this may be one of the most meaningful games in a long time, because If they win, Nathaniel will be qualified for that end of the year championship. We'll get the custom token and everything else that comes along with the victory. So Joseph going down to 6 cards here, going to do his best to prevent that from happening. Looking pretty great in the hoodie, I have to say, courtesy of his partner. We got a shout out on the interview earlier.
No, I was watching. I got beef with Joseph. Joseph goes, my wife found me the hoodie, and then y'all said, got any shout outs, and didn't shout out the wife for the cool hoodie. And listen, maybe thanks are given, but I know in that moment, I'm getting my street cred. I'm getting the wife, I'm saying, shout out you. I'm just saying, got to keep that in the back of our mind as the sleeves are rolled up here for Joseph.
It's just a smart play. It's just a smart play.
It's a high EV play.
Yeah.
Everyone loves you in Twitch chat. It's an awe moment, right? If your wife's watching or goes back and watch, you get the. It's really good. It's sort of like playing Coiling Oracle on turn 2 in Modern. It's just really good. It's a lot of that.
Like that. Joseph will be on the play, so we'll see if it's his Coiling Oracle here on turn 2. The first time I saw this deck and I saw Coiling Oracle, I have to say I was just immediately enamored because that card making it in Modern and making it in such a way is really fun to see in the year 2025. And on cue, there it is.
Yeah, yesterday I commentated. I thought this deck looked pretty good. And I was like putting my deck together, and this was the only card I was missing. And luckily my LGS had 4, so I went and picked up 4. And I was like, I'm ready. Next Modern FNM, next Modern event I get to go to, I'm putting some rituals.
Yeah, this deck is really fun. In fact, I'd say the last 2 months of Modern have been really fun, starting with the Pro Tour and Charbelcher winning that. We saw Charbelcher versus Orum's Chant in the finals. That in itself was incredibly nostalgic and fun for me. And here we are with Coiling Oracle Mirror in the finals. And Birthing Ritual for Joseph here on turn 2. And this is actually not a fight over the ritual, at least not yet. It's a dismember on the Coiling Oracle to prevent the trigger.
Yeah, interesting play. I mean, doing this kind of stops the ritual. Pretty interesting because I would have imagined the Dismember would have been trying to line up against exactly the Poor and Oculus, but Nathaniel seems to really value the snowball nature of it. So even just, Oracle turning into the Oracle. Very curious to see if this Prevailing Wisdom works out, because my gut would be let the Oculus let it try and transform into an Oculus, then Dismember. But Nathaniel Surveilling does have 2 Birthing Rituals in hand with a lot of value, a Sink into Super, Shardless Agent, and a Coiling Oracle. I'm going to check how we sideboarded real quick just to make sure. It's been a long weekend. I bet Nathaniel played in the team event yesterday.
Didn't board it out.
Quaddle down.
Yeah, we're nearing 9 p.m. on the East Coast. Want to thank everyone for sticking with us today and, of course, hanging out with us all weekend. It is really fun to spend a weekend hanging out, watching Magic on Twitch, I have to say. So I rushed back into town myself to be here for this, and I'm glad I did because this has been an excellent event to watch and an excellent finals all around. One of those, real weekends where you see the innovations and things that Modern is known for, and it's always a blast to watch regardless of whether or not you have a rooting interest. My favorite deck, not great right now, but it is fun to see Simic Ritual put up some numbers. So Nathaniel's pretty deep in the tank here thinking about this. We're going to end up just passing the turn back, both players with rituals but no creatures.
All right, we drew an Icewind Coatl for Joseph.
Yeah, that's a pickup. However Joseph chooses to deploy that is a nice one to have in hand, whether it's now or whether you choose to go flash it in later.
Let's see, we also have a Subtlety in hand. So we've got like a hard cast Oculus covered. We could even, cover a hard cast Durance, whatever. Yeah, I like this. Just pass the turn. Don't do anything yet. Nathaniel's going to play Sink into Stupor, bolted in on the backside.
All right, well, Nathaniel trying to get the train going here, leads with Coiling Oracle. Any 2-drop in play in the instep threatens a Birthing Ritualed Abhorrent Oculus. So we see the fighting begin. Ice Fang Coatl for Joseph, runs into turn Scolding from Nathaniel.
I like this.
Oracle's still on the stack, I believe.
Yeah, I like this timing from Joseph. If you're going to play the Coatl, do it now. Maybe you hit your own Scolding, right? Or your own, dispute, whatever you want to do.
Well, looks like Nathaniel wins the first fight here. Now Coiling Oracle still on the stack. Runs into Subtlety.
And Mystical Dispute, the Subtlety is brutal. And then we hit a Subtlety off the Oracle.
What a sequence there for Nathaniel. Was able to set up the Birthing Ritual, was then able to hit the 4th mana, set up the creature for it, and here we go. It is looking great. Even hits the extra value there from Fibblethip.
You got to get the Fibblethip value.
And now with Subtlety in hand for Nathaniel, Joseph may just never even have an opportunity to trigger this Birthing Ritual. He only has 1 green mana.
Yeah, very awkward spot here for Joseph. Nathaniel just so reminding, like, hey, I did hit this off the Coiling. Joseph head in hands, like, yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, this fight was always going to come down to who got their Birthing Ritual trigger, and that was why we saw Joseph fight over it. And when it did not work out, it looks like it very much didn't work out because it ends with you having just a couple of cards in hand, Nathaniel being completely restocked with all of the options and just forced to pass back as Joseph, and Nathaniel looking pretty good here to close this thing up.
Yeah, second Ritual is nice here. If Joseph wants to fight over it, it would be pretty reasonable, but you're all kind of set up, right? So now you're exchanging resources while getting ahead. Great. It's not even one you need to have happen. And now you still get to have up some amount of answers. Looks like Seeking the Stupor is in hand for Joseph. I wonder if Nathaniel's trying to move to the end step, and Joseph's thinking about Seeking the Stuporing the Fibblethip.
Yeah, there's no way in which it works out because that just means you end up back in the main phase. Nathaniel replays Fibblethip should they want to, and then
they go back to the deck. When it's targeted, it goes back to the deck.
Oh, good point. Okay,
so yeah, it would have removed it, but if Nathaniel had any other 2-drop, you're in big trouble still.
Yeah, Fibblethip text. Good point.
Oh yeah, you don't know Fibblethip by heart.
Not yet. I don't.
Yeah, well, you're gonna get used to it. As we do have an Ice Fang Coatl still hand here for Nathan, but gonna hold on to it. As here's a Coiling Oracle.
All right, well, this is a good start here for Joseph because there is no creatures in play at the moment for Nathaniel.
Yeah. I think we have a Dismember in hand too, so...
Subtlety, the Coiling Oracle, continue the game plan of preventing Joseph from ever getting a single Birthing Ritual trigger. And in fact, I spot a Force of Vigor in Nathaniel's hand. So, in fact, there really won't be a trigger for this Birthing Ritual. All right, well, Joseph allows that to happen. It goes to the bottom. Is now thinking if there's anything left to do here. Still at both, by the way, at 19 life, right? The life totals are not necessarily what this match is about. You can see both players just doing everything they can do to fight over the board. And there we go with an endurance on Nathaniel's graveyard.
That's a hard play to make. Yeah, you see Joseph shaking his head. Yeah. I think you're right, Joseph. I think you made the right play, and that's all you can ask for in the end. The problem is Nathaniel could have even fought over it, but just doesn't need to worry about it because of this double ritual and everything going on. And it's a spot where, Nathaniel could be like, hey, I'll flare this, flash in the Coatl and do it.
Right.
But I don't have to now that you have no cards in hand. So, Oracle, boom. Get a Stern Scolding in hand. Second ritual. Joseph thinking, was this what it was like for all my earlier opponents today?
That's got to be the final pieces needed though for Nathaniel Wright, because the Oculus is going to take care of the board. The Stern Scolding is going to take care of the stack in most cases.
Brazen Borrower went to the graveyard, which means the face down card is a better creature than Borrower, and I have a good idea of what that could be. Second Birthing Ritual. Our hand has Force of Vigor for Nathaniel. That's going to do it. And yeah, Joseph's going to pick up the cards. Congratulations, Nathaniel. I know this means a lot. Wants to get back to the PT. And now we're going to see you at Champs in just about a month, Nathaniel, and you'll be battling for your slot to get there. Great play from both players. I was very impressed with every match I saw from both of them over the course of the weekend. Did incredibly well. Incredibly new deck, right? Even if these players have practice with it, they have to be having less practice than the average person in the modern field, right? There's just a new deck. So
well, and you know what? If I'm not everyone is familiar with Fibblethip text, for instance.
That's right.
You'll always get some. That's one of the cool things about Modern. If you can play a card your opponent has to read, you're doing something right. And that in some cases translates to having a really successful weekend. And it certainly did for both of these players who, in fact, Joseph talked to us about it earlier. You just resolve your Birthing Ritual trigger, and now there's a Harbinger of the Season play, and your opponent has no mana to do anything about it anymore. So an extremely powerful deck, an extremely impressive performance by both players. And that rounds out our top 8. So we'll see, of course, if we can get our winner in here for an interview soon. But we saw, I think, five different archetypes in the top 8, perhaps. I think we had 2 repeats.
So we had the 2 Blink, the 2 Energy, and the 2 Ritual, and then Is It? Yeah, 5 different decks. Very well representation. I mean, compare that to a standard tournament.
Well, certainly that. Although, get back to me in a week on that. Who knows where things will be? But Modern certainly looking like it's in a fun place. It'll be one of the formats that we will likely have on tap next year for the NRG series. Remember, we have 4 paper weekends, which will be awarding multiple invites per weekend to the NRG champs at the end, along with, of course, the Magic Online program that we'll be piloting next weekend. You can check out. We pulled that slide up earlier, but next weekend, if you like to play Magic Online and you like to do it for real stakes, you'll have an opportunity. So that is the NRG series rounding out this year, heading into what will be a very busy year for Magic in 2026, and I think a very good year for competitive play. And in fact, it was a very good day for our winner.
Yeah, and a good year, too. Let's go down to Nathaniel. Congratulations on the W. I love the excitement. How are you feeling about winning this event?
I'm very surprised. I played a little bit of this deck, but I came into this so the main thing I want to say today, I thought about just not playing the event so I could play standard RCQs because I know VV's going to get banned and I like that deck. But then I did this instead.
Decision. Do you like the Simic deck? And now that you played it some,
it's fine. It's definitely not bad. It's well positioned at the very moment, is what I would say.
Yeah, we'll talk about your top 8 run. We caught some of it, obviously, but how did it go for you throughout the top 8? Things play out how they expected? Any surprises? Any great moments?
I'm thinking about those things is difficult until we can go back right to them. But
so what were your matchups through the top 8 here?
Okay, starting there might help me remember what the heck happened. I know that my finals matchup was the Mirror, which is insane. The one before that was Jeskai Blink, which I faced 5 times during this tournament. Wow. And then the previous one, I don't remember.
So I want to talk to you about the Jeskai Blink deck.
Yeah.
You played against NRG was the other one, because both
NRG,
of our original players, you both had the exact same matchups, but you were on opposite sides of the bracket. So how was your Jeskai Blink matchup? Because that's the deck that just won the RC a couple weeks ago here in the United States. That's a deck that I know some people felt was very good against Ritual, and some I've heard they think it's very bad against Ritual. And so whenever there's this much contention in it, I'm always very curious to find out the truth. What do you think it's at right now?
At the beginning of the event, I would have told you it was very bad. No, I think that there are some small changes that have happened through the list, like having Force Subtlety in particular, that have helped out that matchup a lot. Because Quantum Riddler and Teferi are the problems. So as long as you feel fully prepared for those, I think our board plan was wrong for that matchup in the past too, and that's why it was so bad. The Mystical Dispute may only have a couple targets, but they're the most important cards you can possibly target, so you just bring them in anyways. And they also might bring in their own Mystical Disputes, so fighting a counter war might be helpful. Whereas in the past we were bringing in Stern Scolding, and that card like has like 1.5 hits. They like don't even like Felia that much. Ragavan can't get through, so they aren't probably playing it. Some of them will play a couple, but like that card just doesn't do anything most of the time. So our Stern Scolding hits like fall all the way down to just Solitude after board, pretty much. And so our new board plan is way better.
Well, you mentioned the deck being well positioned.
Yeah.
Now everyone is going to be aware of it. You just played in an all Simic Ritual mirror match finals. You planning on sticking with this deck for a bit? You think it was a 1 weekend shot? What were your thoughts sort of moving forward on it?
I'm definitely going to keep messing with it. It's definitely in contention for hopefully what I'm going to play for Vegas. I'm not qualified for Vegas, which was a surprise to me, but I'm going to try to LCQ in, and it may be something I choose. It feels really good against Titan, which I think is the most powerful deck in the format, so that's nice. And then against Jeskai, which is a deck that people really like if they want a fair strategy. So like the two decks that I expect to be most played, it's really good against. If that changes within the next few weeks, well, then it changes and we'll do something else. But it looks good right now.
That's fair. Well, it sounds like you have a lot of exciting Magic the next few weeks. You got maybe re-CQ into that RC. You got the NRG Invitational coming up, 24 players, $35,000, and a Pro Tour invite. Pretty nice to be in that situation, sneaking in our second to last event for that there. And you also win a token. And so, you don't have to lock it in right now, but I'm curious, for your custom token, any ideas jump out to you?
Well, if I wanted it to have anything to do with this deck, obviously, there's no tokens in the deck, but there is the Manifest from Abhorrent Oculus. So that may be a choice, but I'm not certain. I may want to mull on that. That may be the choice, though.
Well, you will have the option because you are our winner. So congratulations. Any last shout outs you want to give?
Yeah, my group of friends from Omaha, which is where I live, that came down with me. Love them a lot. Wes Hickman in particular, who's also won one of these before. We went to last Pro Tour together, and I couldn't do anything without working with him. It's just not possible. And then Kamari, who did really well with this deck at the last RC. And qualified for the Pro Tour with it. I talked to him a lot about the deck over the last week or so. So both those huge, really big.
Kamari is a real merchant in this deck, as they also convinced your finals opponent to play this.
Yeah.
So I'm realizing you got to listen to Kamari when the time comes. So Nathaniel, thank you so much for taking a moment. We can't wait to see you at the end of the year for Champs, and hopefully see you at the RC as well. That's going to do it for tonight, though. We're going to let Nathaniel get on home, as tomorrow is Monday. So let's head on back to the booth and say goodbye to everybody here. As Corbin, it was great to work with you for the finals of this event and having you on coverage there with Will earlier today. Thank you to everyone that made this stream possible, from behind the scenes, from Sam to Norm to the rest of the NRG team. Thank you so much to you, the viewer, for hanging out with us this past weekend. It was a blast having to watch all these awesome games of Magic with you all, and I can't wait to do it again for Champs. That's going to be December 13th and the 14th. Follow us along on Twitch or on social media to keep up to date with that. We're going to have more news coming out on that very, very soon. That's a mixed format. It's going to be really fun to watch. Once again, it was a blast, Corbin, and we'll see you all next time.